Chapter 1. A Moment of Respite. August 29th, 1991. At this moment in England, number 12 Grimald Place. Master, please, I truly cannot endure any longer. What do you mean, you can't endure? We've barely begun. Two really can't take it anymore. I beg of you, spare me. Very well, I can't do anything about you. As he spoke, Leggett Black hastened his actions. Accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the greenhouse, a massive python, over 2 meters wide, collapsed onto the ground. Its expression, resembling that of a disillusioned soul, evoked thoughts of something rather unpleasant. It was merely a small blood draw. Must you portray such a dreadful visage? After carefully storing the extracted 1,000 milliliters of blood, a handsome youth with black hair and eyes approached and gently kicked the fallen python. Is it truly only a minuscule inconvenience? Though he mused this inwardly, the python dared not voice any objections and slinked away to indulge itself. After all, securing a position with provisions and accommodations was no small feat, merely a trifling hardship. With a bit of fortitude, it could certainly be endured. Naturally, had there been any outsiders present, they would have been startled by the bizarre scene unfolding before them. For this seemingly ordinary exchange between man and serpent was conducted not in human language, but in the serpentine tongue, regarded as a harbinger of calamity in the wizarding world. Feast, partake heartily, and I shall draw more next time. The python merely remained silent. Observing the python engrossed in its meal, Leggett collected the blood and exited the greenhouse. Indeed, this Leggett is a compatriot of ours from Blue Star. He is the non-existent third son of the Black family in the original narrative, the only offspring of the transmigrator, Leggett Black, in accordance with the trope that transmigrators either have deceased parents or monarchs for parents. Lecter's adoptive parents departed this world on the very day of his birth. As for the reason behind Lecter's transmigration, one might say it is absurd beyond measure. In a frantic attempt to avoid having his nephew discover the 3 terabytes of Teletubbies on his computer, he accidentally struck his forehead against the corner of the desk. Thus, dear friends, when undertaking renovations, one must avoid choosing right-angled desks. The pain from such a collision is indeed excruciating and can indeed lead one to their demise. However, with remarkable willpower, Black managed to switch off the power before succumbing. Nephew, uncle, these are what I have left for you to see. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bedroom, TSK, another one ruined, I see. Gazing at the cauldron emitting an eerie green glow, Leggett could only manage a resigned smirk. Just as he contemplated discarding the concoction, a melodious notification chimed in his ear. Ding, the year-long period has elapsed. The host's exchange extraction count has refreshed X1. Indeed, as a transmigrator, how could he lack a system? The system held by Leggett is known as the non-equivalent exchange extraction system. As the name suggests, this system permits the exchange of any item for items from other worlds, or even the direct acquisition of items without any trade. The primary reason Leggett is able to communicate with the python is due to a buff he obtained named Child of Nature. Those endowed with this buff not only garner goodwill from intelligent creatures of nature, but can also engage in seamless communication with them. Damn it, why are the animals no longer drawn to me? The system panel is as follows. Non-equivalent exchange extraction system activated. This system allows the exchange or extraction of non-equivalent items with any other realm. Note, if items of similar shape or form are used, the chances of acquiring similar items are increased. Remaining non-equivalent exchange extraction attempts. X1. Host, Leggett Black. Age, 10 years. Wand, Hollywood, dragon heartstring, a wand of an ancestor from the Black family. Buff, Child of Nature, can communicate with all sentient beings of nature and easily gain their favor. Learn spells, Alohomora, Petrificus Totalis, Wingardium Leviosa, Stupefy, and various other lethal spells. System inventory. Persuasion Brick X1, Brother Cheng's Flirting Manual X1, Oddball Bicycle X1. Along with the triple draw from the initial novice package, the best item Leggett has acquired thus far is the Child of Nature buff. For other items resembling confidential shipments, they were utilized for secondary exchanges. Regrettably, this did not yield any significant evil, but rather resulted in a pitiable creature nearly consumed by insect. For who this pitiable creature is, I believe one can draw certain conclusions. Is the time up? Observing the notification on the system panel, Leggett leisurely snapped his fingers. Crackle! Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds in the air, a green, besuited house elf appeared within the room. Master, how may I serve you? Take me to the study on the 3rd floor, and be sure to tidy up this place afterward. As he spoke, Leggett glanced at the empty courtyard. By the way, where has Sakura gone? After utilizing apparition to transport Leggett to the 3rd floor, Creature respectfully inquired. Miss Machiri is preparing lunch in the kitchen. Shall I fetch her for you? Creature always extends utmost respect to the last scion of the Black family. Even after Leggett radically renovated the Black ancestral home, and relegated the long-cursed Walburga Black to the cellar. The reason for Creature's deference is quite simple. Lecter promised that upon Creature's demise, he would display its head on a wall of trophies. Of course, even after adorning Creature in new attire, Lecter merely regards it as a servant. As for the rationale behind this, certainly, he is no saint and harbors no desire to be regarded as a villain by all. Generations of ancestors have invested immeasurable resources to conquer and bind the house elf lineage. Had it been humans rather than house elves that emerged victorious, the outcome would naturally be, well, let her handle it. After arranging an incense burner, a statue of a bodhisattva, and a sculpture of Jesus in the drawer, Lecter waved his hand at Creature. First, tidy up the laboratory. And do not enter without my permission. The surname Machiri may be somewhat unfamiliar to many, but I believe the surname Matu is well known to all. This so-called Miss Machiri is none other than Matu Sakura, summoned by Lecter from the Fate World. Just as Matu Sakura intended to transform him, Lecter successfully summoned her using the system. Moreover, the system offers exemplary after-sales service. Thus, Matu Sakura, or rather, the former Tosaka Sakura, has obtained an identity in this world. The last scion of the lost ancient pure-blooded family, the Machiri family. Understood, Master. I will see to it at once. As the sound faded, Cleesh swiftly departed from the room. After a refreshing cleansing bath, Leggett respectfully inserted 3 incense sticks into the censer, murmuring, Umitba, Hallelujah, great God Noah, and all esteemed deities. Please grant me your favor. Upon completing this simple ritual, Leggett reached for a jar of slug vomit potion on the table, declaring, System, let us exchange this potion. The concoction for the enhancement potion was exceedingly complex. The capacity to store magical energy indirectly determines an individual's combat prowess. Therefore, acquiring a vial of magic-enhancing elixir would be the most fortuitous outcome for Leggett. As for any more formidable potion, given his current physical condition, he would be unable to absorb it. He certainly did not wish to perish from the effects of the potion, which would undoubtedly bring shame upon countless traversers. Ding. Non-equivalent exchange extraction initiated. Please wait a moment, host. As the jar containing the slug vomit potion vanished, the large wheel on the system panel began to spin rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for a level 10 innate spirit bonding ability from a certain unfortunate child in the Chibi world. The impurities have been removed, and it can now be directly absorbed. Absorb. Upon witnessing the result of the exchange, Leggett hesitated not a moment and chose to absorb it immediately. A wave of warmth coursed through his limbs, and an expression of profound satisfaction spread across his face. Although the result was not the anticipated enhancement potion, ultimately, both possessed the same effect. Meanwhile, in the Chibi world, during the Spirit Awakening ceremony, the moment Tang Eer's palm made contact with the crystal ball, an inexplicable, nauseating sensation surged from his heart. In the next instant, overwhelmed by a strong physiological reaction, Tang Eer collapsed to his knees, retching violently. With each heave, live slugs erupted from his mouth. To his horror, he realized that the power that had once brimmed within him had vanished entirely. Even his previously unobstructed meridians now felt inexplicably sticky, as if something viscous had been injected directly into them. Observing the boy on the ground, retching uncontrollably and producing slugs, the aristocrat responsible for the assessment furrowed his brow, then promptly collected the crystal ball, stating, Young one, you possess not a shred of spirit power. In fact, your spirit is of the most inferior kind. Thus, abandon any unrealistic fantasies and resign yourself to being an ordinary person. The scene was utterly repulsive. Who among the virtuous would swallow such a multitude of slugs, only to regurgitate them? Ordinary person. At the moment he heard this, Tang Eer stood frozen in disbelief. Ignoring the slugs still spilling from his mouth, he murmured incredulously, Impossible. How could I ever be an ordinary person? No, this cannot be my fault. It must be that aristocrat's doing. Having dared to scheme against me, you have sealed your own doom. With this thought, Tang Eer attempted to raise his gaze to meet the aristocrats, hoping to convey what true genius meant. However, when he looked up, he found that there was not a single soul in sight, not even a stray hair. Chapter 02. The Scottish round-faced chicken is still a chicken. It was rather pleasing. The total amount of magical energy had increased by 2/3. Feeling the richness of magic within him, significantly more intense than before, Leggett could not help but nod in satisfaction. If one were to categorize magical power into 10 levels, the typical first-year wizard would only possess a level 1. Only a select few pure-blooded wizards and a handful of prodigies might arrive at school with level 2 or even level 3 magical energy. Pure-blooded wizards benefit from their elders, who introduce them to the arcane arts early on, allowing their magical prowess to grow accordingly. However, most pure-blooded families today seem to lack intellectual rigor. Moreover, with many resources now scarce, there is little support for the young wizard's education. Thus, apart from a few exceptions, most do not prioritize educating their children. Consequently, even children from pure-blood families typically enter school with merely a level 1 magical capacity. In contrast, Leggett, with the vast resources of the Black family at his disposal, had already reached level 2 in magical storage, just a step away from the threshold of level 3. When converted, this amount of magical energy was comparable to that of the lowest-ranking Hogwarts graduates. As for the level of advanced graduates, conservatively estimating, it could be around level 5. With a bit more effort in learning magic, he might even be on par with a slacker or knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by the sound of knocking, a sweet, youthful voice rang out, "Leggett, it's time for lunch." "All right, I'm coming. Why should the merit of what I drew through my own capabilities be attributed to you lot? Sakura, what delicious food have you prepared for lunch?" Upon opening the door, Leggett was greeted by a charming little girl with black hair and black eyes. Though her features still bore the softness of youth, there was an inexplicable aura of a devoted wife and mother about her. "It's chicken, just like the meal we had a few days ago." As she spoke, Sakura gently took Leggett's right hand, urging him, "Hurry and wash your hands. The food will be cold if we delay." Since being summoned to this world 6 years ago, she had willingly taken on the responsibility of caring for him. Although Klitschit could conjure meals using magic, for Sakura, the food she prepared herself held far greater significance. The chicken seems to taste better than usual. Whether it was a psychological effect or something else, the chicken always seemed to possess a flavor far superior to that of ordinary poultry. Half an hour later, what could be more terrifying than a teacher suddenly appearing at the back of the classroom, a police officer ambushing you while soaking your feet, or discovering that your instant noodles lack seasoning? Is the realization that the so-called chicken soup on your dining table was, in fact, made from Scottish round-faced chicken. And most importantly, the original owner of this Scottish round-faced chicken stood before him, wearing a gloomy expression. "Mr. Black, I implore you to empathize with the struggles of these little creatures." Observing the steaming chicken soup still gracing the dining table, Professor McGonagall wearily adjusted her glasses and remarked, "To speak candidly, this marks the third owl that has gone missing. Were it not for Leggett's somewhat unique status, she would not have taken the trouble to come in person. Yet, had she not made this visit, she would not have witnessed such a startling scene. Throughout her memories, she had never encountered anyone who would dare to cook a messenger owl." Watching the myriad emotions swirl across Professor McGonagall's face, Leggett instinctively brought a piece of chicken to her lips. It must be said the meat of the Scottish round-faced hen is indeed exquisite. Professor McGonagall, gazing at Leggett's unabashed dining habits, was inexplicably struck by a sense of discomfort. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. It is entirely my fault." Noticing the professor's oddly expressionless face, Sakura Matu proactively offered her a cup of tea, explaining, "These little fellows encountered the defensive enchantment and were charred. To avoid wasting such a rare ingredient, I decided to prepare it as a dish." Having lived in this world for many years, she had a fair understanding of its nuances. Professor McGonagall, whose full name is Minerva McGonagall, serves as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as well as the head of Gryffindor House and a professor of transfiguration. Moreover, she is one of the 7 registered animagi in the magical world of the 20th century. However, what piqued Sakura Matu's curiosity most was how much the professor earned from her various positions at the school. Based on the annual investments made by pure-blood families in Hogwarts, it appeared to be quite a substantial sum. "That old scoundrel Dumbledore, return my hard-earned money," exclaimed Professor McGonagall. "Please, take a moment to rest," suggested Leggett, as he discarded the chicken bone beside him and approached her. "Never mind, I shall remain standing." Resisting the urge to deduct points for Leggett's behavior, Professor McGonagall focused on the immaculate chicken bone on the table. "Mr. Black, Miss Matu, I trust you have received the notice from the school? Remember, on September 1st, you are to board the Hogwarts Express to the school. Before that, however, you will also need, as both were the last heirs of the Black and Matu families." Professor McGonagall proceeded with their enrollment guidance, much like she would for Muggle-born children. "Professor McGonagall, do you still have a supply list?" After she finished speaking, Sakura Matu hesitantly inquired. "The letter you mentioned must have been completely incinerated upon colliding with the defensive enchantment. After all, the Scottish round-faced hen was entirely plucked. How could a thin envelope possibly survive? Take this list. Simply follow it for your purchases." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall retrieved a list from her sleeve. She then instinctively glanced around the vicinity of the Black family estate. As she followed the trail of the owl to this place, she encountered what was referred to as a defensive magical array. Drawing upon her years of experience, She instantly discerned the complexity of this array. It was likely a relic passed down from the Machiri family. If it could be transferred to Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly enhance the school's defensive capabilities significantly. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Would you care for a bowl of soup? Gazing at Leggett, who was preparing to serve her soup, Professor McGonagall shook her head impassively. No, thank you. Remember to report to school on September 1st. After uttering this, she turned and departed the living room, although the soup before her was indeed fragrant. The thought that it was made from her own domesticated workbird left her somewhat conflicted. Meanwhile, watching Professor McGonagall's retreating figure, Sakura Matu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Leggett, you're quite mischievous. Well, I merely wish to share a delightful dish with the professor. Being a 1,000-year-old fox, Professor McGonagall was undoubtedly aware of Leggett's intentions. The gemstone magic that Sakura was currently employing was a result of a fortunate exchange made by Leggett. Even if Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore desired it, they would need to present corresponding offerings in return. Indeed, you are right. Regardless of what Leggett wishes to pursue, I will steadfastly support her. Even if Leggett aims to overturn this world, I will unconditionally stand by her side. As the two indulged in their meal, another round-faced Scottish hen was swiftly making its way toward the Black family manor. Chapter 03. With the truth in hand, the world is mine. Half an hour later. Master, you have received a letter. Observing Leggett feeding the giant pythons alongside Sakura, Creature respectfully handed over an envelope. A discerning eye could easily identify the sender as the illustrious Malfoy family from the wizarding world. The reason for their notoriety was not merely their pure blood status, but also their reputation as opportunists. It was likely concerning the upcoming school term. Upon receiving the envelope from Creature, Leggett promptly tore it open. To my dear nephew, I trust you have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Draco will be joining you. This afternoon, we shall head to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary supplies, and if you wish, we can go together. With love, your aunt, Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa Malfoy, originally known as Narcissa Black, had adopted her husband's surname upon marrying Lucius Malfoy. By blood relation, Leggett should indeed refer to her as aunt. As expected, however, this arrangement was not without merit. For the sake of convenience and safety, Leggett had previously arranged for a connection via the fluid network between the Black family manor and Malfoy Manor. Yet, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, this connection was deliberately unidirectional. Moreover, Sakura Matu has established numerous magical formations at the exit of the Flying Road Network. Thus, should that unfortunate soul attempt to exploit this to invade the Black Manor, he would be congratulated with a complimentary bowl of Mangpa soup. Very well, my lord, I shall proceed at once. Leggett, shall we bring anything along? With merely 2 days left before the official commencement of the school term, if after purchasing our supplies, Leggett wishes to temporarily reside at Malfoy Manor, he must ensure to pack additional items that may prove useful in the future. Let us gather what we need. After our shopping, we shall stay there for a few days. Observing Sakura Matu's earnest expression, Leggett reached out to wipe the tomato sauce from her face and added, relax a little. We are not heading into battle against some dark overlord. This child possesses many admirable qualities, though her sense of security has been somewhat diminished by that old man. Matu Shinji. Nonetheless, this is understandable. After all, one need not be a mere child. Even adults would find such experiences disconcerting. Very well, I shall prepare some things. After gently rubbing Leggett's palm, Sakura turned and walked towards the greenhouse. In addition to some basic daily necessities, she also needed to gather a substantial number of gemstones and small toys that emitted blue flames. When faced with uncertainty, truth shall prevail. For someone like Sakura, who once lived in the ordinary world, sometimes the truth proves to be far more effective. That girl, watching Sakura's swift departure, Leggett turned to Creature beside him and instructed, pack all items from Warehouse 1 into the ring. I shall take them with me. At least in terms of wealth. Should those items be exchanged for their equivalent value in gold, he would become the richest individual in the wizarding realm. As for the contents of Warehouse 1, they are, of course, an assortment of small toys that emit blue flames. Given the dangers of venturing outside in these times, it is only reasonable to carry items for self-defense. Regarding the matter of the space ring, the Black family is, after all, a long-established magical lineage, rich in various materials. With that premise, crafting a storage ring using Sakura's gemstone magic would not prove difficult. Understood, Master. Creature will attend to it immediately. With a series of popping sounds, Creature's figure vanished from sight. Hogwarts, indeed, is a place full of anticipation. After tossing half a magical pig to the fire crab, Leggett turned his gaze towards the distant east. Hogwarts, for many, is where dreams take flight. Yet for him, it holds an additional significance. At the moment Professor McGonagall appeared, a new message notification emerged on the system panel. Remaining non-equivalent exchange draw attempts. X0. Draw attempts can be acquired by completing corresponding tasks. Task refresh range. Hogwarts-related regions. As long as he can accomplish these so-called tasks, he will inevitably secure more opportunities for exchange. Although he harbors no ambition for dominion or supremacy, he understands that in this world, true power is the key to wielding influence. Therefore, whether for himself or for Sakura Matu, he must find a way to grow even stronger. As for that Voldemort character, he remains untroubled, for in the face of truth, all beings are equal. After all, even if things were to unfold naturally, the opponent would ultimately be overwhelmed by a group of mere children. Half an hour later, in the outskirts of Wiltshire, England, within Malfoy Manor, Leggett, Sakura, come here and let your aunt give you a hug. Upon seeing Leggett and Sakura emerge from the fireplace, Narcissa stepped forward with palpable excitement to embrace the two. Leggett is the last scion of the Black family, while Sakura is the heir of the ancient Machiri lineage. As for the individual still languishing in prison, Narcissa preferred to refrain from mentioning him. Both Leggett and Sakura are descendants of venerable magical families, and their union would surely yield even more exceptional progeny. It is precisely for this reason that Narcissa has always treated Sakura as a daughter-in-law. Aunt, this is a gift from Leggett and me. After stepping away from Narcissa's embrace, Sakura retrieved a box from a ring. You two are incorrigible, always bringing gifts whenever you visit. Though she voiced her mild protest, Narcissa's hands moved swiftly. After accepting the box from Sakura, she somewhat exasperatedly remarked to Draco, "If only Draco were more like you two. This boy lacks any serious demeanor." The contents of the box were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the heartfelt gesture from the two children. Though her surname is now Malfoy, not Black, the profound sense of belonging tied to blood and family has led Narcissa to regard Leggett as her own child. Consequently, Sakura, who shares a close bond with Leggett, has naturally been embraced as a daughter-in-law. With a son and daughter-in-law presenting her gifts, what adult could possibly feel displeased? In response to his mother's unyielding teasing, Draco could only retreat slightly, feeling resigned. He wished to retort and assert his own capabilities, yet when he met Sakura's beaming smile, he felt that enduring a bit of teasing was hardly a burden. After all, it was preferable to being targeted by the Dark Lady. A few words from his mother wouldn't cost him anything. Chapter 04. Draco, I have a nagging feeling that someone wishes to harm me. Minutes later, within the courtyard of Malfoy Manor. Leggett, have you decided which house you wish to join? Once out of the gaze of a certain young lady, Draco regained his usual spirited demeanor. Yet, due to his subsequent reckless antics, he caught the attention of Sakura. After all, for Sakura, anyone who targets Leggett is her greatest adversary. Were it not for Narcissa, she would have wielded not a fist but a mere toy. Ultimately, Draco is but a child. Lured by the allure of flying brooms and various trinkets, he swiftly abandoned such futile confrontations. Even with careful consideration, one cannot guarantee action. Overthinking serves no purpose. In the midst of conversation, Leggett produced a broomstick from his ring and tossed it over, presenting the promised gift, the latest creation from the Nimbus Company, the 2000 series. Without a doubt, the most effective way to placate a child is to offer them something they cherish. For Draco, that something is undeniably the flying broom and a certain yet-to-appear scarred figure. Goodness, you really brought it for me. Upon hastily catching the Nimbus 2000 thrown by Leggett, Draco's eyes sparkled with an effulgent gleam. At that moment, he resembled a famished man, deprived for years, who suddenly behold a breathtaking beauty. As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more fervently they desire it. Under the watchful eyes of Narcissa and Lucius, Draco has never truly flown. Even the broomsticks in his home are mere toys meant to amuse children. After all, as the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, should anything befall Draco, the Malfoy family could face extinction in this generation. Thus, the safety of Draco is paramount to both Narcissa and Lucius, intertwining familial legacy with the profound essence of parental love. After all, what parent does not cherish their child? Enough of this foolishness. Observing the eager expression on Draco's face, Leggett pointed towards Narcissa, suggesting that if he wishes to fly, he must first seek his aunt's permission. Only with her consent may he take to the skies. Promising a child a phone to play games does not necessitate the presence of actual games within it. Regardless, the promised item has been duly delivered. Whether it is utilized depends solely on Draco's capabilities. Rest assured, with you here, Mother will surely agree. As he spoke, Draco rushed forward to envelop Leggett in a grand hug, exclaiming, "When the time comes, we'll fly together. My piloting skills are However, before he could finish, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Instinctively turning to glance behind, he was met with a smiling visage. That expression, whenever the female antagonist wore such a countenance, it invariably heralded trouble for him. To avert the potential schemes that might ensue, Draco had no choice but to employ his final strategy, to sacrifice Leggett. As long as Leggett kept an eye on Sakura Matu, the latter would likely refrain from causing significant chaos. Watching Draco's speed rivaling that of Bolt, Leggett couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. It seemed that some of Sakura's past antics had morphed into Draco's nightmare. Yet, upon reflection, if one were to awaken each morning with a winged demon perched atop their head, even the most rational of individuals would likely be startled into submission. Even if that so-called winged demon were merely a projection. Leggett, my dear, it is time for us to prepare for departure. Upon leisurely approaching Leggett, Sakura Matu turned to observe the retreating Draco. It is well known that this is a notoriously decadent realm, and for the sake of her beloved's well-being, she felt compelled to keep a vigilant eye on those who pose a threat. Draco exclaimed, "She's slandering me. She's slandering me." "Ah, I see," Leggett replied, gently ruffling Sakura's hair. With a half-joking tone, he added, "How about we change the projection to Uncle Lucius for the evening?" Every parent assumes a unique role within a household. If Narcissa embodies the nurturing mother, then Lucius manifests the archetypal stern father. Consequently, when confronted by his father, Draco often exhibits an inexplicable desire for attention. Should he falter and face reprimand, our little dragon may well be reduced to tears. As for the so-called pure blood ideology, the Malfoy family has long upheld the saying, profit above all. Lucius's previous support for this notion was merely a means to secure substantial benefits. Once the day arrives when adherence to pure blood principles ceases to yield profit, he would undoubtedly cast it aside without a second thought. Much like the ancestors of the Malfoy family, who abandoned all ties to human society to retreat into the magical realm. Very well. While relishing Leggett's affectionate gesture, Sakura's face illuminated with a knowing smile. Since he had broached the subject, she felt compelled to take action. Draco muttered, "I don't know why, but I always feel as if I'm being watched." Half an hour later, at the entrance of Diagon Alley, as the school year approached, the typically subdued atmosphere of Diagon Alley was invigorated by an influx of visitors. High-traffic areas included Flourish and Blots and Madame Alkin's robes for all occasions. After all, books must be purchased anew each year, and as young witches and wizards grow, they require fresh robes. In stark contrast, Ollivander's wand shop stood as the most spacious establishment of all. If one were to encapsulate this shop in a single phrase, it would be expertly crafted wands. Yours to possess. Given these various factors, the group unanimously decided to procure wands first. Leggett Black, you are as handsome as your father, Lucius Black. While Leggett surveyed the shop's ambience, Ollivander, having selected wands for Draco and Sakura, approached him with a measured pace. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Ollivander." As he regarded the elderly gentleman, who exuded an inexplicable air of decadence, Leggett pointed to a nearby box. "Mr. Ollivander, might I trouble you to let me try that wand?" Chapter 5. Who is more powerful, Gandalf or Dumbledore? Upon hearing this, Ollivander halted his hand, which was poised in the air with a measuring tape. Once he regained his composure and rose to his feet, he promptly began to explain, "Mr. Black, I believe it would be prudent for you to take some measurements. With precise figures at hand, I can offer you more tailored advice. After all, a wand is a companion that will accompany you throughout your life." Observing Ollivander once again raise the measuring tape, Leggett spoke with unwavering conviction. "I shall take that one. I trust my instincts." Although he felt an urge to voice his skepticism, after all, selecting a wand based on childhood measurements seemed rather imprudent for adulthood. Leggett had not originally intended to make a choice. However, since entering Ollivander's wand shop, he sensed the wand within its box beckoning to him. No, to be more precise, every wand in every box seemed to issue an invitation. Yet, what distinguished the wand Leggett pointed to was the far greater allure it exuded compared to the others in the shop. Noting that Leggett was disinclined to heed his counsel, Ollivander instinctively glanced at Lucius, who stood nearby. Although Lucius hailed from the Malfoy family, the group had entered together. From Leggett's demeanor, it was evident that he held a favorable view of the Malfoys. Let us defer to Leggett's choice. Acknowledging Ollivander's gaze, Lucius merely nodded, his expression impassive. "Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you." Leggett had previously mentioned his dealings with the bear business to Lucius. Initially, Lucius had championed pure blood supremacy, adamantly refusing to engage in commerce with muggles. However, witnessing the golden coins steadily pouring in had prompted him to reconsider his stance. This recent venture into the Muggle world had also unveiled opportunities for profit, broadening his horizons. Once one expands their perspective, they are no longer confined to the trivialities before them. Having recognized the potential within the mundane world, Lucius had become less fervent about the pure-blood ideology. After all, the Malfoy family had always prioritized profit above all. Only those who could genuinely contribute to the family's wealth were worthy of their allegiance and praise. The notion of pure-blood superiority was merely a relic of a bygone era. Very well then, Ollivander conceded, choosing not to press further. He turned and handed the wand to Leggett. "Mr. Black, do give a try. If it does not suit you, I shall provide additional recommendations." Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at having his expertise questioned, he recognized that the customer was paramount, and the customer meant gold, and gold equated to prosperity. For the sake of profit, he would endure. It was worth noting that both the Malfoys and the Blacks were valued clients who ensured their wands received regular maintenance. Thus, making a slight concession for them was certainly justifiable. Accio, upon receiving the wand handed over by Ollivander, Lecter immediately cast a simple levitation charm at a small box nearby. Simultaneously, a line of text materialized in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I shall choose my wand. Reward, extraction opportunity X1. Not bad. I didn't waste my time sensing for nothing." Observing the words on the system panel, a satisfied smile graced Lecter's face. Indeed, aside from the unique resonance with the wand, the appearance of the system task was the primary reason he desired to select it himself. After all, choosing a wand would grant him an opportunity for extraction. In every conceivable aspect, this was an undeniably lucrative decision for him. At last, it had been sold. As Lecter adeptly wielded his wand, Ollivander could not suppress his elation. After murmuring to himself for a moment, he turned to Lucius and remarked, "Mr. Malfoy, it appears you will need to pay more this time." Lucius. A few minutes later, Draco quipped, "Lecter, are we being deceived by that old man?" Eyeing the wand strapped to Lecter's back while enjoying his ice cream, he could not help but critique. 300 galleons? That old man should consider robbery instead. And this hardly resembles a wand. It's merely an oversized stick. Surely, you won't bring this into a duel and resort to close combat. No, Draco, you misunderstand. Upon removing the wand from his back, Lecter instinctively began to twirl it. For not every wizard has the chance to become Gandalf. And when presented with the opportunity, every wizard would pursue it relentlessly. In contrast to the wands available on the market, this one exhibited a striking grayish-white hue. Its materials deviated significantly from ordinary wood. The wand's body was crafted from the hardest bones of a thunderbird, while its core was composed of the tendons of a dragon's heart. The creator was none other than an ancestor of the Ollivander family. This wand sought something exceedingly pure, ultimate power. In essence, it was born for combat. Moreover, its total length measured an impressive 23 inches, approximately 58 centimeters. It would be no exaggeration to say that this object could easily serve as a close-range weapon. Lecter's selection of this wand, or rather, the wand's choice of him, was largely thanks to the child of nature buff, which resonated with the magical being that crafted the wand. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for such a wand to accept a human wielder. Gandalf? Who might that be? Observing Lecter's excited demeanor, Draco inquired curiously. If Dumbledore and Gandalf were to engage in battle, who would be the more formidable? He had some inkling of his cousin's character, and anyone held in such esteem by another must surely be an exceptional individual. Certainly, Gandalf is undoubtedly more powerful, as he embodies the perfect amalgamation of magic and martial prowess. Observing the innocent curiosity of the young dragon, Leggett promptly shifted into persuasion mode. "So, Draco, if you aspire to become a remarkable wizard, it is imperative that you do not neglect your physical fitness, you understand?" He recalled how, in his previous life, many fans had fervently paired Draco with Harry Potter. Just imagine, a robust and muscular Draco alongside the delicate and pitiful Harry Leggett. It seemed that diligent training could hardly rival innate talent. While Leggett was fervently advocating for Draco's transformation into a formidable figure, Draco suddenly tugged at his sleeve and pointed toward the figure not far from the alley. "Look at that guy's physique. He resembles a small giant." Following Draco's gaze, Leggett instantly recognized the individual in question. Apart from the iconic bushy beard, the most notable feature was the small boy accompanying him. Although he hadn't meticulously read the original text in his previous life, he retained a general recollection of significant events, including the poignant moment when the unfortunate savior first visited Diagon Alley with Hagrid. "Leggett, do you see the boy next to that giant?" As Leggett pondered whether he could trigger any quests, Draco, with an air of gossip, began to analyze. I believe that boy must be extraordinary. Or perhaps he harbors untold stories. Chapter 06. Leggett, which school do you wish to attend? Ah, is this perhaps a fateful connection? Observing Draco's heightened excitement, Leggett jestingly remarked, "Does your family know of your sudden interest in boys?" What? I clearly, mid-sentence, Draco realized something was amiss. Leggett, I didn't mean it like that. Mutity cutius. Please don't misinterpret my intentions. However, despite his protests, Draco's cheeks flushed inexplicably, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to embarrassment or some other confounding reason. Indeed, this fellow is rather perilous. Seeing Draco's noticeably flustered reaction, Sakura's wariness intensified. Yes, I was merely jesting. Leggett, you clearly do not trust me. Of course not. How could I ever doubt you? After exchanging smiles with Harry and Hagrid, Leggett took Sakura's hand and strolled towards the nearby carriage. Ah, Leggett, don't overthink this. As Draco caught the curious gazes of Harry and Hagrid, he hurriedly chased after Leggett and Sakura, determined that his esteemed name, Draco Malfoy, would not be tarnished by such trivial matters. Meanwhile, not far off, Harry Potter displayed an expression of envy. Having grown up in an environment rife with the cruelty of his uncle and aunt, he had never experienced a friendship as profound as this. Harry, let us enter, he urged. All right, I shall be there shortly. Despite never having known such camaraderie before, he firmly believed that a future filled with genuine friendships awaited him. At 8 o'clock in the evening, within the guest room of Malfoy Manor, chaos reigned. A brilliant light surged forth from the tip of a wand, instantly shattering a large stone on the table into several pieces. How does the wand suit you? Observed Leggett, as he cast aside the towel he had been using to dry his hair, watching Sakura Matu complete her spell. Magic, indeed, possessed the power to accomplish myriad tasks. A mere incantation could suffice for personal grooming. Yet, in contrast to the convenience offered by magic, Leggett preferred to savor the experience of a bath. It feels quite nice. Certainly more suited than the previous one. After a gentle flourish of her wand, Sakura retrieved a towel to dry Leggett's hair. Rather than focusing on the tactile sensation of her new wand, she found greater joy in tending to Leggett's needs. Adapting is key, though the materials used in your wand are indeed quite fitting. Leggett accepted Sakura's gesture without hesitation, squinting his eyes in pleasure. The young girl's wand, crafted from yew wood and the tail feather of a nightmare, measures approximately 13 inches in length, symbolizing immortality and darkness. The nightmare is a creature that can only be witnessed after one has witnessed death, while yew wood is regarded as the tree of immortality. When the outer layer of an ancient tree dies, new growth emerges from its core. Furthermore, yew wood represents the reincarnation of the soul. The combination of these elements reflects Sakura's current circumstances quite aptly. By the way, Leggett, have you decided which house you wish to join? With a slight, enigmatic smile, Sakura continued to dry Leggett's hair while posing her question. It is well known that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry comprises 4 houses, each embodying distinct characteristics. Gryffindor, founded by Godric Gryffindor, exudes bravery, vitality, and chivalry. Ravenclaw is synonymous with agility of mind, wit, and erudition. Hufflepuff stands for integrity, loyalty, honesty, and a humble spirit, unafraid of hardship. As for Slytherin, it represents loyalty to friends, pride, and elegance. However, following the influence of a certain noseless creature, Slytherin has gradually begun to exhibit troubling changes from within. When summarizing the 4 houses succinctly, one could describe them as warriors, scholars, hermits, and aristocrats, respectively. Based on Leggett's usual inclinations, it could be inferred that he would naturally gravitate towards Hufflepuff. However, according to bloodline theories, he would likely be sorted into Slytherin. As for me, Leggett met Sakura's inquisitive gaze and shrugged nonchalantly. I suppose Slytherin, for one, must ensure a degree of security for the future, do they not? When contemplating which of the 4 houses wields the greatest influence within the realm of magic, it is undoubtedly Slytherin that claims this distinction. After all, those fortunate enough to be admitted to this house typically hail from families of considerable renown in the wizarding community. The children who enroll, barring any unforeseen circumstances, are destined to become heirs to their respective legacies. Although Leggett harbors no ambitions of dominion over the magical world, it remains imperative to cultivate certain essentials: connections, wealth, and power. Only when one possesses these elements can they truly be considered free. Otherwise, one risks becoming mere fodder at any moment. Moreover, as the house that interacts most frequently with Gryffindor, joining Slytherin is likely to enhance the conditions for triggering quests, thereby increasing opportunities for the enhancement of one's abilities. Thus, for a multitude of reasons, Leggett believes that the advantages of joining Slytherin are unparalleled. Yet, his heart yearns for Hufflepuff, for it stands as a sanctuary of perseverance in the world of Harry Potter, offering a certain allure to someone like Leggett, who often finds himself overlooked. Nevertheless, to develop his own influence and connections, Slytherin remains the optimal choice. Having familiarized herself with Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and its components, Matu Sakura is confident in her ability to gain admission to the 3 houses aside from Gryffindor. After all, the traits required by these houses align closely with her own character. Furthermore, certain historical texts from the Black family have alluded to the Sorting Hat's criteria. It is merely a tattered hat. Should it dare to impede her pursuit of Leggett, she would not hesitate to demonstrate the potency of the blasting curse. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Sakura was about to voice her thoughts, a light knock echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, Draco's voice rang out from the doorway. Leggett, are you awake? Let us play a few rounds of wizard chess. Having finally acquired the privilege of staying up late, he had no desire to retire so early. With the impending departure to Hogwarts, Draco felt a sense of emptiness creeping into his heart. In such moments, seeking companionship and relaxation was undeniably the best choice. That scheming individual. Upon hearing the voice at the door, a flicker of displeasure flashed across Sakura's eyes. Yet, in the next instant, this irritation was swiftly concealed, and she returned to her usual calm demeanor. I shall answer the door. After placing her towel aside, Sakura turned to approach the entrance. However, before she could take more than 2 steps, her left foot tripped over her right, sending her tumbling forward uncontrollably. Chapter 07. A subtle scheme. Watch out. Crash. Although Leggett reacted promptly and rose to grasp Sakura's arm, inertia caused them both to tumble to the ground. Are you all right, Sakura? As Leggett gazed upon the gentle figure of Matu, Sakura nestled in his embrace. He reached out to softly pat her back. It's all right. After shaking her head lightly, Sakura propped herself up on her arms. Hey, Leggett, you. Meanwhile, outside the door, Draco, hearing the commotion within, assumed something was amiss. Amidst the clamor, the door was swung open from the outside. Upon witnessing the rather chaotic scene inside, Draco's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Something happened? Leggett. Oh. Just as the group stood frozen in place, Narcissa, alerted by the noise, hurried into the room. Draco, it's time for you to sleep. After fully assessing the situation, Narcissa, with a wry smile, took Draco by the arm and turned to exit the room. Before officially closing the door, she turned back to remind Leggett and Sakura. You two should also retire early. Tomorrow requires an early rise. The thought of potentially becoming an aunt soon brought a subtle smile to Narcissa's lips. I mustn't let Draco disturb Leggett. Suppressing her excitement, Narcissa addressed the still-dazed Draco. Draco, I believe it is essential to reinforce your knowledge before you embark on your journey to school. Draco, meanwhile, within the confines of the room. All right, hurry up and get down. Watching the door close once more, Leggett affectionately ruffled Sakura's hair. It wasn't entirely surprising that Draco and his mother had misinterpreted the situation. The duo's current state was rather unfortunate, aimed at safeguarding the girl from harm. However, Leggett also realized something. Sakura's so-called fall seemed far more complicated than it appeared. After all, who remains entirely oblivious to a fall on their back? Though Sakura's object of jealousy seemed rather peculiar, Leggett felt no aversion to the affection and concern directed towards him. The greatest advantage of a Yandere lies in their unwavering devotion to a single individual throughout their existence. As long as there is no betrayal or deceit, one can bask in the kind of tenderness that would make any man envious. I'm getting up now, meeting Leggett's tender yet exasperated gaze. A broad smile spread across Sakura's face. Indeed, her earlier fall had been a deliberate act. With the protective spell subtly cast by her little gem, she felt no apprehension regarding Leggett's safety. Driven by an inexplicable trust in Leggett, Sakura was entirely confident that he would come to her aid. As for the reason behind this charade, it was merely to intimidate Draco, her hidden adversary, into retreating. Leggett belonged to her, and no one could take him away. After pushing herself up from the floor, Leggett gently brushed off his trousers, saying softly, We have a long train journey ahead tomorrow. It's vital to rest well. The journey aboard the renowned Hogwarts Express to the Academy requires a full day. Anyone who has traveled on the iconic green train knows that spending an entire day on board is truly exhausting. As Leggett spoke, Matu Sakura tugged at her clothes with a pitiful demeanor. I'm afraid of the dark, and the room my aunt prepared lacks magical lighting. So, is it possible for tonight? Couldn't Tishia found a better excuse? Observing Matu Sakura's woeful expression, Leggett sighed with a hint of exasperation. All right, just for tonight, understood? When one genuinely cares for another, no matter how flimsy the excuse may be, they instinctively choose to believe. After all, he was well aware of the oppressive atmosphere within the hidden chamber of dark magic books in the Black family estate. "You're the best, Leggett." After enveloping the boy in a bear hug, Matu Sakura dashed towards the bed. "Oh well, as long as she is happy." Watching her slightly joyous figure, Leggett shook his head with a light chuckle before slowly making his way to the bed as well. People often find joy in being needed by those they care about, do they not? Therefore, regardless of the reasons, the happiness of the two individuals is what truly matters. The night passed in silence. At 9:15 a.m., aboard the Night Stalker carriage of Malfoy Manor, Leggett adjusted his shoulders slightly while observing Matu Sakura, who was peacefully sleeping against him, and resumed reading the book in his hands. Although they had turned in early the previous night, Matu Sakura had stealthily stayed up late, resulting in her feeling a bit drowsy during the day. Of course, if one were to overlook the beautiful curve that unconsciously graced someone's lips, perhaps this drowsiness would seem more justifiable. In stark contrast to the tranquil duo, Draco sat in the adjacent seat, his face marred by an emo expression. After leaving Leggett and Matu Sakura's room the previous night, he had been subjected to a long night of tutoring by Narcissa on third-year potions, fifth-year madness. It was essential to note that this was an advanced course. Had it not been for Snape being his godfather, he would never have encountered such material at this stage. Nevertheless, Draco was still just a child. Consequently, after enduring such an intense night of study, his body and spirit bore the brunt of a heavy toll. All he desired was to catch some sleep on the train and joyfully embrace the upcoming school life. As for why he couldn't sleep on the carriage, Narcissa and Lucius's peculiar gazes made Draco feel like a lamb being eyed for slaughter, as if falling asleep would result in him being sold off at a moment's notice. Lucius remarked, "Oh, when will my little dragon ever come to his senses?" Narcissa replied, "Sigh, who knows when I will get to be a grandmother." In this oddly charged atmosphere, the Night Stalker carriage carrying everyone arrived near King as Cross Station. As for why they did not head directly to the station, Lucius had no desire to find himself featured in tomorrow's Daily Prophet, being accused of the Malfoy family's disregard for the magical community's treaties. Moreover, such an incident seemed more characteristic of adversaries within the Ministry of Magic than of his own family. Chapter 08, Hogwarts Express. An uncommon Lucius, once they entered from this point, they would arrive at the true platform. Upon reaching the facade of Platform 9 3/4, Narcissa elaborated on the particulars of the platform to the group. In summary, Platform 9 3/4 functioned as a detector. The sole criterion for passage was the presence of magical power within one's body. Only those endowed with magic could traverse the wall. Otherwise, the entrance would appear as an ordinary wall. "All right, excuse me, sir, could you kindly direct us to Platform 9 3/4? As Lucius intended to suggest that Regulus and the others proceed first, his words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a young girl with tousled hair, earnestly inquiring of their group, "Hermione, you mustn't trouble others indiscriminately." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached them with measured steps. "I apologize, my daughter was merely jesting," but they had previously inquired with the surrounding staff. The answers had all been the same. They were unaware. The glances directed at them were tinged with a hint of peculiarity. The impeccably dressed Lucius, alongside the casually attired Regulus and Sakura Matu, led Mr. Granger to mistakenly perceive them as mere ordinary individuals. Thus, to avert any unnecessary complications or misunderstandings, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. With the departure time drawing near at 11 o'clock, they could not afford to squander precious moments engaging in trivial conversation with strangers. Muggles and Muggle-born wizards, indeed. Observing the unexpected arrival of the family of three, a flicker of understanding passed through Lucius's eyes. It was evident that the Hogwarts staff had failed to clarify matters during the enrollment guidance, leaving them ensnared in their predicament of searching for the station. The reason he could easily identify the Granger family as Muggles was simply due to their attire and the confusion regarding the station's entrance. After all, how could any magical family residing in the wizarding world be unaware of the location of Platform 9 3/4? "Dad, I believe they're just like us." Meeting Lucius's keen, hawk-like gaze, Hermione spoke earnestly. "Their demeanor is entirely different from that of ordinary people. I am confident in my assessment." Although she was puzzled as to why Regulus and the others lacked any luggage. Seeing the unwavering conviction in Hermione's expression, Lucius emitted a sound of amusement. "What a clever young lady. Come, let us proceed together." Since he has witnessed the evolution of the mundane world, he no longer feels compelled to portray himself as a staunch blood purist. Moreover, with the passage of years, the population of Muggle wizards has significantly increased. When the wizarding community approaches a point where nearly 90% of its populace comprises muggle wizards, does the notion of maintaining pure bloodlines still hold any significance? If one wishes to avoid a fate akin to that of Louis XVI beneath the guillotine, perhaps it is time to embrace change. The Malfoy family's enduring prosperity throughout history can be attributed to their ability to adapt to the times. It seems that subtle strategies can indeed prove beneficial. Observing Lucius turn towards the stone pillar, a flicker of amusement briefly crossed Leggett's eyes. Although the Malfoy family is often labeled as fickle, their influence within the magical realm remains substantial. Hence, as long as they do not fall into the traps laid by the faceless creatures as depicted in the original narrative, they can avert many subsequent tragedies. There should be no hesitation. Anyone possessing magic can gain entry. Gazing at the trio of Leggett that vanished into the stone pillar, Mr. Granger found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since he learned that his beloved daughter was a witch, his worldview had been shattered time and again. "Mom and Dad, I'm going in too." After addressing her still shocked parents, Hermione summoned her courage and dashed towards the stone pillar. In the next instant, accompanied by a ripple of water-like patterns, Hermione disappeared behind the column. "My dear daughter, wait for your father." "Darling, let it go." Observing Mr. Granger crouched on the ground, clutching his head, Mrs. Granger sighed in resignation. The young boy had mentioned that only those with magic could enter. "Sweetheart, could you hold me up? I feel as if I've suffered concussion." Meanwhile, within the true confines of platform 9 3/4, "Darling, why did it take you so long to arrive?" As she watched Lucius and his companions approach, Narcissa gently nudged a somewhat distracted Draco. As for the reason for his distraction, perhaps Narcissa and the others were unaware, but Leggett understood instantly. After all, he had spotted a certain bespectacled boy in the nearby crowd. "Oh, nothing. I just encountered an interesting little fellow along the way." Upon leisurely joining Narcissa, Lucius placed a hand on Leggett's and Sakura's shoulders. "Leggett, Sakura, I entrust Draco's care to you at school. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to send me an owl. Although I do not hold a position at the school, I remain a board member." While he spoke these words, Lucius had no intention of leveraging his privileges to pave the way for them. After all, once a person possesses privilege, they often become the target of envy from those around them. Ultimately, Hogwarts is a place to cultivate connections. Thus, he hoped Draco would find genuine friends within the academy. Or rather, allies for the family's future. "You must take good care of yourselves, do you understand? If anything arises, do not hesitate to write home. Your uncle is a board member of Hogwarts." In contrast to Lucius's somewhat somber remarks, Narcissa perfectly embodies the essence of maternal affection. Though her words may seem trivial, they are imbued with genuine concern and worry, perceptible to anyone with a modicum of sense. Among them, the youngest in spirit, Draco, even felt a tinge of moisture in his eyes. Yet, this moment was fleeting. Shortly after boarding the train, Draco swiftly sought out his two companions, his face alight with excitement, clearly having cast Narcissa from his thoughts. Narcissa mused, "This child is beyond help. Shouldn't we intervene?" Observing Draco asserting his dominance among a group of younger children, Sakura Matu subtly turned to her companion, Regulus. "No need for that. Children should be vibrant and spirited." Following this remark, Regulus led Sakura into a nearby privileged compartment. Each year, many affluent pureblood families contribute a fixed sum for the maintenance and expenses of Hogwarts. Consequently, most pureblood families enjoy certain privileges within the school, with the exclusive compartments being one of the less ostentatious perks. As for why they did not choose a standard compartment, Regulus remarked that he had no inclination to engage in trivial matters unworthy of his stature. Chapter 09. Guests in the compartment half an hour later, within the privileged compartment. Regulus and Sakura quietly perused their books to alleviate the tedium of their journey. The sunlight streaming through the window inexplicably imbued the two with a sense of serene tranquility. Of course, it would have been even better had the book in Sakura's hands not been exuding a faint, ominous aura of dark magic. Whether due to her constitution or the benefits of her transmigration, Sakura possessed a heightened sensitivity to the essence of dark magic, and she could effortlessly master most forms of it after a mere glance. Spells like the infamous green jets of magic were easily wielded by her. As for the so-called side effects, such as soul contamination, they were conspicuously absent in the young girl, as if she were the embodiment of darkness itself. While the two were deeply engrossed in their studies, the previously closed compartment door was suddenly flung open from the outside. A piercing voice echoed throughout the compartment. "Have you seen anyone?" "It's you." Looking up, they saw Hermione, whom they had encountered before, standing at the threshold, accompanied by a short, stout boy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hermione Granger. Plopping down in front of Regulus and Sakura with an air of casualness, Hermione began her enthusiastic monologue. Thank you for your assistance earlier. You're children from wizarding families, right? As Hermione continued her monologue, the atmosphere within the carriage gradually became increasingly peculiar. After all, no sane individual relishes being interrupted by a stranger, let alone enduring an incessant stream of trivial chatter from them. Miss Granger, do you have some matter to attend to here? With a gentle hand on Sakura's, Leggett interrupted Hermione's spellcasting. Although Sakura maintained her smile, he could discern a visible discomfort in her demeanor. This could be interpreted as their intimate moment being disrupted, causing the young lady to feel somewhat irked. After all, they had finally managed to rid themselves of Draco, that fool, only to be confronted by this inexplicable intruder, who seemed even more bothersome than Draco himself. Oh, how could I almost forget the main issue? Upon hearing Leggett's inquiry, Hermione swiftly pulled the timid young boy beside her closer. Have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing, perhaps due to her earlier ramblings alleviating her anxiety. Her tone resumed its normalcy, shedding the initial exuberance. However, the passage of time had obscured some of her memories. Neville, you're a child of the Longbottom family, correct? Your parents were valiant. They are esteemed heroes. This is Sakura Michiri. It is a pleasure to meet you, though the sword saint only began to shine in later stages. It does not imply that he was ineffectual in his earlier years. Regardless, Neville remains the legitimate heir of the Longbottom lineage, one of the Sacred 28. His grandmother, Lady Longbottom, possesses considerable connections and respect within the magical community. One should never underestimate an elder. Their network can astonish even the most seasoned individuals. Therefore, befriending Neville Longbottom is decidedly advantageous for Leggett. Upon hearing the mention of his parents, the previously timid Neville was momentarily taken aback, then lifted his gaze to Leggett and earnestly replied, "Thank you." Although he still stuttered, there was a palpable transformation in his aura, distinct from before. Where once there was only timidity, now there blossomed a budding confidence born of acknowledgement. No need for gratitude. I merely speak the truth. As he spoke, Leggett grasped the staff resting beside him. Neville's toad is on its way. The original wand's design was rather wild, akin to a spike club. To facilitate ease of use without compromising its inherent structure or strength, he had employed gemstone magic to reshape its form. By simply removing the gemstone that maintained its magical function, the wand would revert to its original untamed style. And just as Leggett completed his incantation, the next moment unfolded. A rather unsightly toad was abruptly thrust before Leggett, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Its bewildered expression indicated that it had yet to grasp the unfolding events. "Leaf, I have finally found you," exclaimed Novice, enveloping the levitating toad in his embrace. "Why did you run away again? Is there something I have failed to provide?" This little companion, who had been by his side, had long been regarded as family by Novice. Yet, Leaf had a penchant for disappearing every few days, leaving Novice to ponder his own shortcomings. After all, why did other pets remain steadfast while his would flee at the slightest provocation? "Ribbit, here we go again. Do you not realize how warm it is?" Thanks to the boon bestowed by the child of nature, Leggett comprehended Leaf's reluctant cries. However, after this commotion, he finally understood the reason for the toad's flight. The highest temperature that such a creature could tolerate was around 28 degrees Celsius, while the human body maintains an average temperature of approximately 36 degrees Celsius, with the palms being among the warmest areas. In essence, Novice's daily habit of clutching Leaf was akin to forcing a person into a confined space where the temperature consistently hovered around 50 degrees. Under such conditions, anyone would feel compelled to escape. Chapter 10. As I stepped outside, I saw Novice pursuing Leaf. "Novice, it is best not to touch the toad directly." Observing Novice, who stood there grinning foolishly while Leaf struggled and called out in despair, Leggett shook his head in exasperation and reminded him. The mucus secreted by the toad's skin can serve as potion material. Direct contact may render it devoid of its medicinal properties. Furthermore, as a cold-blooded creature, the toad does not thrive in environments exceeding 28 degrees. With human body temperatures consistently around 36 degrees, your direct handling of Leaf will undoubtedly make it feel quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this series of analyses and terminologies, Novice's small mind was instantly filled with large question marks. No one had previously informed him that caring for a toad involved so many considerations. "Ribbit, oh heavens! Finally someone understands me." If Leaf could have escaped Novice's grasp at that moment, he would have eagerly offered Leggett a bow of gratitude. "Do you know how I have endured these past 5 years? Every day, I am subjected to a wave of high-temperature massages from dawn till dusk. Were it not for my robust constitution, I fear I would have long since met the toad sage. If you have any further inquiries, you may wish to consult a magical pet store. It's not that I have questions. Ribbit. Goodness, I thought this fellow wouldn't heed my advice. You nearly scared this frog to death. Observing Novice's anxious demeanor as though he had committed a grave mistake, Leggett smiled and waved his hand reassuringly, encouraging, "It's all right, Novice. Be confident, just like your parents." Upon hearing the mention of his parents once more, Neville's timid visage momentarily flickered with resolve. After taking a deep breath, he earnestly nodded at Lecter, expressing his gratitude. "I understand, Lecter. Thank you very much." However, before the earnest expression on Neville's face could linger for even a second, it was swiftly replaced by panic as Leaf made another escape. Observing Leaf darting towards the exit, Neville nodded at both Lecter and Sakura and hastened after him. "Ugh, get lost. It's sweltering." Upon stepping outside, I immediately witnessed Neville pursuing Leaf. The somewhat humorous exchange between the boy and his pet sparked an unexpected scene in Lecter's mind. "Miss Granger, do you have anything further to discuss?" Given that the purpose of their meeting had been fulfilled, it would have been logical for her to depart alongside Neville. Yet Hermione remained, evidently harboring additional thoughts. Meeting Lecter's calm gaze, Hermione bit her lip and could not suppress her curiosity. "Did you just use the summoning charm? I'm curious if children from wizarding families all possess a multitude of spells." As someone who could have attended Hedingham School, she had always carried an indomitable spirit. Especially during her visit to Diagon Alley, the subtle discrimination from the older wizards had prompted her to silently vow to make a name for herself in a magical community. Initially, after witnessing Neville's lackluster skills, she had relaxed her expectations for her future at Hogwarts. After all, who could have anticipated that a child from a seemingly normal wizarding family would be incapable of casting even a single spell? In contrast, after weeks of diligent practice, she had already mastered several spells. Yet, after witnessing Lecter's adept spellcasting, her sense of ease was shattered once more. Although the summoning charm was not particularly advanced, her repeated attempts had yielded only a rudimentary understanding. If other children from wizarding families were as proficient as Lecter, her prospects at the academy appeared daunting. The thought of her parents' and teachers' disappointed gazes sent a shiver down her spine. "You needn't worry too much, Miss Granger. The wizarding world currently does not place a significant emphasis on the education of the next generation." Observing Hermione's evident anxiety, Lecter chuckled lightly and shrugged. "Generally, most families do not deliberately encourage their offspring to practice magic before entering Hogwarts." Lecter had always adhered to the principle of kindness towards those with exceptional talents. After all, he had often seen online quips about Hermione overcoming challenges with those two ineffectual men. Though merely a light-hearted jest, it sufficiently illustrated that Hermione was the most formidable among the trio, both intellectually and emotionally. As a reasonably competent egoist, Lecter was well aware of the choices he ought to make. Moreover, with the gradual increase of Muggle-born wizards, the focus of the wizarding world would undoubtedly shift in the future. At this moment, it would pose no detriment to cultivate a friendship with a capable Muggle wizard. As for the reason, most wizarding families do not deliberately encourage their descendants to study magic beyond the blind arrogance instigated by the so-called pure blood ideology. It is primarily due to the inherent instability of magical power within young children. Should one forcefully instruct them in the practice of magic, it could potentially lead to adverse consequences. After all, history bears witness to children who have been subjected to stringent treatment. Many of these youngsters, under the weight of repression and various other factors, ultimately experience explosive outbursts. The reason why Leggett and Sakura Matu are able to practice in advance lies not only in their spiritual maturity, but also in the esteemed lineage of the Black family providing support. After all, the human body is exceedingly fragile. Without the corresponding resources to fortify their endeavors, premature magical practice could indeed yield counterproductive results. Is it truly as such? Upon concluding Leggett's explanation, Hermione was about to voice her thoughts when, in the next moment, a cacophony erupted in the corridor. "Miss Granger, please excuse me." Hearing that familiar, frantic voice, Leggett immediately rose and made his way towards the carriage door. There was no choice. He had promised Uncle Lucius to assist in keeping an eye on the lively Draco. Observing Leggett's departure, Sakura naturally followed suit. She was uncertain whether remaining alone with Hermione might lead to perilous actions, for cats often exhibit strong aversion towards intruding kin in their territory. In more severe cases, such encounters could escalate to physical confrontations aimed at expelling the interloper. As for what might transpire during such expulsions, opinions vary widely. Whether it is exhilarating or distressing remains uncertain. Chapter 11. Then let us duel, Weasley. Shut your mouth. Draco Malfoy seethed, clenching his fists as he glared at Ron Weasley, who was cowering behind Harry Potter, babbling nonsensically. I'm not mistaken. The Black family's members are inherently. What's wrong with me? Just as Ron was about to continue his tirade, he was interrupted by a clear, melodious voice. Upon turning to the source, he beheld Leggett and Sakura walking gracefully toward them from the end of the corridor. Being caught in the act of speaking ill of someone while they approached was undeniably thrilling. Leggett, what brings you here? Upon sighting the duo, Draco swiftly masked his emotions. Let us depart. Remaining here is merely a waste of my time. His earlier fury stemmed not only from Ron's mockery of his name, but primarily from the mention of Leggett, specifically the reference to the Black family. Although Draco often appeared nonchalant, inwardly, he was more sensitive than anyone else. Leggett had lost his parents at a young age. In a strict sense, the entire Black family was reduced to a solitary individual. In such circumstances, if one were to hear disparaging remarks about the family or the departed parents, it would undoubtedly evoke sorrow within. To spare Leggett from such heartache, Draco resolved to withdraw temporarily. Indeed, it was he. At that moment, upon recognizing the newcomer, Harry's face briefly reflected a tinge of complex emotion. His intuition suggested that Leggett was not as Ron had described. Yet, Ron was the first friend he had formally come to know. Thus, he found himself at a loss. Now, he merely hoped that Leggett could leave with Draco, thereby sidestepping any unnecessary awkwardness. Has something transpired? Observing the nuanced expressions of Draco and Harry, Leggett turned to Goyle and Crabbe beside him and inquired, "Tell me what happened." Ron had claimed that the entire Black family consisted of Death Eaters, and that even Leggett must surely be one. Furthermore, those emerging from Slytherin were undoubtedly malevolent dark wizards. Meeting Leggett's seemingly placid gaze, Goyle wasted no time divulging the details. Unlike the truly dim-witted Crabbe, he understood the appropriate actions to take at any given moment. After all, these words were merely the foolish utterances of the Weasley family. Repeating them would bear no consequence. Weasley, what did you just say? Come, let us duel, Weasley, and let me see your true abilities. Goyle challenged. Weasley, do you dare to repeat that statement? At the moment Goyle's words fell, the surrounding students, initially gathered to spectate, erupted in commotion. It was well known that many among them either studied or aspired to attend Slytherin. Ron's remarks effectively ignited a wave of ridicule. By his own definitions, did that not imply that they, too, were dark wizards? While some indeed practiced dark magic under familial influence, in an era dominated by white magic, who would dare acknowledge such truths? Thus, Ron Weasley had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest, causing the Slytherin students, previously entertained, to become increasingly agitated. The sight of a throng of fierce-looking students made Ron's face flush as he clenched his fists. He had not anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. Yet, upon meeting Leggett's calm demeanor, he felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He had done nothing wrong. His family had merely imparted their beliefs to him. In the throes of profound humiliation and rage, Ron bellowed at Leggett, I am not mistaken. One is a dark wizard. A family of them is dark wizards. I challenge you to a duel, Black. Do you dare to accept? Growing up in the uncelebrated environment of the Weasley family had instilled in Ron a sensitive and insecure disposition. In his view, had it not been for Leggett's sudden appearance, matters would never have escalated to this point. A duel? Since this is your desire, so be it. As he spoke, Leggett tossed a pair of white gloves before Ron Weasley. In the name of the Black family, I hereby formally challenge you. The most effective remedy for an irritating fly is to swat it dead, and Ron Weasley resembled such a fly. If Harry epitomizes the archetypal hero, Ron serves merely as a stumbling block in that journey. His repeated poor judgments have endangered his companions, and at one point, he abandoned Harry in a moment of peril to save himself. Engaging in futile banter with such a person only sours one's mood. Thus, the optimal solution is to instill fear in him, ensuring he dares not prance before me again. Wow, Weasley, don't be a coward. Pick it up. Pick up the gloves. While an ordinary young wizard might not grasp the gravity of the situation, those from families with a legacy understood its implications. Leggett's challenge to Weasley was akin to a duel of life and death, customary among pure-blood aristocrats. Such duels typically revolve around honor, power, or vengeance. Ron Weasley's prior remarks had indeed provided sufficient grounds for Leggett to instigate this confrontation. After all, the Black family remains eternally untainted, impervious to any defilement. Moreover, the spells utilized in these life and death duels vary greatly, ranging from simple jinxes to the lethal Avada Kedavra curse. Should Ron Weasley dare to retrieve the gloves from the ground, It would signify that only one of them could emerge alive from this confrontation. As he gazed at the white gloves at his feet, Ron's complexion turned ghastly pale. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. With only a second-hand wand and no spells learned, he felt woefully unprepared. In contrast, Leggett, hailing from the esteemed Black family, likely possessed a vast repertoire of incantations. The mere thought of his own demise sent tremors through Ron's legs. Amidst the cacophony of jeers from the surrounding crowd, the mounting pressure overwhelmed him, and he fainted. Chapter 12. The future is not set in stone. Ron. Witnessing his newfound friend collapse, Harry Potter rushed forward, shouting in alarm. He quickly checked Ron's condition, relieved to find his breathing steady. Although he did not comprehend the significance of the white gloves, the reactions of the other young wizards indicated that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. "I'm sorry, Black," Ron nevertheless. The catalyst for this turmoil was Ron himself. To prevent further escalation, Harry felt compelled to apologize to Leggett. Prejudice is a formidable mountain, immovable despite one's fervent efforts. However, before Harry could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, Leggett interjected, "Harry Potter, I am aware of you. Let me remind you that one must not judge the unknown solely based on the words of so-called friends. Only through personal experience and exploration can one truly comprehend the essence of truth." Regarding the tragically fated young boy, Leggett harbored no excessive animosity. At least, when compared to Ron Weasley, the other had already performed commendably. Provided certain malignant factors are dismissed, he might indeed venture further. Leggett's seemingly simplistic words momentarily left Harry in a state of bewilderment. Since embarking on this train journey, Ron had incessantly indoctrinated him with negative notions of Slytherin, which inevitably instilled a biased lens within him. Any wizard emerging from Slytherin was perceived as inherently malevolent. Even a previously amicable greeting from Malfoy metamorphosed into an unfounded quarrel in this light. "Harry Potter, please convey a message to Weasley." Observing Harry's contemplative gaze, Leggett gestured towards the white glove at his feet, stating, "If he still wishes to duel, I am ready at any moment. Otherwise, he should manage his own words. Although this is not the Muggle world, I doubt it would be particularly challenging to urge the Ministry of Magic to impose a libel law." "I understand. Well then, let's depart." After discreetly securing the gem from Sakura's hand, Leggett prepared to turn and leave with her, only to find Draco's eyes brimming with tears. "Wow, I seem to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. TSK, 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 Malfoy and Potter." Draco's gaze was so intense that it elicited knowing expressions from those nearby. "Legate." As Draco turned, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he hastily pursued Leggett. He had merely intended to mock the scarred one. Yet the situation had taken an inexplicable turn. If he did not teach Leggett a lesson today, he might as well write his name backwards. Hiss! Observing Draco's retreating figure, Harry couldn't help but shiver. The recollection of Draco's earlier inexplicable actions stirred a sense of caution within him. He, Harry Potter, was undeniably a true gentleman. A few minutes later, "I understand. Thank you for your explanation." Rising, Hermione smiled and nodded at Leggett and Sakura before heading towards the carriage door. As she neared the entrance, she turned to the two and declared, "Leggett, Sakura, I believe you both are good people, so do not let foolishness affect your spirits." Hermione had actually been following close behind during the altercation between Leggett and Ron. Thus, she had witnessed the entire unfolding of events. Although Leggett's response may have seemed somewhat extreme, the entire debacle was instigated by that red-haired fellow. If Ron Weasley's words were translated into the ordinary world, it would amount to stating that if there is a murderer in the family, then everyone in that family is a murderer. Even children who have grown up in solitude are destined to become murderers in the future. If anyone dares to utter such nonsensical words to her, Hermione swears she will make them truly comprehend the essence of despair. It is rather different from the inherent impressions etched in memory. Observing Hermione, who waved goodbye with a smile, a flicker of amusement briefly crossed Leggett's eyes. After all, this is a tangible world. People cannot possibly act solely according to the portrayals in literature. Moreover, J.K. Rowling is merely a novelist. She knows nothing of actual magic. If everyone adhered strictly to predetermined trajectories, it would merely resemble a grand live-action role-playing game. If a filter were applied to Sakura Matu at this moment, one would observe dark mist emanating from her form. To explain it in traditional terms, the Yandra is on the verge of transformation, shifting from love to a desire to harm. Were you thinking? With a sigh of exasperation, Leggett gently tapped Sakura's head to interrupt her spell casting and retrieved a tome of runes from his ring. A mere investment, really. Furthermore, he preferred larger things, she was too diminutive. His patience towards Hermione stemmed largely from his investment in the future. After all, her strength and talent were commendable, provided there were sufficient resources to support her. Her future achievements were bound to be substantial. Additionally, the magical realm is rife with areas in dire need of reform. Having a pawn willing to charge ahead and stir up trouble is indeed a rare boon for those who prefer to operate behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Sakura instinctively lowered her gaze. She then resolved to add a new dish to tonight's menu. However, Leggett remained oblivious to the girl's subtle action, focusing instead on the runes before him. The runes can be considered as energy carriers from ancient magic, capable of unleashing formidable spells when paired correctly. Yet, due to the difficulty of learning and the lengthy casting times, modern magical academies no longer offer courses on runes. Nevertheless, mastering the energies contained within runes is essential for optimizing contemporary magic. In summary, to cast spells more powerful than others, one must not only possess a substantial reserve of magical energy, but also understand the critical role of runes. As Leggett immersed himself in his studies, the carriage fell silent once more. The warm yellow sunlight filtered through the glass, illuminating the space. Leggett quietly turned the pages of his book while Sakura rested her chin in her hand, gazing softly at him. Chapter 13. The Boy Who Loves Singing, Dancing, Rapping. In basketball, as evening approached, with the sun gradually descending, the Hogwarts Express finally neared its destination, the Hogwarts train station, after a long day of travel. The young wizards, having received the announcement of their imminent arrival, began changing their clothes within their respective compartments. Leggett, you should not associate with that girl, Draco admonished as he approached Leggett, who was waiting outside the compartment. Do not forget your identity. We are not to be compared with those people, raised under Lucius's pure-blood ideology. Draco instinctively felt a disdain for muggle-born witches like Hermione. Had it not been for Leggett's conversation with her, Draco would have long since expelled Hermione from the compartment. Only after confirming that no one was near Leggett did Draco feel compelled to offer his caution. Observing Draco's serious demeanor, Leggett chose not to argue, but instead patted his shoulder and posed a counter-question. The influence of Voldemort had compelled Lucius to alter his educational methods. After all, no one could be certain whether the threat had truly been vanquished. If Draco had not yet been properly trained and the enemy resurfaced, the young and emotionally naive Draco could easily lose his life. Thus, utilizing pure blood status as a shield significantly increased his chances of survival. This was the primary reason Lucius had consistently advocated for pure blood supremacy in Leggett's presence. Perhaps in a few years, when Draco matured and learned to conceal his emotions adeptly, Lucius would reveal to him the true counsel of the Malfoy family. However, for Leggett, this process seemed interminable. Since Draco had broached the topic, it might be wise to share certain truths with him. Moreover, knowing the reality could prove beneficial for Draco. After all, misguided perceptions and erroneous growth could squander invaluable time. Did you meet my father's mistress? Is there another child out there? Besides such matters, Draco could scarcely fathom what else could preoccupy Lucius's mind. If he were to entertain a bold thought, he might even suspect Leggett of being his own brother. Noticing the knowing expression on Draco's face, Leggett playfully tapped the back of his head. He then retrieved a gemstone from his ring and placed it directly into Draco's hands. Draco, who do you believe our enemies are? Enemies? Surely they're the Muggleborns and Gryffindors. Hold on, take a look at what you have in your hands first. As he spoke, Leggett activated the gemstone with magic. This gemstone, crafted by Sakura Matu using gem magic and inspired by future television series, was designed to store images. With the nearby young witches and wizards having departed, there was no harm in showing Draco something intriguing. "Ah, this is quite fascinating," Draco exclaimed, captivated by the softly glowing gemstone that projected images. He was about to ask Leggett for several more when, suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed. Instinctively, Draco felt the urge to discard the gemstone he held. He beheld an object unlike anything he had ever encountered in his life. A colossal, rectangular box composed of metal. While he was aware that the Muggle world possessed automobiles, this contraption seemed rather distant from his understanding of such vehicles. But patience, for the true spectacle was yet to unfold. After seizing Draco's wrist to prevent the memory stone from being discarded, Leggett deftly cast a silencing charm around them. One must concede that Sakura's gemstone magic proved remarkably convenient. With prior engravings and a predetermined amount of magical energy, it could be activated. This silencing barrier was but one of the many functionalities of the ring. What is Leggett, one might wonder? Suddenly, before Draco could voice his curiosity, a thunderous roar erupted as a tremendous spark erupted from the tank's cannon. Shortly thereafter, a deep crater approximately half a meter in diameter, appeared atop a nearby hill. The show continued. Over the next few minutes, a plethora of bombers and small toys emitting blue flames took turns performing. It was not until a young boy concluded his rap performance in Hiroshima that the brilliance emanating from the memory stone began to subside. Draco, you must understand that a wizard's greatest adversary has never originated from within. Why? In response to Leggett's words, Draco, still lost in the rhythm of the performance, instinctively inquired, because he witnessed ordinary people wielding the power to annihilate the world, and he sought to prevent such an occurrence. The power to destroy the world. Reflecting on the boy's astonishing leap, Draco instinctively clenched his fists at his side. Do they truly possess such power now? The images captured in the memory stone had delivered a severe blow to Draco, who had always held himself in high regard. He could scarcely believe that the muggles he had so often looked down upon possessed such terrifying capabilities. He questioned whether even the formidable Dumbledore could withstand such an onslaught, provided the adversary did not employ apparition. Indeed, one must not linger in the past, Draco. After gently patting Draco's shoulder once more, Leggett spoke earnestly. Though muggles lack our powers, they have developed a unique technology. Perhaps conflict has yet to arise between our factions. But who can predict what the future holds? If one day, muggles were to uncover our world, do you believe the wizards, divided in their own battles, could withstand such an assault? The wizarding world has enjoyed an era of comfort for far too long, to the extent that most have lost their ambition. The allure of the mysterious side to ordinary people is akin to a cat's fondness for catnip. Once wizard secrets are revealed to muggles, the wizarding realm will once again plunge into chaos and bloodshed. In Leggett's view, the future of the wizarding world should lie in the harmonious fusion of magic and technology. Though it may not reach the extremes of flesh and blood mingling with mechanical ascension. However, it is indeed time for many outdated practices to be cast aside. Chapter 14. Can the wizard truly withstand his adversaries? Reflecting on the unsettling images he had just witnessed, Draco instinctively clenched his fists. In the past, he would have confidently asserted that even an alliance of all muggles could never defeat wizards. Yet, the bizarre and formidable weaponry now at hand had stripped him of his former arrogance. It is worth noting that the long-standing comfort of their lifestyle had rendered many wizards incapable of even performing basic spells, such as apparition. The reason for this is undoubtedly the widespread availability of shortcuts like the Flynn network. One could argue that desire propels humanity forward, while comfort breeds complacency. The emergence of various convenient and efficient spells has led many wizards to lose their ambition. Therefore, Draco, it is crucial to understand that danger does not inherently arise from within us. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Leggett placed a reassuring hand on Draco's shoulder and earnestly declared, to avert such a future, we must unite all possible forces. The so-called muggle wizards you mentioned will be a vital part of this strength. After all, they originate from ordinary people and possess a familiarity with them that far surpasses our own. Grindelwald's approach is excessively extreme. The notion of exterminating all muggles is not one that any sane individual would entertain. It is essential to recognize that the population of ordinary people vastly exceeds that of the wizarding community by several 100,000 times. Relying solely on the method of elimination would be a futile endeavor. Moreover, discord may arise even among wizards themselves. In such instances, one must ponder whether a particular individual would be classified as a muggle or as a wizard who does not adhere to the traditional definition. In Leggett's view, only by wielding absolute power can one genuinely safeguard one's safety. After all, the elite within the realm of ordinary people would never sacrifice their lives to pave the way for others. Unite all forces that can be united. As Draco absorbed Leggett's words, he felt a renewed sense of direction. Leggett, I have changed my clothes, he announced. Just as Draco was about to say more, the compartment door was suddenly flung open. In walked Sakura too, already attired, who promptly took Leggett's right hand and gestured towards the dense crowd outside. We should be on our way. It will be troublesome to fall behind. Do give it some thought, Draco. As for the matter of his infidelity, I shall address it with him later. A few minutes later, at the Hogwarts train station, observing the attire of Leggett and Sakura, Draco rubbed his arms and spoke softly. Leggett, could you get me one as well? Who would have guessed that although the day had been so warm, the temperature would plummet so suddenly? I only brought two, Leggett replied with a shrug, having zipped up Sakura's jacket. After all, you ignore my advice on the train, and now our luggage has been taken away with no time left to spare. Thus, the originally physical attack of the cold wind now bore a penetrating effect. Furthermore, the little wizards were clad in traditional robes, and the gust of cold air sent a chill straight through to their very core. He had previously cautioned Draco while in the carriage only to be met with a round of mockery, taunts about being young and afraid of the cold, and how, when older, he would hardly venture outside. Therefore, he thought it better to let the others suffer the chill a while longer. After all, it wouldn't be fatal. Moreover, teaching someone is often a challenging endeavor, while imparting knowledge can be accomplished in a single instance. Much like those young individuals from his previous life who eschewed wearing thermal underwear, they would eventually come to don it of their own accord as they matured. Allowing Draco to endure the cold once would surely instill a modicum of wisdom in him. Wow, Leggett, you cannot be so heartless. Observing Leggett's helpless demeanor, Draco approached, attempting to pry off the ring from his finger. We are brothers. How can you bear to see me suffer in the cold? Blood is thicker than water. No, there are truly no belongings within, Leggett retorted, freeing his hand from Draco's grasp while pointing towards the Hogwarts Express. I tossed all my luggage onto the train. Why would anyone assist me in tidying up my things? The luggage left on the train would be delivered to Hogwarts by the house elves, who would ensure it was placed in the respective dormitories of the new students after the sorting ceremony. This was precisely why Leggett had chosen to leave his personal items on the train. With someone willingly helping to manage his belongings, why exert oneself unnecessarily? Shall we share a robe then? Before Draco could finish his thought, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Compared to the surrounding cold, this sensation was but a mere whisper. Use this, he said, retrieving a pale pink robe from his ring. With a gentle smile, Sakura Matu urged, hurry and put it on, Draco. It would be unfortunate to catch a chill. Are you jesting? I couldn't even share a robe with Leggett, and you think I would don this? Draco, gazing at the pink garment presented before him, swallowed hard. Yet the thought of the expressions of those around him once he wore it caused him to resolutely shake his head. Today, even if he were to leap into the Black Lake, he would not wear that robe. 3 minutes later, on the path leading to the lake, observing his classmates shivering like dogs, Draco tightened his own clothing, relishing the warmth. Admittedly, there was an element of coercion involved. Yet witnessing others suffer in the cold brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The journey continued in silence. Under Hagrid's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the gates of Hogwarts. At that moment, the previously quiet Draco encountered the fateful trigger of his rivalry with Ron, who stood beside Harry with his head bowed. Draco's eyes flickered with a flame of jealousy. It was rather ironic that he had encountered the red-haired fellow first, yet it was this very individual who seized the opportunity. Chapter 15. The incessantly blunt character. Malfoy, I appreciate your goodwill, but Harry has no intention of befriending you. Just as Harry Potter was about to articulate his thoughts, Ron Weasley, who had remained silent until now, suddenly exclaimed with fervor, everyone is well aware of the Malfoy family's reputation, be it you or Black. And Harry Potter? He is the renowned savior of the entire wizarding world. After finally managing to forge a friendship with the esteemed Harry, Ron was determined to garner greater attention from others. Thus, for the sake of his meager vanity, he would not allow Harry to be usurped by Malfoy. Moreover, they were now firmly within the confines of Hogwarts, and he doubted that Lecter would dare employ his previous tactics. Before Ron could finish his thought, a sharp pain compelled him to instinctively cover his mouth. Through the gaps in his fingers, a reddish liquid reminiscent of tomato juice could be seen oozing out. What had transpired with Weasley so suddenly? Was it possible he had unwittingly violated some Hogwarts taboo? While the young wizards buzzed with speculation, Lecter quietly shielded Sakura Matu behind him. Others might be oblivious to the unfolding events, but he knew all too well that it was the girl who had just cast the spell, Wadavasi, a relatively simple incantation capable of propelling objects like bullets. Just as Ron was about to continue his tirade, his gaze involuntarily shifted toward their direction. It seemed that Sakura had opted to preemptively resolve the source of the disturbance to spare her ears from further offense. However, it appeared that his earlier intimidation had proven inadequate. Otherwise, how could Ron Weasley have dared to prance about so audaciously before him? As the crowd buzzed with chatter regarding the situation, the previously closed gates of Hogwarts swung open. Professor McGonagall frowned with displeasure at the sight of Ron, who was crouched on the ground, clutching his mouth and wailing. How many years had it been since a student dared to cause a ruckus before the start of the school year? Then again, recalling those two red-haired rascals from her own house, she decided to dismiss her previous thoughts. Professor, it's like this. With the authoritative presence of Professor McGonagall to restore order, some socially anxious young wizards promptly recounted the events that had just unfolded. Social awkwardness, colloquially known as social anxiety, was hardly a flaw, was it? Was there not a single Weasley who could be worry-free? After listening to the young wizard's disjointed accounts, Professor McGonagall approached to examine Ron's injuries. Thankfully, it was nothing serious. He had merely lost 4 or 5 teeth. Once the opening ceremony concludes, I shall have the prefect escort you to the infirmary for some regrowth potion. Having said this, she turned her attention to Draco and Lecter, with her primary focus resting on the latter. After all, the scene at the Black residence was truly unforgettable for her. Meanwhile, Draco remained utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. As for Leggett, his remarkable audacity led him to feign ignorance as well. I sincerely hope such occurrences do not repeat themselves. Noticing no evident issues with either of them, Professor McGonagall offered a symbolic warning. As a fair and impartial professor, she would never show favoritism. Ultimately, the root cause of this incident stemmed from Ron's loose tongue. Therefore, a verbal admonition would suffice. Now, please form a line and follow me inside. After addressing everyone, Professor McGonagall turned and made her way into the depths of the castle. Within the bustling throng, Sakura Matu reached out and tugged at Leggett's sleeve. She had intended to step forward when Professor McGonagall had looked in Leggett's direction, but before she could act, Leggett's gaze halted her. Don't overthink it. The professor has already tacitly approved, hasn't she? After gently squeezing Sakura's palm, Leggett gestured towards the leading Professor McGonagall, stating that if this matter truly concerned them, they would have been singled out by her. As a witch who had survived since the days of Grindelwald, Professor McGonagall was far more than merely an educator. If she truly wished to investigate, how could she possibly overlook who was responsible? Moreover, even if Sakura had not intervened, Ron would have to face the consequences. If one slap was not enough to instill fear, then two would suffice. Without resorting to underhanded tactics, there would come a day when he would be thoroughly intimidated. Meeting Leggett's gentle and smiling gaze, Sakura's previously tense demeanor gradually relaxed. After clasping his hand in return, she smiled softly and nodded, saying, "Yes, I understand." Anticipating Ron's next outburst, she instinctively waved her wand. To her, Leggett represented everything, and she would never permit anyone to insult him. On the other side, Draco observed the two whispering beside him, wearing a knowing expression. At that moment, he could not deny that if Sakura Matu were to become his sister-in-law, it might indeed be a splendid choice. Setting aside the fact that she often struck him, she was nearly perfect. A few minutes later, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the group finally arrived at the interior of the Great Hall. With an age-old call echoing through the chamber, the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts commenced. Hannah Abbott, the young girl, nervously approached the seats as the sorting hat declared, "Hufflepuff, ding. Congratulations, host, for witnessing the anti-counterfeiting mark of Harry Potter. Reward, non-equivalent exchange draw chances X1. As Leggett gazed at the unexpected system notification that appeared before him, a subtle smile graced his lips. The prompt suggested an intriguing notion, Leggett's interest in the young lady before him. However, this slight shift in expression bore a different connotation in Matu Sakura's eyes. Hannah Ibwa felt an inexplicable sensation, as though she were being watched. The sorting ceremony progressed swiftly, and within mere minutes, it was Leggett's turn to take the stage. Despite the sorting hat's rather grimy appearance, Leggett refrained from performing a cleaning charm, unlike many of his predecessors. Such an action would not only be futile, but could also draw the attention of an old bee, especially after the considerable trouble caused by the emergence of Voldemort. To avoid repeating past mistakes, the authorities would not overlook any unconventional student. In essence, attempting to show off could result in dire consequences. As the sorting hat was placed upon his head, a relentless voice filled Leggett's ears, noting his ambition, pure bloodline, and insatiable thirst for knowledge. The hat deemed him suitable for both Slytherin and Ravenclaw. In a half-joking manner, Leggett responded, "Are you aware that our school actually has a fifth house?" The sorting hat, taken aback by Leggett's unexpected retort, momentarily faltered. It had always been the one to bewilder others, not the other way around. After a few seconds of stunned silence, it resumed, "Do not attempt to deceive me, young man. Hogwarts has only 4 houses. Of course, there's a 5th house, and it has existed for quite some time." Leggett quipped. Observing the hat's growing agitation, he continued playfully, "Isn't Azkaban the 5th house? Just think of how many alumni seamlessly transitioned there for further studies." At that moment, the sorting hat found itself at a loss for words. Analyzing the facts, Leggett presented a compelling argument. Every individual currently residing in Azkaban had graduated from Hogwarts. Thus, in truth, Azkaban could indeed be regarded as Hogwarts' 5th house. While the sorting hat fell into silence, a pleasant notification echoed in Leggett's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of informing the sorting hat about the existence of the 5th house, thereby providing it with more options for future sorting. Reward, non-equivalent exchange draw count X1. Current remaining non-equivalent exchange draw counts X3. In truth, as long as Dumbledore's manipulations were absent, the sorting hat proved to be quite fair. After a brief exchange with the hat, Leggett ultimately found himself sorted into Slytherin, and the rationale behind this allocation was rather straightforward. Apart from the criterion of bloodline, Leggett's insatiable thirst for power far surpasses his yearning for knowledge. Considering these two aspects, Slytherin undoubtedly represents his optimal haven. Following another round of selections, Sakura Matu gradually ascended to the center under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The moment the sorting hat made contact with the girl's head, it emitted a piercing scream. Azkaban, just a jest, let us start over. Slytherin, possessing an overwhelming sense of possession and a profound affinity for the dark arts. She is naturally suited for the practice of dark magic. It would be a sheer waste of the magical realm's resources if such an individual were not placed in Slytherin. As the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore commenced his plan to cultivate a savior. He intentionally announced a piece of news designed to pique the curiosity of the young Gryffindors. After all, for the adventure-seeking Gryffindors, knowing a secret that is tantalizingly close yet remains unexplored is akin to having their throats cut. Potter is undoubtedly a better fit for Slytherin. Observing Harry blending into the Gryffindor ranks, Draco couldn't help but grimace. In his view, Potter was far more suited to Slytherin in every conceivable way. Moreover, Harry had just engaged in an extended conversation with the sorting hat on stage, clearly possessing the option to choose more than one house. Yet, in the end, he opted for Gryffindor, the house most at odds with Slytherin. This led Draco to speculate whether the naive Potter had been swayed by the detestable Weasley. Draco, somewhat conscious of his image, discreetly distanced himself from Draco upon sensing the peculiar gazes from the surrounding crowd. I fear that if you continue this way, Uncle Lucius might consider having a second child. Although they resided in the notorious realm of decadence, as a forthright gentleman, he certainly did not wish to be misinterpreted. As for the matter of a second child, it was not that Lucius did not desire another with Narcissa, but rather that despite their efforts, the results had been fruitless. Currently, aside from the Weasleys, most pure-blood families in the magical community have but a single heir. While they openly mock the Weasley family for being unable to afford more children behind closed doors, they are consumed by envy. After all, if circumstances permitted, who would not wish to see their lineage flourish? Upon hearing Leggett's perplexing remark, Draco momentarily faltered. However, upon noticing the gazes of their classmates, he flushed and retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm straight, all right?" Yes, you are straight." As he spoke, Leggett swiftly moved a few steps ahead. The boy was nearly pressing against him. What if others misconstrued the situation? "Leggett, stop right there. I truly am straight." Yes, you're absolutely right. Leggett, this could indeed prove to be a clever strategy." Observing the commotion caused by Leggett and his companion, Sakura Matu's eyes glimmered with a spark of brilliance. Binding Draco with Harry Potter would effectively diminish her potential adversaries. Consequently, a plethora of executable strategies flooded her mind. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the seventh-year prefect, the group arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory. It is rumored that this location once served as a prison for dark wizards and magical creatures at Hogwarts. Only after the establishment of the house did it transform into Slytherin's quarters. However, this very history has imbued the dormitory with an inherent darkness. Coupled with the ominous backdrop of the Black Lake nearby, the atmosphere became even more foreboding. For anyone suffering from claustrophobia, stepping into this realm would undoubtedly evoke a profound sense of despair. Welcome, newcomers, to our Slytherin dormitory. Once everyone had assembled in the common room, Bruce turned to address them. Unlike other houses where the prefects are chosen through different means, in Slytherin, we speak through strength. Each year, from 1st to 7th, a representative is chosen based on their prowess to become the hidden prefect of that year. Moreover, prefects may challenge one another, and the strongest among them can emerge as the public prefect. In essence, if you seek respect in Slytherin, you must demonstrate your true capabilities, beyond the reverence for bloodlines. Slytherin also revels in power. It is well known that Voldemort commanded such influence due to the expansion of his power within Slytherin. His formidable reputation stemmed not only from his lineage as a descendant of the Gaunt family, but also from his immense strength. It is worth noting that his early charisma played a significant role as well. Had he not become consumed by the obsession with Horcruxes, resulting in the fragmentation of his soul into madness, perhaps the wizarding world would have fallen entirely under his dominion. After all, during that time, numerous supporters rallied behind Voldemort, many of whom possessed considerable strength and noble heritage. With astute utilization of these resources, it would have been entirely feasible to overthrow the entire wizarding world without shedding blood. Chapter 17. The era of Tsundra is no more now. Let the first-year student step forward. As he spoke, Bruce Wayne turned his gaze towards the first-year cohort, inviting those willing to participate to step forward for one-on-one duels. Those who endure until the end shall become the hidden prefect. Almost forgot to mention, he added, becoming the hidden prefect grants certain privileges, the most fundamental of which is a private dormitory. Desire serves as the driving force behind humanity's enduring capacity for growth. While first-year students may initially feel apprehensive at the thought of dueling, the prospect of privileges awarded to the victor could embolden some to confront their fears. This, indeed, was Bruce's primary intention. In his eyes, Slytherin venerates bloodlines and strength, while loathing the self-indulgent cowardice of the weak. I shall take my turn. As the throng of newcomers surrounded him, with curious gazes exchanged, Leggett, after offering a reassuring glance to Matu Sakura, gracefully made his way to the center of the lounge. To be candid, the allure of a single dormitory was quite significant for him. After all, aside from some potion experiments, having company while extracting materials could prove rather cumbersome. You must be from the Black family, Bruce, wearing his perennial expression of indifference, finally allowed a flicker of a smile to grace his face as Leggett stepped onto the stage. Come fort, newcomers. Who among you dares to challenge the heir of the Black family? The initial step is often the most daunting. Once the first challenger emerged, the appearance of a second was not far behind. Many of the students here were heirs of illustrious families. They would never settle for being eclipsed by their peers. I shall, a somewhat youthful voice declared, as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy strode confidently to the forefront. I am Michel Shafiq, and the position of prefect is destined to be mine. As the heir of the Shafiq family, one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, Michel did not believe himself to be inferior to those of the Black lineage. Moreover, with the Black family now reduced to just Leggett, aside from the one incarcerated, Michel, who had received a commendable education from his family, felt he had a greater chance of victory. Very well, let the two of you face off, Bruce announced, stepping aside as the necessary participants were now in place. Both the Black and Shafiq families belonged to the sacred 28 purebloods, and the victor was fully entitled to become the invisible prefect of Slytherin's first year. Leggett Black. After a courteous self-introduction to the self-assured Shafiq, Leggett offered a slight bow. Although this was not a formal duel, the essential courtesies could not be forsaken. After all, this was Slytherin. I shall not be defeated. With that declaration, Shafiq boldly set his intentions, also bowing to Leggett. The two then retreated to their respective positions on either side. Once they reached the edges, they halted and turned to face one another. The duel begins. With both contenders firmly established in their stances, Bruce promptly assumed the role of a temporary referee. In the next moment, mouthful of teeth, at Bruce's command, Michel immediately unleashed his most practiced jinx. This spell would cause the target to sprout oversized teeth instantaneously, impairing their speech and, consequently, their ability to cast spells. Armor protection. Just as the jinx was about to strike Leggett, it was deftly deflected by an invisible magical barrier. An innocent bystander remarked, "You are remarkable. You are so noble. I must, what? How could this?" Michel began to voice his surprise at the deflected spell. "Accept your weapon." However, Leggett did not forego the opportunity to leave work early and initiated with a challenging, disarming spell. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of crimson light, Michel's wand was deftly seized by Leggett. "You have lost," he declared with a smile, as he presented the wand to the still-dazed Michel. "Fortunately, I had ample tutoring at home before coming here. Otherwise, I might not have triumphed over you. Defeating someone through sheer strength is a formidable task, yet persuading them to become an ally requires a different kind of cunning. I am not a hero of legend. There is no need to recklessly confront my opponent directly. Instead, offering some well-placed words of reassurance to cultivate a future ally seems a far more prudent strategy. Next time I shan't be so easily bested by you." As she gazed at the wand being offered to her, Michel blushed and turned away, biting her lip. What a ridiculous reaction. She certainly had no fiery passion igniting within her. Hence, when encountering such a potentially dangerous individual, it is wise to maintain a safe distance. As for Draco, whom she playfully teased daily, it was primarily for her own amusement, knowing his rather straightforward nature. Upon noticing Leggett's instinctive retreat, Michel shot him an indignant glare, her cheeks flushed. "Blake, remember this. I will not lose next time." Although her appearance and attire exuded a certain gallantry, being mistaken for a boy as a girl was undeniably frustrating. Thus, Michel resolved that at the next year-level competition, she would teach Leggett a profound lesson. Leggett observed Michel's receding figure with a bemused shrug. While everyone wore standard robes, making it challenging to discern gender, Michelle's striking features and demeanor often led to such misunderstandings. If circumstances permitted, he would have liked to remark that the trend of being tsundere had long since faded. It's notable that among the top 10 infamous losers, at least half failed due to their inexplicable, prideful demeanor. Well then, are there any other challengers wishing to take the stage? After casually relieving a hapless child of his oversized front teeth, Bruce addressed the first-year students once more. If no one wishes to challenge Blake, he will become the invisible leader of the first years. Chapter 18. The dust settles as Bruce Wayne's words echoed. The first-year students exchanged glances, uncertainty palpable in the air. While many harbored a desire to challenge Leggett, the memory of his recent duel with Michelle swiftly quelled such aspirations. Even though most had practiced some spells at home, they found themselves woefully inadequate against the armor and disarming spells displayed. Is this where it ends for this year? Bruce observed the silent, apprehensive young wizards and felt no disappointment in their reluctance to take the stage. After all, the first-year students remain unfamiliar with the privileges of the invisible prefect, and many have yet to emerge from their sheltered existence. However, in comparison to the selection of prefects in previous years, he is quite satisfied with this year's outcome. It is worth noting that even second- or third-year invisible prefects may not possess such a deft command of disarming spells and protective armors. Perhaps with the arrival of Leggett, Slytherin will ignite a different spark. Since no one else has stepped forward, the invisible prefect for the first year shall be Leggett Black. Henceforth, all first-year newcomers in Slytherin will be required to heed his commands. Following the announcement of the first-year invisible prefect's appointment, Bruce turned his attention to the eager upperclassmen nearby, declaring the commencement of the selection for the second-year invisible prefect. John Middle, you are first to take the stage. Those wishing to challenge him, step forward. In contrast to the naive first-year students, those in the second year and above better comprehend the advantages of the invisible prefect position. It is no exaggeration to state that among the wizards still residing in the United Kingdom, a staggering 99% are graduates of Hogwarts, with the remaining fraction hailing from abroad. To put it simply, attaining the status of an invisible prefect equates to possessing a more efficient means of establishing networks. If managed properly during the tenure as invisible prefect, one can cultivate social connections that would be elusive to the average graduate. One of the more notorious modern examples, perhaps, is the fearsome figure known as the Noseless One. Voldemort, having leveraged the relationships forged during his school years, gradually rose to become the dreaded Dark Lord. Consequently, the upperclassmen, aware of these benefits, would hardly relinquish such an opportunity to others. Over the next half hour, students from the 2nd to 7th years engaged in a fierce contest. Aside from a male and female student from the 2nd and 5th years, respectively, the remaining participants defended their positions based solely on merit. Well, that will suffice for tonight. The single dormitory is also one of the exclusive rights of the invisible prefect. All right, senior. In the adult world, beyond mere conflicts, some superficial decorum must be maintained. Regardless of the meaning behind Bruce's final glance, the appearance of propriety must still be upheld. You may disperse. There are classes tomorrow. Indeed, the Black family, the Malfoy family, and the McKeary family. How intriguing. As Bruce observed the departing figures of Leggett and the others, a flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes. Slytherin has been steeped in nostalgia for too long, to the point where many have forgotten its former glory. Later that night, at 11:35, in the private chamber of the Slytherin invisible prefect, Leggett reverently placed 3 incense sticks into the censer and addressed the numerous statues before him. Jade Emperor, Queen Mother of the West, Jesus Christ, Amit Ba, may you grant me your favor. Indeed, as this evening marks the inaugural night of residence at Hogwarts, Leggett resolved to indulge in a brief yet delightful attempt. After all, it would be simply remiss to overlook such a momentous occasion without partaking in something extraordinary. Once all preparatory tasks were concluded, Leggett retrieved a tome from within his ring, a volume of Spring and Autumn, distinct from the one typically referenced, as it belonged to his rather frugal father's collection. As for when he would delve into its contents, that would have to wait until the late hours of the night. Leggett had previously endeavored to exchange for a more formidable cultivation method, yet all such attempts had ended in disappointment. Aside from one instance where he successfully procured gemstone magic for Sakuramatu, the remainder were shrouded in confidentiality. Although the Black family possessed an ancestral meditation technique, its efficacy was rather lackluster. Should he manage to acquire a superior cultivation method, his prowess could advance at a swifter rate. It is worth noting that the meditation technique, which Leggett deemed rather subpar, was considered a coveted treasure by countless ordinary wizards. Such knowledge was typically confined to the realm of pure-blood aristocracy, a tacit rule within the wizarding community that even someone as formidable as Dumbledore did not dare to breach. Thus, for most wizards seeking to enhance their magical prowess, there exist only two straightforward avenues, either investing exorbitantly in magic-enhancing potions or relying on the gradual passage of time. As Leggett's magical level ascended to the third tier, his desire to exchange for a cultivation method intensified. The prospect of possessing an effective cultivation technique promised to exponentially accelerate his growth. Ding, equivalent exchange commencing. Please hold on for a moment. Congratulations. You have successfully exchanged for the private funds of the Jia family at number 95, Nanluo Guxiang, within the realm of Qin Man Sihiyuan. They have been deposited into the system S-space. Please check your inventory. Upon gazing at the assortment of small denominations and a few hefty black notes in the system's repository, Leggett felt a throbbing sensation in his head. What on earth was he to do with this? No, he refused to believe it. Taking a deep breath, Leggett once again retrieved several volumes of Spring and Autumn from his spatial ring, proclaiming, "System, let's exchange once more." He could not fathom that after such a prolonged wait, he was destined to remain bereft of fortune. Meanwhile, within the world of Qin Man Sihiyuan, the irksome Su Damao lamented, "You wretched, cursed soul, even in your indulgence, you fail to extend a hand to us. You two worthless fools, leave me be and let me rest." After shooing her two granddaughters out of the room, Jia Zhangshi stealthily approached a pickled vegetable jar, ensuring no one was watching. She reached in to extract the hidden layer within. Determined to treat herself to something sumptuous that day, she mused that she hadn't tasted meat in a whole day, and continued on this path, she would surely wither away. Just as Jia Zhangshi fantasized about the prospect of indulging in rich, fatty meat, her right hand grazed the bottom of the pickled vegetable jar. Upon sensing something amiss, she hastily pulled out the contents. In the next moment, a piercing scream resounded throughout the courtyard. Who on earth has the audacity to steal my money? Chapter 19. Once, twice, thrice. Is that not permissible? Meanwhile, in the hidden dormitory of Slytherin, Leggett, upon noticing two unexpected items on the system panel, promptly overturned the incense burner before him, exclaiming, "No more eating." That's it. If these individuals refused to show him respect, why should he extend any courtesy to them? There was no alternative. The two items he had drawn were exceedingly vexatious. Were they useful? Not particularly, lacking any tangible application. Yet, to dismiss them as entirely useless would be misleading, as they held some relevance in daily life. Apart from the previous items, the system warehouse now displayed two new options. Unknown World, contact information for 1,000 wealthy women and their various preferences X1, and Dragon Riding World, the finest sword in the village X1. The latter at least had some utility for slaying spider legs. But what on earth was he to do with the former? If only he could have studied diligently in his past life. But did he truly need such information in this one? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Leggett contemplated the implications of the so-called contact information for 1,000 wealthy women, a crisp knock echoed from outside the door. Who is it? Upon hearing the sudden noise, Leggett frowned subtly. The sensation of being disturbed when one's mood is already sullied is something that everyone can comprehend. It's me. Upon recognizing the familiar voice of a young girl, Leggett immediately suppressed his irritation and swiftly opened the door. In the presence of someone he cared about, he rarely let his displeasure show. "What brings you here, Sakura? At such a late hour?" he asked gently, noticing Matu, Sakura, standing with her head slightly bowed. "Are you having trouble getting along with your roommate?" If the girl was indeed struggling with her roommate, he would have to employ his financial prowess as a school board member. "No, it's not that." Meeting Leggett's warm gaze, Matu, Sakura, shyly fidgeted with her palms. "I can't sleep in unfamiliar places." Finally seizing the perfect opportunity and excuse to visit him, she would not let it slip away. Despite her roommate seeming quite pleasant, Sakura, accustomed to Leggett's presence, felt an undeniable void. "You're the best," she declared, wrapping her arms around Leggett's neck, a mischievous glint flickering in her dark eyes. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Once something has occurred for the first time, a second and third will surely follow, until it becomes second nature. Just as the two closed the door to the room, a small head peeked out from the common lounge. "This despicable scoundrel dares to steal my roommate as well." Gazing at the tightly shut door of the head boys' lounge, Michelle Shafik clenched the hem of her nightgown with gritted teeth. She had thought she had finally encountered a roommate of decent caliber, only to find herself swiftly whisked away by that rascal, Leggett. Boom! What on earth? Just as Michelle seethed in frustration, an unidentified creature from the Black Lake suddenly collided with the glass. "Fear not. I am not afraid at all. What if I am alone? It is merely pitch black." How could the illustrious heir of the Shafik family possibly be terrified? The following day, at 6:25. Given that the Slytherin dormitory was originally a dungeon, even though the sky outside had begun to brighten, the interior remained shrouded in dimness. At this moment, within the hidden head boys' lounge, Leggett awoke to find his entire right arm completely numb. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the girl who should have been sleeping in the upper bunk, Sakura Matu, had somehow found her way into his vicinity. Her peaceful slumber resembled that of a small, sleeping kitten, her long, flowing black hair entangled with his. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently, and her soft, pink lips parted slightly, releasing a rhythmic, tranquil breath. Below her elegantly pale neck lay a landscape reminiscent of a snow-covered plain. Where did she come down? Observing the still, slumbering Sakura Matu, Leggett cautiously withdrew his arm. The beds in the hidden head boys' lounge were no different from those in an ordinary lounge, consisting of bunk beds. Last night, Sakura had been sleeping in the upper bunk. Despite Leggett's careful movements, he inadvertently disturbed the sleeping girl. As she blinked her eyes open in a daze, Sakura greeted him with a soft murmur. "Good morning, Leggett." "Good morning, Sakura. After we freshen up, we should head to the dining hall for breakfast." "All right." Relishing the exclusive head pat from Leggett, Sakura smiled and nodded. "I will wait for you in the hall." With that, Leggett rose and exited the room. The moment his figure vanished completely, the lingering drowsiness in Sakura's eyes dissipated, replaced by clarity. As she retrieved a small vial from her spatial ring, a smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, "It seems the potion book was not misleading after all. Just a light use can indeed allow one to rest well." Meanwhile, Leggett, who should have been on his way to the washroom, paused in the corridor, quietly observing a small spider bouncing along the edge of the windowsill. This spider was roughly the size of a fist, its sharp mandibles suggesting it was not to be trifled with. A discerning eye could easily identify it as the infamous eight-eyed giant spider, notorious in the magical realm. At this moment, beside the eight-eyed giant spider, lay a somewhat dusty sheepskin scroll. "Well done, my diligent companions." After reaching out to retrieve the scroll from the platform, Leggett produced 2 vials of potions from his spatial ring. Over the years, during his research into enhancement potions, he and Sakura Matu unexpectedly crafted numerous remarkable concoctions, and these 2 vials were among them. For humans, these potions were as toxic as poison. However, for magical creatures, they served as excellent supplements. Provided that these beings could absorb and convert the potions, their growth cycles and strengths would experience significant enhancements. As for those with frail constitutions who could not absorb them, they would simply have to await their demise. Nature selects the fittest. One cannot expect to elevate oneself without incurring some form of cost. Chapter 20. A selfish transaction. As Leggett sensed the magical energy contained within the vials, the little eight-eyed giant spider excitedly waved its front limbs. With advancing age, the body of their ancestor, Aragog, was gradually deteriorating. Although these potions might not have a substantial effect, as long as there remained even a sliver of hope, they would not easily relinquish the possibility of survival. After all, within the Forbidden Forest, aside from that rotund fellow, no creature held any fondness for their eight-eyed spider clan. Yet, even in the absence of affection, as long as Aragog still drew breath, some clans would not readily seek trouble. After placing the potions before the little eight-eyed giant spider, Leggett turned and walked toward the restroom. To him, the potions were merely optional. Moreover, his intention to use them as a reward was not without ulterior motives. Any sentient being at the brink of death yearns desperately for another chance at life. The birthing potion, to some extent, could indeed extend the lifespan of magical creatures. However, gaining something invariably entails losing something in return. While magical beings might prolong their lives through the birthing potion, the side effects would inevitably inflict irreversible harm upon their bodies. In simpler terms, it was a trade of their fragile bones for a chance to survive. Just as Leggett was nearing the restroom, he encountered a pair of somewhat mournful eyes. "What's the matter, Shafik? Did you have a late-night escapade last night?" Noticing the prominent dark circles under Michelle's eyes, Leggett teased lightly. Though Tsundra was not his preference, given their face-to-face meeting, a greeting seemed appropriate. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, this group of first-year Slytherins might become one of the greatest guarantees for his leisurely existence. "You're the one who went out at night. Your whole family went out at night." Gazing at Leggett's seemingly harmless smile, Michelle suddenly recalled the events of the previous night. The decor of the Slytherin dormitory is inherently somber. If one were to reside alone in the chamber, it would evoke an unsettling sense of entrapment. Compounding this, Michelle harbors a particular fear of darkness due to certain past events. Consequently, these factors intertwine, leaving her unable to find slumber even at this hour. Oomph. As if it were any of your concern. With a somewhat haughty toss of her head, Michelle brushed past the other person. She, Michelle Shafik, must never allow anyone to discover her aversion to the dark. What an odd individual. Is it really such a big deal to mistake one's gender? Observing Michelle's prideful exit, Leggett merely shrugged, unimpressed. As he entertained such thoughts, he unfurled the parchment brought by the eight-eyed giant spider. However, rather than a mere roll of parchment, it would be more accurate to describe it as a blend of spider silk. The moment the scroll was opened, a notification resonated in Leggett's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. My domain, my rules. This is under my protection. Reward. 1 exchange opportunity granted. Indeed, one of Leggett's motivation for negotiating with the eight-eyed giant spider was to expedite the completion of tasks assigned by the system. This particular task required the compilation of a foundational map of Hogwarts and the recording of the movement rules between its various staircases. Given the vastness of Hogwarts, and excluding the time needed for classes, if he were to measure and document each aspect individually, it would take at least a week. Do not underestimate magical creatures. Aside from a few chaotic species, most possess intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. It seems the potions were not wasted. The efficiency of this endeavor is rather commendable. Watching the changes in the extraction opportunities displayed on the system panel, Leggett pondered for a moment before opting to proceed with the extraction. He could hardly believe that after a night of rest, he could still continue this endeavor. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for a pair of undergarments belonging to Sakura Matu from this world. At that moment, just after exchanging greetings with Michelle and preparing to search for Leggett, Sakura Matu suddenly changed her expression. Sakura, is something the matter? Noticing the subtle shift in Sakura's countenance, Michelle blinked in confusion. Despite appearing to be a rather amiable roommate, she held a certain fondness for her. Furthermore, she had no desire to endure another night alone. Thus, every gesture from Sakura was of paramount importance to her. Should the latter decide to seek out that fellow black again in the evening, Michelle would truly have nowhere to lament her plight. It's nothing, just a little mysterious. Glancing at the bed, completely obscured by the surrounding curtains, Michelle's small face was brimming with curiosity. After all, if it were merely a matter of forgetting something, there seemed to be no need to draw the curtain entirely. Unless, of course, what was forgotten was of a rather private nature, such as, After swiftly shaking her head to dispel a certain thought, Michelle murmured softly with a flushed face, even if everything is forgotten, one could never forget such a thing. At 7:35, within the Transfiguration classroom, the older cat girl is indeed perpetually punctual. Observing the tabby cat perched regally on the podium, a flicker of curiosity passed through Leggett's eyes. It is well known that Professor McGonagall is an exceptionally skilled transfiguration master and a legitimate animagus. So when combining the two, one wonders if, aside from her human and feline forms, she possesses a half-cat-girl form as well. If such a form indeed exists, the scene could only be described with a single word: exhilarating. Leggett, what are you staring at? Once seated, Sakura Matu gently tugged at Leggett's sleeve, quietly reminding him that as Professor McGonagall transformed, as a place where they would spend the next 7 years, she had thoroughly investigated its contents, including Professor McGonagall's animagus form. Given the time, location, and feline demeanor, Sakura had recognized the tabby cat on the podium as Professor McGonagall's animagus form the moment she entered the classroom. Leggett, why didn't you all wait for me? Before Leggett could respond, a slightly breathless voice called from the classroom door. Oh, Draco, you're awake. Seeing Draco rush into the classroom, panting alongside Goyle and others, Leggett cheerfully placed a packet of cat treats in his drawer. I didn't wake you because you looked so peaceful while sleeping. After all, cousins are meant to be a bit mischievous with each other. Next time, do give me a nudge. I don't wish to be late for that class. As he spoke, Draco intended to join Goyle and the others at the back of the room. Being proactive about attending class does not necessarily equate to enthusiasm during it. At home, Draco was already reluctant to study, let alone in Hogwarts, where there was no one to impose strict supervision. However, he certainly did not want to experience the rush of this morning a second time. All right, next time I will definitely call you. However, as he stood up and firmly grasped Draco's sleeve, Leggett pressed him down beside his own seat, stating, Aunt Narcissa asked me to keep an eye on you, so you'd better study earnestly. Is Draco foolish? No, he is not. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his talent surpasses that of many students present. His magical power has now reached a second-tier level. The reason he devolved into a mere background character in the later stages of the original story can be summarized in two aspects. On one hand, his lack of desire to learn. On the other, the majority of his time was spent scheming to trouble Harry. If this continues, time will inevitably erode his talent, rendering him an ordinary person lost in the vast sea of humanity. Upon hearing this, Draco glanced around the classroom before quietly speaking. Perhaps it's best if I sit at the back, right, Regulus? As a child yet to mature, Draco held little interest in the rigors of academic pursuits. Instead of engaging in the tedious study of magic, he would much prefer to indulge in playful antics. Once seated in the front row, the prospect of idling away his time would be extinguished entirely. Moreover, today's lesson was to be taught by that stern old woman, McGonagall. The mere thought of her looming before him sent a shiver down Draco's spine. The image alone was far more daunting than the relentless pressure Narcissa imposed upon him to study 3 years of potions, 5 years of madness. Surely, one would not wish for Aunt Narcissa to discover any lack of diligence. Had Draco been born into an ordinary family, it might have been excusable. However, as the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, his inclination to squander his talents was a grievous folly. Furthermore, in just a few years, those lurking in the shadows would emerge. Even if he could protect Draco for a time, could he safeguard him for a lifetime? Thus, for both personal and professional reasons, Regulus would not allow Draco to waste his potential as he did in the original narrative. Regulus, before Draco could complete his thought, Regulus interjected firmly. This is not a discussion. It is a notification, understood? Indulging a disobedient child was not always prudent. Sometimes, a firm hand was necessary. Very well. Meeting Regulus's unwavering gaze, Draco reluctantly lowered his head. After spending considerable time together, he was well aware of Regulus's character. Ultimately, Regulus's actions were for Draco's own good. Thus, though he felt disheartened at the prospect of no longer idling, Draco acquiesced. Of course, there was one crucial point. In this state, Regulus was not to be trifled with. A mere word of defiance could lead to dire consequences. Fine, I shall remain seated. Observing Draco's resigned demeanor, Regulus couldn't help but smirk subtly. Rising to glance at Goyle and Crabbe behind him, he waved them off lightly. Find yourselves a place to sit. Draco will remain here. Though these two lacked intelligence, their simplicity often made them more manageable. After all, those devoid of deep thought would execute orders without hesitation. As for Crabbe, the hidden traitor, the time for dealing with him had not yet arrived. Perhaps he could still be of use later. Witnessing Regulus's clear intent to dismiss them, Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a glance before turning towards the rear of the classroom. As members of the Malfoy family's entourage, they had been by Draco's side since childhood. Thus, even the dim-witted Goyle understood the unspoken dynamics between Regulus and Draco. As Lecter allowed the two to depart, Draco eagerly rose and made his way to the podium. The reason for his enthusiasm was simple. He had discovered cat treats hidden in Lecter's drawer, coupled with the presence of a tabby cat on the desk. Draco deduced that Lecter had intended to feed the feline. Since you intended to feed the cat, I shall seize the opportunity, he thought, considering it merely a harmless jest, knowing that Lecter would not genuinely take offense. Lecter had fallen for his little trick. Observing Draco's spirited advance toward the podium, Sakura leaned on her hands and smiled, pondering whether Professor McGonagall would frighten Draco into a psychological shadow upon regaining her true form. From a moment, Lecter produced the cat treats. She had grasped his intentions. While he genuinely wished for Draco to learn, he also desired to play a prank on him. Hence, when Draco stealthily took the cat treats, she pretended not to notice. Well, Draco's psychological resilience was commendable. It is noteworthy that with the transformation into an animagus, the caster's mindset would also be affected synchronously. Meanwhile, within Lecter's mind, a crisp notification of task completion echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of enticing an older cat lady with cat treats during Transfiguration class. Reward: non-equivalent item exchange or draw X1. Remaining draw attempts, X1. Indeed, Lecter had anticipated Draco's intentions by placing the cat food in his drawer. The task merely required enticing the older cat lady with treats during the Transfiguration class. It did not specify that he had to do it himself. Thus, the predictably naive Draco became Lecter's unwitting accomplice. Are these two really all right? Upon overhearing their nonchalant conversation, Michelle, seated at the back, decisively abandoned the idea of approaching Sakura. If they could easily trick their good friend Draco, what hope did she have as someone still somewhat unfamiliar to them? She feared she might end up with her dignity utterly stripped away. Meanwhile, in Chapter 22, Section 1 of the Transfiguration course, Draco, observing the tabby cat before him, reached out to embrace it, noting its apparent resistance. He was accustomed to using this tactic whenever his peacock at home refused to eat. No animal could resist Draco's embrace. If there were exceptions, he was prepared to handle two. The peacock. If it weren't for that fellow wielding a knife near my house late at night, no ghost would cooperate with your antics, you rascal. Those cat treats must contain catnip. With the irresistible aroma wafting from the torn cat treats, Professor McGonagall could no longer endure and instantly reverted to her human form. Though she could have continued to resist, the allure of catnip was a challenge, even for the battle-hardened Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Draco stood utterly petrified as he witnessed the sudden transformation from tabby cat to human form. He never anticipated that the adorable kitten before him would, in fact, be transformed from Professor McGonagall. Stealing a discreet glance at the cat treats in Draco's hand, Professor McGonagall then directed her attention toward Regulus and the others. For some inexplicable reason, she felt certain that this matter was closely tied to Regulus. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." In response to her scrutinizing gaze, Regulus greeted her calmly. Although he had a strong desire to promote his homemade cat treats, he ultimately relinquished this seemingly tempting yet rather reckless idea, considering the pride of the older cat lady. This affair is undoubtedly linked to that rascal. While this thought lingered in her mind, Professor McGonagall, lacking any substantial evidence, refrained from voicing her suspicions. After all, her appearance in her animagus form was not only to assess the capabilities of this year's young wizards, but also to cultivate their interest in transfiguration. The fact that Regulus could recognize her animagus form brought her joy, as it indicated that this cohort of students was not entirely lacking in talent, even if they fell short compared to previous years. Reflecting on one particular student from past years, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Professor McGonagall's eyes. That child had exhibited remarkable talent in transfiguration, had he not strayed onto a dark path that led to the demise of many. She had considered the possibility of inviting him to teach at Hogwarts. Regulus shared the same surname, and perhaps, in due time, her aspiration might yet be realized. "Regulus, I seem to have stepped into a trap on your behalf." Originally intending to provoke Regulus, she found herself unexpectedly bearing the brunt of his troubles. Indeed, the naive Draco, even at this moment, remained oblivious to the fact that Regulus had intentionally led him into a predicament. "Fine, I'll treat you to lunch at noon, all right?" Observing Draco's wounded expression, Regulus chuckled as he patted his shoulder. "Order whatever you like, I'll cover it." "All right, you said it, however." Halfway through the conversation, Draco suddenly became acutely aware of a grave issue. The lunch provided was courtesy of Hogwarts, and it was entirely complimentary. Thus, Regulus's so-called treat was nothing more than a farce. Moreover, strictly speaking, a portion of Hogwarts meal expenses was funded by his family. Consequently, it equated to Regulus using his own money to treat himself to lunch. Is this reasonable? Is this polite? "Regulus, are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Draco quickly seized Regulus by the neck. "Ouch, let go, you rascal. I want to let go. Today, I shall show you my prowess." "Hey, you little scoundrel." He certainly differs from the usual Malfoy. As Professor McGonagall observed the two individuals frolicking in the audience, a fleeting smile graced her features. However, the memory of a certain someone's Scottish round face and broth swiftly extinguished this moment of levity. With such a whimsical character nearby, it was indeed a challenge to maintain her usual demeanor. A mere 15 minutes later, benefiting from the long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, the young wizards from the two houses naturally seated themselves on opposite sides of the classroom upon entering. "Today, your task is to transform a matchstick into a silver needle." After showcasing a brief display of transfiguration to capture everyone's attention, Professor McGonagall commenced the day's lesson. The difficulty of transforming a matchstick into a silver needle was not particularly high. With steadfast resolve, one could accomplish it successfully. Achieving this initial step would signify a rudimentary grasp of transfiguration. Subsequent understanding and analysis of various materials would enable students to progress even further. Yet, many struggled to even take that first step. After all, magic is inherently a contrived phenomenon. Without a firm will, one could not harness its true power. Very well. 5 points to Gryffindor. Some minutes later, as Professor McGonagall observed the matchsticks before Hermione beginning to take on transformative shapes, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Though this talent paled in comparison to that of some others she had encountered, it was nonetheless formidable when juxtaposed with that of most ordinary individuals. With a little refinement, Hermione could potentially reach even greater heights. "Thank you, Professor." Upon receiving praise from the foremost educator in the magical realm, a sense of relief washed over Hermione's countenance. Previously, seeing Leggett excel had instilled a lingering sense of unease within her, especially upon learning that many young wizards were unfamiliar with even the most basic spells. However, McGonagall's commendation dispelled much of that anxiety. She had successfully proven herself. Despite her origins in a non-magical family, Hermione Granger could indeed stand out remarkably. After suppressing her elation, Hermione instinctively turned her gaze towards the Slytherin contingent. She held a certain fondness for the two friends she had initially met in the wizarding world, though a hint of competitive spirit lingered within her. After all, both Leggett and Sakura served as benchmarks for her. Only by surpassing or matching their level could she truly consider herself an accomplished young witch. Chapter 23. The Essence and Structural Transformation of Transfiguration. Noticing the focus of Hermione's gaze, Professor McGonagall's expression grew exceedingly intriguing. It is quite a challenge to find a suitable little cabbage, and I hope it hasn't been whisked away before cultivation even begins. Professor McGonagall is observing us, Leggett. Feeling the weight of Professor McGonagall's penetrating gaze, Draco's body instinctively stiffened. Aside from his recent reckless actions, a significant factor lies in Professor McGonagall's teaching style. At this moment, Draco's feeling is akin to that of a student caught off guard by their homeroom teacher, standing by the door, a mysterious smile gracing their face. Although Draco has been diligently practicing since the beginning of class, Harry, look quickly. Those few are in for trouble. Watching Professor McGonagall approach Leggett and the others, Ron Weasley eagerly tugged at the diligently focused Harry Potter. Yesterday, Leggett and his companions had humiliated him in public. Witnessing their impending embarrassment brought an inexplicable sense of delight to Ron. Shut up. After casting a fierce glare at the gloating Ron, Hermione anxiously glanced at Leggett and his companion, feeling a pang of guilt. Had she not unconsciously looked their way, Professor McGonagall might not have noticed them. All right, Ron, let's focus on our practice. After pulling the flushed Ron back, Harry wearily pointed at the matches on the table, setting aside any preconceived notions. He found himself lacking interest in joining forces against their rivals. Moreover, Leggett and his friends had not done anything at this moment. Was it truly appropriate to mock others and revel in their misfortunes? Reflecting on these matters, Harry could not help but question whether he had befriended the right people. Damn it, that insufferable Granger. After finally becoming friends with them, he was unwilling to create discord over trivial matters. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had reached Leggett and his companion. Mr. Black, Miss McErie, she said, glancing at the matches on the table, is there something you do not understand? Given the magical talent they had previously displayed, they should surely know that the matches had yet to make any movement. Not all, Professor. Noticing the expression on Professor McGonagall's face as if she were eager to teach, Leggett swiftly picked up the wand beside him and performed the transfiguration spell, Veriverdo. A silver light emanated from the top of the wand, and the matches on the table began to transform at a visible pace. Moments later, a silver needle, adorned with serpentine carvings and radiating a silvery glow, replaced the previous matches. Almost simultaneously, Sakura Matu, standing nearby, waved her wand. Although she transformed the match into a silver needle, the surface lacked the intricate patterns. After all, her true talent lay in the realm of dark magic, and her aptitude for transfiguration could only be described as modest. Excellent. Slytherin earns 20 points, as two silver needles appeared on the desk. Professor McGonagall's face once again broke into a heartfelt smile. Indeed, how could a little one from the same family as that child lack talent in transfiguration? Including Hermione. This year's cohort boasts 3 promising students. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, perhaps their tales would already be well known throughout the magical community. Thank you, Professor. I had some practice while at home. Meeting McGonagall's gaze, which shimmered with reminiscence, Lecter smiled and posed a question. However, I encountered a challenge along the way. May I seek your guidance? The previous transfiguration professor at Hogwarts was Dumbledore, and McGonagall, a disciple of Dumbledore, is now a renowned master of transfiguration across the wizarding world. When it comes to matters of transfiguration, she holds nearly absolute authority. What is your query? Teachers tend to exhibit greater patience with students who possess unique talents. Professor, if I were to transform an inanimate object into a living being. As he spoke, Lecter transformed the silver needle on the desk into a small green snake. But over time, it would revert to its original form. Is there a way to extend the duration of this transformation or to stabilize it in this form? Although the Black family manor contains numerous magical tomes, the descriptions pertaining to transfiguration are rather sparse. Lecter had encountered the aforementioned question in a book. Upon a deep analysis of transfiguration, it can essentially be divided into structural transformation and essential transformation. Structural transformation resembles turning a matchstick into a silver needle. Yet this change inevitably reverts over time. Essential transformation, however, signifies a complete metamorphosis of the matchstick into a silver needle, one that remains unchanged regardless of the passage of time. Lecter had mastered the former through extensive practice, but the latter's essential change left him in a state of confusion. Lecter, you indeed possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration. Meeting Lecter's eager gaze, McGonagall's expression turned serious. This question should actually be addressed in the curriculum after the 6th year, as it involves concepts related to animagy. How about this? Come to my office after class, and I will explain it to you in detail. History is replete with exceptionally talented transfiguration practitioners, yet many were unable to control their desires and ultimately transformed into grotesque beings, neither human nor beast. To prevent Lecter from veering down such a misguided path, McGonagall resolved to provide him with private instruction. After all, she had often extended such opportunities to gifted children over the years. Thank you, Professor. I appreciate your efforts, Lecter replied, a spark of excitement igniting within him at the prospect of visiting McGonagall after class. Certainly, this is not simply a surprise of being alone with the Catgirl. Seeking out Professor McGonagall privately signifies an opportunity to acquire advanced tutorials from her. To illustrate, let us temporarily set aside the question of comprehension. For an ordinary person, obtaining even a single learning note from a prominent figure in the field could spare them years of misguided endeavors. What is so remarkable about that? It is not as if one possesses any understanding. Observing the admiration directed at Leggett from those around him, Ron clenched his worn wand with a sense of resentment. If only he had been born into a wealthy family, his current achievements would certainly rival those of his peers. Well, it is what it is, he thought. Listening to Ron's incessant mutterings beside him, Harry felt a twinge of weariness as he rubbed his temples. Hermione, after casting a disdainful smile, turned her attention back to practicing the transfiguration spell. Currently, her matchstick had only slightly transformed, and she still had a considerable distance to bridge to match Legretta's proficiency. Rather than engage in fruitless debates with those lacking intellect, it would be far more prudent to devote time to practice. Chapter 24, Advanced Transfiguration and Exploration Noon, 11:35. Inside Professor McGonagall's office, after retrieving a prepared document on transfiguration insights, Professor McGonagall inquired with a serious demeanor, "By the way, Leggett, do you know the origin of the Sphinx? As an educator, one must impart not only textbook knowledge, but also guide students in navigating the pitfalls of their studies." "Thank you, Professor. The original Sphinx appears to be the result of a wizard's failed animagus transformation. The animagus transformation, which allows a person to become an animal, is limited to ordinary creatures. However, within the Sphinx lies magical power. In a certain sense, one might classify it as a magical creature. Indeed, your family's records are accurate." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall approached Leggett, revealing a glimpse of her true self. In the process of transformation, one may forget their humanity, leading to the creation of that which is neither human nor beast. You must remember, Leggett, if you wish to continue on this path, you must thoroughly master these concepts to ensure that you do not lose yourself during the animagus process. Maintain your inner self. As Leggett absorbed the depth of Professor McGonagall's words, a flicker of understanding glimmered in his eyes. "You mean to say that in order to complete the animagus transformation, one must firmly establish their humanity within? And to transform the inanimate into the truly living, one must ascertain that it is indeed alive within one's heart? Magic is, by its very nature, a contrived existence. As long as one holds steadfast belief in something, magical power can manifest it." Just as in a recent transfiguration class, Leggett was convinced that the matchstick was a silver needle, and thus it transformed accordingly. The reason why transformed creatures meet swift demise is that they subconsciously perceive these entities as mere lifeless objects. You're indeed correct. An unwavering heart is a fundamental principle of transfiguration. Only by firmly grasping and comprehending the essence of things can one genuinely interpret and transform them. Observing Leggett's visage. Reminiscent of someone from his memory, Professor McGonagall instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair. However, before understanding the intrinsic nature and intricate composition of what you wish to change, never attempt to enact a transformation, for it may lead to unforeseen harm. Once you have completed your animagus training, I shall impart to you the remaining insights. Furthermore, to bestow true life upon an inanimate object involves myriad complexities. Remember the 5 great laws of Gamp. Transfiguration cannot conjure food, magic, love, life, or knowledge. To grant genuine life to a lifeless entity, one must delve into ancient alchemical magic. After all, the transition from death to life is a pursuit that countless individuals have relentlessly sought. This pursuit bears another name, immortality. Yet, each person's method of chasing immortality varies. Some choose the path of the soul, while others opt for the corporeal form. Regardless of the choice, it is all too easy to descend into boundless darkness. Professor McGonagall refrained from disclosing the final statement to Leggett, wishing to prevent him from becoming overly enraptured by such matters. After all, Young individuals often lack self-control regarding certain topics, and once captivated, they may easily tread a path of no return. I understand, Professor. Aside from her exceptional teaching abilities, Professor McGonagall is also widely recognized as a master of transfiguration. Well, let us conclude for today. As the Transfiguration Professor and part-time Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, her free time is rather limited. Besides attending to students' assignments, she also assists an elderly bee with school affairs. Thank you for your hard work, Professor. As Leggett slightly bowed and turned to exit the office, he reflected on how unexpectedly commendable the child was. Once he gently closed the office door behind him, Professor McGonagall rose from her seat. She strolled toward a row of bookshelves and retrieved a tome from middle. The title of the book was unmistakably In-Depth Exploration of Transfiguration, Bestowing Life Upon the Inanimate. This book had only recently been placed alongside her notes on transfiguration, and Leggett had undoubtedly seen it. Yet, he managed to control his inner desires, not casting a glance at the book until his departure. Dumbledore, it seems you have lost this time. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall lightly brushed her palm over the book. Indeed, he is truly a remarkable child. Just then, an ancient voice resonated from behind the scenes, and Dumbledore emerged from the office's relaxation area. Human desire can drive progress, yet can also lead to destruction. Only those who genuinely master their desires can guide others toward a brighter future. What transpired aboard the Hogwarts Express could hardly remain a secret from him, the headmaster. Having already fostered the rise of a Dark Lord due to a lapse in judgment, he could not allow the emergence of a third potential Dark Lord to flourish unchecked. Dumbledore, he is still but a child. I understand, Minerva, and I shall handle this matter. Meeting Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand, allowing Fawkes to escort him away. Sigh. Watching the place where Dumbledore had vanished, Professor McGonagall let out a resigned sigh. Once certain events have transpired, erasing their repercussions is no simple task. Having witnessed the rise of both the first and second Dark Lords has irrevocably altered Dumbledore, the Elder. Yet at the very least, the individual in question is still operating within the bounds of established norms, which is a stroke of fortune amidst the misfortune. After all, should the most powerful wizard of the age choose to disregard the rules, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Dumbledore could, in mere moments, ascend to become the third Dark Lord of the magical realm. Chapter 25, A Small Tongue, a Great Harm During the Midday Break. Beneath a great tree by the Black Lake, due to the oppressive gloom of Slytherin's environment, I opted to peruse Professor McGonagall's study notes alongside Sakura Matu. It must be said, an expert's hand reveals its worth immediately. As one of the few remaining masters of transfiguration in the magical community, the value of McGonagall's notes is sufficient to incite envy and covetousness from those outside. To put it simply, the notebook resembles an ancient martial arts manual, containing the insights of a master practitioner. Possessing this tome could potentially elevate one to mastery in a remarkably short span of time. Professor McGonagall's insights can be categorized into three principal sections. The first section encapsulates the unwavering belief in the power of magic. Transfiguration is an unparalleled art. It can transform anything. Once one attains a comprehensive understanding of the object to be altered, they can, to a certain extent, extend the duration of its existence. This is also the critical element in achieving a nimagous transformation and bestowing temporary consciousness upon inanimate objects. Leggett, someone approaches. Just as Leggett was about to retrieve a small toy from his ring for a detailed analysis of its structure, Sakura Matu, who was engrossed in her reading, pointed towards a direction not far off. Given the outdoor setting, she had not been perusing any peculiar tomes, but was instead studying the history of Hogwarts. This castle, having endured for so many years, surely harbors countless secrets yet to be uncovered. If they could discover something, it might well bolster both her and Leggett's strength. Someone is coming? Upon hearing this, Leggett set aside his book on transfiguration. Following the direction indicated by Sakura, his gaze was met by a cascade of fluffy brown hair. Leggett, Sakura. After a brisk run to the shade of a great tree, Hermione plopped down beside the two of them, apologizing for the classroom incident. Had it not been for her, they would not have attracted the professor's attention. Although Leggett and his companion did not suffer any embarrassment from the situation. Indeed, they were even commended for it. Hermione still felt a pang of guilt. After all, had they not been adept at transfiguration, they might have become the subject of ridicule from certain ill-intentioned individuals. While Hermione could maintain an air of superiority towards outsiders, her sentiments towards friends and companions were always intricate and sensitive. It's all right, we were going to submit our assignments anyway, she reassured them. With a smile and a wave of his hand, Leggett resumed his perusal of the notes he held. The sensation of knowledge gradually filling his mind was one he was reluctant to squander, akin to the irresistible allure of an exceptionally captivating game. Once one began, it was impossible to stop. Is this Professor McGonagall's notes? Hermione mused. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the book Leggett was flipping through. Although she could dismiss the whispers of others, she had faced scrutiny for her excellence in the mundane world of academia. However, the thought of Leggett and Sakura being affected by her presence filled her with remorse. She even contemplated maintaining a certain distance from them after this apology. Is something the matter? Just as Hermione prepared to rise, Sakura reached out and grasped her sleeve. She had not forgotten Leggett's words on the train, viewing her friendship with Hermione as an investment, one that could shape a young girl's future. At that moment, Sakura sensed a looming failure of this investment reflected in Hermione's conflicted expression. As Leggett's devoted assistant, she could not allow such a thing to transpire. Furthermore, despite Hermione's sometimes boisterous demeanor, Sakura found herself charmed by it, as it reminded her of someone who had always shielded her. Though many years had passed since they last met, the memory of a particular incident from her childhood lingered vividly in her mind. Meeting Sakura's concerned gaze, Hermione felt as though her pent-up frustration had found an outlet. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, her eyes betrayed her, glistening with unshed tears. It's all right. Just speak your mind, Sakura gently encouraged, patting the back of Hermione's hand. Those who appeared strong often found themselves touched by the kindness of others, and even a simple inquiry could lead to a flood of emotions. Thank you, Sakura. Accepting the tissue Sakura offered, Hermione pressed her lips together and confided the events that had transpired in the common room. Since arriving at Hogwarts, she had been harboring a sense of frustration, and today she had demonstrated through her actions that she was indeed no less capable than the children of the wizarding world. Ultimately, she is merely a young girl in her teens. When confronted with malicious verbal attacks, it is inevitable that she feels discomfort. It is said that Hermione, a student of Gryffindor, has consistently sided with the likes of Leggett from Slytherin. In the end, she even labeled him a traitor to Gryffindor. Were it not for Harry intervening between them, Ron would likely have faced Hermione's wrath by now. This is also the reason Hermione found herself by the edge of the Black Lake. Her original intention was to seek solace, but unexpectedly, she encountered Leggett and his companion, that foul-mouthed individual. Upon hearing Hermione's account, Sakura instinctively furrowed her brow. Since the beginning of their time at Hogwarts, Ron Weasley has seemingly been relentless in his verbal assaults. Had it not been for her desire to avoid unnecessary trouble for Leggett, she would have taught that insolent boy a lesson long ago. I apologize, Sakura, for burdening you with undesirable negative emotions. After wiping away her tears, Hermione's face once again adorned a carefree smile. I shall maintain our distance henceforth, thus sparing you from the scrutiny of Slytherin students. Although Leggett had not uttered a single word throughout, she noticed that he had ceased his reading. The friendliness displayed by the two reassured Hermione in her thoughts. If Gryffindor is so exclusive, how much better could Slytherin be? Aside from Leggett and Sakura, she had heard various remarks about other Slytherin students, the most frequently mentioned term being blood status. According to the bloodline theory, she is merely an ordinary muggle-born witch. If she were to grow too close to them, it might bring about unnecessary complications. As her feelings of frustration dissipated, her previous turmoil faded as well. In the absence of the power to defy the rules, adhering to them can certainly be a wise choice. Chapter 26. Lifelong Friends, Hermione Granger. Observing the resolute expression on Hermione's face, Leggett closed his notebook and remarked, as an intelligent person, why would you allow the words of a fool to alter your perspective? Hermione is one who values the adherence to rules, yet she possesses the courage to break them when it truly matters. This is precisely why Leggett seeks to invest in her. The regulations of the magical world are archaic to the point of inducing nausea. A being willing to challenge the existing norms is the key Leggett requires. Perhaps other keys will emerge in due course. However, based on the knowledge at hand, Hermione undoubtedly stands as the most fitting key. Meeting Leggett's calm and placid gaze, Hermione instinctively pursed her lips and replied, I merely wish to avoid causing you any trouble. Although it has been less than a day since her enrollment, she has already come to a profound realization that the magical world is far from idyllic. Theories of bloodline, opposition, and a hierarchy of wizards exist. Yet, regardless of the prevailing theory, Muggle-born wizards remain at the lowest echelon. If you truly believe this, consider it a misjudgment on my part. As he spoke, Leggett rose from the ground, reminding that truth often resides in the hands of a select few. Being overly concerned with the opinions of others prevents one from grasping the essence of truth. Hermione is intelligent. However, At times, the astute may overthink. Small provocations and pressures can sometimes lead the wise to profound realizations. Truth is often held by only a handful. Observing the departing Kinomoto, Sakura, and Leggett, Hermione clenched her fists, her expression conflicted. It was not until several seconds after they left that she abruptly stood up, calling out, "Leggett, Sakura, we're still friends, right?" Indeed, Hermione regretted her earlier thoughts. Why should she relinquish the friends she had painstakingly made due to Ron Weasley's thoughtless words? She, Hermione Granger, would never be inferior to others. One must remember that during her time in the Muggle world, she often defended her safety with her fists. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed a convenience. After using a duplication spell on her notebook, Leggett tossed a copy to Hermione, adding, "Of course, Hermione, as long as you desire, we shall always be friends. And do not discard this notebook. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall may cause me trouble later." Leggett has always been generous when it comes to dealing with investors. Even if he did not pass on the materials to Hermione now, Professor McGonagall would certainly ensure she received them later. It is better to offer a gesture of goodwill now. In an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. Conversely, to inspire loyalty from someone requires gradual accumulation of trust. Furthermore, forming a friendship with someone like Hermione is indeed a stroke of fortune. After all, how many can truly stand by your side without hesitation in life and death situations? Yes, we shall always be friends. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, Hermione tightened her grip on her notes on transfiguration. Sometimes certain decisions, once made, intertwine with one's life indefinitely. At this moment, Hermione resolved that regardless of what the future holds, she would unwaveringly support Leggett and Sakura, for they are her friends, her eternal friends. Minutes later, in the Slytherin common room, "Leggett, you should take a moment to rest." After arranging the blankets on the bed, Kinomoto Sakura tugged at Leggett's sleeve, reminding him that they still had classes in the afternoon, and a balance of work and rest is essential for effective learning. Leggett instinctively wanted to refuse, as he was currently riding a wave of enthusiasm. Being part of Slytherin, which boasts the most pure-blood families, certain internal conditions are indeed more lenient compared to the other three houses. To understand the pure-blood families and their desire to maintain their interests, it is evident that matrimonial alliances are undoubtedly the most effective and swiftest means. It can be said that among the 10 individuals currently studying here, at least 9 share distant familial ties. Nurturing relationships while residing in the academy has become an unspoken norm, as long as no lives are at stake. Most individuals tend to turn a blind eye. I recently took a brief respite by the Black Lake and now wish to continue perusing Professor McGonagall's notes. In the midst of our conversation, Sakura Matu presented a cup of brewed potion to Leggett, stating, "This is the sleeping potion I concocted. Please drink it and rest well." "All right, just be mindful of the time," he replied. Trusting Sakura, Leggett promptly consumed the potion in one gulp. Observing this action, a hint of a knowing smile flickered in Sakura's eyes. Minutes later, gazing at the serene profile of the sleeping Leggett, Sakura effortlessly nestled beside him. As she inhaled the distinct scent that belonged solely to the youth, her gaze began to take on an increasingly peculiar quality. How delightful it is to see a slumbering Leggett. Based on the potion's dosage, provided he refrains from any raucous activity, Leggett would remain in slumber for an hour. What ill intentions could Sakura possibly harbor? She merely wished to embrace someone and enjoy a brief afternoon nap. Of course, had Sakura possessed a system, it would likely indicate the completion of a task titled, "Leggett, your dormitory belongs to me, and thus you are also mine." Time, much like an oblivious child, unwittingly matures into a being laden with worries. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During this period, Leggett experienced classes in defense against the dark arts, history of magic, and astronomy. One could only remark that Hogwarts truly deserves its reputation as a merciless institution. One instructor feigned ignorance, while another transformed into a relentless hypnotist. As for the third, he was a bit eccentric, incessantly muttering about how the stars would guide them. Yet, when compared to certain other subjects, a considerable number of young wizards still gravitated towards the first three. Chapter 27. Notebook Acquisition 1. At this moment, within the potion classroom located in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle, Leggett and Sakura, both early risers, arrived at the classroom after breakfast, finding it devoid of other students. Among all the places within Hogwarts Castle, if one were to determine which resembled a wizard's abode from a fairy tale, the potion classroom would certainly rank second, with no other place daring to claim the first position. The atmosphere here is not only eerie and frigid, but also adorned with numerous glass jars lining the walls. As for the contents of these jars, they house an array of peculiar biological specimens, three-eyed toads, six-legged lizards, and even the oversized eyeballs of trolls. The cold and damp environment, coupled with the macabre decor, transforms the otherwise mundane potion classroom into an essential dwelling for many malevolent wizards depicted in various cinematic works. However, for Sakura Matsu, blessed with a full complement of potion-related buffs, this place is a rare treasure trove. Upon glimpsing the items displayed in the jars on the wall, she almost instantly recognized their immense value. Unfortunately, they cannot be taken. It is no exaggeration to say that if the materials adorning this wall were to be sold, they could easily fetch several 100,000 galleons. Moreover, this estimation only accounts for the items currently circulating in the market. Should one venture to sell some priceless artifacts, it could lead many potion masters to financial ruin in their desperate pursuit. Possessing these materials could potentially accelerate her potion-making prowess even further. Observing Sakura's slightly disheartened expression, Leggett gently ruffled her hair and assured her, "Do not worry, I will find a way to acquire more materials." Although the Black family is affluent, it has seen its share of prodigal heirs. Consequently, many materials previously hoarded by the family have been squandered by their predecessors. However, now that they have arrived at Hogwarts, there is no longer a need to fret over the scarcity of materials. As one endowed with the child of nature buff, Leggett could easily amass wealth amounting to tens of thousands of galleons overnight. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts is home to numerous magical creatures, with many of them perishing each year. Thanks to the boon of the child of nature, he could readily exchange corresponding rewards for his quarry. For most magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, the remains serve little purpose beyond sustenance. Yet for Leggett, it is an entirely different matter. Every part of these wondrous creatures possesses unique properties, useful for wand-making, potion brewing, and even some peculiar curses, provided he has a suitable sales channel. The Forbidden Forest stands as a vast, untapped gold mine. Of course, all of this hinges on the ability to procure what he needs from those magical beings. Over the years, aside from Hagrid, no one has successfully plundered the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. "I believe in you," Sakura said, smiling as she embraced his arm, feeling the warmth of Leggett's gentle touch upon her head. "Do not overexert yourself. The current materials are sufficient for me to practice for quite some time. Silly girl. Let's first take a look over there." After guiding Sakura to a somewhat dilapidated storage cabinet, Leggett used the unlocking spell, Alohomora, to open the lock. "What lies within?" Sakura inquired, blinking in curiosity as she watched Leggett rummage through a pile of books. It appeared that apart from the usual practice materials, the cabinet contained only a few worn-out old textbooks. Judging by their superficial value, they were worth far less than a fraction of that wall's bounty. "Uncle Lucius informed me that there is a valuable study note inside." Upon retrieving a tattered tome entitled Advanced Potion Making for Sixth Graders from a pile of books, Leggett opened its cover. The very first line that met his gaze declared that the book belonged to the Half-Blood Prince. Recognizing this rather melodramatic inscription, Leggett was assured he had found the correct volume. Beyond the potion-making knowledge contained within, the true purpose of his quest lay in the magic itself. While utilizing firearms to vanquish minor foes was exhilarating, it was ultimately through spells that one would discern victory during the climactic pinnacle of competition. Within this tome, alongside the insights on potion brewing, lay the original spells crafted solely by Snape. It could be said that, aside from Snape himself, no one else possessed knowledge of these incantations, particularly the infamous Sectum Sempra, a spell capable of inflicting wounds that defied healing. This was undoubtedly the most formidable weapon in the battle against formidable adversaries. With a combination of agile maneuvers and relentless assault, one could feasibly wear down an opponent whose strength surpassed their own. After all, a person's total blood volume was finite, without a counterspell to halt the bleeding. Prolonged combat would inevitably lead to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Of course, this scenario hinged upon a relatively equal disparity in power. Facing a swift and lethal champion like Draven, one would not even have the opportunity for their own marksman to strike before being eliminated. In such circumstances, showcasing skill would be utterly futile. Watching Leggett with a worn book in hand, Sakura Matsu couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. What could possibly warrant a recommendation from the head of the Malfoy family, if not something extraordinary? Perhaps this book concealed secrets yet undiscovered. Indeed, it contained spells and insights into potion making. When confronted with challenges, one could always shift the blame onto others, particularly Lucius. Sakura was undeniably astute. It was often the cleverest minds that overthought. To prevent her from spiraling into confusion, Leggett refrained from disclosing certain details. After all, treating this realm as the genuine primary world held its own merits. Was it truly Snape's potion-making wisdom? After assisting in restoring the cabinet to its original form, Sakura curiously glanced at a nearby replica. As one of the most renowned potion masters in the contemporary magical world, Snape's expertise was beyond question. Thus, acquiring his study notes would undoubtedly elevate her own potion-making prowess. Indeed, it was unmistakably Snape's work. Although the creatures in the corridor claimed Snape had yet to arrive, one could never know when he might materialize unexpectedly, much like a certain headmaster known for appearing from the most peculiar of places. After all, in her previous life, the seemingly empty back door often bore witness to the sudden emergence of the headmaster's visage. Alas, such was the plight of being a Black. Though Snape would likely remain taciturn due to Draco's presence, the uncertainty lingered. It is utterly inconceivable for Snape to exhibit any semblance of kindness towards her. Upon hearing this, Sakura Matu obediently stowed the copy into her spatial ring. Although she felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the book's contents, she would always prioritize Leggett's intentions above all else. Chapter 28. 3 questions, both confession and hope. Several minutes later, as the time for class drew nearer, students began to trickle into the classroom. In a manner reminiscent of their previous transfiguration class, the young wizards from the two houses instinctively divided the space, one taking the left and the other the right. After all, Snape was his godfather. Before long, a figure entered through the door of the potions classroom, and the previously animated atmosphere of the classroom fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, a task unexpectedly popped up on the system panel that Leggett had been immersed in for several days. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden task. To be a role model, one must not act so casually. Task details. Present shampoo to Snape during class and remind him to maintain his image. Task reward. 1 exchange attempt X1. The instant he read the task details, Leggett instinctively glanced towards Snape, who was still eloquently addressing the class from the podium. Based on his understanding of Snape, voicing such a statement publicly seemed unthinkable. Just as Leggett pondered how to broach the subject, Snape had already posed his trio of death-related questions to Harry. The so-called savior. Ignoring Hermione's arm raised high, Snape's gaze swiftly surveyed the classroom. This brief glance allowed him to spot Leggett, who was leaning on his desk, seemingly lost in thought. As Draco's godfather, Snape was familiar with Leggett, albeit their interactions had been minimal. Overall, Snape's demeanor towards Leggett could hardly be described as amiable, considering that his own heartbreak years ago was inextricably linked to a certain scoundrel bearing the surname Black. Leggett's apparent distraction was evident, and though it stemmed from the grudges of the previous generation, the resemblance between Leggett and that scoundrel triggered an involuntary surge of resentment within Snape. Oh no, why is my godfather fixating on Leggett again? Observing the palpable tension emanating from Snape, Draco instinctively felt the urge to speak up. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the previous generation's conflicts, he had gleaned some insights from Lucius. It was clear that Snape harbored a profound disdain for the Black family. While Draco was indeed Snape's godson, and their relationship was relatively amicable, even in such situations, a son must remain respectfully silent. TSK, it appears I must bear the burden of my predecessor's grudges. Meeting Snape's expression, rife with resentment, Leggett sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. He was aware, to some extent, of the misdeeds committed by his uncle still imprisoned in Azkaban. It can only be said that neither he nor those few individuals from back then displayed any semblance of decency. They not only conspired to bully others in the school, but also succeeded in severing the only friendship one had. Were these events to transpire in his own life, he would have undoubtedly resorted to violence against them. Moreover, Leggett's seemingly dazed reaction elicited mockery from many Gryffindor students, considering the long-standing rivalry between the two houses. Just moments prior, Snape had belittled their house's hero. Of course, due to Snape's recent series of dubious actions, most of the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts dared only to whisper among themselves. The only exception was Ron Weasley, who, eager to witness Leggett's misfortune, was animatedly conversing with Harry, exclaiming, "It's nothing, Harry." In Ron's view, had it not been for Leggett's repeated antagonism, he would never have become the target of ridicule. Indeed, the events occurring at Hogwarts, coupled with subsequent mischief, had gradually brought Ron Weasley, once an outsider, into the limelight of many students. However, the attention he garnered was far from flattering, as he was often labeled a coward or a liar. Even though the Weasley twins had previously aided in his attempts to redeem himself, it was only a matter of time before he would again offend others with his sharp tongue. Ignorance should never be used as an excuse, for foolish individuals will eternally seek to absolve themselves. As the conversation unfolded, Leggett rose from his seat and fixed his gaze upon Snape. Noting that a mixture of daffodil root powder and mugwort could yield the potion known as the elixir of death, This potion possesses potent sedative properties, capable of alleviating the afflictions caused by insomnia. Bull bile, a stone extracted from the stomach of a cow, possesses strong detoxifying qualities. As for the aconitum species, also known as wolfsbane, it can be referred to collectively as monkshood. Meeting Snape's hollow gaze, Leggett smiled and continued, "The departed have gone. I implore you, Professor, to look ahead." Snape's inquiry regarding Harry's mother could be interpreted as a form of veiled contrition. The daffodil is a branch of the lily family, symbolizing a remorse that endures until death. Harry's mother bore the name Lily, which translates to lily in English. Miguel signifie absence. The combination of these two elements in the elixir of death corresponds to living death, a poignant expression of remorse for Lily's demise. Similarly, the subsequent questions posed by Snape reflect his own regrets regarding Harry's mother. Regrettably, Harry, still enveloped by the aura of the Chosen One, remained oblivious to the profound implications behind these inquiries. This ignorance was a significant source of Snape's disappointment, for it appeared that Harry had not inherited Lily's aptitude for potion-making, possessing only her striking eyes. As he met Leggett's cheerful gaze, Snape instinctively clenched his hands within the sleeves of his robes. Taken aback by the unexpected comfort offered by the child of the family, he considered an adversary, leaving him momentarily at a loss for expression. As Severus Snape was about to utter something, an unpleasant voice once again disrupted the harmony of the classroom. Chapter 29, Professor, should we use shampoo? It seemed like a premeditated act, as Hermione had raised her hand so high. Fool! Upon hearing the voice from behind, Snape immediately devised a means to alleviate the current awkwardness. Fixing his hawkish gaze upon the still muttering Ron, he expressionlessly declared, "Defamation of a teacher, 10 points from Gryffindor." He detested those who, lacking ability, attempted to act superior. The oppressive aura of the Serpent King was palpable. In such a state, Ron scarcely dared to defy him further. To put it simply, Snape's intimidating presence at that moment was akin to having a gun pressed to Ron's forehead. However, this abrupt point deduction drew the attention of many Gryffindors to Ron, although it was common knowledge that potions was the subject from which Gryffindor lost the most points. Losing points for mere indiscretion incited a desire among many to strike Ron. 10 points. That was an egregious loss, equivalent to the effort required by so many to earn those credits. It was understood that if Slytherin continued to triumph in the House Cup this year, they would achieve an unprecedented 7 consecutive victories. This notion had long been intolerable to the opposing Gryffindors. Thus, since the very first day of school, the upperclassmen had incessantly reminded the newcomers, even if you cannot earn points in class, do not let them slip through your fingers. Silence. Wait a moment, Professor. Seeing Snape's gaze shift towards Harry as he prepared to speak, Laggerton sensed his opportunity. He promptly retrieved a bottle of ordinary shampoo from his ring and presented it to Snape. This shampoo was among the many mundane items he had purchased during a recent outing to the Muggle world with Sakura Matu. It was well known that the Potters and Snape were sworn enemies, their feud over a woman irreconcilable. Presenting a bottle of the Potter shampoo to Snape was akin to a blatant slap in the face. Sometimes, Laggerton pondered whether Snape refrained from washing his hair because all the shampoo in the wizarding world was produced by the Potter family. What is this? Snape instinctively furrowed his brow at the object in Laggerton's hand. Having been removed from the Muggle world for so long, he had forgotten many things. Shampoo. Ordinary shampoo for Muggles. Without giving Snape a chance to react, Laggerton thrust the shampoo into his hands and cheerfully continued, "As the potions master and our head of house, you must surely endure considerable strain. Yet, even so, one must carve out a modicum of time for rest. After all, as a role model, one ought to pay heed to their own image, should they not? Slytherin and Gryffindor." In this moment, whether they hailed from Slytherin or Gryffindor, the young wizards were as though a mute button had simultaneously been pressed. They could hardly fathom that Leggett would dare to exhibit such audacity. Observing the shampoo thrust into his hand by Leggett, Snape, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquired, "Have you finished?" Upon meeting the unyielding countenance of the other, Leggett nodded awkwardly. The current deadpan visage of Snape evoked memories of his former teacher's formidable presence. Time and again, that figure would materialize like a specter, suddenly appearing beside him with an impassive query. "So, is your phone entertaining?" 5 points deducted from Slytherin. With this expressionless declaration, Snape turned and strode towards the podium. Yet, the shampoo he held did not meet an immediate demise. It was only when Snape commenced his lecture at the podium that Leggett's mind was graced with the system's notification. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of embodying a teacher. Such nonchalance is unacceptable. Reward: extraction attempts X1. Remaining extraction attempts X2. Finally, it is accomplished. Glancing at the information displayed on the system panel, Leggett exhaled a sigh of relief. He certainly wished to avoid a repeat of such a scenario. Had Snape's concentration not wavered, he would not have seized this fortuitous opportunity to complete his task. Fortunately, Snape appeared disinclined to impede him further. Throughout the ensuing class, Snape exemplified the qualities befitting an educator. However, he did not adhere strictly to the monotonous recitation of the potion textbook. Rather, he infused his explanations with unique insights. These insights not only expedited the potion-making process, but also enhanced the efficacy of the concoctions. Among those benefiting from this knowledge was Sakura Matu, who had long been immersed in the study of potions. At this moment, she was deftly and accurately handling porcupine quills as instructed by Snape. While the textbook prescribed cutting the quills, Snape advocated for grinding them instead. During her initial practice at home, Matu had concocted a potion for treating boils, but neither her speed nor the quality of the potion matched the purity of Snape's recent brew. His mastery over heat, technique, and timing was exceptional. As one of the foremost potion masters of the age, he quickly discerned the innate talent within Matu. It was a gift not inferior to his own. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, she would undoubtedly evolve into a potion master akin to himself in due course. At this moment, he even entertained the notion of taking her as a disciple. After all, while he had previously been responsible for teaching Draco potions, it had largely been due to various entanglements of interest, and he had not held Draco's talent in high regard. However, this was not to imply that Draco lacked potential. One can only assert that in the realm of potion making, Draco is merely an average presence. However, upon shifting his gaze to the idly lounging Leggett, Snape let out a disdainful huff and turned away. He felt no fondness for this scion of the Black family. TSK. It seems he's been noted after all. Watching Snape storm away in indignation, Leggett muttered a quiet comment to himself. Yet in the next moment, he caught a whiff of an exceedingly familiar scent in the air. Chapter 30. A minor reprimand for Leggett, who had frequently encountered failures in potion making. He immediately recognized this odor as the distinctively acrid scent that arises when a potion goes awry. Following the source of the smell, he beheld a cauldron before Neville, from which ominous green smoke was billowing forth, perhaps due to the potion's effects or the mutation of its ingredients. The once sturdy cauldron was now being warped into an unrecognizable shape. "Be careful, don't let the potion splash onto you," he advised, swiftly brandishing his wand. In an instant, the potion that was on the verge of escaping the cauldron vanished entirely. 5 points to Slytherin. He then turned to the flustered Neville and bellowed in fury, "You imbecile! Did I not instruct you not to add the porcupine quills until the cauldron was removed from the fire?" After delivering a scathing reprimand, Snape approached Leggett's table. "Machiri, provide this fool with some of your successfully brewed potion." Although Leggett's actions were swift, as the first line of defense before the cauldron, Neville inevitably bore some splashes of the potion. The failed concoction also resulted in several boils sprouting on his skin. Initially, Snape had intended to send him directly to the infirmary, but upon catching the scent from the cauldron of Kanto Sakura, he abandoned that thought. After all, some experiences are rendered more palpable when witnessed firsthand. Upon hearing this, Kanto Sakura exchanged a glance with Leggett. After receiving the boy's nod of approval, she filled a vial with the completed potion and handed it to the still sniffling Neville. "Give it a try. While I cannot guarantee its efficacy, it should alleviate your discomfort." Since Leggett had consented, she had no reason to be stingy. Moreover, Leggett had shown kindness towards the pudgy boy on the train. Thus, offering a simple potion in exchange for a favor was a transaction that seemed quite reasonable. "Thank you, Machiri." Without a moment's hesitation, Neville gulped down the potion she had offered. Mere seconds later, as the potion began to take effect, the boils adorning his nose gradually began to fade away. Observing the evident transformation on Neville's face, Snape could not help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, Slytherin earns an additional 20 points. "And you, Macri, come to my office after class." After uttering this command, he surveyed the surrounding students. How was it possible that merely by watching you, one could learn to brew potions? Confronted with the Snake King's sudden, indiscriminate onslaught, the students were reluctant to experience the disastrous state Neville had just endured. Several minutes later, as Snape traversed the corridor, he meticulously examined each cauldron. Though he was quite displeased with the slacker, Regulus, he merely unleashed a few venomous remarks. Meanwhile, Sakura had nearly perfected her boil potion, which essentially meant Regulus had completed the same potion as well. However, the most crucial point was that he was a Slytherin student. Should Slytherin secure the House Cup this year, it would mark an unprecedented 7th consecutive victory. Therefore, as long as Regulus did not actively sabotage himself, Snape was disinclined to pay him much attention. After all, each interaction would remind him of that loathsome visage. Were it not for the emotional stability cultivated through years of mental discipline, he might have resorted to hanging Regulus upside down. Yet, an old adage rings true. Sorrow does not dissipate. It merely shifts to another's countenance. Just like at this moment with Harry and Ron. The blue concoction before them bore no resemblance to a proper boil potion. Consequently, they found themselves at the receiving end of Snape's ire, utterly bewildered about their own identities. Do you believe this potion is safe to consume, Potter, Weasley? I dare say that drinking your concoction will not only fail to cure the boils, but may very well poison you outright. Gazing into Harry's eyes, which mirrored Lily's, Snape was inevitably filled with a tinge of frustration. As for Ron, the unfortunate lad was merely collateral damage. Snape's ire was primarily directed at Harry. However, this focus on Harry granted Ron the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Noticing that many were laughing at his expense, Ron clenched his fists tightly, especially when he met Regulus's gaze. Filled with amusement, the frustration within him reached its zenith. Professor, how is it that Regulus has yet to brew a potion? Why is he allowed to? It must be said, after being chastised so many times, Ron had gained a modicum of insight. He refrained from directly accusing Snape of unfairness, but shifted the point of contention towards Regulus. The latter had not engaged in potion-making since the beginning of class, which was undeniably outrageous. While their own potion was a complete disaster, at least they had been earnest in their efforts. I could assist him. But before Ron could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, Sakura interjected. What's the matter, Weasley? Do you have any objections? At this moment, Sakura Matu wore a smile on her face. Yet, all the young wizards within the classroom instinctively felt a chill run down their spines. Lily, as severe as Snape, gazed at the suddenly emerging Sakura Matu. He experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. However, in the end, he regrettably failed to protect her. As their figures began to merge, Snape truly desired to impart knowledge of potions to her, as a means of compensating for his past regrets. All right, little Sakura. Just as the atmosphere descended into an eerie tranquility, Leggett reached out to gently ruffle Sakura Matu's hair and, with a hint of implication, softly remarked, "We shan't concern ourselves with fools. Most members of the Weasley family possess great potential. Yet, Ron Weasley stands as the singular anomaly within that lineage, lacking in both talent and prowess, devoid of any remarkable qualities. You despicable Black, do you only hide behind women?" Before Ron could finish his sentence, Leggett lightly waved his right hand, which rested beside him. In the next instant, propelled by an inexplicable force, Ron suddenly slipped, causing his face to plunge directly into the cauldron before him. With a piercing scream, Ron quickly lifted his head from the cauldron, but due to the extensive contact with the failed potion, his face was now marred with numerous boils. Non-verbal spellcasting. Upon noticing Leggett's subtle maneuver, a flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. He had not anticipated that Leggett could master such advanced spellcasting techniques at this age. It is worth noting that even among the graduates of Hogwarts, few could wield such sophisticated magical skills. However, observing Leggett's unfazed demeanor, Snape deemed it necessary to report this matter to Dumbledore. He would not allow any potential threats to Harry's safety to exist. "Ron, are you all right?" Seeing his dear friend in such a dire state, Harry shot an angry glare at Leggett, exclaiming, "You went too far?" It was a perfectly normal conversation. How could he possibly end up with his head in the cauldron? Consequently, Harry naturally cast a suspicious glance towards Leggett. Although he was uncertain how the incident transpired, it was undoubtedly connected to him. Chapter 31. Sakura Matu's Choice, Snape's Instruction. Mr. Potter, furthermore, Ron Weasley has repeatedly insulted me and my family verbally. I previously chose not to pursue this matter out of consideration for his family. Yet, what has this yielded? Escalated insults and trouble, is it not? Additionally, I have a question for you, Mr. Potter. If someone continuously insults you, even disparaging your family, what would you do? Though Harry has shown some change, it remains insufficient. Under the influence of the so-called savior, the other party has, to some extent, followed the well-trodden path of the original work. After all, if someone were to insult my parents, I would certainly rush forward without hesitation to confront them. Therefore, Mr. Potter, setting aside the fact that Mr. Weasley may have acted carelessly, observing Harry, who was blushing and at a loss for words, Leggett gently tapped the table and continued in a dispassionate tone. Even if I were to intervene and teach him a lesson, there would be nothing amiss, would there? Is it acceptable for you to allow those around you to be insulted at will, Mr. Potter? While I have no authority over your choice of friends, the current outcome suggests that your judgment in friendships leaves much to be desired. Leggett's words were delivered with such plainness that they seemed to be an undeniable truth. Even as he racked his brain for a response, Harry stammered, and no, upon reflection, it appears that from the very beginning, it was Ron who persistently sought trouble with Leggett. Each time, Leggett's response was merely a minor reprimand, without any significant repercussions for Ron. Consequently, Leggett's final statement plunged Harry into a profound state of inner turmoil. Could it be that choosing to befriend Ron was indeed a misguided decision? Enough. This is not the place for your quarrels. Observing the turmoil and confusion flickering in Harry's eyes, Snape ultimately relented. Potter, take Weasley to the infirmary. He wished to shield Lily's memory from any sorrowful emotions, even if the individual before him was not Lily, but rather a child bearing a striking resemblance to that wretched Potter. Understood, Professor. I will take Ron to the infirmary right away. At these words, Harry felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. After giving Snape a serious nod, he quickly assisted the still woeful Ron and hurried out. He was eager to leave the classroom behind. Watching the two as they exited, Snape first shot a fierce glance at Leggett before turning back to examine the potions of the other students. All right, your anger has been vented. Do not pay heed to those fools. Ignoring Snape's fierce gaze, Leggett reached out to touzle Sakuramata's silky hair and remarked, "Let us continue with the lesson. We shall make use of these materials rather than waste them." "Very well, I shall follow your lead." As they spoke, Sakura casually tossed a portion of the materials into the trash. Snape. Meanwhile, as Leggett and Sakura engaged in their intimate interaction, the faces of the young witches and wizards in the classroom reflected a myriad of emotions. A typical Gryffindor student remarked, "Weasley truly is a fool, getting suppressed by someone from Slytherin once again." Neville commented, "Was that done by Leggett just now? But how did he manage it?" Hermione observed, "He performed wandless magic. I never expected Leggett to be so formidable, though perhaps he might have been a bit too harsh. Yet it seems Professor Snape is unconcerned about this matter. A band of young wizards from Slytherin, truly worthy of our first-year invisible prefect, once again trampling upon the Gryffindors. Michelle, casting spells without a wand seems to render defeating this fellow quite a formidable challenge." The only one present who harbored a different thought, or perhaps was on the verge of grinding his molars to dust, was Draco. Although he found some amusement in the misfortune of the incompetent Weasley, the sight of Harry supporting Ron to the infirmary did little to elevate Draco's spirits. After all, he had yet to flaunt his achievements to Harry before the latter departed with that odious boy. How could he make Harry realize the error of his ways? To understand that only by befriending someone as exceptional as himself could he aspire to become a great wizard? If there were music to accompany this moment, it would surely be an anthem of conquest. During the lunch break, before the door of Professor Snape's office, Leggett couldn't help but display a knowing expression upon seeing Sakura Matu clutching two notebooks. Given Sakura's extraordinary talent in potions, coupled with the fleeting glimmer of admiration in Snape's gaze during class, Leggett was hardly surprised that she was to be personally tutored by him. "Yes, Professor Snape has asked me to see him after school each day." After wrapping her arm around Leggett's right arm, Sakura nuzzled against his shoulder. "Leggett, I'm hungry." This was quite in line with his character. The food at Hogwarts was prepared by house elves, so if one desired a particular dish, they could directly request it from them. Although the house elves preferred to serve Hufflepuffs, they generally complied with requests from any Hogwarts student. Furthermore, Leggett had provided them with various Chinese recipes, thus elevating his status in the eyes of the house elves even above that of most Hufflepuff students. Hence, asking them to reserve meals for him was a trivial matter. "Well then, let us hurry along." As she spoke, Sakura entwined her arms with Leggett, and they made their way toward the dining hall. "Matu, there's a prerequisite for studying potions with me." After placing the prepared ingredients aside, Snape looked up at Sakura with an indifferent expression and stated, "Keep your distance from Leggett. His presence will only hinder your progress." In response, Sakura cast a detached glance at Snape. Without uttering another word, she turned to leave. Observing her silent departure, Snape furrowed his brow slightly. Did she truly intend to forfeit this opportunity for him? She must understand that becoming my apprentice would grant her boundless glory and wealth. The network and resources possessed by a renowned potion master are formidable. It is no exaggeration to say that should Sakura become Snape's disciple, she would instantly become a guest of honor among many pure-blood aristocrats. After all, even if the family possesses a plethora of magical herbs, they remain mere herbs without the expertise of a remarkable potion master to concoct them. In response to Snape's inquiries, Sakura Matu showed no intention of addressing him. She continued to walk towards the door at a leisurely pace, calmly stating, "Professor Snape, I can see that your potion-making skills are indeed impressive. However, compared to Leggett, your teachings are akin to refuse. I would never forsake Leggett to learn from you." Although Snape's mastery of potion-making was enticing, for Sakura, nothing in this world could compare to the significance of Leggett. After school, each evening, I will dedicate 2 hours to instructing you. If Sakura were truly able to unhesitatingly abandon Leggett, perhaps Snape would consider relinquishing his pursuit. Yet, the more resolutely she stood by Leggett's side, the more tumultuous Snape's thoughts became. He once had a girl like her by his side, but due to misunderstandings and conflicts, they ultimately found themselves at odds. In the end, he could not even ensure her safety. Glancing at the warm-hearted Leggett beside her, Sakura rested her head on the young man's shoulder. Can we have boiled fish for lunch? I'm craving fish. Sure, whatever you wish to eat. I will bring it to you. Then I wish to eat you. In the sunlit corridor, a somewhat exasperated young man and a girl with a radiant smile embraced tightly as they strolled forward. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting a touch of beauty around their figures. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts was starkly contrasting. Chapter 32, Dumbledore's Decision and the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore. That child is far too dangerous. Upon hearing Snape recount the events that transpired in the potions classroom, the former headmaster, Armando Dippet, who hung on the wall, immediately cautioned. Be careful, Dumbledore. You no longer have time to contend with the potential emergence of a third Dark Lord. In my opinion, it would be prudent to eliminate that child before further complications arise. As the previous headmaster of Hogwarts, he had once held a favorable view of the young Voldemort. When Voldemort sought a position at Hogwarts, it was Dippet who personally turned him away. However, at that time, Dippet harbored no particular intentions. He merely wished for Voldemort to explore the world and encounter more people and experiences while he was still young. But things did not unfold as hoped. Dippet's 2 refusals inadvertently accelerated the twisting of Voldemort's already corrupted soul. Now, upon witnessing a child akin to the young Tom Riddle, Dippet instinctively heightened his vigilance. Hogwarts had already birthed one Dark Lord. It could not allow the emergence of a second. Shut your mouth. Do not dare to slander my beloved great-great-great-grandson. In the very next moment after Armando Dippet spoke, Phineas Nigellus Black from another frame instantly switched to a mode of warlike fury. The Black family, renowned for their unwavering purity, certainly would not harbor any peculiar characters. Moreover, thanks to the ornate frame of the Black family's ancestral home, he was acutely aware of the remarkable qualities possessed by Lecter. Aside from having unceremoniously relegated the incessantly chattering Walburga Black to the confines of the basement, Lecter was, in truth, without any flaw. I have no desire to engage in futile arguments. Observing Phineas, who seemed ready to leap from the frame for a real-life duel, Armando instinctively recoiled several steps, and I speak only the truth. His direct aggression toward the fellow student is a clear testament to that. Though all existed in the form of paintings, there was still a discernible disparity between them. Who could fathom the thoughts of the artist who rendered Phineas Nigellus Black in such a muscular form? In stark contrast, Armando Dippet's own portrayal depicted a gaunt, elderly figure. Visually, there was simply no comparison. If a real-life duel were to ensue, Armando would likely be left in tatters. Of course, this presupposes that a painting could indeed act. Hey, you scoundrel, you dare say that. As Armando stubbornly persisted in his retorts, Phineas Nigellus Black leapt into his rival's mural. If reason failed, he was not without some knowledge of physical confrontation. Don't come any closer. You scoundrel, stop right there. Even with his mind meticulously honed to perfection, such a somewhat provocative situation rendered him momentarily speechless. Enough of this noise. I shall make the decision regarding this matter. In truth, from the onset of the Hogwarts Express journey, Dumbledore had already taken note of Lecter. The boy bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Tom. Not only did he possess formidable magical talent, but he also exhibited extraordinary intellect. However, unlike Tom, Lecter's heart was imbued with love. Whether towards Malfoy or Macmillan, he consistently displayed an almost boundless tolerance and affection. Furthermore, Lecter seemed to harbor no disdain for mingling with Muggleborns, a sentiment easily discernible from his interactions with Hermione and others. Additionally, Lecter's involvement in the recent altercation was largely provoked by Weasley's taunts, compounded by the previous testing conducted by Professor McGonagall. In light of these accumulating factors, Dumbledore had come to a conclusion. Lecter indeed bore a striking resemblance to the former Tom, yet he would never tread the same treacherous path. As long as there were individuals he cherished nearby, Lecter would not succumb to the extremes. Nevertheless, further testing would undoubtedly continue, for it is all too easy for a person to change. Perhaps even the slightest external stimulus could lead to a profound transformation in one's character. I understand now. Meeting the ever-smiling gaze of Dumbledore, Snape turned away, his expression stoic. Departing from a scene, As long as there was no threat posed to Harry, he remained indifferent to Leggett's affairs, especially after the connection with Sakuramatu had been established. Although he still found Leggett quite displeasing, he had no intention of deliberately antagonizing him. Perhaps it is time for Harry to find a new friend. Observing Snape's retreating figure, Dumbledore reached for a handful of cockroaches from a desk. Initially, he had intended to forge a deep friendship between Harry and the Weasley family through Ron Weasley. He could never have anticipated that within the talented Weasley lineage, there would exist such an anomaly as Ron. Even the most boisterous of the Weasley twins possessed talents that were unattainable for the average person. Yet, since his enrollment, Ron seemed to merely excel in incessant chatter. As Dumbledore pondered whether to change his approach, a nauseating, viscous odor suddenly erupted in his mouth. Ugh. He had bitten into a real cockroach again. In the evening, within a clearing of the Forbidden Forest, Leggett surveyed the array of various potion ingredients and components from fantastical creatures spread before him. He promptly retrieved several vials of potions and large cuts of magical pork from his spatial pocket. Subsequently, he instructed a small spider to notify him of any further matters. After handing over the items to the eight-eyed spider, which resembled a small truck, Leggett produced some prime cuts of magical meat from his ring, stating, "This is a separate fee for your errands, not included in our previous agreement. To ensure the horse runs, one must first feed it well." The spider had traveled a considerable distance to deliver the goods, and thus, it was only right to offer something in return. After all, these items held little value for Leggett, making them a worthy investment to foster goodwill with the giant spider. At this juncture, the transaction could be deemed a mere exchange of interest between Leggett and Aragog. Should Aragog meet his demise one day, this channel of dealings would undoubtedly be severed. Moreover, for a creature like the eight-eyed spider, whose nature was inherently predatory, a simple natural buff would hardly suffice to earn its loyalty. Chapter 33, The Heir of Eloquence. Thank you, my lord. I am Hercross. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to have your kin notify me directly, he said, before hastily darting into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, dragging the items wrapped in silk. The forest was rife with creatures harboring hostility towards the eight-eyed spider. Although he was escorted by kin along the way, one could never anticipate what might emerge from the thickets ahead. The haul had been satisfactory. Perhaps he could have creature display some of the findings in the shop. The materials brought by Hercross were rather uneven, and Leggett had no intention of keeping all of them. Aside from a few rare materials that were hard to come by, the best choice was still to convert the rest into galleons. While money may not be everything, the absence of it is indeed a significant hindrance. Whether purchasing rare magical artifacts or magical materials, substantial galleons were essential. After tidying everything up, Leggett did not rush to leave. After all, with the enhancement of the Nature's Child buff, as long as Leggett did not act recklessly, the intelligent magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest would naturally harbor a certain fondness for him. In this scenario, as long as Leggett refrained from initiating an attack, the magical beings would not assail him either. Of course, some creatures with less discernment or those in a state of extreme anger might disregard this understanding. Furthermore, this seemingly invincible buff had its limitations. If one were to utilize it to ambush or slay magical creatures, their resentment would gradually erode the buff until it was entirely lost. As Leggett playfully teased a fox spirit while making his way toward the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, a remarkably gruff voice suddenly resonated from not far away. "This is the Forbidden Forest. It's quite dangerous. Young wizard, come out with me quickly." Instinctively, Leggett turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. In the next moment, he beheld a giant towering over 3 meters, dressed in tattered garments, swiftly parting the foliage as he approached. Alongside the giant was a lively dog that, upon spotting Leggett, immediately abandoned its companion and dashed to his side with a speed surpassing that of Bolt, wagging its tail furiously in a display of enthusiasm, as if Leggett were its true master. Meanwhile, in response to the sudden appearance of the towering figure and the dog, the fox spirit, unusually, did not flee. Instead, it perched atop Leggett's head, its expression one of keen vigilance, fixated on the approaching giant. It seemed ready to confront any threat that dared to approach its companion. "Is that a fox spirit perched on your head?" the giant inquired, momentarily taken aback before his curiosity took over. "Is it yours?" Raising the fox spirit gently in his hands, Leggett replied softly, "We share a bond of friendship. Wouldn't you agree?" Feeling the gentle movements of Leggett, the charming creature immediately flapped its wings in excitement, chirping with delight. "Indeed, I'm the best of friends with the master," it squeaked. "Woof woof. I too wish to be a good friend to the master." The dog barked. "Squeak squeak. Away with you, foul dog. Woof woof." You're the one who should go away, loathsome insect. Although Hagrid could not comprehend why Yaya was suddenly so agitated, he inexplicably felt as though a hat had been placed upon his head. Half an hour later, within Hagrid's quaint wooden cabin, after tossing a sizable piece of magical pork to Yaya, Leggett reached out to pat its furry head, saying, "Be good, Yaya. Here are some little gifts for you now. Go play outside." "Woof, woof. Thank you, master. I shall always be your dog." "Your talent is truly enviable," Hagrid remarked, gazing at Yaya as it happily trotted away with the pork. "If I possessed such a gift, venturing into the Forbidden Forest would be far more convenient." Despite having roamed the forest for many years, there are still numerous creatures that harbor an aversion to me. Leggett's innate ability to coexist harmoniously with magical beings is something I have long yearned for. Alas, such gifts are intrinsic. After smiling and waving at Hagrid, Leggett pointed to the blanket draped over Hagrid's shoulders, adding, "Even without such a talent, you are still fondly regarded by many magical creatures, are you not?" Leggett described the child of nature buff as akin to the talents possessed by the Scamander lineage, allowing them to better interact with magical beings. However, even without such extraordinary charm, Hagrid's access to the Forbidden Forest was not particularly problematic. It is known that the skin of giants possesses remarkable resilience and magical resistance. As a half-giant, Hagrid naturally inherited this trait. Most of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest are relatively small, and very few can genuinely pose a threat to him. Even disregarding his friendship with Aragog, the Acromantula, Hagrid's formidable combat prowess would suffice to vanquish the majority of the forest's inhabitants. In a previous life, it was often joked that Hagrid had inherited the essence of the swinging tongue, first incapacitating those who dared oppose him, then offering them sage counsel. If they remained obstinate, he would continue to engage them until they yielded. They're indeed very adorable, and I quite adore them," Hagrid remarked, feeling somewhat bashful at Leggett's compliments. Scratching his head, "Leggett, if you have time later, could you teach me how to interact with those delightful creatures? While talent cannot be learned, understanding the habits of magical beings might enable me to cultivate friendships with them. Perhaps I could first educate them with my fists before befriending them." Chapter 34. A Desire to Trade with Hagrid. Of course, that is not a problem. Gazing into Hagrid's cautious eyes, Leggett smiled and said, "If there is anything you wish to know, you may express it now. The Forbidden Forest, in essence, serves as the backyard of Hogwarts. Hagrid, the so-called guardian of this Forbidden Forest, occupies a role akin to that of a security officer in a past life, while ensuring the safety of young witches and wizards. He also prevents intruders from wreaking havoc within its confines. Although the Forbidden Forest is not particularly vast, it is home to a plethora of rare and magical creatures. While Leggett could enlist the aid of the Acromantula to gather materials, the creature's domain remains limited, and many magical beings possess a low level of intelligence. Therefore, fostering a good relationship with Hagrid to assist in material collection undoubtedly represents the most advantageous course of action. How splendid that is! Hagrid, equally thrilled by Leggett's prompt agreement to his request, rose excitedly from his bed. After retrieving a notebook from a drawer, he posed his first pressing question. "Leggett, I wish to know how to make a Snidget lower its guard. Every time I approach it, the Snidget is an exceedingly timid creature." For the next several minutes, Hagrid continued to ask a myriad of questions. Leggett, well versed in the habits of known magical creatures, answered with unreserved candor. It is worth noting that the primary reason many magical creatures flee is often rooted in Hagrid himself. As a half-giant, he inevitably emits an aura characteristic of his lineage. While humans may not perceive this presence, the exceptionally perceptive magical creatures can easily detect the giant essence emanating from Hagrid. Naturally, to avoid being captured and devoured, they will seek to distance themselves as much as possible. "All right, Hagrid, that will suffice for today." Leggett began to rise, prompting Hagrid to instinctively wish to retain him. After all, there were numerous questions in his notebook. Even if the two were to stay awake for days on end, they might not manage to address them all. However, recalling that Leggett was still a student, Hagrid suppressed the urge to insist he stay. "Let me walk you out. This path can be rather dark at night." Though the surroundings appeared somewhat untidy, their insulation properties were undoubtedly commendable. Even though the remaining questions were immensely tempting, Hagrid, despite his imposing stature, possessed a surprisingly delicate nature. "Well then, I appreciate your kindness." As they conversed, Leggett retrieved a sack brimming with gleaming galleons from his ring. "Hagrid, I wonder if you might be interested in making a trade." "A trade?" Hagrid exclaimed, nearly blinded by the sight of the golden coins at Leggett's feet. To be honest, even after living for decades, it was the first time he had seen anyone carry such an abundance of galleons. Apart from the fixed salary he receives each month, The most valuable possessions he has are likely that motorcycle and this humble abode. Yet, from the perspective of Leggett's identity and status, it seems the other party does not hold these items in high regard. Surely, it cannot be that they are drawn to him personally, wishing to engage in some illicit affair. No, in truth, you possess much more. After removing the blanket draped over him, Leggett offered it to Hagrid. Hagrid, what is the material of this blanket? It is made from unicorn hair. I found it in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid realized the implication of Leggett's words midway through his response. I apologize, Leggett, but I cannot accept this trade. Let this blanket serve as my payment for the question I just posed. It would be wise for you to refrain from coming here again. I will not consent to harming those adorable creatures. Observing Hagrid's resolute expression, as if he would never conspire with evil, Leggett felt a twinge of exasperation. I believe you have misunderstood, Hagrid. I never suggested hunting magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. I merely seek your assistance in gathering some magical materials they may have left behind. He had not anticipated that Hagrid, in his earnestness, would consider himself a poacher. However, when it comes to wealth at Hogwarts, Hagrid would undoubtedly rank second, with no one daring to claim the first position. Even Severus Snape, the potions master whom countless students sought after, could not rival Hagrid's fortune. After all, this very blanket in Leggett's possession is of considerable worth. It is important to note that these are unicorn hairs, a significant portion of which can be utilized for crafting wand cores. It is no exaggeration to assert that if this blanket were presented to Ollivander, it would suffice for decades of use. Roughly estimating its value, it could easily be worth several tens of thousands of galleons. And this valuation accounts for a decline in magical potency due to the passage of time. Were every strand of unicorn hair to retain its magic, the blanket's total worth could exceed 50,000. Yet even if the hairs have lost their magic, they still possess considerable value. In the wizarding world, pure-blood heiresses are not much different from children of ordinary wealth. They often indulge in comparisons and displays of opulence. To possess a garment or accessory crafted from unicorn hair would place one above 99% of the populace. Thus, the seemingly destitute Hagrid stands as a true magnate within Hogwarts. Upon hearing that Leggett merely wished to procure materials, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he clenched his fists. I apologize, Leggett. I misconstrued your intentions. It was understandable. Leggett's demeanor and tone had been too transactional, leading Hagrid to immediately associate him with poachers. After temporarily setting aside the unicorn hair blanket, Leggett fixed his gaze upon Hagrid's clear, yet somewhat naive eyes. If Hagrid agreed to assist in gathering materials, it would be akin to possessing an inexhaustible treasure trove. Even after graduating from Hogwarts, there's no need to worry about the supply issue. Calculating based on Hagrid's half-giant lifespan, if this transaction proceeds smoothly, it could sustain for at least 300 years. Chapter 35. Even if I starve. Faced with Leggett's earnest expression, Hagrid hesitated before finally speaking. Leggett, it is not that I do not wish to trade with you, but these items belong to Hogwarts, and I lack the authority to profit from them. Rejecting a newly acquainted friend is an arduous task for Hagrid. However, the remnants of those magical creatures are indeed the property of Hogwarts. While he could give them to Leggett, he felt unworthy to exchange them for wealth. The former signifies camaraderie, while the latter denotes a monetary transaction. The meanings are starkly different. Yet, those materials are not in demand, are they? Noticing Hagrid's hesitation, Leggett calmly pointed towards the Forbidden Forest outside. Rather than allowing these materials to decay naturally, why not trade them for galleons? This way, you would have sufficient funds to do something for the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, wouldn't you? As Hagrid's resolve began to waver, Leggett pressed on. Think of the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. You adore them and surely do not wish for them to go hungry. Hagrid possesses many weaknesses, including a penchant for drink and a lack of awareness. But his greatest vulnerability undoubtedly lies with the magical beings of the Forbidden Forest. By leveraging these creatures, Leggett could bring Hagrid's principles crashing down. Very well, I agree to your terms. As anticipated by Leggett, the mere thought of those adorable little beings suffering from hunger was enough to shift Hagrid's previously steadfast stance. After all, he wasn't profiting from the money. It was merely to ensure better care for the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Thus, giving the items to Leggett could not be considered a profit-seeking endeavor, but rather an act of improving the welfare of the magical creatures. All right, it is settled then. After placing the galleons beside Hagrid, Leggett patted the giant's right arm. I will provide you with a materials quotation soon. We shall conduct the transaction based on the listed prices. You can wait for me to come by to collect the materials, or you may take them directly to shop number 18 in Diagon Alley for exchange. That shop belongs to the Black family, and I will inform them in advance. Leggett contemplated patting Hagrid on the shoulder, but realized that the giant's towering height was beyond the reach of a mere child. As for the materials Hagrid had gathered, they would all be handed over to Creature. The valuable and useful ones would be kept, while the rest would be sold off. The Black family, after all these years, owns several shops in Diagon Alley. Among them, there exists a merchant specializing in materials. Seizing this opportunity, Leggett could not only expand his shop's offerings, but also entice potion masters capable of crafting unique elixirs. Thus, the transaction with Hagrid is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Yes, I understand. Friendship is one thing, and business is another. The two are distinctly separate and cannot be conflated. For Hagrid, Leggett is first and foremost a friend, and only secondly a collaborative partner. Very well, I shall not hesitate then. When I have some leisure time, I will come by to continue our discussions on the fascinating habits of magical creatures. This evening's conversation has been so delightful that I nearly forgot you hadn't tea-dined yet. As he spoke, Hagrid stuffed several large, disc-like objects into Leggett's arms. The moment Leggett grasped the rock cake, a notification flickered in his mind. Quest triggered. To savor the world's delicacies, one must possess sound teeth. Quest objective. Consume an entire rock cake made by Hagrid. No softening allowed. Quest reward. Exchange opportunities X1. Upon reading the specific requirement within the quest, Leggett's expression froze. He vowed that even if he were to starve today or leap from this place, he would absolutely, unequivocally refuse to eat this item, given its hardness and size. Had Hagrid not claimed it to be a cake, Leggett would have thought it a novel projectile weapon. That night, at 9:15 p.m., in the Slytherin common room, after rubbing his slightly sore jaw, Sakura Matu lamented, "How painfully sore it is. This was my first attempt. Perhaps it will improve later." As they spoke, Leggett gently caressed Sakura's cheek, asking, "So, shall we try again?" "No, I might not be able to speak tomorrow." Sakura shook her head vigorously at the sight of the rock cake on the table, which resembled granite. Consuming it was an excruciating prospect. If not for having soaked it slightly in milk beforehand, she would have never managed to bite into it at all. "Very well, then I shall consume it myself." After pulverizing a piece of the rock cake into a fine powder using a shattering spell, Leggett tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. I must admit, Hagrid's craftsmanship is commendable. Once the issue of its texture was resolved, the rock cake could easily serve as a regular food item. Moreover, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. The system's earlier quest requirement was quite simple. It merely stated that Leggett could not soften the rock cake with water. Yet, by employing a spell to pulverize the rock cake, the daunting challenge of its hardness was elegantly addressed. This approach not only honed his magical skills, but also adeptly solved the immediate dilemma. A laborer's endeavor yields bountiful rewards. Why not embrace it? This item could even serve as a weapon. After forcefully slamming the rock cake onto the desk, Sakura Matu immediately retrieved a vial of potion from her ring. This potion aids digestion, and Leggett, you must remember to consume it. Although she did not understand why Leggett insisted on eating the rock cake, that did not deter her from presenting the items she had meticulously prepared. It is indeed true that this concoction facilitates digestion. As for any potential side effects, that remains a matter of personal perspective. All right, I shall drink it later. After swallowing the powder of the rock cake, Leggett proceeded to extract the remaining portion. By the way, Sakura, are there any materials I provided that you find lacking? Leggett had meticulously selected items that Sakura could utilize or desired, and had instructed the eight-eyed giant spider to procure additional quantities in the future. As for the materials that were of no use, they could always be sold at the shop at a later time. Chapter 36. A wave of relief for everyone for the time being. There was nothing more to add. Having resolved to teach Sakura Matu, Severus Snape would undoubtedly be generous. Currently, apart from Hagrid, he was the wealthiest individual at Hogwarts. The potions crafted by a master alchemist are often priceless yet unattainable. Therefore, if Sakura did not seize the opportunity to benefit from him, she would not easily relent. After all, to create a harmonious home for the two of them, the first step is to manage their finances wisely. In pursuit of a joyous life with Leggett, it seems that Severus, the solitary bachelor, must endure some hardship. Severus, fine, then let us first take advantage of Professor Snape. Upon uttering these words, Leggett swallowed the last morsel of rock cake powder. He vowed that he would rather starve or leap into the Black Lake than ever consume this again. Although the taste was indeed pleasant upon careful savoring, one rock cake was comparable in size to a dozen compressed biscuits, and it was exceedingly dry. Were it not for the digestive potion, it would take him 2 days to finish it. Fortunately, as Leggett consumed the final morsel, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. To indulge in the world's culinary delights, one must possess a strong set of teeth. Task: consume an entire rock cake crafted by Hagrid. No cheating. Reward: X1 extraction attempt. Remaining attempts: X3. Finally, it was accomplished. Observing the displayed extraction attempts on the system panel, Leggett reached for the potion beside him and drank it all in one swift motion. If he waited for the rock cake to expand naturally, he would surely have to demonstrate what it means to be 9 months pregnant. Witnessing Leggett consume the potion brought a flicker of indescribable joy to Sakura Matu's eyes. After all, being trusted by someone is a source of immense happiness, especially when that trust comes from the person she cherishes most. Moreover, based on the manifestation times of certain minor components in the potion, I will soon possess a warm and cozy pillow to embrace at night. By the way, Sakura, have you perused the spells I provided you with for the evening? Feeling a slight improvement in my stomach's condition, Leggett retrieved an incense burner and other paraphernalia from his spatial pouch. Who knows how long it will take for a tenfold draw? Having played the role of an African for so long, it is indeed time to experience the life of a European. As for the numerous deities, your presence brings me misfortune. Well, I have generally skimmed through them. Currently, the most proficient spells I have mastered are the Shadowless Blade and its counterspell. As we conversed, Matu Sakura reached out and arranged the deities on the table one by one. With respect to the offensive nature of the Shadowless Blade spell, her learning progress tends to be quite swift, reminiscent of her initial endeavors with the verdant BU. After a brief period of tinkering, she had already grasped the basics of its application. As for any negative repercussions, it appears there are none. It is as if Matu Sakura embodies the very essence of darkness in this realm. Until she fully masters the counterspell, she should refrain from using the Shadowless Blade freely. After positioning the incense burner centrally, Leggett ignited the incense while cautioning, you must also swiftly master the corresponding wandless casting. Every phenomenon possesses duality. While the Shadowless Blade offers formidable offensive capabilities, it can easily backfire on the user. Utilizing it recklessly without mastering the appropriate counterspell poses significant danger to the caster. Furthermore, the reason most contemporary wizards require spells in conjunction with wands to successfully cast is simply due to their inability to flexibly manipulate their internal magical energy. Only by harnessing the materials derived from magical creatures can one activate and channel their internal magic in conjunction with incantations. Wandless casting, in essence, is the ability to freely control the flow of one's internal magic. Once one masters and can manipulate their internal magic at will, they can direct it along predetermined trajectories. Thus, mastering wandless casting of a spell necessitates relentless practice and refinement. Additionally, the manifestation effects of different spells vary, and the flow paths of internal magic will also differ accordingly. Of course, wandless casting is not the ultimate goal. By utilizing the inherent magical energy within ancient runes, one can elevate the might of modern magic to unprecedented heights. For instance, Voldemort harnessed the power of ancient runes to upgrade a minor spell into a formidable, flying incantation that exuded ominous dark energy. He subsequently inscribed this ability upon his followers, granting them the same power. Well, I shall heed your advice. Once she had arranged all the incense burners, Matu Sakura curiously inquired, Leggett, are you about to commence another exchange? She was well aware of Leggett's possession of a system, as her own arrival in this world was a consequence of its capabilities. However, following their experiments together, they had made progress. Regardless of how one articulates the system or its contents, it remains imperceptible in this world. Consequently, the two individuals discarded the matter from their minds. How astute. After placing 3 incense sticks in the center of the incense burner, Leggett affectionately ruffled Matu Sakura's hair, hoping to share in her fortune. In the hopes of drawing something splendid, he had already formulated a plan. Should he procure something remarkable, it would be attributed solely to Sakura's merit. Conversely, if he failed to acquire anything, it would be attributed to the indifference of those above. The higher-ups, is it not courteous? Feeling the gentle warmth emanating from above, Sakura could not help but close her eyes in enjoyment, thinking, I believe you can do it. Leggett's affectionate gesture was among her most cherished activities. Simultaneously, Sakura silently prayed that Leggett would not draw something akin to her own existence. This youthful affection was a treasure she wished to keep to herself. Surely he could succeed. After all, her luck was unparalleled. While continuing to caress her head, he addressed the system internally. Let us begin. Beep, the non-equivalent exchange draw has commenced. Please wait a moment. Host. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for a dual yellow egg from the Chinibu world. The reward has been placed in the system's warehouse. Please check it at your convenience. Upon witnessing the flashing text on the system interface, Leggett's entire body tensed slightly, and an indescribable expression crossed his face. Meanwhile, in the Chinibu world, he cursed, "Why must I instruct a useless individual?" Observing a boy nearby meditating with a meager spirit power level of merely 3, despite his intense desire to deliver a swift kick to the boy, he restrained himself due to the boy's formidable father. Were it not for the impressive stature of the boy's father, he would have relished the opportunity to abandon him to his own devices. It was a disgrace for a distinguished master like himself to be reduced to teaching a wastrel. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a searing pain emanating from below. The sensation was akin to a lychee dangling from a branch, suddenly plucked by a farmer. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Yuguang fell to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Teacher!" Upon hearing the anguished cry, Tang Yi immediately ceased his training and rushed to the scene. Observing Yuguang's soaked trousers, he wasted no time in yanking them down. The fabric in contact with the wound exacerbated Yuguang's already unbearable agony, causing him to completely lose control of his body. In an instant, a foul liquid began to surge forth. Yet, before Yuguang could utter a word, a voice resonated across several hundred meters. "Who dare steal my teacher Yuguang's lychee? You are destined for death." As he watched Tang Yi, who was still roaring loudly, Yuguang suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted from sheer exasperation. It was evident that from this day forth, the news of Yuguang's lack of lychee would become common knowledge. Chapter 37. The Spider Beast, What's Wrong? Noticing Leggett's sudden rigidity, Matu Sakura blinked in confusion, wondering if he had drawn something unfavorable. As long as it wasn't something related to girls, she could accept anything. After all, with her own effort and talent, Matu Sakura believed she could ensure that Leggett would lead a prosperous life. It's not just unfavorable, it's utterly disastrous. Although she longed to voice this thought, Leggett smiled and gently shook his head to spare Matu Sakura any distress, softly saying, "It hasn't even begun yet." Aside from the blanket made from unicorn hair, even the carpet laid down in the Hagrid household was crafted from the same exquisite material. Though such unicorn hair couldn't be used for wand cores, with some renovation and redesign, it could certainly be deemed a worthy collectible and work of art. It is well known that some esteemed witches of high society delight in amassing such costly and beautiful items. However, even if these individuals obtained unicorn hair, they mostly fashioned it into scarves and gloves. The reason? Naturally, because it is exceedingly expensive. The rarity of unicorns, along with their innate wariness, renders them an exceptionally uncommon presence. I thought I hadn't drawn anything good. After hearing Leggett's explanation, Matu Sakura gently nudged her head against his palm. Regardless of the truth behind his words, she was willing to believe him. As long as it wasn't something related to girls, she felt reassured. "Don't worry, it will be fine." After playfully pinching Matu Sakura's cheek, Leggett mentally addressed the system, saying, "System, please exchange that pair of lychees in the warehouse for me. Keeping them is too revolting. If I don't dispose of them quickly, I'll be able to face the system space again. After all, for every second they linger, it means an additional minute of contamination for the system space." As for what to do if he didn't draw anything good, he could always extract a bit of the magical materials from the ring. As long as Matu Sakura didn't feel guilty, what harm would a small deception do? Beep. The equivalent exchange extraction is commencing. Please wait a moment, host. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a common spider beast egg, soon to hatch, from the world of spider transformation. It has been placed in the system warehouse. Please check it. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Leggett immediately extracted the beast egg from the system space. In the next moment, an egg, approximately 30 centimeters in size, entirely white with black spots, appeared before them. As she gazed at the beast egg placed upon the table, Sakura Matu could not suppress her curiosity and reached out to poke it. "Regent, is this what we drew this time?" "Indeed, it is a spider beast egg." After also poking at the spider egg before her, Regent turned to Sakura, adding, "However, if this egg contains that individual, the outcome may be quite different." As one of the protagonists from that world, if this egg truly housed her, it would be monumental news for him. Of course, the drawbacks were apparent as well. The levels in this world were significantly different from those in hers. Furthermore, if the external aid gifted by the Overseer failed to traverse the barriers between worlds, then she would merely be a rather comical spider. That individual is. Before Sakura could voice her doubts, the beast egg, which had been quietly resting on the table, began to tremble slightly. "Regent, look, it's moving." "It truly is." As the beast egg shook vigorously, Regent instinctively held his breath. He was eager to discover whether the creature within was indeed that extraordinary being. Crack! 2.5 minutes later, the sound of the shell breaking echoed. A small spider, entirely white with black tips on its feet and black spots on its back, emerged before them. Kaka. What on earth? Why are these two so tall? Are they giants? No, wait. What's wrong with my legs? Upon glancing at its own spider legs, the little spider began to thrash about wildly. Simultaneously, the sharp mandibles emitted a cacophony of sounds. No. I must remain calm. What is happening right now? Is this what is trending online? Observing the little spider lost in its own exuberance on the table, Regent could not help but smile. With its chatty nature and penchant for self-amusement, it could only be that individual. Welcome to this world, Kajiha. After gently tapping the table, Regent interrupted the overly excited little spider. Enough of this self-indulgence. You are indeed a spider monster now. Kaka. What? What is going on? How does this being know my name? Could he be the legendary god? With such thoughts racing through her mind, Kajiha, now slightly composed, quickly scurried to Regent's front, gesturing with her spider legs. Oh, divine being, please, grant me the ability to become human. Observing the animated gestures of Kajiha, Sakura Matu utilized a levitation spell to suspend her in midair. After a brief, expressionless appraisal, she coldly remarked, "This little one is rather adorable. Perhaps we should use her to concoct a potion. We happen to need one more spider ingredient." Although Wakabakai's is merely a name, it distinctly conveys the essence of a young girl. Thus, even if the individual in question has transformed into a spider, Sakura Matu feels compelled to ensnare her. Knock. No, I don't want to die yet. Upon hearing she was to be concocted into a potion, Wakabakai's began to struggle frantically. While the transformation into a spider was exceedingly vexing, she could at least still cling to life. All right, Sakura, let her down. I have matters to discuss with her. After affectionately ruffling Sakura Matu's hair, Leggett pointed at the desperate Wakabakai's with a bemused expression. Whether or not to utilize her for potion making would depend on her current state. If she were left with this less than promising form, then perhaps it would not be unfeasible to stew her into a potion. Very well. Although Sakura Matu felt a twinge of displeasure, her trust and obedience towards Leggett compelled her to lift the levitation spell binding Wakabakai's. Once she regained her freedom, Wakabakai's hurriedly addressed Leggett. Thank you, divine being. Thank you for saving me. Do not even think about fleeing. If you attempt to escape, I shall truly toss you into the pot. Noticing Wakabakai's subtle retreat, Leggett seized her front leg. Now, ponder carefully in your mind. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could learn some skills? Upon hearing Leggett's unexpected statement, Wakabakai's was momentarily taken aback. Yet before she could fully comprehend, a digital notification flashed through her mind. Would you like to spend 100 skill points to learn the skill identification? Indeed, there is such a skill. I wish to learn it. This identification is undoubtedly a divine technique. Without hesitation, upon seeing the identification skill, Wakabakai's chose to upgrade. After all, in that wildly popular anime from her previous life, the protagonist Slime relied on this extraordinary skill to gain numerous opportunities and advantages in the early stages. After enhancing her identification skill, Wakabakai's eagerly gazed at the table beneath her. She was eager to discover what remarkable treasures resided in the realm of the divine. As for why she believed the two were divine beings, how could an ordinary person possibly comprehend their own identity, let alone levitate a spider into the air? Chapter 38. Assessing worth. Just as Wakabakai's was lost in her fantasies about the table being composed of extraordinary treasures, the system's notification shattered this delightful reverie. Table. Constructed of wood. Knuck, impossible. How can it merely be an ordinary table? Gazing at the notification that appeared on the system panel, Wakabakai's swiftly shifted her attention to other objects within the room. They did not seem particularly intelligent. Observing Wakabakai's writhing frantically upon the table, Sakura Matu silently withdrew her wand once more. Perhaps it would be best to utilize her for potion making after all. Upon hearing the utterly impassive voice of Matu, Sakura, Himiko found herself frozen in place, exclaiming in despair, "No, please." She simply could not fathom what offense she had committed, as Sakura seemed intent on turning her into a stew. The existence of a spider was fraught with difficulty, weak and helpless. All right, Sakura, do not frighten her any further. As he spoke, Leggett gently enveloped Matu, Sakura, in his embrace. While tenderly stroking the girl's head, he addressed Himiko. You should organize your memories. I believe they have already conveyed the circumstances to you. For sentient beings summoned to this world, the system would provide a detailed explanation of their current situation. Leggett had been aware of this feature since Sakura's summoning. Memories. After fully absorbing and reviewing them, she immediately crawled before Leggett, fervently waving her tiny legs. Brother. I want to be with you, brother. As a spider imbued with the memories of a girl addicted to the internet, she instinctively adhered to the principle of seeking support from stronger beings. Since this individual had the power to summon her to this world, he must surely be akin to the prominent protagonists found online. Therefore, unless one were utterly foolish, why not grasp such a robust support? I have no objections to joining you. Retrieving a fresh beef leg from his ring, Leggett tossed it directly in front of Yehimiko. But you must allow me to assess your worth. Although her system remained intact, there were undeniable disparities between the two worlds. He was not a selfless benefactor, and without knowing whether Yehimiko possessed any potential for development, he was reluctant to invest substantial resources indiscriminately. If she merely retained the system, yet lacked the ability to evolve through consumption, her overall utility would diminish significantly. Should she be unable to progress through consumption, Leggett would assign her to assist at the shop. Although the skill of appraisal was somewhat lackluster, it could still be employed to evaluate minor items or materials, which posed no significant issue. Observing the uncooked beef leg before her, Yehimiko instinctively wished to distance herself. Yet, an innate urge prevented her from moving. Since her birth, she had yet to consume anything. As a newly hatched spider monster, she required considerable energy. If she continued to starve, she might very well perish. Perhaps it would be best to use it for potion making. Although she could not comprehend what Yehimiko wished to express, her failure to comply with Leggett's command appeared to Matu Sakura as a sign of rebellion. The most effective way to deal with such rebellious entities was to chop them up and bury them in the soil. Wait, I'll eat it. I can eat it. Can't I, big sister? As Matu Sakura once again drew her wand from her sleeve, Yehimiko gritted her teeth and leaped onto the beef leg before her. Perhaps due to the transformation of her body or the slight magical energy inherent in the beef leg, she could not resist. Apart from the initial sensation of slight discomfort, the remainder of the meal was indistinguishable from ordinary food. In fact, one might argue that this particular beef leg was considerably more delectable than standard fare. Indeed, it seems worth the considerable investment to nurture such a specimen. Observing the gradually increasing experience bar as Yukino consumed her meal, Leggett had already resolved to determine her fate. Although it appeared that the experience required for leveling up had significantly escalated, with the appropriate resources, it was still possible to elevate her level. Once her levels were sufficiently stacked, she could be released into the Forbidden Forest to fend for herself. To truly become a warrior, one must endure the relentless trials of battle. Merely keeping Yukino in a controlled environment would render her a mere shadow of her potential, even if she matured. Moreover, if she wished to acquire a variety of skills, Yukino would need to consume different species of magical creatures, of which the Forbidden Forest was replete. As long as she could successfully thrive and grow within, her combat prowess would increase exponentially. When she ultimately reached her ultimate form as the white-haired princess, she would be nearly unstoppable in this realm. However, the constraints imposed by the world's level would render her ascension exceedingly arduous. Even if she did achieve that final milestone, it would not exceed the limits this world could bear. I'm quite full. Just as Leggett contemplated how to cleverly exploit the Hogwarts kitchen, the entire beef leg had been devoured by Yukino, leaving only a large bone as a remnant of its existence moments before. Indeed, I shall nurture you through this period of weakness. Observing Yukino sprawled across the table, having overeaten, Leggett retrieved another prepared beef leg from his ring. Try this one. Leggett, I have splendid news to share. Just as Leggett was about to test whether cooked food could also enhance Yukino's experience bar, a sudden, exuberant voice echoed from outside the door. Draco, unmistakably thrilled. To anyone unaware, his excitement might suggest he was about to wed Potter. Goodness, I hope he is not expecting me to eat again. Meanwhile, Yukino, reclining on the table, noticed the cooked beef leg in Leggett's hand. Had it been moments earlier, she certainly could have indulged. But now, the mere thought of consuming another bite raised her doubts about her ability to keep it down. Thus, the instant Draco's voice rang out, Yukino sprang up from the table. I'll get the door. As she spoke, she leaped from the table and used her silk thread to suspend herself from the ceiling. Securing her position, she deftly twisted the doorknob with her long front limbs. The next moment, a shrill scream akin to a bride encountering a strange worm resonated throughout the Slytherin dormitory. Chapter 39. Shafik is not poor. A few minutes later, in the Invisible Head Boys' lounge. Leggett, when did you take up spider husbandry? Draco cast a mournful glance at Leggett, who was beside him, as he observed the spider child engaged in a staring contest with Michelle. Heaven knows how exhilarating it was to come face to face with a spider the size of a head after opening the door. Particularly when that spider appeared to be in a ferocious posture, seemingly poised to attack at any moment. Now, whenever he closed his eyes, Draco was haunted by the image he had just witnessed. He was certain that a good night's sleep was a distant hope. Isn't this a recent acquisition? Leggett, somewhat exasperated by Draco's melodramatic expression, quirked an eyebrow and inquired, "By the way, Draco, is there something you wanted to discuss at this late hour?" The most effective way to conclude one topic is to selectively initiate another. The rapidity with which Yahiji was moving was too swift for him to intervene. Fortunately, after enduring various torments from Sakurama-2, Draco's psychological resilience had far surpassed that of an average young wizard. Although he had screamed in fright at Yahiji-sei's antics, he had managed to retain control over his body. Otherwise, after comforting him, Leggett would have had to summon house elves to tidy up the aftermath. All right, I almost forgot the main matter at hand. As Leggett began to shift the topic, Draco realized that continuing to dwell on his fright was futile. Moreover, the persistent gaze from someone nearby made him instinctively shiver. Thus, instead of lingering on his startled reaction, he opted to convey the information he intended to share. After gathering his somewhat chaotic thoughts, Draco relayed the latest gossip. "Let me tell you about that Weasley fellow." Following Draco's description, Leggett and the others soon grasped the purpose of his visit. It was nothing more than idle gossip, and an opportunity to share just how unfortunate Ron was at present. Due to the explosive nature of the potion he had brewed, many of its components had undergone mutations. Even Madame Pomfrey, with her formidable medical prowess, would require some time to concoct an appropriate antidote. This meant that Ron Weasley would be stuck in the infirmary, enduring days with a head full of scabies. Furthermore, due to his incessant meddling, which had resulted in multiple point deductions for Gryffindor, Ron's reputation within the house was now utterly tarnished. Some even suggested that Harry Potter, the so-called savior, appeared ordinary solely because he was weighed down by Ron's incompetence. As for why the Weasley twins had repeatedly caused point deductions yet remained relatively unscathed by disdain, the explanation was quite simple. Their antics, despite their consequences, ultimately brought in substantial points for the house during such exchanges. Thus, anyone with a modicum of sense would not deliberately seek trouble with the twins. As for Ron, he was merely a victim of point deductions, devoid of any opportunities for merit. "Have you finished?" Observing Draco, who had finally ceased his incessant chatter and settled into a moment of respite, Leggett approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He found himself utterly disinterested in the potential transformation of Ron Weasley. Even the prospect of Lady Loris's pregnancy seemed far more intriguing than discussing the other party. As he met Leggett's placid gaze, Draco instinctively nodded. His ultimate purpose for being there was to indulge in a bit of venting and gossip. After all, how could the two clumsy oafs in the dormitory possibly comprehend the joy of such banter? Before Draco could fully grasp the situation, Leggett promptly ushered him out, reminding him to rest early as classes awaited them the next morning. "Hey, I still want to bang." The heavy door slammed shut, freezing Draco's expression in an instant. He felt utterly cheated that evening, startled by an oversized spider for no reason at all, and now deprived of any gossip. Yet, just as he contemplated departing, a new thought struck him. No wonder Leggett was so eager to expel him. He was quite curious about how his mother would react upon learning that Leggett had found yet another romantic interest. Would she give Leggett a piece of her mind, or perhaps? Meanwhile, within the confines of Leggett's dormitory, having just thrown Draco out, he momentarily forgot that the proud creature still lingered inside. Hearing this, Michelle smirked slightly before directing her gaze towards Sakurama beside her. The reason she hadn't succumbed to slumber yet was precisely because her roommate had been whisked away by someone else. Moreover, given Sakura's current inscrutable demeanor, the likelihood of her persuading the latter to leave was exceedingly slim. However, after some contemplation, Michelle devised a plan B. She would never admit to her fear of the dark, especially in the presence of the insufferable Leggett. Fortunately, due to her upbringing, Michelle harbored an inexplicable fondness for all manner of peculiar creatures. Although she couldn't ascertain which species the spider, Rui-Jisa, belonged to, its sizable presence in the dormitory would undoubtedly bolster her sense of security. As for whether it would attack her since Leggett chose to keep it, it must possess a commendable level of intelligence. After all, they had maintained eye contact for quite some time, and she sensed that its intellect was considerable. "You wish for me to coexist with you?" Observing Michelle's tightly clenched fists, Leggett raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He never anticipated this proud creature would make such an unusual request. Typically, one would expect girls to instinctively flee at the sight of a spider. If Michelle truly took Rui-Jisa away, it could indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. After all, the Shafik family was not impoverished. It undoubtedly contained numerous treasures. However, all of this hinged on Rui Jisa's consent. Although the system assured unwavering loyalty, it was not without conditions. However, one must be wary of placing unwavering trust in the system, for it may ultimately lead to one's downfall. It is quite common nowadays to witness individuals, blinded by excessive faith in the system's annotations, indulge in the wanton humiliation and abuse of summoned beings. When the disappointment and anger of these beings reach a certain threshold, they may very well turn the blade upon their summoners. Thus, cultivating goodwill in daily life becomes an exceedingly significant endeavor. I implore my friends for their support. Thank you all for your affection. Chapter 40. The Gullible and the Herbal Class. Should we proceed? After stealthily observing the silent and smiling Sakura Matu with her 6 eyes, Yuka Himiko swiftly climbed to Michelle's side and nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Yes, I shall go. Brother, feel free to enjoy your time with your sister-in-law. I promise not to intrude upon your intimate world." An innate sixth sense warned her, should she stubbornly remain, dire consequences might ensue. After all, it was merely a change of residence. For someone like Yuka Himiko, who was inherently a homebody, any activity that did not involve strenuous exertion was perfectly acceptable, just as I anticipated. Although Michelle could not comprehend Yuka Himiko's words, it did not hinder her ability to decipher the other's body language. Very well, then, you may accompany Michelle. Observing Yuka Himiko's decision, Leggett turned his gaze towards Michelle. Michelle, I must caution you. Yuka is an exceedingly rare arachnid magical creature. Perhaps she is the last of her kind in existence. Consequently, her dietary needs are. Upon hearing Leggett's introduction, Michelle maintained a serious demeanor. Yet as he spoke further, her expression grew increasingly fierce. When did the sustenance for an arachnid magical creature require the flesh of dragons and other formidable magical beings? Brother, are you doing this for my benefit? I cannot afford to be a burden. Noticing the imminent eruption of Michelle's frustration, Yuka Himiko tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Sister, I truly consume such fare. Of course, if you could prepare for me, that would be ideal." In pursuit of a restful slumber, she endured. After all, it was merely the flesh of dragons and other magical creatures. The Shafik family may lack in various respects, but they certainly possess an abundance of gold dragons. When the time comes, she would simply send her family to the designated dragon breeding area to procure a modest supply of meat, which should suffice for Yuka Himiko's sustenance this semester. Indeed, Michelle Shafik was affluent, hence her desire for a year-round supply. Very well, then, let us joyously settle this matter. As they spoke, Leggett rose and ushered Michelle and Yuka Himiko out of the room. After much effort in securing a gullible patron, he cannot afford for them to reconsider. The timing seems just about right. Estimating the onset of the potion's effects, Sakura Matu rose and sauntered over to Leggett. "It is quite late, Leggett. I shall freshen up. You may rest for now. Only 10 minutes remain before the potion consumed by the other party takes effect." This urgency explains the recent attempt to unleash a death ray upon Yukika. "Very well. I shall take my leave and rest," Leggett declared. Watching Sakura Matu gather her toiletries in preparation for the washroom, he then nestled himself beneath the covers. After this commotion, he indeed felt a hint of drowsiness creeping in. However, before surrendering to slumber, Leggett had a significant task to undertake. "System, grant me the chance to draw once more." With fortune smiling upon him in his previous draw, how could he resist the temptation to press his luck? Although it was common for subsequent draws to yield unsatisfactory results, what if he were to strike gold again? With such thoughts racing through his mind, he knew that failing to draw would haunt him even in sleep. Beep, the equivalent exchange draw is commencing. Please hold on for a moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for a tin of herring, soon to be fed to a seal. It has been placed in the system's repository. Please check accordingly. Gazing at the tin of herring lying quietly in the system's warehouse, Leggett's anticipation slowly faded. Indeed, it seemed that even in his current state, he was destined to play the role of an underdog. 10 minutes later, the timing was impeccable. After arranging her toiletries, Sakura tiptoed onto the bed, finding that Leggett's scent was indeed the most comforting. The next day, in her biology class, Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, was in charge of instructing Gryffindor and Slytherin. Though this professor typically maintained a low profile, her hidden prowess was not to be underestimated. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that if Professor Sprout were to unleash her full potential, she might rival even Professor McGonagall. However, Hufflepuff valued perseverance, and as its head, Professor Sprout embodied this philosophy. Often adorned with a smile and frequently dusted with soil from tending to plants, She was easily mistaken for an ordinary witch, despite her esteemed position. In the greenhouse, after hearing Hermione's explanation of the plant, known as the White Fresh, a smile crept onto Professor Sprout's face. This plant possessed remarkable healing properties, capable of imparting unimaginable restorative effects, even in minimal quantities. While speaking, Professor Sprout distributed a pot to each student, tasking them with learning how to transplant the White Fresh. However, it was crucial to remember that this plant could not withstand the potent waste of stronger potions. They could only utilize ordinary animal manure, such as pig dung, for cultivation. Thanks to Ron Weasley, still recuperating in the infirmary, the animosity between the Slytherin and Gryffindor wizards had somewhat dissipated, devoid of any catalysts for conflict. Nevertheless, the prospect of handling pig dung still caused many young wizards to scrunch their faces in distaste. Yet, even with this discomfort, they merely furrowed their brows without further complaint. After all, compared to the peculiar materials encountered in potions class, a mere shapeless lump of pig dung seems insignificant. What does it matter if one were to grasp it with their hand? Moreover, I am wearing gloves and have not made direct contact with the excrement. Except for a certain explosive genius who inadvertently caused an eruption of juice that splattered into the unfortunate Sword Saint's eyes. Professor Sprout, may I trouble you for a moment? Only after the surrounding young witches and wizards departed did Leggett approach Professor Sprout with measured steps. Among the teaching staff at Hogwarts, every professor possesses their own unique expertise. Save for a position that changes annually. Professor McGonagall excels in transfiguration. Professor Flitwick is a master of charms. Professor Snape is renowned in potions. And the seer has her sporadic prophetic abilities, while the ghostly professor wields unmatched hypnotic powers. However, Professor Sprout's most remarkable talent, aside from her own prowess, lies in her cultivation of various plants. It is no exaggeration to assert that this was the very reason Leggett sought her out. As a long-standing pure-blood family, the Black family undoubtedly harbors numerous valuable treasures. Is there something you need, Mr. Black? As Leggett approached, Professor Sprout's ever-present smile remained unchanged. Perhaps in the eyes of this amiable witch, any visitor from Hogwarts is a good child. Such is the remarkable inclusiveness of Hufflepuff, which is why it stands as the only house that can forge bonds with all others. Conversely, Slytherin and Ravenclaw students are fewer in number, as there tends to be a disproportionate share of those with pretentious attitudes or less than stellar intellects. Professor, can you cultivate these seeds? As he spoke, Leggett retrieved several well-preserved seeds from within his ring. Directly addressing Professor Sprout's inquiry, he candidly revealed the purpose of his visit. After all, in the entire magical realm, aside from her, it is unlikely anyone else possesses the ability to nurture these particular seeds. As for Leggett, while it is true he bears the buff of the child of nature, this boon does not extend to the hastening or cultivation of plants. Thus, seeking the assistance of Professor Sprout, an expert in botany, is undoubtedly the most prudent and sensible decision to prevent these seeds from perishing in his hands. These seeds. Upon examining the seeds Leggett held, Professor Sprout's expression momentarily faltered in surprise. Quickly regaining her composure, she stepped forward with a hint of excitement and took them all into her possession. After a thorough examination, she continued, "These are seeds of the sunstare flower and moonherb, aren't they?" As a specialist in flora, she has memorized nearly every known plant in the magical world, including the nearly extinct sunflower and moonherb. If it were not for the seeds presented by Leggett today, she would have believed that these two species had, in fact, become extinct. The Helianthus greatest flower, when combined with positive materials, can be brewed into a potion that enhances physical attributes, although there exists a limit to this enhancement. Continuous consumption and the elevation of one's physical capabilities can lead to immunity against weaker spells. Conversely, the moon herb serves as the principal ingredient for concocting short-term enhancement potions. Unlike the currently fashionable yet side-effect-laden short-term enhancement potions on the market, those infused with moon herb not only lack adverse effects, but also provide certain benefits to the user thereafter. This scarcity of the two plants is largely due to the fact that once someone masters their cultivation and finds a suitable potion master, the potential for their propagation becomes significant. Indeed, it is Professor Sprout. These are undoubtedly the seeds of the Helianthus greatest flower and moon herb. Observing the delighted expression on Professor Sprout's face, Leggett immediately inquired about her most pressing concern. Might you be able to cultivate these seeds? These two herbs are no longer available on the market. Had it not been for the long-standing legacy of the Black family, the seeds might not have been preserved in their storeroom. Despite the use of special magic for preservation, the relentless passage of time has inevitably caused the seeds to deteriorate. Coupled with the unknown growth environment and conditions, Professor Sprout appears to be the only one with hope of successfully cultivating them. I can give it a try, but the probability stands at merely 50%. Holding the few seeds that lay quietly in her palm, Professor Sprout refrained from providing an unequivocal answer. The living conditions required for the Helianthus greatest flower and moon herb are exceedingly stringent. I once gleaned some knowledge about the growth conditions of these two plants from the tomes circulating within the Academy. Cultivating the Helianthus greatest flower necessitates the heart's blood of a dragon and dragon meat, with an absorption period typically lasting about a year. The exact timing for flowering and fruiting is contingent upon the quantity of dragon heart's blood used. As for the moon herb, it requires the decayed bones of a dragon for cultivation, thus representing the essence of shadow attributes. In the past, it was believed that the moon herb would only enter its flowering and fruiting state after absorbing the soul of a dragon. Currently, the vitality of these seeds has diminished considerably, and I cannot guarantee their successful blooming. Of course, the strictness referred to by Professor Sprout is relative to ancient times. After all, the dragons that exist today have significantly devolved. Some of the weaker breeds are even kept by wizards. As for the purpose of this domestication, one might say it resembles that of a breeding farm. Suffice it to say, those in the know understand. Given Professor Sprout's standing, acquiring dragon heart's blood and remains should not pose a significant challenge. However, the dragons of antiquity were nothing like those of today. In those times, dragons possessed not only formidable physical strength, but also a wealth of inherited magic. Had it not been for some unknown curse that befell the ancient lineage of dragons, their bloodline and wisdom would not have been stripped away. Presently, the dragons may still bear the title, yet they have diminished to mere magical creatures, scarcely distinguishable from ordinary beasts. Though they possess a modicum of intellect, it pales in comparison to their ancient forebears, who wielded magic with ease. They are incapable of even articulating human speech. What remains is a robust physique, coupled with innate abilities such as fire breathing or toxic gas emission. Had this curse not ensnared them, perhaps this world would still be under their dominion, with a probability of 50% being quite significant. As the conversation unfolded, Leggett retrieved a substantial sack of galleons from his ring. Professor Sprout, this is the funding for procuring the seeds and materials for cultivation. Once our endeavor bears fruit, you may retain some seeds. I hope this outcome meets your satisfaction. Although he was aware of the growth requirements for the two plants, he could not ascertain whether the professor was holding back any information. Therefore, it would be utterly foolish to sever ties at this juncture. The most prudent course of action would be to allow Professor Sprout to cultivate them while he provided the necessary materials. As for the possibility of being taken advantage of, he reminded himself that this was a greenhouse, teeming with small creatures serving as his eyes and ears. He hardly worried about Professor Sprout harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, wealth has the power to bend many rules. With ample riches and status, one could accomplish a multitude of tasks beyond the confines of convention. Amidst the towering piles of galleons, it was inevitable that some souls would lose their way. Very well, but the terms of our transaction require slight modification. After carefully stowing away a few seeds, Professor Sprout gestured towards the sack of galleons on the ground. I merely require the seeds. Corresponding materials are procured by the Academy annually. I only need to request a slight increase in quantity. Besides herself, the esteemed potions master Severus Snape also resided within Hogwarts. Thus, the annual procurement included various dragon parts, ranging from the mundane to the extraordinary, such as dragon dung and dragon blood. Furthermore, as the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout would not take advantage of Leggett. It was worth noting that the value of those two types of seeds far exceeded hundreds of thousands of galleons. For a passionate botanist, nothing brings greater joy than nurturing a plant on the brink of extinction. Then I shall rely on your expertise, Professor. He noted that since arriving at Hogwarts, spending money had become increasingly challenging. First Hagrid, now Professor Sprout. Nevertheless, everyone has their own pursuits, and Leggett would not impose his will upon others. If the need arises, I shall inform you. As he spoke, Professor Sprout turned to exit, stating, I will prepare the greenhouse for cultivation. I will keep you updated on any developments. As an ardent enthusiast of botany, she felt an urgent need to cultivate these two plants. As for other matters, they could be addressed at a later time. Sakura, let's depart, she said. Observing Professor Sprout's swift departure, Leggett turned and took Sakura to his arm, expressing that once the two plants were nurtured, they could proceed to the next experiment. Indeed, I shall strive diligently, Sakura replied with a serious nod after clasping Leggett's hand. Moreover, pursuing truth alongside a beloved companion is indeed a rather romantic endeavor. Chapter 42. Experimentation. Half an hour later, after escorting Sakura to Professor Snape's office, Leggett embarked on his journey towards the dormitory. However, as time progressed, he keenly sensed an oddity. The patterns of the castle's staircases appeared to deviate from their predetermined course. This left but one possibility. Someone sought to clandestinely alter the stairway's patterns to reach a specific location. In all of Hogwarts, there was but one person capable of such a feat, its current headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. After all, only the headmaster could wield the authority over Hogwarts Castle and modify the arrangement of its staircases at will. Upon noticing the anomaly, Leggett chose to remain discreet, feigning confusion as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Strange, the staircases seem different today." Sometimes, exhibiting ignorance proves far more effective than displaying knowledge. Although his mental shielding had yet to reach Snape's level, he felt reassured by the soul-protecting charm gifted by Sakura, alleviating any concerns of Dumbledore's potential cunning. After all, the old wizard was a natural seer. Glancing around the eerily silent corridor, he realized he had arrived at his destination. "What surprise have you prepared for me this time, old man?" he mused as he pushed open the heavy door. Upon entering, he discovered the room stark and barren, devoid of even a single superfluous chair or table. The only object present was a mirror, quietly positioned in the center. It was the Mirror of Eerie. Recognizing the inscription atop the mirror, Leggett immediately identified its origin. The Mirror of Eerie, as legend has it, reveals one's most fervent and profound desires. This perilous characteristic had incited many to commit heinous acts, as countless individuals preferred to bask in the beauty of the external world rather than confront their innermost longings. While Leggett scrutinized the Mirror of Eerie, a voice suddenly resonated from the corner of the classroom. Turning towards the sound, he beheld the familiar, kindly visage of Dumbledore, who had seemingly appeared within the classroom without his notice. "Professor Dumbledore, it was you who brought me here, wasn't it?" Observing the suddenly appearing Dumbledore, Leggett gestured towards the Mirror of Eerie placed before him, pondering that your intention in summoning me here must not merely be to gaze into a mirror. Overly feigning foolishness often results in an air of insincerity. A judicious display of wisdom and demeanor can, to a significant extent, grant one the upper hand, particularly when conversing with someone as astute as Dumbledore. Should one fall into the carefully constructed dialogue of the other, it invariably leads to a barrage of relentless questions. "Leggett, I hope you do not mind my calling you that." Adopting the persona of a congenial individual can greatly enhance the likelihood of disarming one's interlocutor. This has become somewhat of a habit for Dumbledore, despite his prowess ranking among the foremost in the world and being a natural legilimens. He still chooses to engage in this manner. "Are you wishing to discuss the matter of Weasley?" Meeting Dumbledore's twinkling gaze, Leggett earnestly articulated, "Professor, is it not justifiable to defend the honor of my family and protect my friends? Would you tolerate an imbecile who repeatedly slanders your family or disparages those you hold dear?" No, Leggett, I do not intend to castigate you," Dumbledore replied, observing the earnestness etched upon Leggett's countenance, and with a gentle wave of his hand added, "I merely wish to convey that there are numerous ways to resolve issues. We need not resort to violence, must we? As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul." Having lived for so many years, Dumbledore could certainly perceive Leggett's emotions reflected in his gaze. Friends and family are Leggett's taboos. Should anyone dare to encroach upon these sacred bonds, they would pay a grievous price. Such overt emotions, even without the aid of legilimency, are palpably sensed. Yet, this also reveals a crucial insight to Dumbledore, affirming that Leggett, bound by the ties of friendship and familial affection, possesses a minimal likelihood of becoming the third Dark Lord. With proper guidance in the future, he could potentially become Harry's steadfast ally. After all, in comparison to the boastful Ron Weasley, Leggett's abilities and family lineage are decidedly superior. However, Professor, is not the simplest method of communication with the foolish the application of force? If our ancestors were to address this matter, it would be a matter of survival between Weasley and myself. The motto of the Black family is not merely a slogan. Those who dare to slander or tarnish the Black family are often met with the most severe and terrifying retribution. Seeing that he could not immediately alter Leggett's mindset, Dumbledore promptly shifted the topic. "Leggett, do you know the origins of this mirror? After all, there will be ample time in the future to engage with this young fellow. Provided the approach is balanced, he has little doubt that he can reshape it to his liking." The Mirror of Eerie, a magical artifact that reveals the deepest desires of the heart. As Leggett shifted his gaze to the Mirror of Eerie, he deftly sidestepped the previous topic. It was rumored to have been missing for a century, yet surprisingly, it was concealed within Hogwarts. What could the old be thinking? Surely, he could not be oblivious to the notion that he feared becoming the next Voldemort, wishing to use the mirror to test himself. Indeed, Dumbledore was quite remarkable. One might even refer to him as a magnet for dark wizards. The first dark wizard, Gellert Grindelwald, was both his dear friend and lover, while the second, Tom Riddle, was his student and half-disciple. It could be said that throughout his life, apart from his early childhood, Dumbledore was invariably entangled with the so-called dark wizards. Chapter 43. The Throne of Immortality. Indeed, it is the Mirror of Ariste. As he spoke, Dumbledore reached out to unveil the black cloth draped over the mirror surface. What do you say, my child? Are you interested in trying this wondrous artifact? Despite Leggett's exceptional demeanor, Dumbledore instinctively regarded him as a child. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. As he gazed at his reflection, a flicker of curiosity danced in Leggett's eyes. To be honest, even he could not fully comprehend what it was he truly desired. How peculiar! It hardly resembles my true self. Upon discerning the image within the mirror, a moment of realization washed over him. Indeed, for those who had encountered the allure of the mirror, how could they easily relinquish the ideals pursued by multitudes? Even if Leggett had chosen to downplay it, deep within, he harbored an insatiable longing. What did you see, Leggett? Just as Leggett continued to observe the reflection, Dumbledore's voice suddenly broke through the silence. However, compared to his earlier tone, this voice seemed to possess a certain magical quality, compelling one to divulge the truth. This old man is quite shameless. He is indeed employing the legitimacy technique. Feeling the gem pendant at his neck warm slightly, Leggett swiftly conjured a narrative in his mind. Although his cerebral prowess was not as developed as Snape's, for an ordinary person, his current level was sufficient to be deemed a master. As for why he did not simply slap Dumbledore across the face, firstly, he could never overpower him, and secondly, it was for the sake of a decisive resolution. You enjoy watching, do you not? Very well. I shall show you what you wish to see. I saw my father and mother, along with Sakura, our future. As he met Dumbledore's keen, eagle-like gaze, Leggett began to articulate the scene he had envisioned. Yet, midway through, his previously dazed expression sharpened into clarity. Professor Dumbledore, employing legitimacy on a student is hardly a commendable practice. As the conversation unfolded, Leggett subtly distanced himself from his counterpart. Furthermore, this year, the Black family had ceased their financial contributions to Hogwarts. The remaining gaps are yours to mend. This is your penalty for confronting the Board of Governors. Much like the allure of a stunning beauty, it is the subtlety that renders one most captivating, in contrast to the blurred lines of truth and deception. This ambiguity proves more persuasive than outright fabrication. Had Leggett divulged everything or remained indifferent after perceiving Dumbledore's subtle maneuvers, it would have appeared excessively contrived. Coughing, Dumbledore met Leggett's gaze, tinged with irritation, yet his expression bore no trace of embarrassment. After all, this was not the first time he had been caught in such a manner. Having grown accustomed to such experiences, Dumbledore found himself more intrigued by the pendant adorning Leggett's chest. Forgive an old man's curiosity, he mused. However, he had not anticipated the remarkable properties of the Marquis family's gemstone magic, which could indeed withstand the effects of the mind-reading charm. Just moments ago, Leggett had seemed poised to continue speaking, but as the pendant emitted a brilliant light, he abruptly snapped back to reality. Coupled with the defensive enchantments he had observed earlier at the Black Estate, Dumbledore was almost certain that it was this necklace that had liberated Leggett from his grasp. I beg your pardon, my patience does not extend that far. Meeting Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze, Leggett turned and walked toward the classroom exit. It was only as he neared the door that he paused to add, Professor Dumbledore, as long as Weasley does not provoke me, I will not take action. Theatrics were in order. He had asserted his authority, albeit with a hint of frustration. There was little recourse, after all, as he found himself unable to contend with the old man. Moreover, Leggett harbored intentions of winning over other members of the Weasley clan. Beyond Ron Weasley, each member possessed their unique talents. Archaeologists, dragon keepers, professionals in various fields, and inventors. Even Ginny Weasley, who was currently not enrolled, exhibited a fierce combat prowess reminiscent of her mother. As for the matter of inheritance regarding childbirth, that was not his concern. Leggett Black was indeed a remarkable child. Observing the door to the room that Leggett had firmly closed, Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. He then ambled towards the mirror, staring intently at the reflection it offered. For this elderly man, his life was rife with regrets and countless relationships he yearned to mend. Although aware that the visions in the Mirror of Ariste were illusions, in the face of these regrets, Dumbledore wished to momentarily lose himself in such dreams. He had grown weary in body and spirit, and thus, a brief indulgence in respite seemed entirely justifiable. Perhaps it could be considered a minor reprieve for the old man. Reflecting on the brief moments spent with Dumbledore, Leggett found himself engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Before absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes dissolve into mere illusions. This is precisely why he sought every conceivable method, both direct and indirect, to augment his own strength. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to confront the opponent with a decisive blow, followed by a trio of stern warnings? Yet, he was astonished to discover that such desires still lingered within him. As he lay sprawled on his bed, memories of the images within the mirror of Erased flooded his mind. The throne of immortality. He found himself yearning for such a thing. Immortality is the ultimate pursuit of all sentient beings. One's own eternal life is often regarded as a curse, for it entails witnessing the beloved depart one by one. However, if one could share this eternal existence with a cherished companion, it could be perceived as a gift. Deep within Leggett's heart lay a simple wish, to attain everlasting life alongside Sakura Matu. Life, after all, is finite. Even someone as formidable as Dumbledore cannot withstand the relentless march of time. The world is vast, and Leggett yearned to explore it with his loved one. While transforming into a dark creature could significantly prolong life, the accompanying side effects are glaringly evident. Therefore, to genuinely achieve immortality, one must persist in exploring alternative methods. Chapter 44. Turmoil in the common room. As Leggett pondered his next steps, a sudden uproar erupted in the previously tranquil common room. In the next moment, an enraged roar pierced through Yukino. Jerome, do you intend to declare war on my Shafik family? Michelle, don't try to shift the blame onto me. It was your pet that was poised to attack me. Observing the small spider that had lost a leg, Jerome not, wand in hand, spoke with an expressionless face. But I recall this spider belongs to that little rascal from the Black family. Indeed, one can discern a Master-esque character through their pet. Curse you, Yukino Kisei exclaimed, struggling to rise with her remaining spider leg flailing. In her previous reclusive state, no matter how much Jerome chattered, she would not have reacted. However, the topic of discussion was Leggett, which made it intolerable for Yukino Kisei. Thanks to the system's assistance, their mutual affection had reached a staggering 100%. Jerome's insults towards Leggett were akin to slandering her beloved anime, which is why she had contemplated teaching him a lesson. Of course, at this point, Yukino Kisei was still unable to articulate words. Thus, her furious outbursts merely sounded like the clacking of her mandibles to others. Apologize. Michelle, her eyes ablaze with fury, directed her ire at Jerome. Apologize to it. Those who have cared for small animals are likely well aware that, apart from a few exceptions, most individuals regard these creatures as cherished family members. Moreover, after spending so many days in the company of Yoka Himiko, how could one not grasp her character? It is no exaggeration to assert that she is, quite frankly, a rather ineffectual spider. She would rather recline than sit, and prefer to sit rather than stand. Now, to exhibit such overt hostility towards Jerome suggests that he must have done something truly reprehensible. Coupled with her earlier mockery of Leggett, Michelle has nearly pieced together the sequence of events. It is evident that Jerome, along with the companion beside him, had been taunting Leggett when Yoka Himiko, who had accompanied him to prepare for a wash, overheard them. Consequently, Yoka Himiko sought to teach him a lesson. However, Jerome, being a fourth-year student and an heir of the illustrious Knot family, one of the Sacred 28, is not to be trifled with. Even disregarding these two aspects, he remains the concealed prefect of the fourth year. Thus, Yoka Himiko's presumptuous ambush was easily discerned by him. Apologize? Am I to apologize to a spider? Confronted by Michelle's furious gaze, Jerome scoffed, covering his eyes in disdain. Shafik, has your mind gone awry? Why on earth would I apologize to a mere pet? As the heir of the Knot family, a member of the Sacred 28 pure blood families, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. To apologize to a pet spider? If such an incident were to be disseminated by those with malicious intent, the Knot family would suffer irreparable disgrace. Therefore, from any angle, he was determined to teach Michelle a lesson today. As the confrontation and argument escalated, an increasing number of young wizards gathered in the common room, drawn by the allure of free entertainment. However, some students, wishing to avoid a larger commotion, turned and made their way toward the dormitory. Both Shafik and the head of the Knot family belonged to the Sacred 28 pure blood families. Should a conflict arise, it would be unwise for bystanders to intervene. Thus, it would fall upon our esteemed Snake King, Professor Snape, to quell the turmoil. After all, he is not only the head of Slytherin, but also one of the few master potion makers in the world today. Even most heads of the Sacred 28 pure blood families would have to show him a measure of respect. Glaring at the excessively arrogant Jerome, Michelle clenched her fists. She was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two parties. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond the point of retreat. For the sake of Yoka Himiko and the honor of the Shafik family, she could not back down. Just as Michelle pondered how to defuse this impending crisis, a clear, youthful voice shattered the oppressive silence. As the heir of the Knot family, is it amusing to bully a girl? Positioning himself between the two groups, Leggett crouched slightly to inspect Yoka Himiko's wounds. And regarding the matter of injuring my friend, do you not owe me an explanation? What is this wave called? It is aptly termed as a preemptive strike. First, place the blame squarely on Jerome's head. Regardless of what transpires thereafter, the responsibility will rest with the opposing party. Furthermore, from the fragmented conversations of a few individuals and the incessant ramblings of Yu Heis, Leggett understood the crux of the situation. It was simply due to their close association with Hermione that had incited the ire of fervent blood purists within the academy. Indeed, as the heir of the esteemed Knot family, one of the sacred 28 pure blood lineages, Jerome Knot was an ardent advocate of blood supremacy. He firmly believed that aside from the noble purebloods, all other Muggle-born wizards should not exist. Such a marvelous and enchanting power as magic was destined to be wielded solely by pureblood wizards. Consequently, Leggett, who frequently interacted with Hermione, was marked by Jerome as a traitor to pureblood ideals, reminding him that as a member of the Sacred 28, he ought to distance himself from the so-called mudbloods. This was, in essence, the true motive behind Yu Heis's desire to confront the group. Ha ha ha, how amusing! Observing Leggett tending to Yu Heis's injuries, Jerome let out a derisive laugh, for it seemed the Black family had indeed fallen from grace, resorting to friendships with pet spiders. In Jerome's eyes, such pets were merely slaves, akin to house elves. When in good spirits, one might provide a morsel or two, but when displeased, they would be met with a whip. Thus, the notion of Leggett referring to his pet as a friend was utterly contemptible to Jerome. Chapter 45. Blockade, how do you feel about your injuries? Ignoring Jerome's incessant babbling, Leggett retrieved a potion from his ring and applied it to the severed leg of Yu Heis. This potion, derived from the essence of white fresh, possessed remarkable healing properties. Within moments, the injury on Yu Heis's leg had mended. All that remained was for her to undergo a natural upgrade, or perhaps utilize additional potions to regrow her leg. Upon sensing the absence of pain, Yu Heis excitedly waved her remaining limbs, exclaiming, "Hey, let me tell you, that guy not only spoke ill of you, but also plans to ambush you at the opportune moment." It mattered little that others could not comprehend her words. As long as Leggett understood, that sufficed. At the very least, she needed to clarify the sequence of events. Yu Heis was not one to seek trouble, but that scoundrel truly deserved a beating. "All right, I'm already aware," Leggett replied, lifting Yu Heis from the ground and handing her over to Michelle. "Thank you for standing up for Yu. However, I will take it from here." Regardless of the reasons, Michelle had indeed defended Yu Heis, and thus, Leggett felt it was only right to express gratitude. After all, it was not excessive to thank someone who intervened when one's companion was being assaulted. Was it? As she found herself suddenly embraced by the delicate Yoka Heim, Michelle instinctively shook her head and spoke. No need to ponder, Yoka is also my friend. She had always cherished her new dormitory roommate, and even in Leggett's absence, Michelle would not permit her to suffer any indignities. After all, who could resist the charms of such a unique creature? While other girls may prefer the fluffiness of traditional pets, Michelle too held an affinity for the adorable. Although the texture and length of fur may vary, in a broader sense, they all fall under the category of being fluffy. Thus, contemplating her fondness for spiders, one might argue that they lack any fur at all, yet that hardly diminishes her affection. Regardless, gratitude was in order. At that moment, Leggett approached Jerome with measured steps, signaling that it was time to address their affairs. Despite the disparity in age, Leggett's stature may not yet rival Jerome's, yet the aura he exuded commanded respect. It was indeed rare to engage in dialogue with a spider. Meeting Leggett's calm, unassuming gaze, Jerome crossed his arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he retorted, "What do you intend? Do you wish to challenge me?" In this world, certain individuals are favored by fate, much like Dumbledore, who was born a natural seer. These blessings, aside from those that can be wielded directly, also serve as means for unique communication, akin to Tom Riddle's Parseltongue. Consequently, Jerome naturally perceived the exchange between Leggett and Yoka Heim as a manifestation of a rare gift possessed by the former. Were Leggett to employ Parseltongue, Jerome might have approached the matter with greater caution. However, what utility did the language of spiders hold? He was not swayed by such trivialities, nor was anyone else likely to be. Then let us engage in a contest, as you wish. With a tap of his wand upon the ground and a flick of transfiguration, he conjured a mound of earth. Leggett, from his elevated position, regarded Jerome and articulated with deliberate clarity. However, I propose we raise the stakes. As the heir of the Knott family, you wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Leggett's actions effectively placed Jerome upon the pyre. First, he initiated a wave of transfiguration as a form of psychological pressure, followed by the art of rhetoric to bolster his stance. In this scenario, Jerome found it nearly impossible to decline, for refusing Leggett would implicitly acknowledge his inability to influence the affairs of the Knott lineage. Moreover, the honor of the Knott family was not to be trifled with. Therefore, for both personal and familial reasons, Jerome had no choice but to acquiesce to Leggett's demands. Leggett's seemingly mundane words ignited a fervor among the young wizards present. Aside from their shared identity as members of the sacred 28 pureblood families, they were also the respective heads of their first and fourth-year cohorts. Should Leggett triumph over Jerome, it would effectively constitute an indirect victory in a leadership challenge. The mere 3-year age difference between the two has led many to doubt Leggett. After all, being able to become an invisible prefect in the 4th year signifies that Jerome's prowess far exceeds that of his typical peers. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. As he spoke, Jerome also utilized transfiguration to create a platform beneath his feet. I recall that the Black family possesses numerous shops in Diagon Alley. Shall we use that as our wager? If I prevail, you must grant me 10 shops along the street of Diagon Alley. Given that matters had escalated to this point, he was naturally inclined to maximize his potential gains. Diagon Alley, being one of the primary haunts of wizards, generates a staggering daily revenue. Securing the lease of a shop, such as a magical pet store, could yield annual profits exceeding tens of thousands of galleons for his family. All right, what can you offer in return? Leggett jested, looking down at Jerome, who was perpetually shorter than him. I can understand your lofty ambitions, but if several of you desire my shops in Diagon Alley, you must present something of equivalent value. He had anticipated Jerome's reaction when he created the elevated platform. At this moment, Leggett's height was nearly touching the ceiling of the common room. Unless Jerome could somehow breach the ceiling, he would always remain a notch shorter than Leggett. The art of siege is to strike the heart, and every contest involves not only a physical struggle, but also a psychological one. If Jerome fixated on this disparity, it would surely disrupt his mental composure. Damn, that insufferable brat. It was evident that Jerome had recognized this as well, and his mindset had begun to falter. However, years of traditional family education had taught him to conceal even the slightest hint of emotion. He proposed a nearby estate along with a house elf. As long as wizards exist, there will always be business conducted within shops. Although the stakes appeared equitable, he had not specified which estate he referred to or the condition of the house elf. Thinking several steps ahead was a lesson instilled in him from a young age. Should Leggett indeed rely on some hidden card to emerge victorious, Jerome would only need to pay a trivial price. I demand the nominal estate at 13018 Diagon Alley, along with 3 healthy house elves. However, before Jerome could commend himself for his cleverness, Leggett immediately outlined his specific demands, thus ensuring their wager was balanced. As the heir of the Knott family, surely you can govern these matters? Provocation is a tactic that must be wielded judiciously, and with so many young wizards present, it was the perfect moment for such a strategy. Very well, Jerome contemplated Leggett's half-smirking expression for a moment before replying, agreed. Let the terms of our wager be established thus. Having already placed the corresponding wager, how could one possibly change their mind midway? Moreover, with so many young wizards observing, any alteration of intent would surely invite suspicion. Additionally, Leggett is but a first-year student, and Jerome is confident in his ability to decisively defeat him. Very well, let us formalize the covenant. As he spoke, Leggett turned to the quietly observing Bruce Wayne. Bruce, my esteemed senior, would you mind binding us in this unbreakable oath? The unbreakable vow is a magical incantation typically employed to forge pacts among wizards. Once the promise is established, the vow taker is compelled to adhere to their word. Any breach of the previously established commitment would result in death. Furthermore, and most crucially, this spell cannot currently be undone by external forces. Very well, if both parties are willing. After stepping closer to the two, Bruce produced his wand from his sleeve. Let us conclude this contract now. Any further delay may disrupt the rest of others. Although his transfiguration skills are commendable, he does not wish to engage in a high-stakes game of 3-way competition. Wait, I have one more request. Before the contract was formally established, Jerome suddenly addressed the two. Neither of us is permitted to utilize any heirlooms passed down through our families. The Blake family has retained many peculiar artifacts over the years. Jerome is keen to avoid any unforeseen pitfalls at this critical juncture. Jack, isn't Nate being a bit excessive? He is 3 years older than Blake. Hannibal, There's no choice. Their wager is indeed substantial. Gordon, if Blake truly agrees, his chances of victory should be nearly zero. Jason, not necessarily. Do you not recall his performance upon admission? Well then, Blake, ignoring the surrounding murmurs, Nate fixed his gaze upon Leggett, declaring, I shall allow you 3 moves first. With adept armor protection and agile maneuvers, it should not be difficult to withstand 3 attacks. After those 3, it would be his turn to dominate. All right, I accept your terms. Observing the glint of confidence in Jerome's eyes, Leggett could not help but harbor a smirk. He had anticipated a bit of effort ahead, yet Jerome had unexpectedly offered him an advantage. Thus, he would not be faulted for abandoning the principles of fair play. Since both parties have no objections, let us proceed with the covenant. As he spoke, Bruce placed his wand upon their clasped hands, commencing the oath. I, Jerome Nate, willingly pledge to. I, Leggett Blake, willingly pledge to. The contract is established. His part in this drama has concluded. The stage now rightfully belongs to the 2 principal actors. Come now, Blake, as agreed, I shall allow you to make the first 3 moves. After donning several layers of armor for protection, Jerome deliberately distanced himself from Leggett. After all, he had merely suggested that his opponent make the first 3 moves. He had not agreed to be a target and endure them. When it comes to the art of rhetoric, Jerome's mastery had undoubtedly surpassed that of most present. Indeed, given your formidable prowess, I must prepare accordingly. As he spoke, Leggett retrieved a long, tubular metallic object from his ring. Upon witnessing this inexplicable item, the majority of onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment. According to the earlier unbreakable vow, Leggett was prohibited from employing artifacts passed down from the Black family. However, since Leggett faced no repercussions now, it indicated that this object was not one of those relics. Consequently, the surrounding young wizards began to speculate about what Leggett held. What is that? Although they were unaware of its nature, it was evident that, if Leggett produced it at such a moment, it must possess extraordinary qualities. You haven't seen it before, and it's quite normal. It's a toy from the Muggles. After aligning the scope on Jerome, Leggett unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. With a resounding hum, a projectile swiftly soared forward. Damn it! Sensing an impending danger through his 6th sense, Jerome frantically summoned his shields while darting to the side. Yet, without employing spatial magic, how could a human possibly outrun a projectile? Boom! With 4 even more thunderous explosions, the entire Slytherin common room trembled violently. Had it not been for the magical protections in the lounge, this incident could have resulted in a catastrophic collapse. Cough, 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 what on earth is that? Mommy, I want to find my mommy. Black said, this is a Muggle thing. Have Muggles truly become this formidable? As the dust gradually settled, the young wizards beheld the scene before them. On the formerly smooth and pristine walls of the common room, a deep crater about 1 meter in diameter had emerged, and the surface was adorned with a web of cracks. It seemed that a mere touch would cause the entire wall to collapse. As for Jerome, who faced the truth directly, despite his oil-slicked feet and layers of armor, he was still thrown aside and lost consciousness from the shockwave of the nearby explosion. I suppose this means I have won, he mused. Who cannot play with words? Not to mention that the Black ancestral home had left behind nothing of value. Even if it had, it would not be wasted on Jerome. Had his opponent chosen to engage in a straightforward duel, Leggett would have been prepared to face him with magic. After all, modern craftsmanship was not as advanced as in later eras. Many matters still relied on the human eye for targeting. Had Jerome begun with evasive maneuvers, Leggett might have struggled to aim accurately at him. Chapter 47. It is time to open one's eyes to the world Guddu. As she surveyed the disarray in the lounge, her gaze fell upon the unconscious form of Jerome. After swallowing hard, Michelle instinctively turned to Leggett beside her. Leggett, what do you mean by that? Perhaps others had overlooked it, but she had been monitoring the two throughout. The realization that something capable of inflicting such devastation was crafted and produced by Muggles was enough to plunge Michelle's mind into a profound silence. It is essential to acknowledge that, in their preconceived notions, Muggles were perceived as a rather foolish lot, individuals so inept that a mere flick of a finger could easily topple them in droves. I understand your astonishment, but it is indeed a weapon forged by Muggles. After placing the Yoko Hickey color upon her shoulder, Leggett turned to a group of young wizards behind him, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Times are changing, and Muggles are making continuous advancements. I know many of you look down upon Muggle-born wizards, deeming them unworthy of learning magic. And as for Muggles, who lack even the qualifications to study magic, you regard them as nothing more than insignificant ants. However, you must remember this. Both wizards and Muggles are capable of change. Though Muggles do not possess our enchanting magic, they have embarked upon the path of technology. There are weapons even more formidable than this one, in abundance. Thus, it is high time for you to awaken from your dreams and witness the world as it is today. Furthermore, Muggle-born wizards are like us, wizards who possess abilities akin to ours. Prejudice and arrogance lead to stagnation. Only through acceptance and humility can we advance. Seizing the rare opportunity, Leggett aimed to instill a sense of enlightenment. After all, he was not propagating the notion that Muggles were enemies. He merely sought to awaken the wizards ensnared in dreams, while promoting the idea of equality among all. Therefore, even if this discourse reached Dumbledore's ears, he remained unperturbed. The lingering dust, accentuated by the overhead lights, imbued Leggett, who stood with his back to the crowd, with an inexplicable sense of destiny. This scene caused many Slytherin students to narrow their eyes in surprise. Yet, this reaction was limited to a small fraction of the young wizards. At that moment, the majority bore expressions tinged with discontent, for Leggett's words had encroached upon their interests, shattering the illusions they had cherished for years. Those reluctant to confront reality often redirect their frustrations towards others, and as such, Leggett became a target of resentment for some. To open one's eyes to the world, observing Leggett's back, Michelle felt a flicker of complex emotions within her. To be honest, since their acquaintance, she had harbored a quiet determination to one day trample him underfoot, forcing him to kneel in submission. Yet at this moment, she was compelled to acknowledge the vast chasm separating them. One is a delicate bloom nurtured within the confines of a greenhouse, while the other is a wildflower flourishing in the untamed wilderness. Despite both being flowers, the latter possesses a wealth of stories yet untold. As the atmosphere shifted among the onlookers, Leggett found himself embroiled in his own clandestine calculations. He had significantly underestimated the potency of the 4 rockets. Though the lounge appeared unscathed on the surface, one could only speculate about the unseen damages lurking beneath. Should a complete overhaul and refurbishment be necessary, it would undoubtedly incur a substantial cost in galleons. While he was not lacking in funds, he was not one to squander his wealth frivolously. After all, Jerome was still incapacitated nearby. Whoever was caught first would bear the brunt of the consequences. At worst, they could share the financial burden equally. Given the impending compensation from the Knott family, parting with a modest sum of galleons seemed plausible. In these times, finding a quality house elf outside of Hogwarts or pure-blood families was a formidable challenge. Who could elucidate the events transpiring here? Just as Leggett contemplated a hasty retreat with Jiyuki, a furious roar suddenly commanded everyone's attention. Following the sound, they beheld the cold countenance of the Slytherin Serpent King, standing ominously at the entrance of the lounge, accompanied by a breathless Draco and a vengeful Sakuramatu. Meeting Snape's piercing gaze, Leggett gestured toward the unconscious Jerome on the floor. Headmaster. This was merely a harmless jest between Knott and myself. That night, the young wizards of Slytherin were thoroughly acquainted with the ramifications of the Serpent King's venomous wrath. For reasons of safety, the Slytherin students also experienced the peculiarities of sleeping on the floor of the Great Hall. The following day, during the lunch break, Leggett, observing the now-recovered Jiyuki, pointed towards the forbidden forest, teeming with various magical creatures, yet fraught with peril. Should you venture within, I cannot guarantee your safety. Have you considered this carefully? Recalling the moment Jerome had sent her flying, Jiyuki vigorously waved her forelimbs, vowing to teach him a profound lesson upon her return. Despite her introverted nature, she was still a girl, and the incident where Jerome had broken her leg was etched deeply in her memory. As for her desire to traverse the forbidden forest, Jiyuki understood that remaining by Leggett's side offered ample sustenance and safety. Yet, she had not indulged in countless comics and novels for naught. It was only through enduring various trials that one could truly ascend to the status of a formidable warrior. Thus, to prevent a recurrence of such incidents, Jiyuki resolutely declared her intention to train in the Forbidden Forest. To reign supreme within this forbidden forest would indeed signify the completion of my task in transcending the novice village. Very well, I shall respect your decision. As he spoke, Leggett retrieved a gemstone necklace from his ring, adorned with a defensive array intricately engraved by Sakura in advance, capable of absorbing a single fatal blow. Should the need arise, one could seek refuge at the edge of the forest, evading danger. While I shall not impede Ye's quest for experience, some foundational advice and preparation are necessary. After all, she is my companion, and it would be a significant loss if she were to perish outside. Leggett does not subscribe to notions of fate or the invincibility of protagonists. This is the real world, not some heartwarming fairy tale. Failing to prepare adequately could indeed lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, dear brother, await my triumphant return alongside sister. After fastening the gemstone necklace to her arachnid limb, Ye swiftly ascended towards the depths of the forbidden forest. Trembling denizens, brace yourselves. Observing Ye, who stumbled and rolled upon the ground, ensnared by the necklace, Sakura sighed in resignation. Leggett, I believe transforming her into a potion might yield greater rewards. With such clumsy demeanor, she hardly seems destined to reach the conclusion of this tale. I fear she may find herself devoured by some magical creature within mere minutes of entering the forest. I concur with your assessment. After grasping Sakura's delicate hand, Leggett turned to walk in the opposite direction. The thoughts of a young girl are easily deciphered, are they not? Occasionally, a touch of humor can effectively diffuse an invisible crisis. Perhaps we shall discuss this further at another time. Feeling the warmth emanating from Leggett's palm, Sakura smiled and entwined her arm with his. After all, a mere Ye pales in comparison to the importance of embracing my charming boyfriend. Chapter 48. Flying lessons half an hour later at the Quidditch pitch. Naturally, my flying skills are exceptionally impressive. Recalling a certain day from a few years past, Wow. Thankfully, this group of children is quite innocent. Observing Draco boast amidst a throng of young wizards, Leggett wore a playful smile. Children tend to revel in boasting. Fortunately, the majority here are still Slytherin students. If the Gryffindor wizards were to join, Draco's bravado would soon be deflated. After all, aside from speed, the wind pressure generated by an aircraft in flight and the force of its engines can easily destabilize a flying broom. Just as Leggett was engrossed in Draco's tall tales, Michelle suddenly approached and inquired, Leggett, where has Ye gone? Not having spotted Ye in the dormitory, Michelle hurried over to seek out Leggett. After all, as the true master of Yuccaheim, Leggett should indeed know the whereabouts of the other party. Farewells, as always, are the most heart-wrenching moments. Though initially, Michelle was merely regarded as a means of sustenance, Yuccaheim soon came to cherish her as a friend. It is precisely for this reason that she requested Leggett to convey a message. With a hint of melancholy, Michelle nodded and prepared to turn away. The adorable, fluffy creature would leave, and she would once again face the encroaching darkness alone. Having spent so much time with Yuccaheim, Michelle had genuinely grown fond of her endearing clumsiness. The thought of that bumbling companion having to fend for herself stirred a wave of concern within her heart. Just as Michelle was about to depart, Leggett retrieved a doll from her ring. Although its appearance was somewhat unrefined, it was unmistakably crafted in the likeness of Yuccaheim. This is something she made for you before her departure, painstakingly woven from spider silk, Leggett explained as she handed the doll to Michelle, her gaze teasingly fixed on her. I remember you have a fear of the dark. Having this might ease your mind. I am not afraid of the dark, Michelle exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she snatched the doll from Leggett's hands and hurriedly walked away. She never expected that her secret fear of darkness would be revealed by Yuccaheim. Yet, as she felt the soft texture of the doll in her hands, a smile crept upon her lips. It seemed the dragon meat she had been feeding her recently was not in vain. The little one still held her in affection. This must be what they call Tsundere. Observing Michelle's hasty departure, Sakura Matu smiled at Leggett and remarked, Leggett, do you fancy this type? Farewell. This sort of thing can be exhausting, Leggett replied. Meeting Sakura's contemplative gaze, she playfully tapped Sakura's head and added, Don't entertain any peculiar thoughts. You are already the best version of yourself. A light-hearted banter ensued, for sometimes being a little foolish can be quite endearing. In that moment, it felt as though a flurry of pink bubbles floated through the air around them. A few minutes later, with the formal arrival of Madame Hooch, the flying lesson that the young wizards had eagerly anticipated was about to commence. One cannot help but marvel at the peculiar nature of talent. While Harry's aptitude for potions may not be remarkable, he possessed an extraordinary gift for flying. As most of the young wizards struggled to summon their broomsticks, he had already succeeded in calling forth the one that lay on the ground. It was a good 10 seconds later that the other young wizards managed to complete their tasks. If Harry's talent could be deemed as belonging to the first tier, allowing him to summon his broom with ease, then Draco and Leggett's talents were of the second tier, granting them the ability to ensure the broomsticks were exceedingly obedient. The majority of the remaining young wizards belonged to the third tier, struggling to command their brooms. As for the fourth tier, those who wish to have their brooms obey must exert every ounce of strength they possess. Among this cohort of Slytherin and Gryffindor young wizards, a remarkable talent from the fourth tier has indeed emerged, none other than the familiar figure of Ron Weasley. Despite his relentless efforts to lift the broom from the ground, it lay there as if drained of all vitality. Regardless of the posture he adopted or how he bellowed, the broom remained as inert as a lifeless fish. What on earth is happening? Ron's face betrayed his growing frustration at being the only one unable to succeed. Witnessing his rivals, particularly Lecter and his cohorts, achieve success with apparent ease only intensified his vexation. Though there was no tangible evidence regarding the incidents in Potions class, Ron was convinced Lecter had resorted to foul play. Watching his adversary triumph felt more agonizing than a direct confrontation. "Calm down, my child," Mrs. Hooch urged patiently upon noticing Ron's struggles. "Think of them as your friends." Truthfully, in her many years of teaching, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. However, adhering to the principles of a dedicated educator, she remained steadfast in guiding Ron on the necessary techniques. After all, it was rather embarrassing for a wizard not to master the art of flying, especially when that wizard was one of her own students. Determined to avoid tarnishing her teaching career, Mrs. Hooch vowed to help Ron conquer this formidable challenge. "You can do it, Ron. I believe in you." Seeing Ron's predicament, Harry began to offer words of encouragement. Despite Ron's numerous shortcomings, he could not remain indifferent to the plight of a friend. "I can do this. I must." After a considerable period of self-reassurance, Ron once again commanded the broom up. To his astonishment, the broom began to tremble in response to his call. "I did it." Yet, before he could revel in his fleeting triumph, an unforeseen mishap occurred. Chapter 49. Neville's arrival with a resounding crash. The broom struck Ron Weasley's face, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed throughout the Quidditch pitch. The force was tremendous, instantly leaving a vivid red mark across Ron's visage. The Slytherin young wizards erupted in laughter, while the Gryffindor students expressed their dismay. "Ron!" Harry exclaimed. Amidst the varied reactions of the crowd, only Lecter cast a sidelong glance at Sakura Matu. Upon noticing Leggett's amused gaze, Matu Sakura playfully stuck out her tongue. Earlier, it was Leggett who had orchestrated the potion class, and she had yet to settle accounts with Ron. It seemed only fair to extract a small interest at this moment. "My goodness, dear child, what has happened to you?" As Ron lay on the ground, struck down by the enchanted broomstick, Madame Hooch approached to assist him. "Do you require a visit to the infirmary?" She swore that after so many years of teaching at Hogwarts, this was the first time she had witnessed a young wizard being attacked by a broomstick. "I'm fine," Ron replied, gritting his teeth against the pain as he picked up the broom. His family could hardly afford to buy him a broomstick, so he was determined not to miss this rare opportunity for a free experience. Despite the minor mishap, he had managed to retrieve the broom, hadn't he? "Very well. Then do take care," Madame Hooch said, observing Ron's reluctance to leave. After designating him as a subject for closer observation, she returned to the front of the young wizards. "Now that everyone had their brooms, let us officially commence today's lesson. Everyone, mount your brooms as I demonstrate. When you hear my whistle, push off with force. Once you have steadied yourselves, you will land safely. Is that clear?" "Understood." For those they cherish, humans often exhibit a rare enthusiasm. Thus, even rival houses set aside their grievances at this moment. Once everyone mounted their brooms in unison, their gazes turned to Madame Hooch. Yet surprises often arrive unexpectedly. Before Madame Hooch could blow her whistle, a figure from the Gryffindor ranks soared into the air. More accurately, it should be said that a group took off from the ground, propelled by their brooms. "Longbottom, what are you doing? Come down at once." "Yes, do come down quickly. We haven't even begun yet. How could you take off on your own?" Indeed, the figure who had ascended was none other than the Gryffindor Seeker. His anxiety had caused his calves to twitch uncontrollably, inadvertently signaling the broomstick that Neville desired to take flight. "I didn't mean to." The sudden ascent, coupled with the cacophony of voices from the young wizards, left Neville's mind in a fog. Soon, he felt a gradual loss of control over his body. Despite his desperate attempts to grip the broom tightly, he found himself slipping off. At that moment, he was nearly 40 feet above the ground, equivalent to approximately 192 meters. Falling from such a height could render one disabled, even if they survived. As Neville plummeted from the sky, the young wizards on the ground instinctively closed their eyes. In the minds of many, vivid images of Neville transforming into an apple pie began to emerge. As he descended approximately 4 to 5 meters from the ground, Leggett resolutely cast a levitation charm on him. This spell successfully slowed his descent, followed by the application of summoning charm. Although the levitation charm effectively mitigated the speed of his fall, it could not entirely prevent Neville from sustaining injuries. However, when paired with the summoning charm, this issue could be effectively circumvented. The essence of the summoning charm, unlike apparition, does not allow the caster to transcend spatial limitations. Rather, it calls an object from a different location to the caster's immediate vicinity, while the summoned object follows a predetermined trajectory. Consequently, once Neville was selected by the summoning charm, he swiftly flew toward Leggett's position. Observing this, most young wizards instinctively prepared to dodge. Yet, This world is never devoid of individuals who revel in the misfortunes of others, such as Ron Weasley, who was initially disheartened by his lack of flying talent. Little did he expect that in the next moment, Neville would create such a grand blunder. Human beings are most fearful of comparison, yet they are equally fond of it. Witnessing Neville's foolishness, Ron's earlier gloom began to dissipate, for with Neville's presence, he was no longer the least skilled among them. However, engrossed in the spectacle, he forgot to evade the impending situation. By the time Ron fully comprehended the unfolding events, Neville had already delivered a hefty slap right across his face. "Neville, are you all right?" he inquired, disregarding Ron, who was spinning in place. After severing the magic of the summoning charm, Neville promptly plopped down onto the ground. This occurrence was entirely unintentional on Leggett's part. After all, who could have anticipated that everyone would dodge except for Ron, who stood in the way? "Iem fine," Neville exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief as he felt the solid ground beneath him, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Leggett, you've helped me once again." Even with his slow reaction, he understood who had come to his aid. "It's nothing. We are friends, after all," Leggett replied, extending a hand to lift Neville from the ground. "Oh my goodness. Child, are you all right?" Mrs. Hooch, equally pale, rushed to Neville's side, checking him over. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, she exhaled deeply, setting her broom aside. "Now, I must take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary, and Slytherin earns 30 points for Mr. Black's exceptional spell work. Mrs. Hooch, perhaps you should take Ron along as well," suggested someone as she prepared to escort Neville to the infirmary. At that moment, Harry arrived, supporting Ron, and the group finally noticed Ron's unfortunate state. Under the influence of gravitational acceleration, Neville's slap had proven to be immensely powerful. Not only did Ron transform into a pig's head, but he also lost several teeth in the process. Chapter 50, A Different Draco. Indeed, Madam Hooch at this moment. I am far more in need of the infirmary than Neville. Gazing at Neville, who appeared unscathed, Ron was filled with irritation and frustration. It was Neville who had fallen from the broomstick, yet he was the one nursing injuries. However, after enduring numerous encounters with Leggett, Ron had gained a modicum of wisdom. Even though he was exceedingly displeased, he refrained from voicing his grievances. After all, to claim that Leggett had acted improperly would imply that Neville should not have been rescued. As for Neville's misfortune, he could only chalk it up to bad luck. Seeing Ron's head transformed into that of a pig, Madam Hooch instinctively gasped, "You dear child must come with me. The rest of you, quickly put down your brooms. Should anyone dare to defy me, I shall mercilessly deduct points." If he looked this way now, one could only imagine the consequences had he been left unattended. She vowed that in her many years of teaching at Hogwarts, this was undoubtedly the worst class of students she had ever encountered. Upon hearing Madam Hooch's blatant warning, the young wizards reluctantly set down their brooms. The first-year students were akin to high school children, easily vulnerable to their teacher's authority. The threat of losing points was as daunting as a summons to their parents, a consequence they dared not take lightly. Particularly this year, the outcome of the House Cup held extraordinary significance for both Slytherin and Gryffindor. "Malfoy, put down what you were holding." Just as Madam Hooch was preparing to escort the two boys away, Ron suddenly pointed at Draco amidst the crowd and bellowed, "That is Neville's memory orb. What do you intend to do with it?" Unable to confront Leggett directly, could he not challenge Malfoy instead? As the saying goes, the one who knows you best may not be a friend, but rather your fiercest adversary. Based on Ron's previous encounters with Draco, he surmised that placing Draco in the spotlight would provoke some nefarious action on his part. If he could get Draco to lose points in front of Madam Hooch, it might restore his own reputation within Gryffindor. Most importantly, it would help Harry see Malfoy's true nature. Although Harry did not overtly exhibit this sentiment, Ron sensed, to some extent, that Harry was deliberately maintaining a distance from him. "Wesley, can you shut your mouth?" Unfortunately for Ron, the Draco before him was no longer the same Draco he once knew. In response to Ron's shouting, he merely rolled his eyes in annoyance. He then strolled over to Neville and placed the memory orb in his hands, advising, when attending outdoor classes, it is best to leave such items in your room. Ever since Draco's conversation with Leggett, he had penned numerous letters to Lucius. In the course of his interactions, he gradually comprehended the true principles of the Malfoy family. Coupled with his continuous exploration of the Muggle world through literature, Draco came to a profound realization. The enemies of wizards have never stemmed from within, but rather from the external covetousness and advancement. Only by uniting the living forces among wizards can they aspire to greater heights. Of course, regarding Ron, that utter fool, Draco harbored no intentions of winning him over. After all, there exists a saying, a single drop of rat excrement can spoil a whole pot of porridge. In Draco's eyes, Ron Weasley was that exceedingly foul drop of rat excrement. Observing the memory orb pressed into his arms by Draco, Neville, belatedly realizing its importance, quickly exclaimed, "If the memory orb gets lost, my grandmother will surely be very upset. So, thank you very much, Draco." Previously, during their interactions, Neville had always been the target of teasing and bullying. Now, Draco's sudden change of demeanor left him somewhat disoriented. Nonetheless, Neville viewed this transformation as a positive development, for it indicated that Draco would no longer torment him. "No need for thanks. We ought to assist each other," Draco replied, giving Neville's shoulder a reassuring pat before casting a disdainful glance at Ron, who, unlike some individuals who incessantly holler as if the world owes them something, had been the object of Draco's disdain since the very first day of school. Now that he finally had a justifiable opportunity to mock him, he was not about to let it slip away. Ron, confronted with Draco's unabashed ridicule, was nearly apoplectic with rage. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Wasn't it supposed to be the case that after a few pointed questions from him, Draco would discard or destroy Neville's memory orb? Yet here it was, returned in pristine condition. Was he to be the sole jester in this scenario? Seeing Ron on the verge of saying something yet at a loss for words, Harry stepped in to provide some reprieve. "All right, Ron, perhaps you should head to the infirmary first." After all, despite the circumstances, the other party was still his friend, and he could not simply stand by and do nothing, even if he felt a tinge of disappointment. First it was Leggett, and now it was Draco. Each time, it was Ron who instigated the situation. I understand," Ron replied, sensing the subtle shift in Harry's demeanor. He chose not to say anything further, recognizing that any words from him would only exacerbate the situation. Instead, he opted to gracefully exit this awkward scenario. "All right, both of you come with me to the infirmary at once," Madame Hooch declared, witnessing the farce come to a close. Her decision to forsake a lucrative Quidditch coaching position in favor of the meager salary at Hogwarts stemmed largely from her desire to indulge in gossip. After all, apart from Hufflepuff, the other three houses are at odds with one another. Thus, each lesson feels akin to watching a live broadcast. As Madame Hooch departed with Neville and Ron, the little wizards in the arena began to stir restlessly, especially those from Muggle families, who yearned to take to the skies immediately. After all, aside from a few with acrophobia, no one can resist the joy that flying brings. If one wishes to play, then let them play, as long as they do not go too wild. Observing Draco's pitiful demeanor, Leggett smiled and waved at him, cautioning, "Don't fly too high, or my points might not suffice for your deductions." The house cup, to him, was of little consequence. Rather than concern himself with such ephemeral honors, he preferred to bring joy to those who cared. After all, he was daily earning points for Slytherin, so allowing Draco a moment of flight was inconsequential. There was no helping it. Though he was not a Gryffindor, one could hardly resist the allure of abundant points. Chapter 51. Rules are meant to be broken. "Thank you, Legate. I knew you were the best." Upon receiving Leggett's permission to take flight, Draco's face lit up with excitement, ready to approach for a hug. However, before he could act, a familiar chill enveloped him once more. "Well, I'm off to play." Casting a sidelong glance at the silently smiling Sakura behind Leggett, Draco swiftly grabbed a nearby broom and made his escape. Who knew what might transpire if he lingered any longer? For the sake of his own safety, it seemed prudent to sacrifice Leggett instead. "Sakura, would you care to join me for a bit?" Noticing Draco's hasty retreat, Leggett turned to Sakura with a smile. The possessiveness stemming from the lovesick was always a source of comfort. "No, I'd rather stay with you." Rather than waste time flying aimlessly, it was far more pleasant to remain by the young man's side. Moreover, having spent considerable time with Leggett, she sensed he was not particularly fond of flying broomsticks. Thus, she too had developed an aversion to the contraption. As long as Leggett could accomplish that spell, the presence of a broom was ultimately inconsequential. "Shall we then find a place to rest?" As she spoke, Leggett's gaze swept over the eager Slytherin first years. "If you wish to play, then go ahead. But do not fly too high, understand? The law does not punish the many. Allowing Draco to fly alone might lead to undesirable consequences. However, if a group of Slytherin youngsters flew together, even if Madame Hooch were to become incensed later, her ire would not be directed solely at one individual. Hooray! Long live Black. This is fantastic. Black, I want to have your babies. Sakura, my hands are itching. My wand can scarcely be contained. As the invisible prefect of Slytherin's first year, Leggett's words carried the weight of a decree. Now that the other party has permitted us to ascend, we can undoubtedly frolic without restraint. Leggett, is this truly advisable? Observing the Slytherin young wizards taking flight one by one from the ground, Hermione hastily approached the two and whispered, "If Madame Hooch sees this, it could lead to trouble. As one of the few astute minds in Gryffindor, she sensed Leggett's standing among these Slytherin wizards. Should Madame Hooch become incensed, Leggett, as the leader, would surely bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, as a good friend, she deemed it necessary to offer a cautionary word. Do not fret so much. They possess their own discretion. Moreover, I have garnered numerous points for our house. So a little indulgence now and then is not unwarranted. Meeting Hermione's slightly anxious gaze, Leggett smiled and gestured towards the broomstick in her hand, asserting that Gryffindor was never lacking in the courage to defy the rules. You've earned so many points for Gryffindor. A bit of mischief is hardly out of the question. Having resolved to invest in Hermione, he was determined to mold her into the person he envisioned. Encouraging her to proactively transgress the established norms was the initial step in his transformation plan. After all, every occurrence has its first time and countless repetitions. Once one begins to break the rules, those very rules cease to be constraints. Listening to Leggett's slightly enticing words, Hermione found herself momentarily wavering. Even with her usual rationality, the prospect of experiencing the exhilaration of a broomstick was difficult to resist. After all, the broomsticks available in the market were far from inexpensive, and with limited wizarding currency at her disposal, Hermione would much rather invest in a plethora of books than squander her funds on a broomstick. Therefore, the chance to experience flying for free was something she was reluctant to forego. A little indulgence can be an excellent means to alleviate stress. Observing Hermione's conflicted expression, Leggett pointed to the many Gryffindor young wizards already taking flight, adding, even if you hesitate, it seems Madame Hooch would not spare Gryffindor either. Indeed, Hermione, if you wish to fly, then fly. At that moment, noticing Leggett's intentions, Sakura stepped forward and added, and with so many Gryffindors trying it, what reason do you, the point-collecting champion of Gryffindor, have to refrain from experiencing it yourself? Thus, within the Slytherin circle, he had earned the title of point-collecting champion. Had it not been for Leggett and Sakura's presence in their first year, they would have likely been overshadowed by Hermione's academic prowess. After all, the majority of young wizards could hardly review all the material from their textbooks in advance during their first year. You are right. Why should I remain grounded? As she gazed at the Gryffindor young wizards frolicking in the air, the steadfast boundaries Hermione had maintained crumbled in that very moment. Why should I toil tirelessly for the academy while these individuals find solace in stirring up trouble? After all, I have accrued a substantial number of points for Gryffindor. An occasional indulgence ought to be permissible. Should anyone dare to speak ill of me later, I shall simply throw those earned points back in their face. Go ahead and play, but be cautious not to soar too high. As I observed Hermione being swayed by our words, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Leggett's eyes. In the current situation, such saintly compassion is rather bothersome, particularly when one is a teammate. Kindness is not a fault, but becoming a do-gooder can indeed be a grave error. Leggett certainly did not wish to suffer an unforeseen betrayal from Hermione's misguided benevolence while executing certain plans in the future. All right, I understand. After smiling and nodding at Leggett, Hermione excitedly grabbed her broom and dashed off to the side. It is worth noting that Hogwarts uniforms consist entirely of standard robes. While it may not pose much of an issue for boys, girls must sometimes be more discerning. Thus, finding a discreet place to mount the broom is undeniably an important step. Leggett, let's find a place to rest. Observing Hermione's hasty departure, Sakura turned to Leggett. Although she did not mention her previous assist, her expression was unmistakably clear. Praise me. All right, let's head to the nearby stands. After ruffling Sakura's silky hair, Leggett took her hand and walked towards the distant bleachers. Good. Enjoying the warm sensation above her head, Sakura half closed her eyes and nodded appreciatively. Each person pursues different aspirations, hence their desires vary accordingly. For Sakura, Leggett's gentle affection surpassed all worldly treasures, except for those other activities involving kisses, hugs, and being lifted high. As the two made their way to the stands, Draco began his own subtle maneuvers. Thank you all for your support. Here, SA quadruple update for today. I am diligently typing away. Feel free to share what you would like to see. When the time is right, I will present it to everyone. Chapter 52, The Roar of the Lion King, though late, arrives at this moment within the Gryffindor camp. Witnessing even the typically rule-abiding Hermione taking off in secret, Harry was suddenly filled with an overwhelming desire. After all, the most significant difference between him and Ron Weasley lay in their shared sense of shame. Harry bravely confronted and sought to rectify the mistakes he had previously made. Harry, would you like to fly together? Just as Harry attempted to divert his focus, a voice unexpectedly called down from above. Looking up, he saw Malfoy skillfully maneuvering his broom, gradually descending before him. Malfoy, gazing at Draco as he landed a short distance away, A complex expression flickered across Harry's face. Without Ron's interference, perhaps he and Draco might have formed a friendship. This further deepened Harry's regret over not being able to forge a friendship with the other. Feel free to call me Draco. That's what my friends call me. After descending from his broomstick, Draco approached Harry with measured steps. Shall we fly together, Harry? I just saw you summon your broom with a flick of your wrist. While soaring through the skies, he had already taken note of Harry's subtle movements. With Ron, that obnoxious boy, absent, Draco seized the rare opportunity to cultivate a friendship. Can I? Harry hesitated, glancing at Draco's outstretched right hand, a flicker of temptation crossing his face. The thoughts of youth are often intricate. Though he entertained the idea of befriending Draco, the unpleasant history between them, largely due to Ron, loomed as an obstacle, preventing him from fully embracing this budding connection. Come on, or we'll miss the class. Sensing the turmoil on Harry's face, Draco grasped his right arm firmly. How about a race? Let us circle the Quidditch pitch. Hesitation was not his style. One must strive for what they desire. All right. Feeling the enthusiasm and sincerity in Draco's words, Harry cast aside his doubts. Since the other party was unbothered, continuing to hesitate would be overly sentimental. Moreover, the prospect of becoming friends with Draco was something Harry cherished. Leggett. It seems those two may be breaking the rules, observed Matu Sakura, her gaze lingering on the duo darting across the Quidditch field. She subtly tugged at Leggett's sleeve. But don't you think Draco has a soft spot for Potter? He seems particularly patient with him. To shield her little boyfriend from the intricacies of British culture, she needed to eliminate all potential threats. By binding Draco and Harry together, she could effectively diminish the looming dangers. Perhaps. It seems I should inform Aunt Narcissa, Leggett replied, leaning his head gently on Sakura's shoulder while meeting her eyes, which sparkled with a peculiar light. I'm feeling a bit tired. Wake me before class ends. He was well aware of her subtle intentions. Even if Sakura hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have been interested in Draco, as he had no aspirations of becoming a sewer maintenance technician. However, since Sakura wished to stir things up a bit, Leggett chose not to comment further. Sometimes, certain matters could enhance the bond between two individuals when both parties tacitly agreed. All right, rest well. After slightly raising his shoulder for Leggett's comfort, Sakura retrieved a blanket from her ring. Once she draped it over him, she quietly resumed her reading, saying little but content in her thoughts. However, the slight upturn of her lips revealed that Sakura Matu was experiencing an exquisite sense of joy at that moment. As time progressed, the young wizards became increasingly frenzied in their revelry. Naturally, the Slytherin wizards did not forget the words previously uttered by Leggett Black. Thus, despite their overwhelming desire to indulge in a thrill of speed and excitement, they managed to restrain themselves. As for the Gryffindor cubs, lacking a Lion King to oversee them, they were now completely lost in their exuberance. Yet, how could these untrained young wizards possibly control the rapidly ascending speed of their flying brooms? During one swift ascent and descent, the audacious Siobhan Finnegan lost grip of his broom, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Fortunately, the height from which he fell was not too great, resulting only in a sore backside without any further injuries. No, my broom, Finnegan exclaimed, watching helplessly as his broom sped away into the distance. Ignoring the pain in his rear, he scrambled to his feet and bellowed with a tremor in his voice. "I'm doomed. Hogwarts will surely expel me for this." Although he often created chaos in class, it was generally within manageable limits. Losing a broom, however, was an unbearable transgression for him. Despite his mother being a witch, their family lacked sufficient wizarding currency, and the thought of needing to pay for a broom would drain their already meager savings. Furthermore, the most pressing concern was the inevitable punishment he would face from his parents. The mere thought of a combined reprimand from them sent him into deeper despair. "How can I live without you, my beloved broom? Draco, I must assist Siobhan." Hearing his roommate's anguished cries, Harry immediately altered the direction of his broom. "Harry, you cannot leave the Quidditch pitch." Draco's face reflected urgency as he watched Harry swiftly approach the uncontrollable broom. Though he acknowledged Harry's undeniable flying talent, this was his first encounter with a broom. If it spiraled out of control beyond the Quidditch pitch, Draco was uncertain of his ability to retrieve it. Yet, it was evident that Draco's concerns were unfounded. Just as relief was about to wash over him, an enraged voice pierced the air, causing all present to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. "How dare you?" Professor McGonagall, still bearing the remnants of excitement on her face, attempted to suppress her fury as she addressed them coldly. "Everyone dismount at once. And Mr. Potter, you will accompany me to my office." The Lion King may have arrived late, but it seemed that even a cat in disguise could serve in that role. Chapter 53, Draco, My Daddy the Board Member. I should have found a way to stop him earlier. As Draco observed Harry being taken away by Professor McGonagall, a flicker of concern and guilt crossed his face. No, I must seek my father's assistance. If only I had intervened earlier, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. In a moment of resolute determination to protect his hard-earned friendship, Draco made up his mind, even if it meant incurring his father's disdain. He was willing to wield the privileges bestowed upon him as the son of a board member. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy shall protect you. Even if Dumbledore himself were to arrive, he could not expel him from Hogwarts. Is Draco truly misguided? As Draco turned to make his way towards the Orrery, Blaise instinctively placed a hand on his shoulder, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. This was the first time he had seen Draco so earnest, aside from a few rare instances. After all, while he often boasted about his board member father, he had never exploited such privileges before. Yet now, in a bid to shield Harry from punishment, Draco was prepared to break that unwritten rule. If this were a scene from romantic drama, it would undoubtedly depict a wealthy heir fiercely protecting his beloved. Blaise recalled a potion that could change one's gender. Perhaps he could transform Harry into a Harriet. However, he wondered if Draco would maintain his current fervor once Harry became Harriet. What's wrong, Blaise? If you don't hurry. Draco turned anxiously, only to be met with Blaise's reassuring pat on his shoulder. Rest assured, Harry will be fine. How could he be fine? He was taken by Professor McGonagall. You may not know, but Professor McGonagall is an ardent Quidditch fan. So what if she likes Quidditch? As Draco spoke, his eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that Professor McGonagall wishes to bend the rules? Regardless of how one interpreted it. The possibility was utterly unbelievable. After all, Professor McGonagall was renowned for her adherence to the rules. Gryffindor may never lack the courage to break the rules. But how could Professor McGonagall simply disregard them? Noticing Draco's bewildered expression, Blaise pointed to the discarded broom on the ground. Do you truly believe that as a Quidditch enthusiast, Professor McGonagall would forego the opportunity for her house team to triumph? One must understand that her obsession with Quidditch rivaled that of certain internet-addicted youths from a previous era. Especially upon encountering a rare talent like Harry, it would be nearly impossible for her to restrain herself if she did not actively pave the way for Harry. Blaise would begin to suspect that something was amiss. In other words, it was possible that Harry could join the Quidditch team in his first year. Upon realizing that Professor McGonagall might indeed break the rules, Draco's emotions became exceedingly complex. To simplify, it could be described as a blend of fear for his friend's struggles and concern for his friend's potential success. He neither wished for Harry to face punishment, nor did he want to see him join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. How could this child be so foolish? Observing Draco muttering softly to himself, Leggett shrugged and departed the pitch with Sakura. To attain such so-called privileges, one must inevitably pay a certain price. Should Draco indeed use Lucius to shield Harry, it would surely incite discontent among many. After all, strictly speaking, Harry of Gryffindor and the Slytherin wizard were inherently at odds. Consequently, if Draco were to employ his privileges to assist Harry, it might evoke a sense of aiding the enemy. In order to safeguard his younger cousin from potential sabotage and to ensure he has a reasonably conducive learning environment, Leggett felt compelled to intervene, though they were merely cousins. Blood ties run deep. A few minutes later, Leggett, do you really think Harry Draco suddenly realized that Leggett had long since vanished from sight? There was not a single soul left in the vicinity, not even a stray hair. The gentle breeze, perfectly timed, added an unexpected touch of melancholy to the scene. Gazing at the emptiness before him, Draco couldn't help but twitch his lips in resignation. Several minutes later, in a vacant classroom. So after all that you've said, you intend to establish a gathering that even Leggett himself is unaware of? Upon hearing Michelle elucidate the entire situation, a hint of skepticism crossed Draco's face. I recall you two were at odds, so what is the current state of affairs? Ever since the selection of the invisible prefect at the start of their school year, Michelle and Leggett had been at odds, primarily because Michelle harbored a one-sided disdain for Leggett. This was hardly a secret among the first-year Slytherins. Yet, what puzzled Draco was this. The very Michelle, who had always found Leggett insufferable, was now proposing to form a gathering centered around him. Were it not for the lingering scent of Harry on his palm, Draco would have thought he was dreaming. That fellow was indeed quite irritating. Confronted by Draco's disbelieving gaze, Michelle clenched her fists and spoke through gritted teeth. But one must admit, he has surpassed us by an overwhelming margin. Ever since Leggett showcased the truth in the Slytherin common room, demonstrating its potency, Michelle had begun to ponder. She contemplated muggles, half-blood wizards, and the so-called pure-blood wizards. Previously, under the influence of her family, She had believed that the core of the wizarding world could only consist of purebloods, viewing half-bloods merely as slaves serving them. As for muggles, they were considered the most useless of all. However, Leggett shattered this perception. Muggles were no longer mere playthings for wizards, but had become hunters wielding weapons. Although Michelle did not believe that wizards would ever be defeated by muggles, the advancement of muggles has been remarkably swift, leaving the future of their development shrouded in uncertainty. In stark contrast, the wizarding world exists in a state of complacency, so much so that the majority of wizards, upon graduating from Hogwarts, find themselves incapable of donning protective armor. While the wizarding community languishes in idleness, muggles are making rapid strides forward. In this dynamic of mutual rise and decline, can wizards truly afford to remain complacent about their future? Chapter 54. The Purification Society. Michelle is uncertain of the answer to this question, or perhaps she simply dares not confront it. However, she is acutely aware of one essential truth: the time for change has come. The strength of an individual is often insufficient. Only by harnessing the collective power of many can significant accomplishments be achieved. Thus, Michelle aspires to leverage Leggett's name to unite young wizards who share her ideals. The reason for invoking Leggett's name is clear. After that fateful night of revelation, it left an indelible impression on the hearts of many young wizards. Michelle had previously attempted to rally support under her own name, but the outcome was far from favorable. As social beings, humans naturally exhibit a tendency to gravitate towards strength, and Leggett has inadvertently emerged as a leader in the minds of numerous young wizards. Therefore, only by borrowing his name can she gather these individuals together. So Malfoy, what are your thoughts? As she spoke, Michelle extended her right hand towards Draco, inviting him to join the Purification Society and contribute to the future of the wizarding world. Under Lucius's intensive training in recent days, Draco is no longer the naive fool he once was. Although Michelle's decision may appear to be highly advantageous for Leggett, helping him to expand his influence and assume leadership of a burgeoning faction, there lies a crucial consideration. If the means of resolution or preventive measures are not thoughtfully devised, the establishment of this organization could bring not only disadvantages to Leggett, but also an array of insurmountable troubles. Before reaching a decision, I wish to clarify something with you. As Draco met Michelle's fervent gaze, he inquired about the conditions for joining this so-called Purification Society and the rules that govern it. Furthermore, it is imperative to address why she has not disclosed this matter to Leggett. Without rules, there can be no order. Uniting all possible forces is indeed a noble pursuit. However, there are times when certain individuals are simply not worth the effort. Should someone join the society and subsequently create chaos while bearing its name, would it not render Leggett a mere scapegoat? Draco is unwilling to see Leggett unwittingly assume the role of a dark wizard society leader without his knowledge. Rest assured, Malfoy, I'm not the ignorant fool you might presume. Meeting Draco's scrutinizing gaze, Michelle spoke with unwavering confidence. I have divided the Purification Society into two factions. One segment is composed of core members responsible for the primary planning, essentially the leadership. The remaining members are tasked with executing the orders of the leadership, solely responsible for carrying out the commands issued by the chief. Once their contributions reach a certain threshold, these peripheral members will be promoted to internal members. However, regardless of their status as internal or external members, they must vow an unbreakable oath. Should anyone misuse the organization's name for nefarious purposes, they would immediately forfeit their life. As for why I have chosen not to inform Leggett, I prefer to wait until the organization has attained a certain scale before disclosing this information to him. By that time, even if he is reluctant to involve himself, I will find a way to ensure he assumes control of the organization. Although Muggles lack an understanding of magic, their societal structure is far more robust. Michelle's classification system largely draws inspiration from a certain failed art student. Due to time constraints, she has only sketched a preliminary framework, which will be gradually expanded and filled in once resources and time permit. Furthermore, should I disclose this information to Leggett now, and he is unwilling to form the society, it would be exceedingly difficult for Michelle to establish a new association solely based on her own influence. She does not wish to wait that long, nor is she inclined to do so. Moreover, once the number of members and their influence reaches a sufficient level, it will matter little whether Leggett is willing or not. However, I will still consult him at that time, for the essence of the Purification Society as construction fundamentally revolves around his involvement. Additionally, the existence of this unbreakable oath will ensure that the members do not engage in disruptive behavior, as their goal is to bring reform to the wizarding world, not unnecessary chaos. Very well, I accept your invitation. Upon hearing Michelle's words, Draco immediately grasped her right hand. So, shall we find someone to take the oath now? Anyone can speak sweet words, but not all are inclined to act upon them. Despite Michelle's eloquence, one can never know how others might truly behave. Thus, for the sake of caution, Draco felt it prudent to administer the oath on sight. After all, once the contract is mutually established, even if Michelle harbors ulterior motives, they would be rendered ineffective. It is important to note that an unbreakable oath differs significantly from a vow of loyalty. The latter, even if broken, does not result in death and can be revoked. In contrast, the former is irrevocable, and any violation triggers an immediate fatal consequence. Very well, Macmillan. You shall preside over this ceremony. After nodding towards a quiet boy in the classroom, Michelle turned her gaze back to Draco. Welcome to the fold, Malfoy. Norris Macmillan, the second son of the esteemed Macmillan family, one of the Sacred 28. As the younger son of the Macmillan patriarch, he did not inherit the family's rights. Consequently, he had lived a rather aimless existence for many years. However, upon witnessing Leggett's remarkable maneuvering, he resolved to follow in his footsteps, motivated not only by the future of the wizarding world, but also by his own personal desires. He no longer wished to remain a mere idle second son. Call me Draco, he proclaimed. As he spoke, Draco cast a glance around at the small wizards gathered nearby. Let us strive together for a brighter future. Among these young sorcerers were not only members of the pure-blood Slytherin families, but also several Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw wizards. This diversity filled Draco with a sense of anticipation regarding the organization's future development. After all, the ability to cast aside the so-called pure-blood ideology spoke volumes, did it not? Michelle, for the future of the wizarding world. The assemblage of young wizards, for the future of the wizarding world. Observing the sudden surge of enthusiasm among the young sorcerers, Draco found himself at a loss as to whether to feel joy or to flee. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of entering the CX organization. Just then, as Draco and Michelle were signing the contract, in the hidden lounge of Slytherin's head boy, Regret was diligently studying ancient runes, having been left alone while Sakura was attending a remedial class with Snape. Regret continued his research on the ancient runes, which were notorious for their inherent flaw. The protracted casting time made them vulnerable to close combat. Alas, it seemed he would need to find a competent teacher. After setting aside the runic materials, his gaze fell upon a locked drawer. One glance ignited a familiar yearning within him. Previously, when he had bested Jerome Knott, it seemed he had gained an opportunity to draw from the rewards. Since he was unable to further enhance his runic understanding at the moment, he thought it prudent to test his luck with a single draw. What if he truly struck gold? The mere thought of that shimmering reward propelled Regret into action. After completing all necessary preparations, he addressed the system. System, exchange the canned herring for me. Compared to a direct draw, utilizing the items obtained from his previous draws could increase the odds of acquiring something valuable. Though he firmly believed himself to be fortunate, Regret's body remained surprisingly honest. Habits formed over time were hard to break. Beep, equivalent exchange draw commencing. Please hold for a moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the blue ghost grass bloodline within the body of Tang Yi from the Chinibu world. I understand you, and you understand me. It has now been placed in the system's repository. Please check it. What the heck? Regret, upon seeing the blue ghost grass bloodline in the system's repository, did not feel immediate elation. Instead, he grew curious about the current state of Tang Yi, who had been exchanged for the bloodline with the canned herring. Chapter 55, Fusion, Fusion, Fusion. In the Chinibu world, within the student dormitory, feeling the continuous rise in his spirit level, Tang Yi, seated cross-legged on his bed, could not help but display a hint of joy in his eyes. Finally, he had managed to meet his teacher's requirements, albeit just barely. After a year of relentless training, he had restored his power to level 12. Time flows differently. You see, in the distant past, following the conclusion of the Spirit Awakening ceremony, he nearly met his demise at the hands of his own father, Tang Retian. The latter was unwilling to accept that the son he had meticulously brought into existence could turn out to be a veritable failure. Nevertheless, the blood of Tang Yi coursed through his veins, compelling Tang Retian to ultimately refrain from delivering a lethal blow. Instead, he entrusted him to a nearby individual of some repute, Yu Gang. Having decided he no longer wished to raise this son, he contemplated the idea of starting anew under a different identity. The reason for placing him in Yu Gong's care, rather than simply abandoning him, stemmed from a desire to observe whether the boy might one day yield some unexpected fortune. After all, despite Tang Yi's lack of talent, his character was relatively commendable. Should fortune favor him in the future, he might yet provide a valuable ally. When confronted with Tang Retian's demands, Yu Gang, though immensely reluctant and doubting Tang Eer's utility, recognized the peril of defiance against one who could easily extinguish his life. Thus, to safeguard his own existence, he reluctantly accepted the boy. Although Tang Ear had been stripped of all spirit levels during his awakening, his cultivation had been primarily derived from internal training. Therefore, even with a spirit level of 0, he was not incapacitated in his ability to cultivate, unlike others. However, the blockage of his meridians, akin to being clogged by the slime of a slug, hindered his training speed, reducing it to less than half of its potential. Even with relentless practice, his progress was only marginally faster than that of an average individual. In the Hall of Spirit Awakening, "The day I attain strength will herald your annihilation," Tang Ear proclaimed. As he spoke, he summoned the blue phantom grass spirit within him. Reflecting on Yu Gong's earlier teachings, his anticipation for the day of complete mastery over the blue phantom grass spirit grew ever more fervent. At that point, with 2 spirits at his command, he would be capable of vanquishing whomever he desired. However, while Tang Ear was lost in visions of a glorious future, the once fragrant blue phantom grass in his hand inexplicably began to emanate a foul stench. The odor was overwhelmingly pungent, reminiscent of a long-decayed animal carcass. Simultaneously, Tang Ear sensed that something significant within him was gradually fading away. Yet, before he could investigate the unfolding situation, the other occupants of the dormitory were roused from their slumber by the repugnant odor. "Who just defiled the dormitory? What is that horrible smell?" one exclaimed. "It's making me nauseous. Can someone please step outside?" At that moment, a nearby girl, feeling a sense of unease, approached Tang Ear as she instinctively wrinkled her nose. The next moment was upon them. She couldn't hold back and vomited directly onto Tang Ear, exclaiming in despair, "Have you fallen into the toilet? Why does it smell so foul?" Meanwhile, within the Slytherin common room, Leggett gazed at the blue, ethereal grass bloodline stored in the system's repository. Yet he refrained from merging with it immediately. In the realm of wizards, particularly among the sacred 28 pureblood families, there exists a legend. Their ancestors chose to integrate the bloodlines of various magical creatures. Although the specific methods of fusion have been lost to the passage of time, nearly every family possesses some semblance of such records in their histories. Of course, as the years have passed, the current sacred 28 pureblood families have become little different from ordinary wizards. The magical creature bloodlines within them have long since diluted and approached exhaustion. Perhaps due to the influence of being a traveler, Leggett still possessed a faint trace of magical creature bloodline within him. Though it had thinned to the point of near invisibility, this vestige still afforded him numerous advantages, such as heightened senses and refined magical perception. As for the bloodline integrated by the Black family, it naturally belonged to the creature depicted on their crest, a dog, or more accurately, a giant wolf. Will merging this bloodline incur any negative effects? Leggett inquired, shifting his gaze away from the system repository, his mind consumed by this pressing concern. If absorbing the blue ethereal grass bloodline would taint the Black bloodline, he would prefer to leave it to gather dust in the repository. After all, the latter genuinely offered him advantages, while the benefits of the former remained uncertain. Although he was a gambler at heart, he still possessed a modicum of rational judgment. Playing without capital is mere amusement. Wagering one's life and fortune is sheer folly. The blue ethereal grass bloodline has been detected as belonging to the lineage of plant spirits, characterized by its gentle and stable nature. Merging with the host's bloodline will not result in adverse effects. Furthermore, upon merging with this bloodline and acquiring the title of Child of Nature, the cultivation speed in lush environments such as forests will increase exponentially. As an exemplary system devoid of negative reviews, it could not possibly harm its host. While the items drawn were randomly selected, the ultimate effects were determined by this final output interface. If there were no detrimental effects, then let the merging commence. After listening to the system's analysis, Leggett promptly made his decision. As long as it did not jeopardize his existing Black bloodline, he had no reason to hesitate. Moreover, the prospect of enhancing his cultivation speed in verdant locales was an opportunity he was reluctant to forsake. With the passage of time and the increase in his magical capacity, advancing further became increasingly arduous. Now that he had the chance to possess a natural accelerator for his training, how could Leggett possibly let it slip away? Beep. Commencing the merging process now. As the cold, mechanical chime of the system echoed, Leggett felt a warm current coursing through his body. This soothing sensation resembled the ultimate technique of technician number 88, prompting Leggett to involuntarily release a sigh of comfort. However, In the next moment, Technician No. 88 unexpectedly transformed into an elderly figure, employing the long-lost electric poison dragon drill. The sudden, excruciating pain caused Leggett to collapse onto the ground. At that moment, it felt as though countless needles were piercing his flesh. Just then, Matu Sakura, who had just concluded her studies with Snape, heard the anguished cries emanating from the room. Swiftly drawing the wand hidden within her arm, she cast the unlocking spell to open the tightly shut door. Yet, upon witnessing the scene within, Sakura was momentarily frozen in place. Simultaneously, a thick, inky black mist seemed to emanate from her surroundings. Chapter 56. The Bloodline of the Black Family from Sakura's Perspective. In the center of the room sat a young girl with delicate silver hair, her features strikingly beautiful, yet imbued with a certain nobility. Most importantly, the girl was clad in Leggett's attire. Thus, with a mere glance, Sakura recognized the owner of the garment. A solitary man and woman, the anguished Leggett. Instantly, a myriad of crimson horizons flooded Sakura's mind. Who are you? Gazing at the silver-haired girl collapsed on the floor, Sakura's expression darkened to an extreme. Where is Leggett? What have you done to him? Had she not been unable to find any trace of Leggett in the room, she would have entered with a swift and lethal curse. Little Sakura, what are you saying? Feeling the pain in his body gradually subside, Leggett clumsily rose to his feet. Who knows what had just transpired? Everything seemed fine at first, but eventually devolved into torturous agony. Were it not for his unusually resilient spirit, Leggett might have feared losing consciousness in an instant. Leggett? Seeing the youthful voice emerge from the girl's lips, Sakura momentarily faltered in her expression. Once she regained her composure, she hurried forward and pressed her nose against his neck. What are you doing, Sakura? That tickles. As the warmth of her breath enveloped his neck, Leggett helplessly lifted the girl's head, questioning her peculiar demeanor. Due to the lingering pain in his body, his mind was not entirely clear, and he did not delve into the oddity of Sakura's actions. Leggett, it really is you. After confirming that the person before her was indeed Leggett, Sakura bit her lip and retrieved a mirror from her ring. Why don't you take a look in the mirror first? Although the reasons behind the transformation remain unclear, she had long since become accustomed to Leggett's scent, a unique essence shaped by his dietary habits and lifestyle. Each individual exudes a distinct aroma, and Leggett's fragrance bore the sweet notes of a slightly unripe apple, an essence cultivated meticulously through her potions and culinary creations, a feat that others would struggle to replicate. Mirror, what is amiss? As Leggett pondered the intent behind Sakura's actions, he suddenly caught sight of his own reflection. After several moments of confirming that the figure in the mirror was indeed himself, he resignedly covered his forehead. Just moments ago, he had been discussing Michelle, and now he found himself transformed. Minutes later, Sakura inquired, So, Leggett, is this transformation a result of activating the hidden bloodline within you? After Leggett recounted the events, Sakura curiously reached out to tousle his silver locks, noting how drastically his appearance had changed, while his features still bore a semblance of his former self. The cascade of silver hair, combined with his gentle facial structure, might easily lead one to mistake him for a girl. Had she not known that Leggett would refuse, she might have earnestly examined him, for although a pure white lily is beautiful, it ultimately lacks a certain fervor. Noticing the peculiar glint in Sakura's eyes, Leggett gently tapped her forehead, dismissing her errant thoughts. Do not dwell on such nonsense. I have merely undergone a slight alteration in appearance. According to the system's prompts, he was well aware of his current predicament. The bloodline of the blue ghost grass signified vibrant vitality, and upon entering Leggett's body, it awakened the dormant black bloodline within him. Were he of another of the sacred 28 pure blood families, the neutral and harmonious nature of the blue ghost grass might have blended seamlessly. However, the black family was said to be tied to the mythical Fenrir, a terrifying wolf of Norse mythology, offspring of the trickster god Loki and the giantess Androboda. Legends speak of Fenrir's colossal size, with jaws that could encompass the heavens and the earth, and during Ragnarok, he devoured Odin, the all-father of the Norse gods. Yet, these tales are but fragments of a broader lore. In the realm of wizards, Fenrir indeed exists as a monstrous wolf, inherently vast and capable of growing stronger through the consumption of its foes. Additionally, through this insatiable hunger, it can acquire the abilities of other mythical creatures. However, the mightiest beings in nature often struggle to reproduce. Furthermore, the fur left behind after Fenrir's demise retains some of the powers it wielded in life. Thus, recognizing the impossibility of taming Fenrir, ancient wizards embarked on widespread hunts against it. In the midst of battle, possessing the pelt of Fenrir would significantly enhance one's chances of survival. However, due to exceedingly low birth rates and the rampant hunting by wizards. This formidable wolf-like magical creature was driven to extinction a millennium ago. Upon the infusion of the blue phantom grass lineage into Leggett, it awakened the dormant Fenrir bloodline within him. Perhaps the term awakened is somewhat misleading. Successfully nourished would be more fitting. As one of nature's apex predators, the Fenrir bloodline would not overlook such a rare supplement. The moment the blue phantom grass lineage entered Leggett's being, it quietly revived and entered a state of consumption. This explains why, after experiencing a moment of comfort, Leggett was abruptly plunged into a tumultuous agony, a consequence of this insatiable hunger. After devouring the blue phantom grass lineage, the Fenrir bloodline bestowed upon Leggett some unique abilities, enabling him to temporarily command certain plants to serve him. Furthermore, should he be willing to expend a portion of his vitality, he could even resurrect and evolve some plants. However, this capability currently appears rather superfluous, as Leggett harbors no intention of risking his life in experimentation. Regarding changes in his hair and appearance, this reflects the last vestige of the blue phantom grass lineage's stubbornness. It could consume everything, leaving no remnants, yet would resolutely refuse to allow its host to appear unattractive. It is akin to the notion that while one may suffer grievous wounds, one's hairstyle must remain impeccable. Chapter 57, Draco, Machiri. Do you truly think you are worthy of Leggett? Just a tad concerned, I am. Rubbing her head where she had been playfully struck, Sakura Matu grinned at Leggett, making a silly face. By the way, Leggett, could awakening your bloodline pose any hidden dangers? Although she possessed greater knowledge than her peers, the subject of bloodlines was new territory for her. Nonetheless, despite her unfamiliarity with the topic, she had seen films that touched upon it. Did not Spider-Man, in the later stages, undergo uncontrollable mutations, gradually transforming into a giant spider? If Leggett's bloodline harbored similar risks, foreknowledge could allow for preventive measures. Meeting Sakura's somewhat anxious gaze, Leggett smiled and pulled her into an embrace, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I will be just fine." According to the current data on his system panel, the awakening of the bloodline primarily conferred benefits. Firstly, his magical power level surged from 3.5 to the initial level 4, transcending an entire tier. Secondly, the enhancement of his physical attributes was markedly evident. After the formal awakening of his bloodline, Leggett felt as though he could vanquish a bull with a single punch. Of course, this was an exaggerated perception resulting from the surge in his physical prowess. At present, he could realistically only fell 2 bulls with 1 strike. The only perplexity Leggett faced was how to induce the Fenrir bloodline within him to evolve through further consumption. After all, the bloodline of the blue mist grass was directly infused into the body by the system. The methods for integrating the bloodlines of extraordinary creatures into one's being have long been lost in the annals of time. Consequently, the quest to enable Fenrir within to devour and evolve once more has become an almost insurmountable predicament. Indeed, your well-being is paramount above all else. As she spoke, Matu Sakura gently cupped Leggett's face with her hand, assuring him, "I will always be by your side, regardless of what the future may hold. I would not hesitate to pay the price of my life, if necessary." "Foolish girl, rest assured, I'm not," just as Leggett was about to utter more. The door to the room was suddenly opened from the outside. Since Matu Sakura had left it ajar upon entering, it had been in a state of partial openness. "Leggett, you were indeed correct." As the door swung open, Draco stepped into the room, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze in astonishment. Just as Leggett was about to request Draco to close the door, Draco, rooted in place, furiously pointed at the two, exclaiming, "Machiri, how can you do this to Leggett?" He had never imagined Matu Sakura could be such a person. Despite already having Leggett, she was now indulging in both sides. The reason for his conviction stemmed from their intimate gestures, which were far from typical among ordinary girls. Observing Draco's distraught expression, Leggett found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In contrast, a flicker of barely perceptible delight flashed in Matu Sakura's eyes. At the very least, Draco's current reaction indicated that her subtle matchmaking efforts were indeed bearing fruit. With just a little more provocation, she could likely eliminate Draco as a potential threat altogether. Minutes later, Draco asked, "Are you certain you are not jesting with me?" After hearing yet another explanation from Leggett, a hint of skepticism crossed Draco's face. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the other's facial features and habits bore a striking resemblance to Leggett. However, this sudden transformation still struck Draco as disconcerting. After all, his close companion had inexplicably adopted the appearance of a girl. Unless one were a certain round-faced, bearded individual, anyone would find it exceedingly strange. On a particular night, 3 years ago, you turned the peacock in the manor into a brother. You are my real brother. Rushing forward to cover Leggett's mouth, Draco spoke in a tone of urgent disbelief. I believe you. I believe you. I assent. That enough? Everyone possesses their own share of dark history. Recalling the reckless folly of his youth, compounded by the deceit of unscrupulous individuals, Draco had, under the cover of night, seized the opportunity to roast a peacock from his home. One could only say the flavor was truly unforgettable. However, such perilous escapades are best kept from the ears of the uninitiated. Let go of me, you little brat. After swatting Draco's hand away from his mouth, Leggett irritably wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Have you not washed your hands? There's a distinct taste of salt about you. Now, what brings you here? If it's nothing significant, I shall have to see you off. Noting Leggett's somewhat unfriendly demeanor, Draco swiftly bypassed the topic. I came to discuss Harry. He truly is fine, just as you mentioned. Furthermore, I've heard through the grapevine that he has been granted special permission by Professor McGonagall to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. You see, Hogwarts has a long-standing rule that only second-year students may participate in Quidditch. Therefore, Harry's situation is quite historic in terms of Quidditch at Hogwarts. At this moment, Draco found himself in a state of mixed emotions. While there was a hint of joy, there was also a pang of sadness. Though he acknowledged Harry's undeniable talent in flying, he did not believe himself to be inferior. Yet, now Harry was part of the Quidditch team, while he was left waiting for another year. In this scenario, he perfectly embodied the sentiment of simultaneously wishing for a brother-esque success while fearing his own shortcomings. If you wish to join, you could certainly speak to Professor Snape, Leggett remarked, noticing his younger brother's despondent mood. As long as you can assure him of your superiority over Harry, he would likely be more than willing to let you play. However, just to be safe, you might consider upgrading to a new set of Slytherin brooms. With your financial means and Snape's discontent with Harry as a safeguard, your inclusion in the Slytherin Quidditch team should pose no issue. Since Draco was eager to pursue Harry, as an older cousin, Leggett felt it necessary to lend his support. Chapter 58. A twist of fate. Privilege, when misused, may lead to isolation, yet when wielded effectively, it can bring joy to those around. Moreover, the Slytherin students were constantly motivated by the prospect of achieving an unprecedented 7 consecutive championships. Should Draco contribute to this match, no one would dare criticize him for utilizing privilege. Replacing all the brooms would indeed be a significant contribution to Slytherin. After all, the latest Nimbus 2000 series available on the market far surpassed the inferior brooms within the school, as long as his teammates were not mere bumbling gorillas. With such superior equipment, Slytherin would have no reason to lose. What? After absorbing Leggett's rather absurd analysis, Draco stood frozen in place. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this plan plausible. The mere act of using his financial resources to procure new brooms could very well secure his spot on the Quidditch team. Yet, aside from this ambition, another question lingered in Draco's mind. Leggett, do you know why our godfather always seems to target Harry? As the conversation unfolded, a flicker of curiosity and inquiry appeared on Draco's face. Whether it was regarding you or Harry, the godfather always bore an expression of disdain. Although he had learned from Lucius that it stemmed from the grievances of the previous generation, Draco remained entirely in the dark about the origins and causes of these animosities. Seizing this rare opportunity, he felt compelled to directly inquire with Leggett. Curiosity can be perilous. Yet today, even if it were to lead to his demise, Draco Malfoy was determined to uncover the truth. Upon meeting Draco's inquisitive gaze, Leggett shrugged slightly and replied with a hint of resignation. Perhaps it is because my uncle in Azkaban and Harry's father are both scoundrels of the most nefarious sort. What? At that moment, 3 large question marks seemed to hover above Draco's small head. He was well aware of Leggett's character. And how could one be described with such venomous words possibly be virtuous? The matter, in fact, traces back to 1971. Although he had not witnessed the events firsthand, Leggett was broadly aware of what transpired. Setting aside the fact that Severus was quite the sensation in his previous life, occasionally resurfacing in short videos, the primary reason lay in the habit of certain individuals to keep diaries, one of which Leggett happened upon. However, who among respectable people would indulge in diary writing? Certainly not Leggett, who would only scribble nonsensically if he were to write at all. After all, who would be foolish enough to pen their innermost thoughts on paper? Minutes later, observing Draco's somewhat unsteady departure, Leggett couldn't help but wonder if the revelation had been too overwhelming for the boy. After all, Draco was still just a child. Thus, the stark contrast of the omnipotent godfather becoming a victim of bullying, while Harry's father, perceived as a hero, turned out to be a despicable bully, could easily deliver a crushing blow to Draco's fragile psyche. As Sakura entwined her arm around Leggett's, resting her head on his shoulder, she pondered whether Draco might, in fact, have developed feelings for Harry amidst such turmoil. Despite the various antics directed at him, Draco was not as fragile as he appeared. It was likely that he was merely struggling to accept the harsh truth, causing him to seem somewhat dazed. Of course, had this been the Draco of earlier days, the revelation might have indeed shattered him. Turning his attention to the gentle smile of the girl beside him, Leggett decided to set aside thoughts of Draco for the moment and instead focus on the changes within his own body. Although he was not entirely incapable of controlling his physical form like in the early stages of his spider mutation, the sudden surge of magical energy within him had certainly caused some discomfort. According to traditional tales of cultivation, this could be likened to an external force causing instability in one's foundation. To avoid any adverse effects on future developments, Leggett's primary task was to swiftly adapt to his surging power. Very well, I shall remain here. After rising and taking a seat on a nearby chair, Sakura Matu retrieved a complete set of gemstones from her ring. You may focus on your feelings. I will take care of the surrounding vigilance. Although Hogwarts frequently proclaimed itself to be the safest place in the world, Sakura found herself questioning the veracity of such claims after her personal experiences. After all, the most perilous threats may not stem from external sources, but could very well arise from within. Unreliable teachers and dangerous classmates certainly did not align with the notion of absolute safety. Thank you for your efforts, Sakura. As Sakura began to set up defensive formations, Leggett immediately collected his thoughts and began to practice the ancestral meditation technique of the Black family. While it could not compare to the formidable skills of other renowned travelers, who often wielded devastating powers, Leggett's possession of this meditation technique placed him significantly ahead of other local wizards. Once the core members of his team were established in the future, Leggett contemplated passing down this technique. One's energy and time are inherently limited. Only by combining the wisdom and creativity of others could the meditation technique advance further. Of course, to ensure its proper acquisition, certain conditions would need to be met, for that which is easily obtained is often not cherished. This version of Leggett seems rather appealing. With her chin resting on her hands, Sakura gazed intently at Leggett, who had entered a state of meditation. In her dark purple eyes, a faint red glow emanated, a manifestation of her profound possessiveness and the truest reflection of her emotions. Leggett belonged solely to her. None could take him away. The following day, on the way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, Draco inquired, Leggett, why do I sense peculiar glances directed at me? Observing a group of young wizards nearby, whispering and casting furtive looks in his direction, Draco turned to Leggett with a quizzical expression. Logically, given his current appearance, it should not have led to any misunderstandings. Noticing Draco's bewildered and helpless demeanor, Leggett quietly averted his gaze. I have no idea. Perhaps it's because you are quite handsome. Wishing to avoid the scrutiny of Dumbledore and his associates, Leggett had asked Sakura to employ gemstone magic to create a layer of disguise for him before retiring the previous night. The principle was akin to that of Leggett's wand, utilizing gemstone magic to temporarily alter one's appearance. As for the reason behind the odd stares directed at Draco, it was undoubtedly related to a recently popular tale among the young wizards, 100 Secrets of Malfoy and Potter. Although the identity of the author remained unknown, the story was widely discussed. However, thanks to the open nature of the country, some young wizards found themselves utterly captivated. As for Ron, the green tea intercepting between him and Harry, he was unceremoniously sent flying by the author's deft hand. This accounts for the peculiar glances cast toward Draco, infused with a hint of inexplicable emotion. After all, the love-hate relationship between the heir of the Malfoy family and the Savior is a compelling backdrop, one that ignites fervor at merely the thought of it. Of course, Draco remains oblivious to these dynamics, and those around him have tacitly chosen not to enlighten him. Previous misunderstandings in public settings have led them to instinctively pair the two. Moreover, should the original owner of this narrative become aware of the situation, it could jeopardize their gossiping opportunities. Thus, at this moment, the opinions of all the young wizards in the academy surprisingly align. In this light, one could argue that Draco has accomplished a feat that even Voldemort could not. As for how Leggett came to possess this knowledge, he is not Draco, and it is entirely normal to overhear a bit of gossip. Yet, considering the fragile heart of his younger brother, he chose not to divulge this information to Draco, reasoning that once the novelty wears off, no one would bother to dwell on it. Indeed, my looks are rather striking, aren't they? Upon hearing this, Draco, though still feeling a tad perplexed, instinctively chose to overlook the oddity amidst Leggett's rare praise. As the future head of the Malfoy family, attracting attention is inherently natural, and he resolved to view this as merely a form of early training, nothing of great consequence. Ah, yes, let's hasten our pace. Observing Draco, exuding an air of enigmatic confidence, Leggett took Sakura Kinomoto's hand and swiftly made his way toward the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Spending too much time with a fool can easily become contagious. Hey, Leggett, wait for me. Upon hearing this, Leggett fell silent, merely quickening his pace. He would rather face the garlic-scented Quirrell than allow the tale of the three to circulate. Yet, no one noticed the fleeting, meaningful smile that flickered in Sakura's eyes at that moment. A few minutes later, within the defense against the dark arts classroom, after directing Draco to find a seat, Leggett leisurely approached the center of the room, setting aside the fact that Quirrell had an additional face on the back of his head. The overwhelming stench of garlic emanating from him was enough to deter most young wizards. Though Leggett did not particularly dislike the scent of garlic, prolonged exposure was inevitably uncomfortable. Moreover, the center of the classroom had become indistinguishable from the front, as there were no young wizards seated ahead. The rationale behind Leggett's choice to sit here was quite straightforward. The intention was to capture the attention of Quirrell, or more precisely, Voldemort. Though Voldemort's mind may not be entirely sound, his profound knowledge of magic far surpasses that of most. Moreover, being within the confines of Hogwarts, it is likely that he would refrain from overt displays. Thus, after careful consideration, Leggett conceived the idea of extracting knowledge from him without cost. Although this predecessor's mind is somewhat unhinged, a few minutes later, the command was given. Very well, now relinquish your body to me. After acquiring the answers he sought, Voldemort immediately issued his directive to Quirrell. After all, Hogwarts is Dumbledore's domain, and he needed to cultivate some hidden allies to assist him. As long as he could secure the Philosopher's Stone, masquerading as a teacher would pose no issue. The rationale for targeting Leggett was straightforward. He sensed a strong desire for power emanating from Leggett, coupled with the prestigious lineage of the Black family, compelling Voldemort to recruit him. If he could train him to be a loyal hound, obedient and steadfast, then whether in the present or upon his return, he would gain a significant ally. During class, after completely seizing control of Quirrell's body, Voldemort strolled confidently into the classroom. Observing the stark transformation in Quirrell, many young wizards instinctively rubbed their eyes, struggling to reconcile the self-assured man before them with a previously timid Quirrell. Were it not for the signature turban adorning his head and the unmistakable scent of garlic surrounding him, the young wizards would have suspected that their defense against the dark arts professor had been replaced. Finally, the bait has taken, as Leggett beheld the transformed Quirrell. A flicker of barely perceptible anticipation danced in his eyes. After planning for so long, the moment to ensnare was finally at hand. Although it was perilous to conspire with a tiger, the presence of a formidable tamer, Dumbledore, nearby altered the dynamics of the situation. Under such circumstances, the likelihood of Voldemort causing upheaval diminished significantly. If Dumbledore, that old fox, chose not to intervene, Leggett would draw Voldemort toward Harry. He could hardly believe that the old man would remain in the shadows as the Savior's game approached its climax. Of course, this would be a last resort. After all, the fleece of Hogwarts had yet to be fully harvested, and he had no desire to depart from such a splendid place prematurely. In contrast, as Quirrell exhibited a marked change in temperament, Sakura Matu began to ponder the reasons behind this transformation. Previously, he had claimed to have been attacked by a vampire, resulting in certain injuries to both body and mind. Yet, even if his injuries had partially healed, it should not have led to such a drastic alteration in character. The only plausible explanation remaining was that Quirrell was a bearer of a dual personality. A new persona has now taken possession of the body, replacing the once timid identity. Indeed, to spare Matu Sakura from worry, Leggett chose not to disclose the current situation. Moreover, although Voldemort is a madman, he is not a fool. Should Matu Sakura inadvertently reveal any weakness, it could potentially lead him into peril. Therefore, for both his own safety and that of Matu Sakura, Leggett naturally opted for discretion regarding the present circumstances. However, regardless of the situation, Chapter 60, Chilo, or perhaps better referred to as the Noseless Creature, perhaps due to an obsession, Chilo's humorous and engaging teaching style, complemented by appropriate examples, creates an immersive experience even within the confines of the classroom. Had Voldemort not engaged in reckless antics in the past, he might indeed have become an exceptional professor. One cannot help but wonder if, during the course of this lesson, a few students might suddenly vanish. After all, Those who yearn for immortality often require ample experimental subjects, do they not? Who, then, knows how to deal with the Grindylow? After briefly elucidating the fundamental characteristics of this creature, Chilo surveyed the classroom. His gaze paused upon Leggett, Mr. Black. What do you believe is the appropriate method to confront a Grindylow? The Grindylow, an aquatic magical creature, is said to thrive in the depths of the Black Lake near Hogwarts. However, it seems the merfolk have domesticated them, preventing attacks on young wizards. Leggett prefers to believe that this situation primarily arises from the merfolk's desire to avoid becoming fish paste for Dumbledore. Indeed, a weak nation has no diplomacy. As he teaches the levitation and freezing charms, Chilo emphasizes the importance of safety. At the very first opportunity to restrain a Grindylow, one should follow up with a shattering or thunderous explosion spell. After all, survival in the wild is paramount. An unwarranted mercy or kindness might lead one to ruin. After gesturing for Leggett to resume his seat, Chilo turned his attention to the young wizards below. As Mr. Black rightly stated when traveling in the wild, one must not harbor sympathy for creatures that attack. History is replete with wizards who, due to their compassion, have fallen victim to their assailants. To prevent your loved ones from shedding tears, your duty is to resolve the crisis at hand. There's another vital point. For the correct perspective brought forth by Mr. Black, Slytherin earns a resounding applause. One must admit, under normal circumstances, Voldemort's oratory skills are truly exceptional. Under his persuasive influence, many young wizards have readily embraced this viewpoint. For instance, while rabbits may be adorable, if the other party poses a threat, transforming them into spicy rabbit heads would indeed be the most prudent choice. Time slipped away quietly, and soon it was time for class to end. The young wizards departed the classroom in small clusters, each engaged in fervent discussions about the events that had transpired during the lesson. After all, the once timid Chilo had transformed into a confident speaker, appearing as if he were an entirely different person. It was only a matter of time before all the young wizards would be aware of Chilo's remarkable change by lunchtime. Meanwhile, within the confines of the defense against the dark arts classroom, Mr. Black, I wholeheartedly concur with your earlier perspective. As Chilo approached the departing Leggett and Sakura Matu, he spoke with a calm demeanor, inviting them to visit his office on Saturday should they have any uncertainties regarding spellcasting. Those words seemed rather ordinary. They evoked an inexplicable sense of yearning, akin to the allure of a stunningly beautiful woman who draws countless admirers simply by standing still. I understand, Professor. I will be there punctually, Leggett replied with a composed smile, feeling a warm sensation in his chest. Judging by the other's current demeanor, it appeared the bait had been successfully taken. Provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose, he anticipated a small, effortless gain. It was fortunate that this individual had not become a teacher at Hogwarts. Otherwise, the young wizards within the castle would be in grave peril. After all, which respectable professor would dare to cast the killing curse upon first-year students? Very well, I shall see you on Saturday, Chilo said, nodding with a smile at Leggett before striding out of the classroom. Leggett, there is something amiss with Professor Chilo, Sakura Matu quietly remarked as Chilo's silhouette vanished behind the classroom door. While she was unaware of the specifics, she sensed that he had undergone a complete transformation. Earlier, Voldemort's primary target had been Leggett. Thus, despite being in close proximity, she had not detected anything unusual. However, her intuition hinted at Voldemort's sinister intentions. It's nothing to worry about. This is Hogwarts, after all. Who could forget that aside from the one imprisoned, the rest of the Black family has nearly perished? If I were to seek out Dumbledore for answers, I would likely find myself on his blacklist in the next moment. Therefore, approaching Voldemort, who has a notorious past, is undoubtedly the most optimal choice. Should anything go awry, Harry will serve as a reliable safety net. In summary, the greater the turbulence, the more valuable the catch. Aiming to reap substantial benefits without taking risks is merely a dream. All right, I will heed your advice. Noticing Leggett's subtle attempt to divert the conversation, Sakura Matu decided not to pursue the topic further. When Leggett met with Chilo, she resolved to remain nearby, ready to provide support should anything arise. As the two set off towards the dining hall, in another part of the castle, within Chilo's office, a voice called out, "Master." After regaining control over his body, Quirrell collapsed into a chair, appearing utterly drained. Despite the Black family's young prodigy being remarkably talented, he was not worthy of Quirrell's deference. Since becoming a host for Voldemort, Quirrell's vitality had been steadily diminishing, particularly during moments when he was under the other's control, with a depletion accelerated to an alarming rate. If this continued, it would not be long before Quirrell's body succumbed entirely to the loss of life force. Moreover, had Voldemort not been continually weaving grand illusions, Quirrell would likely have perished long ago. The sensation of having one's life force siphoned away daily felt akin to being repeatedly pricked by needles. Any sane person, after such an experience, would never wish to endure it again. Silence. Are you instructing me on how to act? Ah, my master, I was mistaken. Feeling a surge of intense pain radiating from his brain, Quirrell's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. I merely believed your nobility warranted commanding the Black family's child to obey. Quirrell perceived the Black family as loyal hounds under Voldemort's command. With a mere word from Voldemort, Regulus would undoubtedly bow in submission. I have my own plans. You need only focus on the Philosopher's Stone. After a brief admonition, Voldemort ceased his assault on Quirrell. However, he still required Quirrell's body and assistance in locating a way to resurrect himself. Furthermore, Voldemort sensed that Regulus was unlike Quirrell. He was not easily manipulated. To truly win him over, he needed to ensnare him with something compelling. Although he seemed to have lost everything, the memories in Quirrell's mind remained intact. If Regulus could experience a true sense of immense power, perhaps he would ultimately submit to Voldemort's dominion. Of course, Quirrell's physical state was a significant limitation. Otherwise, he would have preferred to utilize the Cruciatus Curse to dominate Regulus. Yes, my master. Acknowledging his already dire physical condition, Quirrell timidly continued, but my body is. Due to the constant drain of life force by Voldemort, his body was as battered as a withered fruit. It was inconceivable to attempt casting any powerful spells, let alone walk without discomfort. With such a frail physique, seizing the Philosopher's Stone was nothing short of a delusion. Tonight, I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest. I will find a way to assist you. After uttering this, Voldemort abruptly severed his connection with Quirrell. There were numerous methods to temporarily bolster life force, and drinking unicorn blood was undoubtedly the swiftest. Although directly hunting a unicorn would incur a curse, it was Quirrell, the vessel, who would bear the brunt of it. Voldemort had no qualms about sacrificing an insignificant pawn in pursuit of his resurrection. Ultimately, it was a matter of indifference. The advantages lie with Voldemort, while the drawbacks are entirely attributable to Quirrell. A good master indeed, uncertain of Voldemort's precise intentions. Quirrell mistakenly believed that his counterpart might possess some viable solution. Thus, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, he staggered to his feet and made his way toward the office exit. With his employer taking such care of him, he certainly could not afford to be idle. He had already gathered a rough idea of where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. Next, he merely needed to devise a means of dealing with the watchdog, and he would likely procure the stone his master required. Just as Quirrell eagerly departed the office, a figure emerged from around the corridor's bend. Tom, it seems your mind has truly deteriorated. An hour later, beneath the grand tree by the Black Lake. So, have you come to seek revenge for your brother? Observing the Weasley twins standing a short distance away, Leggett closed his transfiguration notes and tucked them into his ring. Although he had not yet reached Professor McGonagall's level, it seemed manageable to address some minor adversaries. After all, the Weasley twins were not particularly skilled in combat, so categorizing them as mere foot soldiers was hardly an issue. However, had Ginny been in their stead, the situation would have been decidedly different. As the sole two combatants of the Weasley family, she wielded a wand identical to Voldemort's and had undergone one-on-one instruction from him during her first year. Subsequently, she had achieved numerous remarkable feats, including obliterating pursuing Death Eaters during an encounter in the Department of Mysteries. George, no, though Ron is our brother. Fred, he made those foolish choices on his own. We are not here to clean up his mess. So if it's not revenge you seek, what brings you here? Observing the playful banter between Fred and George, Leggett stood up with keen interest. If one were to ascertain who the most entertaining member of the Weasley family was, the twins would undoubtedly secure the top spot. Alas, the fates awaiting these brothers were not particularly bright. One would lose an ear, while the other would meet an early demise. When considering the Weasley family as a whole, apart from the twins, most had met with rather favorable outcomes. George and I wish to open a magical prank shop, but currently, our funds are insufficient to commence our venture. After exchanging a glance with George, Fred articulated the purpose of their visit. Thus, we seek your investment. Having fortuitously passed by the herbology greenhouse earlier, they had witnessed Leggett retrieving a substantial bag of galleons from his ring. Fred swore that even if they sold everything in their home, they could scarcely amass the quantity present in that single bag of galleons. Following a thorough assessment of Leggett, they concluded that he was not an extremist. Consequently, the brothers struck a chord and aspired for Leggett to invest in their magical prank shop, especially given their current rate of saving. In order to accumulate enough funds to establish a magical trick shop, at least 4 more years are required. I am willing to provide the money, but I have a stipulation. As he spoke, Leggett retrieved a considerable pouch of gold galleons from his ring. He possessed an abundance of wealth, almost as if he could summon as much as he desired. Aside from the magical creature materials shop primarily operated by Cleach, the numerous rents in Diagon Alley also generated a substantial fixed income. Additionally, with various estates and other enterprises, his daily revenue alone must amount to tens of thousands of galleons. Thus, for Leggett, money held little significance. It was talent that truly mattered. What is the requirement? Gazing at the heavy, golden pouch before him, George did not immediately acquiesce to Leggett's demand. They had previously agreed that they would not engage in morally dubious actions. However, if your intention is to teach Ron a lesson, we would be more than willing to assist you. Although they were indeed in dire need of funds, their good upbringing continually reminded them not to let monetary temptation cloud their judgment. As for the latter comment about teaching Ron a lesson, it was merely a jest from George. Despite Ron's foolishness, he was still their brother. Rest assured, I am no terrorist. After tossing the pouch directly into their arms, Leggett produced a fist-sized device from his ring. My request is quite simple. I wish to invite you to join me in transforming this antiquated wizarding world. Chapter 62. The Importance of the 20th Century. Indeed, Talon, hey, are you all right? After placing the galleons on the ground, Fred shrugged helplessly. We have no interest in toppling the world. You might want to seek someone else for such dangerous endeavors. They merely sought an investment, not to join some terrorist organization. Individuals who constantly speak of world upheaval seem exceedingly perilous, don't you think? Let us assess this device before making any decisions. After tossing the StarTAC to the Weasley twins, Leggett began to explain its functions. I recall that your father, Arthur Weasley, works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, specifically concerning the misuse of Muggle artifacts. I surmise you have encountered some Muggle inventions. The device you now hold is an electronic product manufactured by a company called Motorola. In addition to facilitating long-distance communication, it also, after providing a general overview of the StarTAC's capabilities, Leggett continued addressing the Weasley brothers. Although the wizarding world possesses magic that Muggles do not, this very advantage has bred complacency. Even the simple act of conveying messages relies on owls for distant delivery. Yet, the Muggles, whom wizards often scorn, can resolve such matters with merely the push of a few buttons. I believe it is high time for the stagnant and antiquated wizarding world to undergo a modest transformation. Technology has transformed the lives of Muggles, and perhaps the harmonious fusion of magic and technology could similarly alter the existence of wizards. Your vision is indeed enchanting, yet it presents an undeniable conundrum. Gazing at the elegantly crafted StarTAC in his hand, Fred posed a pivotal question. What about the Ministry of Magic? Given your awareness of my father's position in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, you must understand their stance on Muggle artifacts. The moment we venture into the realm of Muggle items, the most favorable outcome would be the complete confiscation of our possessions. Conversely, the direst consequence could lead us straight to Azkaban. Influenced by Arthur Weasley, their curiosity regarding Muggle objects is palpable. Yet, it is precisely due to this curiosity that both Fred and his companion comprehend the potential repercussions of engaging with such items. Consequently, while Leggett's proposal is alluring, Fred refrained from immediate acquiescence. As the elder twin, he bore the responsibility to safeguard his brother. Have you forgotten my surname? Meeting Fred's scrutinizing gaze, Leggett exuded a hint of confidence. Presently, the ministry serves primarily as the lapdog of pure-blood aristocrats, with only a handful of individuals standing apart from this norm. Even Fudge, who rose to prominence with Dumbledore's support, is merely one of these sycophants. After all, sustaining an organization necessitates financial resources. With so many employees and Aurors, salaries must be paid. From where do these funds originate? It is, of course, the contributions from pure-blood families like Leggett's that comprise the financial backbone of the ministry. In recent years, however, the influence of pure-blood aristocrats over the ministry has waned significantly, particularly in light of the events surrounding Voldemort. Many were imprisoned during that tumultuous period, and some in power within the ministry seized the opportunity to appropriate considerable assets from pure-blood families. It can be said that, aside from the portion safeguarded by Gringotts, the ministry has largely devoured all external assets. With newfound means to acquire wealth, the ministry's reliance on purebloods has naturally diminished. Nonetheless, even so, this minority of pure-blood families still commands at least 90% of the wizarding world's resources. Under such extreme capitalist influences, how could the ministry and the law not cater to the interests of pure-blood aristocrats? Damn those elitists. Upon recognizing the implications in Leggett's words, Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously declared, yet we harbor no resentment. So, what shall your answer be? Naturally, we choose to acquiesce to your proposal. As Fred activated the StarTAC, a flicker of excitement danced across his face. How could we possibly miss out on such a thrilling endeavor? Indeed, aside from you, we cannot find a more suitable investor. As he spoke, George decisively lifted a galleon from the floor. Their desire to establish a magical trick shop stems not only from a wish to ameliorate their dismal family finances, but also to bring boundless joy to others. Now, Leggett has presented the duo with an alternative opportunity grounded in these conditions. Both Fred and George are unwilling to forego the chance to transform mundane objects into wonders within the wizarding world. As recognized inventors of Gryffindor, they have long harbored a desire to learn from their father. Although the family car serves merely as a decorative relic, having witnessed the fusion of technology and magic, they cannot possibly dismiss their aspirations entirely. Very well, let us formalize our agreement. After retrieving 2 pre-prepared contracts from his ring and presenting them to the pair, Leggett produced a bag of galleons. The first bag represents my investment in your magical trick shop, while this second one is my investment in your research. While he trusts in the capabilities of the Weasley twins, he is not rash enough to relinquish everything at once. After all, the notion of instant camaraderie only exists in fairy tales. Human nature is the most susceptible to trials. This agreement serves as the most prudent and equitable resolution for both Leggett and the Weasley twins. Moreover, the stipulations within the contract effectively bind Leggett and the twins together. Regardless of which party might breach the agreement, the consequences would be severe. The threat of severing the familial bloodline through such a malicious contract is undoubtedly the most devastating weapon against long-established pureblood families. George, it seems we are thoroughly ensnared by Mr. Leggett. Observing the contract detailing a 60-40 split of their magical trick shop and the agreement to collaboratively develop Muggle items, Fred turned to George with a resigned shrug. With a boss like this, our future may not be too bright. Although the name of the magical trick shop is absent from the document, it clearly pertains to their investments. This indicates they were anticipated to approach Leggett for funding, a scenario that had evidently been foreseen. The other agreement mirrors this sentiment. Despite Leggett being a year their junior, the feeling of intellectual inferiority was oddly gratifying for Fred, as it affirmed the correctness of their recent choices. After all, as the old adage states, a poor leader can doom an entire army. A competent leader, even if rarely present, is far preferable to a fool who ineptly directs. Indeed, we are thoroughly understood. After lifting the additional bag of galleons from ground, George half-jokingly remarked, "Seriously, boss, if we were to join your association now, could we perhaps receive a few more perks?" Although he felt slightly exposed, George did not mind the situation. After all, dealing with an astute individual is considerably easier than with a simpleton. Even if the cost involved a greater mental exertion, it is certainly more worthwhile than allowing oneself to be driven to the brink of insanity by foolishness. Chapter 63. Collaboration and Ideas. Association? What association? Upon suddenly being approached by George for a favor, Leggett was immediately beset by 3 enormous question marks hovering over his head. Was he still half asleep? Or had the other party mistaken him for someone else? How could he be unaware of the existence of a so-called association in his name? Wait a moment. Observing Leggett's utterly bewildered expression, George spoke with a hint of skepticism. You mean to say you are unaware of an association established in your name? As prominent figures within Gryffindor, the infamous Weasley twins had indeed received an invitation from Michelle. Yet, they were taken aback to learn that Leggett, the core founding member of the organization, had no knowledge of its existence. Clearly, Michelle's current behavior was nothing short of deceptive. Although the organization bore Leggett's name, there was no substantial connection between him and the organization behind the scenes. I recall that Malfoy participated as well. You genuinely do not know about this? Given Draco's ties with Leggett, they certainly could not be oblivious to the situation. One must remember that Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, and their own father, Arthur Weasley, were natural-born adversaries. Consequently, George and Fred's understanding of the Malfoy family surpassed that of an ordinary individual. In their eyes, Draco was merely a small shadow trailing Leggett. However, this little shadow now harbored its own secrets. From any perspective, this situation was undeniably intriguing. So, Draco is involved as well. Upon hearing Fred's somewhat puzzled inquiry, Leggett's mind raced through various possibilities. Yet, regardless of the specifics, he maintained a calm exterior. After all, rather than ruminating endlessly here, it would be far more efficient to directly seek out Draco for clarification. Setting those thoughts aside for now, he resolved to inquire with Draco later. Once he temporarily suppressed his inner questions, Leggett posed a pivotal inquiry. What are your current thoughts regarding the future of mobile devices in the wizarding world? Although he possessed considerable wealth, it was imperative that such an investment yielded some form of return. If Fred and George had no ideas to contribute, he would need to provide them with a crash course in the basics. After all, the principles of communication were not inherently complex. The challenge lay in their actualization and manufacture. Much like the enchanted automobile created by Arthur Weasley, while its wiring and layout appeared similar to that of a mundane vehicle. After undergoing Arthur's magical modifications, it could achieve remarkable capabilities such as flight. As previously mentioned, each of the sacred 28 pure-blood families once possessed their own unique abilities. Perhaps the Weasley lineage had not dwindled, but had merely transformed into a different manifestation. After all, excelling in invention and creation is, in itself, a distinctive form of extraordinary talent. It appears that one should not underestimate their own employer. Observing Leggett's deft redirection of the conversation, Fred could not help but feel a newfound respect for him. Anger can strip away one's fundamental ability to judge. Once that basic judgment is lost, a person becomes indistinguishable from a primitive beast. With this in mind, Fred articulated his thoughts, stating that after hearing the recent introduction, he felt it feasible to design something akin to the principles of the Flynn network. However, there remain several points that require resolution. As soon as Fred finished expressing his viewpoint, George interjected. The success of the Flynn network is attributed to their possession of magical materials that store and record corresponding locations. These materials are under stringent control by the Ministry of Magic, and given our current status, acquiring them is not an option. If the user base is small, it may still be manageable. We could implement a queuing system similar to the Flynn network's one-at-a-time transportation model, which would likely not impose undue strain. Having accepted Leggett's invitation, the Weasley twins were determined not to take the matter lightly. Although only a few minutes had passed after understanding the Muggle communication methods, they had already outlined a general plan for magical communication. There was no rush to replicate the main framework of the Flynn network. If better solutions arose later, they could gradually optimize and refine it. Only by solidifying these 2 points could they conveniently identify areas for improvement in practical application. Take these. They are no less valuable than the magical materials utilized by the Ministry, Leggett stated after listening to the Weasley twins' analysis, producing a small pouch of gems from his ring. If you need anything else, feel free to come find me. Based on what you have just mentioned, how long do you estimate it will take to see the prototype of the initial model? As the saying goes, one can question the character of a coal magnate, but one should never doubt his vision and intellect. Professional matters must be handled by professionals. The involvement of amateurs will only lead to unnecessary complications. Having decided to entrust the task to the Weasley twins, Leggett naturally granted them the highest authority. Leggett was not particularly adept in the realm of merging magic and technology. Rather, he excelled in managing smaller, less intricate devices. The gems given to the Weasley twins were those typically used by Sakura Matu for spellcasting. After undergoing magical transformation, they had become portable magical storage devices. In simpler terms, they functioned like power banks, capable of storing magical energy in advance. This storage capability is what the Weasley twins referred to as magical materials. Chapter 64, Draco, My Heart Aches, for will take at least a month. As long as they possess the appropriate materials and tools, coupled with their exceptional intellect, it is conceivable that they could replicate something within a month. Although it presents a challenge, it remains within the realm of possibility. Very well, let us await the emergence of their prototype before proceeding further. Observing the confident demeanor of the Weasley twins, Leggett could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation, should everything proceed smoothly. These two would indeed be poised to etch their names in history. Upon hearing this, George and Fred exchanged glances and chorused in unison. Then we shall borrow the boss's auspicious words. If Leggett's assertions hold true, they would fundamentally alter the existing dynamics of the magical world. In fact, even a dedicated page in the Weasley family genealogy would be entirely justified. A few minutes later, as they watched the Weasley brothers depart with their enchanted storage pouches, Sakura Matu couldn't restrain her curiosity and inquired, Leggett, can we truly trust them? Despite knowing the folly of judging by stereotypes, the fact that they were Ron Weasley's brothers inevitably cast a shadow of doubt in her mind. Although 2 bags of galleons and some magical trinkets were not insignificant, the prospect of squandering resources on unworthy individuals would ultimately be a loss for her dear boyfriend. Rest assured, they're nothing like that fool Ron Weasley. After securely placing the signed contracts into his ring, Leggett affectionately ruffled Sakura's hair. If your concerns persist, we can always reassess in a month's time. Setting aside the Weasley family's upbringing, The terms of the agreement would compel the twins to act responsibly. Given their familial ties, they would never dream of endangering their loved ones. Furthermore, waiting just a month would provide clarity on whether this investment is worthwhile. After all, Fred and George have guaranteed the completion of the prototype within that time frame. Integrity remains the cornerstone of any partnership. Since the Weasley twins have made their pledge, Leggett is entitled to witness the promised prototype. The magical world is brimming with talent, and should the need arise, he could always seek out others. Indeed, upon discerning the underlying implications in Leggett's words, Sakura nodded obediently. Regardless of the decision made by the young man, she would unconditionally lend her support. By the way, Leggett, shouldn't we seek out Draco? Recalling the mention of the Purification Society by the Weasley twins, a significant glint flickered in Sakura's eyes. How audacious to conspire behind Leggett's back. It appeared the previous lesson had been too lenient. If this so-called Purification Society were beneficial to Leggett, it would be acceptable. However, should they prove to be a hindrance instead, Sakura would ensure Draco learned what it meant to live a life shrouded in fear. Indeed, it was time to confront this young man. As they spoke, Leggett turned his gaze toward the imposing Hogwarts castle in the distance. He also wished to discern what schemes that scoundrel Draco was concocting behind the scenes. After all, the act of proactively establishing a faction is fundamentally different from being compelled to accept one. The former could unexpectedly encounter a Dumbledore, while the latter might merely face a Snape or a spy. At this moment, within the Slytherin common room, Draco, who had been engrossed in a book, suddenly shivered and instinctively scanned his surroundings. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though someone intended to do him harm. Half an hour later, Draco, do you not have anything to say to me? After pressing Draco against the wall with a hand on his shoulder, Leggett raised an eyebrow meaningfully, warning that if he did not provide a satisfactory response, he should brace himself for dire consequences. Observing Leggett's ambiguous expression, Draco felt a chill run down his spine, especially as he noticed the envious and resentful look on Sakuramata's face not far behind. Were it not for the pain from where he had pinched his thigh, Draco might have suspected he was trapped in a nightmare. As for Leggett's demeanor, it was tolerable. The worst he could expect was a few kicks to his rear. How dare you provoke me? However, the terror etched on Draco's face was interpreted by Sakura as a peculiar form of provocation. Leggett, allow me to handle this, he interjected. No. Feeling the suffocating chill emanating from Leggett, Draco hastily grasped his shoulder. Brother, just tell me what you wish to ask. Yet even so, Draco comprehended one undeniable truth. If he fell into Sakura's clutches, he could only imagine the torment that awaited him. At times, he questioned whether his survival thus far was merely due to luck or if it was simply because Sakura had yet to tire of him. This also inadvertently highlighted the psychological shadow Sakura cast over Draco. How dare you even grasp Leggett's arm? Witnessing Draco's firm grip on Leggett's arm, Sakura's mind flooded with thoughts of various culinary terms. Upon sensing her malicious gaze, Draco promptly released Leggett's right arm, fully grasping the meaning of feeling utterly helpless. To whom had he ever done wrong? Even sleeping could lead to being targeted. All right, enough of your antics, both of you. I heard from the Weasley twins that you are involved as well, correct? While playfulness has its place, when it comes to serious matters, one must adopt a serious attitude. In simpler terms, when faced with a capable team versus a disarrayed situation, Leggett would undoubtedly prefer the former. Chapter 65, The Test Now You Know. Upon hearing the words Purification Association, Draco finally grasped the purpose behind Leggett's inquiries. After all, if the Purification Association did not meet the expectations he held, informing Leggett would only serve to incite unnecessary troubles. Had it not been for George and Fred informing me, I would remain oblivious to the existence of this organization. Observing the slightly conflicted expression on Draco's face, Leggett took a seat beside Sakura, urging her to ponder deeply before conveying her thoughts to me. Wait here. I shall fetch Michelle for further discussion. As Leggett displayed an unmistakable determination to unearth the truth, Draco resignedly turned to locate Michelle. Given that the Purification Organization was initiated by them, it was only fitting for them to elucidate the matter to Leggett. One mustn't forget that friendships can endure even in adversity. Today, an inexplicable predicament rightfully fell upon the proud and peculiar Michelle to address. Thank you very much. Minutes later, within the Slytherin head boy's hidden chamber. I know this may be difficult for you to believe, but I assure you I have no ulterior motives. After succinctly outlining the rationale behind establishing the Purification Society, Michelle rose, her gaze fervently fixed on Leggett. If you wish to evade these burdens, allow me to bear them instead. Once a person possesses a dream worth striving for, they inevitably undergo significant growth. Although Michelle's essence remained proud, She momentarily quelled her usual temperament regarding the society's continuation. Even her customary jests at Leggett's expense were notably absent in this meeting. After a feigned period of contemplation, she proposed her terms. Half of the Shafiq family's fortune in exchange for the organization's continued existence. Many can speak eloquently, but when it comes time to act, numerous individuals falter. While Michelle's words were undeniably charming, Leggett was not privy to her innermost thoughts. Thus, suggesting a condition that could profoundly impact her was the most straightforward and effective means of probing. As Grandfather Go once remarked, if you asked me to donate $1 million, I would gladly comply, even more readily than anyone else. Yet, if you request 10,000, I must decline, for while I lack $1 million, I do possess the 10,000. Upon hearing Leggett's demand, Draco, despite his unwavering support, felt it was somewhat excessive. Although the events surrounding Voldemort had left many pure-blood families in disarray, some even severing their bloodlines, the Shafiq family, akin to the Malfoys and the Blacks, had skillfully extricated themselves from that turmoil. Other than incurring minor financial losses or a few personnel changes, they had not suffered substantial repercussions. Consequently, even if a fledgling organization were to collapse, or if certain minor departments of the Ministry of Magic were sacrificed, it would hardly equate to half of the Shafiq family's wealth. In matters of adults, children ought not to interject. Even if one were to interject, it would be more appropriate to consult Harry, wouldn't it? Very well, I acquiesced to your request. What neither Draco nor Leggett anticipated was that Michelle would surprisingly agree to this proposition without any visible reluctance on her countenance. It was as if Leggett desired not half of the Shafiq family's wealth, but merely some trifling galleons. Well then, let us proceed with the contract. After retrieving a piece of parchment and inscribing the relevant terms, Leggett presented it before Michelle, stating that once she affixed her signature, our agreement would be officially in effect. Some matters should not be judged solely by their process. The outcome is of paramount importance. After all, processes can be masked or fabricated, whereas once this contract is signed, the outcome will be irrevocable and singular. Very well, I shall sign. Observing the parchment bearing the contract in Leggett's hand, Michelle nodded and continued. I shall first transfer to you what I possess. Although my current wealth is insufficient to constitute half of the Shafiq family's fortune, it does amount to nearly a quarter. The remainder will be transferred to you under the Shafiq family name once I officially assume the role of head of the family. When one harbors ideals and aspirations, they tend to forsake all external possessions. As the sole daughter of the Shafiq lineage, she is forever precluded from marrying outside her family. Her only prospects would be the younger sons of other prominent families or the eldest sons of lesser houses, marrying into the Shafiq family by way of adoption. In other words, she is the actual custodian of the Shafiq family's wealth. Upon reaching adulthood, as long as no new heirs emerge, all family assets will belong to her. However, for the sake of caution, one must always consider the unforeseen, even if such possibilities are exceedingly slim. Yet, Michelle was unwilling to take any risks. After all, it was merely a matter of secretly brewing a potion for permanent safety, which would pose no threat to the two old Dursleys. For the future of the wizarding world, one must endure a little hardship for the sake of the old Dursleys. No problem, let us proceed with the signing. As she spoke, Leggett took up his quill and inscribed the previously discussed terms on the parchment, stating that once you sign, you may continue to recruit in my name. Chapter 66. Harry transforming into Harry seems feasible after all. You agree, and I shall certainly fulfill my promise. Witnessing Leggett's acceptance of her request, a flicker of a smile graced Michelle's face. As she reached for the parchment, she swiftly inscribed her name at the designated spot, declaring, Leggett, await my actions. I shall indeed transform this decaying wizarding realm. Perhaps it was the alleviation of the immediate crisis, or perhaps the weight upon her heart had lifted. The very next moment, Michelle, who had been all seriousness, now bore a semblance of haughty pride. Yet perhaps this would be the last time. With divergent paths, they would not conspire together. With differing ideals from Leggett, it was likely they would find themselves on opposing sides in the future. Thus, once the Purification Society stabilized, she would sever all ties with Leggett completely. At that moment, as long as one exerts tenfold effort, it is likely that those individuals will cease their criticisms. Moreover, this embodies a form of indirect dignity. Although Leggett's ideals diverged from his own, it was precisely because of the other that he embarked on this path. Ha ha ha! Upon meeting Michelle's gaze, which bore an unwavering conviction reminiscent of a party initiation, Leggett could not suppress a hearty laugh. He realized that he had indeed underestimated her, or perhaps underestimated the concept of ideals itself. In his previous impressions, Michelle had always struck him as a somewhat brainless and proud girl. While she still appeared to lack intellect, an aura distinctly different from before radiated from her. were it not for the inappropriate time and place. She might have even raised a hand in triumph. What are you laughing at? Michelle, observing Leggett's sudden outburst of laughter, clenched her fists in irritation. Was her ideal truly a subject of mockery? Just as she contemplated delivering an elbow strike to Leggett, he abruptly seized the agreement on the table and tore it asunder. This was not a special scroll for signing agreements. Rather, it was merely a piece of parchment for writing assignments. Thus, fortified by the awakening of his bloodline, Leggett effortlessly shredded it. What are you doing? Witnessing the agreement reduced to tatters, Michelle rose angrily from her seat. Leggett, Michelle. Does your Purification Association still require members? Before Michelle could unleash her fury, Leggett interjected, if you have openings, do you think I would be a suitable addition? Provided that the individuals joining the Purification Association posed no issues, he could initiate a foundational training program. Nevertheless, Michelle was a fixed asset in this equation. Possessing a status far superior to that of ordinary individuals, she neither surrendered to the comforts of privilege. Such individuals are rare within the entire wizarding community. After all, apart from the Weasley family, no one else has achieved such enlightenment, especially considering that Michelle is the heir of the Shafik family. This is akin to the child of a billionaire CEO starting a business from scratch. Faced with Leggett's seemingly abrupt shift in attitude, Michelle blinked in bewilderment. Did you not just? I had to test your resolve, Leggett replied, half-jokingly shrugging his shoulders. What if your passion is merely a fleeting enthusiasm? Why should I waste my breath? Although uncertain of the depth of Michelle's conviction, he believed they could reach a cooperative agreement. With Michelle serving as a shield, Dumbledore would likely refrain from intervening. Ultimately, it boiled down to the matter of strength. If one possessed power comparable to or surpassing Dumbledore's, why should one be burdened with concerns? It would be far more advantageous to forge ahead with unwavering momentum. Observing the somewhat infuriating expression on Leggett's face, Michelle clenched her fists tightly, declaring, we are not short of members. We are leaving. After suppressing the urge to deliver an elbow strike, she furiously turned to exit the room. However, despite her words, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Something is amiss with these two. They must be concealing something from me. Watching Michelle leave with a smile, Draco, seated nearby, immediately launched into a mental brainstorm. Reflecting on the previous incident in the dormitory, an image titled Ultimate Infernal Battleground suddenly materialized in Draco's mind. Given his understanding of Sakuramat, if Leggett truly desired something untoward, he would undoubtedly be met with severe repercussions. As the vivid imagery flooded his thoughts, Draco couldn't help but shiver instinctively. What are you mumbling about? Noticing Draco's silly grin followed by a look of fear, Leggett delivered a kick and then inquired, please share the list of your association members, along with their current circumstances. After idly chatting with Michelle for some time, he had yet to gain a thorough understanding of who was presently in the association. However, since Michelle and the others had sought to invite the Weasley brothers, it was likely that individuals from other colleges were also involved. Thus, Leggett's current objective was to discern which members of the association were trustworthy and worthy of cultivation. After all, no one could be certain if Dumbledore, that old rascal, had infiltrated them with peculiar spies. As for the matter of trust, it was a straightforward investigation. One should not underestimate the influence of the Black family. Although they were not as formidable as during their peak, they were certainly not to be trifled with by mere commoners. With the power of wealth at play, uncovering the backgrounds of a few young wizards was hardly a challenge. Alahite. Let me take a moment to gather my thoughts. Having been kicked by Leggett, Draco broke free from his reverie. Be specific. I will need the details later. Understood. Just give me a moment. Take your time. Observing Draco's peculiar expression, Leggett furrowed his brow in confusion. While it was true that adolescents often exhibited strange behaviors, Draco's demeanor evoked an inexplicable sense of dissonance. The thought of Draco's recent silly grin followed by a fearful expression led Leggett to a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Draco was contemplating how to face Lucius after becoming involved with Harry? After all, initial bliss would naturally elicit foolish smiles, while opposition from family and the world would understandably provoke fear. With this in mind, Leggett approached and meaningfully patted Draco on the shoulder, saying, Draco, you must not stray from the path, where your uncle and aunt may very well transform Harry into Harriet. Draco. Leggett's proposal seemed rather astute. Transforming Harry into Harry appeared to be a safer option. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener had begun to devise a plan in her mind, contemplating how to legally and reasonably effectuate Harry's transformation into Harry. Harry remarked, I can't quite understand why I feel a chill in my lower half. Chapter 67. The most favored place of the transmigrator's time slipped by quietly, swiftly leading to 11 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Sakura Matu observed Leggett, who was intently gazing at the walls on either side, and couldn't help but blink in curiosity. While a midnight stroll possessed a romantic allure, this deviation from Leggett's usual habits must surely stem from some peculiar reason. Hogwarts Castle harbors a unique chamber capable of transforming its space in accordance with the user's desires. During their conversation, Leggett noticed a tapestry depicting a troll being clobbered by a club. Since he had resolved to join this so-called association, it was only logical that they required a space suitable for their use. Indeed, the place Leggett referred to was none other than the Room of Requirement. Although it had, in later stages, become akin to a bustling marketplace, utilizing it as a temporary stronghold in the early days was certainly a wise choice. Moreover, Leggett harbored a lingering curiosity about the Room of Requirement's underlying principles, for even if magic were to be entirely subjective, it could not conjure an abundance of items out of thin air. Furthermore, since it existed within Hogwarts, it might be intricately connected to certain individuals. Of course, these musings were merely Leggett's personal conjectures, and the specifics would only become clear upon their eventual entry. Upon hearing Leggett's description, Sakura Matu was instantly reminded of the Room of Requirement. Previously, she had encountered references to similar concepts in various notes and records. Yet due to their abstract nature and her recent inability to uncover relevant clues at school, she had dismissed the notion of the Room of Requirement as mere whimsical pranks of predecessors. After all, it seemed plausible that most wizards were bored enough to deceive their own children during the enrollment ceremony, playing tricks on their juniors with a non-existent room. Indeed, it appears you possess quite a bit of knowledge, Sakura. As Leggett approached the wall opposite the tapestry of the troll, he began to pace back and forth, all the while murmuring to himself about the need for a place to conceal their belongings. Suddenly, a wooden door capable of accommodating multiple individuals emerged on what had previously been an unremarkable wall. Sakura Matu gazed in astonishment at the door that had materialized on the wall. For just moments before, there had been no trace of magical energy. Now, a door had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, defying both magic and science. In essence, it is akin to objects from a two-dimensional realm suddenly manifesting in a three-dimensional world. We should enter now. Otherwise, Felch will arrive shortly, as a splendid individual endowed with the buff of being a child of nature. Capturing a pitiful little female cat is a trivial matter. Lured by a couple of packets of cat treats, Madame Loris even sold Felch's undergarments without hesitation. She had all the details about when and where the other party would typically be. In just a few minutes, Felch would likely be patrolling this very vicinity. Well then, let's proceed. After extending her hand to open the wooden door for Leggett, Sakura Matu took hold of his arm and walked inside. Not long after their entrance into the wish-granting room, Felch, panting and holding an oil lamp, rushed to the location. Oddly enough, where could they be? Observing the empty 8th floor corridor, the excitement on Felch's face vanished instantly. He had just heard voices in this vicinity. It should not have been so swiftly vacated. Madame Loris, please assist me in locating those pesky little wizards. After a fruitless patrol, Felch looked down at Madame Loris by his feet. Although he was powerless and mute, having Madame Loris present rendered his lack of magic irrelevant in the search for individuals. Meow, 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 oh, I'm going to sleep now. Meow, 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 farewell. That stuff is utterly unpalatable. Are the little wizards over here? Let us hurry. Meow, meow, meow. Conversing with a fool is quite exhausting. Amidst the nonsensical exchange between the human and the cat, Felch was led away from the 8th floor corridor by Madame Loris. Meanwhile, within the wish-granting room, ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the favorite gathering point of travelers, the wish-granting room. Royal extraction chance ixan. Well, this is quite the unexpected surprise. Upon seeing the sudden system notification in the task completion title, Leggett was momentarily uncertain whether to lament his own laziness or to criticize the system for its sluggishness. Other systems typically announce their tasks in advance. Why had his become trigger-based? It seemed that if he had never come to the wish-granting room, this task would remain untriggered. What a chaotic state this is. While Leggett was internally complaining, Sakura Matu had already conducted a cursory survey of the room. Faced with an assortment of items haphazardly piled like refuse, her curiosity compelled her to pick up an old book from the side. After a brief and cursory glance, she disdainfully threw it back onto the floor. It was a dilapidated textbook from years past, with much of its content rendered obsolete. Most importantly, aside from the signs of having been flipped through, it bore no other marks. One could easily surmise that it belonged to a certain underachiever. If there had been any study notes, it might have been worth a glance. One could peruse a completely blank tome, which would indeed be a futile expenditure of time. I was merely in search of concealed space. Observing the curious expression on Sakura Matu's face, Leggett began to elucidate the current situation. Through the tireless efforts of generations of young sorcerers who were aware of the wish-granting room, this place had become almost indistinguishable from a refuse heap. Both useful study notes and materials, as well as useless, unopened love letters, were piled here. The most valuable item currently present is likely the Ravenclaw diadem, though this refers to its state before being tainted by Voldemort. The diadem, now a Horcrux, has questionable utility, but wearing it would undoubtedly lead to manipulation by Voldemort. After all, the ultimate essence of a Horcrux is the act of seizing a host for rebirth. Upon consuming the lifespan of its host, it sheds its ethereal form and regains corporeality. It is no wonder it resembles a rubbish dump. As they conversed, Sakura instinctively turned her gaze toward the top of a heap of clutter. Leggett, there seems to be a dark magical artifact over there. Thanks to her innate talent for heightened perception, she was acutely aware of dark magic or malevolent intent. Even if that trace of malice was well concealed, Sakura could still detect it with precision. It seems Voldemort's remnants are rather unruly. Watching Sakura calmly approach the shelf, Leggett raised an eyebrow and followed her. Initially, he had no intention of disturbing the Ravenclaw diadem so soon. However, Voldemort had sought it out himself, thus he could not be blamed for acting without decorum. After all, if Voldemort harbored no ill intentions and had remained discreetly hidden within the diadem, perhaps Sakura would not have been able to sense him at all due to the diadem's inherent uniqueness. Chapter 68. The Achievement of the Diadem. This must be it. After carefully sensing the precise location, Sakura used the levitation charm to extract a diadem from the pile of debris. Yet, upon catching sight of the diadem's form, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. It was a crown adorned with jewels, shimmering brilliantly, while its exterior appeared opulent. The true significance lay in the inscription along its base. The greatest treasure of humanity is exceptional wisdom. As someone well-versed in the history of Hogwarts, Sakura could not possibly be unaware that this was a phrase often recited by Ravenclaw House. The individual who left this phrase was Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of the house. Legend has it that Ravenclaw bequeathed a diadem that could enhance the intellect of its wearer. Although the diadem before her bore some discrepancies from the tales, its overall structure and appearance were fundamentally consistent with the descriptions. Leggett, this appears to be Ravenclaw's diadem. After suppressing her excitement, Sakura hastily approached Leggett. If this truly is the diadem of Ravenclaw, then the two of them have indeed struck a remarkable fortune. Even if the legend that it enhances wisdom is but a myth, its intrinsic value alone would drive the wizards of Ravenclaw House into a frenzy. After all, it is a relic left by the founder. In the outside world, it would be akin to a treasured heirloom. It certainly appears to be the diadem of Ravenclaw. After examining the diadem closely in her palm, Leggett temporarily set it aside, though it seemed tainted by some malevolent force, and I could sense something lurking within. The more one knows, the more burdensome the knowledge becomes. To alleviate the pressure on Sakura, sometimes silence serves as the best explanation. Knowing the future is not always beneficial. However, remaining oblivious can imbue each day with hope. Yet, since Voldemort has sought out trouble, one cannot feign ignorance. Indeed, I have sensed it too. Glancing at the diadem of Ravenclaw resting on the table, Sakura waved her wand and suggested, "Shall we use the Fiendfire Curse?" Not only could it resolve the troubles within, but would also serve as a means to verify the diadem's authenticity. If the recorded legends hold true, the genuine diadem of Ravenclaw should withstand the Fiendfire's wrath. Furthermore, from the moment she grasped the diadem, Sakura noticed it seemed to entice her to wear it. Thus, from any angle of analysis, there was evidently something amiss with the diadem before us. No, let's keep it for now. After placing a hand atop Sakura's wand, which was poised to cast, Leggett stowed the diadem within her ring, feeling that it might prove useful in the future. It was clear to her that the diadem, once tainted by Voldemort, was no longer the extraordinary magical artifact it once was. Should it be subjected to the Fiendfire Curse, it would surely be reduced to mere ashes. Furthermore, retaining a fragment of Voldemort's soul could provide an additional subject for future study. After all, the pursuit of immortality is a topic that one can never avoid when discussing the soul. Very well, then we shall refrain from testing it for now. Seeing Leggett's resolve, Sakura had no choice but to relinquish her earlier intention. In truth, with the intellect of the two of them, the presence or absence of the diadem would make little difference. When I grasped the diadem, I felt a fleeting desire to don it myself. If I felt such temptation, a mere novice wizard would surely fall prey to its allure. Although I knew Leggett's will was equally resilient, it was prudent to issue a reminder. Yes, I will be cautious. After gently ruffling Sakura's hair, Leggett pointed towards the towering piles of various objects behind her. What do you think, Sakura? Are you interested in a treasure hunt? The Room of Requirement had existed for as many years as Hogwarts itself, responding to the needs of those who sought it. Over the years, even if most of the items here were mere rubbish, there would surely be one or two useful treasures among them. This was also Leggett's primary purpose for summoning this chamber. As the saying goes, the joy of acquiring something for free can be immensely gratifying. Although there was no shortage of trifles at hand, the thrill of acquiring something for free always brings a certain joy, does it not? After affectionately linking her arm with Leggett's, Sakura Matu led the way deeper into the room. Filled with a sense of yearning and anticipation for this unique rendezvous of seeking out items together. An hour later, in the corridor of the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Leggett thought to himself, I shouldn't have expected anything worthwhile. Reflecting on the trinkets unearthed in the Room of Requirement, his mind buzzed with thoughts. Those who had previously discovered the room were, without exception, exceptional talents. Aside from the useful items, a plethora of bizarre objects resided within. Used umbrellas, battle-worn wizard robes. Were it not for the fact that this room was still of some utility, Leggett would have been tempted to incinerate everything within it. What are you thinking about, Leggett? Just as he pondered the oddity of umbrellas in the wizarding world, Sakura Matu paused nearby, her face alight with curiosity. It's nothing, just musing about the association, he replied. Gazing at her gentle, smiling visage illuminated by the moonlight, Leggett chuckled softly as he approached her. Are you hungry? Would you like me to ask our house elf, Winky, to prepare something? It is well known that house elf names are often whimsical, and Winky was the one responsible for the kitchens at Hogwarts. As for the Room of Requirement, it was momentarily forgotten. What mattered most was Sakura's happiness. Sure, I'd love some papaya milk, she replied, relishing the affectionate head pat from Leggett. Sakura squinted her eyes in delight, leaning into his palm. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden, somewhat jarring sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Though the noise was exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible, Sakura, whose enhanced senses were sharpened by gem magic, perceived it as distinctly as she would any other sound. Upon reluctantly opening her eyes, she grasped Leggett's right arm. Leggett, someone is approaching from around the corner. Yes, I hear too. After offering her a reassuring smile, Leggett retrieved his wand from the ring he wore. Thanks to the physical enhancements bestowed by his awakened lineage, his senses far surpassed those of an ordinary individual. Thus, the sound that Sakura detected was equally audible to him. Chapter 69. Let us go completely mad. 1 minute later. This time I've caught you, you disobedient one. Looking at the still empty castle corridor, Filch's smug expression abruptly faltered. After all, Mrs. Loris had walked that way earlier, and he had distinctly heard footsteps. But wait, just as Filch was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly realized something of utmost importance. Where had Mrs. Loris gone? In everyday life, even if the other party arrives before oneself, they would patiently remain in place and await. However, at this moment, the corridor is devoid of any signs of life, not even a single cat hair. Where on earth is Madame Loris? The mere thought of her possibly being tormented by a mischievous little wizard compels Filch to instinctively rush forward. Come out, Madame Loris. How could I possibly survive without you? And should the disobedient little wizard be caught, they would face the gravest of punishments. But that is a matter for later. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 4th floor corridor, indeed, the commotion recently heard by Leggett and Sakura Matu originated from Madame Loris. According to her account, upon passing the 4th floor, she had caught a whiff of Leggett's scent and, seizing the opportunity while Filch was distracted, hurried over to relay the message. Meow. Thank you. I'm nearly sick of potatoes. After affectionately rubbing her head against Leggett's palm, Madame Loris trotted off towards the source of the cries, clutching several packets of cat treats and snacks. Do not be deceived by her seemingly aged appearance. She is merely around 3 years old, which in human terms translates to roughly 30. Were it not for Filch's incessant mishandling of her food, she would not appear so aged. Regrettably, due to Filch's actions, no young wizards at Hogwarts dare approach Madame Loris. Thus, in order to survive, she must subsist on the food provided by Filch. Leggett, let us proceed. Had Madame Loris not merely been a cat, she would have been compelled to take action moments ago. Leggett's affection is solely reserved for her. Reflecting on the doting expression she wore while petting Madame Loris, Sakura Matu silently made a note of the mature cat lady. After all, there's an old adage that suggests the older the tea, the richer the flavor. A certain mature cat lady mused. Why does it feel so chilly behind me? No rush. Do you still wish to play for a while? As they spoke, Leggett pointed towards a wooden door not far away. They had inadvertently stumbled upon the end of the fourth-floor corridor while attempting to avoid Filch. This place was the carefully arranged site for Dumbledore's Savior training program. Since they had discovered that the Room of Requirement could yield rewards, it seemed illogical that they could not gain rewards by entering here in advance. As for whether Dumbledore might discover their actions, that remains unknown. They were merely curious about what lay within. After all, aside from the extraordinary third brother, nothing could immunize a person from the sentiment of having arrived at such a place. This is the forbidden zone mentioned by Headmaster Dumbledore. Gazing at the wooden door deep within the corridor, Sakura Matu was instantly reminded of the scene at the opening ceremony. At that time, Dumbledore had specifically cautioned that if one did not wish to encounter trouble, they should not approach this location. Yet, from another perspective, does this not suggest that there is indeed something valuable to be found here? Otherwise, why is there no explanation anywhere, yet the room in the fourth-floor corridor is highlighted? However, it did not take long for Sakura Matu to sense something amiss. As a most formidable white wizard of contemporary times, Dumbledore could simply carry whatever he wished to protect with him. Placing items here and openly revealing their location to everyone felt rather like a fishing expedition. Legate. Why do I feel something is off? Upon contemplating this crucial point, Sakura tugged at Leggett's sleeve, sensing that this room might be a bait. Although she had yet to discern for whom it was intended. Indeed, it does seem somewhat akin to that. Yet, regardless of who it targets, it certainly cannot be us. Can it? After smoothing Sakura's furrowed brow, Leggett retrieved his wand from his ring. Let us venture inside. Perhaps there are unforeseen surprises awaiting us. He was well aware of who the trap was meant to ensnare. Moreover, as a training ground for Harry, Dumbledore had not devised overly challenging obstacles within. After all, accidentally sending Harry away or damaging his confidence would be counterproductive. However, Leggett had no intention of disclosing the specific target of the trap to Sakura for the time being. If she were to learn that Quirrell harbored a hefty portion of Voldemort on the back of his head, it was evident that she would never agree to attend the meeting. Moreover, if this information were surface, Hogwarts would undoubtedly witness a few minor explosions that night. If a direct confrontation posed risks, it would be prudent to lay traps in advance, coupled with remote blue fire. Should Quirrell falter for even a moment, it would be a foregone conclusion. All right, I shall accompany you. Observing Leggett's resolute determination, Sakura refrained from further protest. Since he wished to proceed, she would follow unconditionally. Even if this room were a trap, what of it? They could simply bulldoze their way through. With a modicum of resources from her ring, exploring a small restricted area on the fourth floor would pose little difficulty. Silly girl, relax a bit. Noticing the pumpkin grenade clutched in Sakura's hand, Leggett's eyes glimmered with a mixture of exasperation and affection. Sometimes, a child's maturity could be burdensome. After all, maturity often entails growth, and growth demands sacrifices. Better safe than sorry. After flashing a playful grin and sticking out her tongue at Leggett, Sakura tucked the pumpkin grenade into her sleeve. An unexpected strike against an unprepared foe could prove advantageous. In the face of unknown territory, it is never unwise to keep a trump card close. After all, most wizards are rather fragile. Without a shield or a buff, their physicality is not much different from that of an ordinary person. This enhanced pumpkin grenade would suffice to resolve numerous challenges. Very well, let us proceed. As they spoke, Leggett took Sakura's hand and led her towards the wooden door. Given the rarity of the night, they should revel in it wholeheartedly. As a board member of Hogwarts, it is hardly a transgression to occasionally stir things up within the school, is it? Chapter 70. 3 Heads, 3 Thoughts. Leggett approached the wooden door and, upon nearing it, Sakura Matu discerned several faint breaths emanating from within. Perhaps it was due to the excellent soundproofing of the walls. Had she not listened intently, she might not have noticed them at all. However, from the breaths, she could surmise that there were indeed 3 large creatures present in the room. After all, the respiratory rates of humans differ significantly from those of large animals. As someone who possesses a miniature ecosystem of magical creatures at home, she could hardly fail to distinguish between the two. I hear it too. After drawing her wand and casting the unlocking charm on the door, Legg tossed 2 glow sticks into the room. The moment the glow sticks illuminated the space, the full view came into focus for both of them. There, a colossal 3-headed dog stared intently at them, and from the pool of drool on the floor, it was evident that it had just dreamt of something delicious. The 3-headed dog, a magical creature from Greece, was no ordinary beast. Its formidable combat prowess rivaled that of dragons, coupled with its highly magical resistant fur. Most spells would scarcely harm it. With exceptional physical abilities, high magical resistance, and impressive offensive capabilities, it had ascended to the same tier as dragons among magical creatures. Moreover, Due to the rarity of three-headed dogs, their weaknesses were not as widely known as those of dragons. Don't worry, Sakura, it means no harm. Upon noticing Sakura's instinctive reaction, Leggett offered her a reassuring glance. He then retrieved some prepared pork from his ring and tossed it towards the three-headed dog inside the room. Right head. Thank you. Thank you. We've been so hungry for ages. Middle head, devouring it voraciously. Left head. Exactly. That detestable old man with a white beard. If I could overpower him, I'd make him kneel and call me daddy. By the way, has Hagrid not visited in ages? Darn it. It must be that old man with a white beard preventing him from coming. The three heads of a dog were not mere ornaments. Each possessed its own thoughts and consciousness. Typically, the right head was the rational one, the middle one served as the mediator, while the left head tended to be the more irascible. Don't fret, there is plenty more here. Hearing the three-headed dog's relentless banter, Leggett chuckled and retrieved more pork from his ring. I heard you mention Hagrid just now. Could it be that you're friends? Since there were no outsiders present, there was no need for him to communicate in the dog's tongue. After all, barking in front of Sakura would be rather mortifying. As for why he posed that question, sometimes feigning ignorance can lead to significant trouble. At times, feigning ignorance can subtly alleviate numerous troubles. The right head remarked, "You can actually comprehend our conversation." The middle head chimed in, "Delicious." The left head added, "Indeed, Hagrid is my friend. Do you know him too?" Yet, under Hagrid's affectionate caresses, the three-headed dog's rebellious phase was hastily brought to an end. After all, if it hadn't concluded even a tad earlier, it might not have survived to this moment. Despite its formidable status, on par with dragons, it still resembled a mere chick in Hagrid's presence. A single punch from him could render it unconscious, while its bites might merely cause minor scratches. In light of the vast disparity between the adversaries, having an additional human-shaped magical creature as a companion was hardly a source of shame. Well, Hagrid and I are friends too. Observing the dog devouring its meal, Leggett continued, "Are you referring to the old man with the white beard, Dumbledore?" Since the other party harbored disdain for Dumbledore, it was only natural to exploit this opening. Although a music box could swiftly lull it to sleep, to truly achieve the goal of persuasion, a direct approach was essential. After all, compared to the overly common yet not particularly clever dragons, a three-headed dog with intelligence far surpassing that of an ordinary human was decidedly a more viable option. All that was necessary was to correct its tendency to doze off at the sound of music, making it the ideal guardian. He doesn't deserve our obedience. It's Hagrid who instructed me to guard this place. Upon hearing Leggett mention Dumbledore's name, the left head immediately bristled, exclaiming, "And that damned old man didn't he even provide us with food? Though it resided within the Forbidden Forest, where sustenance was plentiful, why should it endure this hardship? You mustn't speak of such things." As the left head riled up, the right head expressed some regret, saying, "We promised Hagrid we wouldn't disclose this matter." Yet, it could detect Hagrid's scent on him. Witnessing the impending quarrel between the two heads, the middle head swallowed its morsel and interjected, "Moreover, he has fed us. That qualifies him as one of our own, doesn't it?" Right head, "Very well." Left head, "Stubborn fool. I told you it was not an issue." Right head, "I can't be bothered with you." Left head, "You rascal. Enough, let us all quiet down." After halting their dispute, the middle head turned its attention back to Leggett, stating, "By the way, I am Rouet. What is your name?" They had been bickering for so long without knowing each other's names. "Leggett Black, but you may call me Leggett." As he spoke, Leggett turned to the side, addressing Matu Sakura. "This is Sakura Matu." "Hello," she greeted with a smile towards the three-headed dog. However, despite her cheerful demeanor, several gemstones had quietly appeared in her palm. While she was confident in Leggett's inherent affinity for animals, as the saying goes, one must always prepare for the unexpected. In the event that this colossal creature were to lose its composure, it would be prudent for me to buy some time. After all, the great door behind me remains ajar. A brief delay should suffice for the two of them to make their escape. Chapter 71. Who would not desire a charming canine companion? Ah, I comprehend. She must be your mate. Observing Matu Sakura's demeanor, which revolved entirely around Leggett, the left head immediately chuckled in a rather lewd and indignant fashion. "We have quite a few mates in the Forbidden Forest as well, were it not for that detestable old man with the white beard. Though the Forbidden Forest is home to but a single three-headed dog, the other canine entities are not particularly rare. With Liu Wei's formidable attributes, he could easily establish dominion akin to Aragog. During this time, seeking suitable companions is entirely natural. One might say that Hagrid, by his mere presence, has irrevocably altered the dynamics within the Forbidden Forest. After all, many formidable beings within the forest are creatures he has nurtured and subsequently released. The native inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest. I cannot believe this. Illiterate fool. You should have heeded Hagrid's ramblings. After disdainfully curling his lip, the right head began to mock the left, stating, in the human world, we refer to them as partners. Let us not lower our cultural standards. As a governing entity, it bears little resemblance to the brutish figure beside it. Although it cannot yet articulate human speech, it possesses a basic understanding of human customs. Left head, you. Right head, what of it? You illiterate. Middle head, delicious. Having grown accustomed to the daily bickering between these two heads, the central one found sustenance to be of utmost importance. After enduring hunger for so many days, had it not been for Leggett's arrival, it would have sought to break free from its chains to find Hagrid. This wretched place is hardly suitable for either man or dog. Leggett, are they truly quarreling? Witnessing the sudden commotion from the left and right heads, Matusakura could not help but smile slightly, although she could not decipher the words exchanged between them. The left head's distorted expressions and tone suggested that their insults were quite harsh. Coupled with the middle head's quiet consumption, a peculiar sense of amusement enveloped Lu Wei. Indeed, they are engaged in a dispute. Observing Lu Wei's amusing trio of heads, Leggett's desire to take him under his wing intensified. As for the specifics of their quarrel and the reasons behind it, he did not disclose them to Matusakura. While he understood that knowing of the argument might bring her joy, the most pressing matter remained pacifying Lu Wei. Other concerns could be addressed later. Right head, look at you, you illiterate fool. You become a laughingstock. Left head, silence. The indignant version. Middle head, this meat is quite good. Indeed, I have more here. After handing a colossal pork chop to Lu Wei, Leggett pointed to the wooden trapdoor beneath him and inquired, may I take a glance below? Dumbledore, the enigmatic old man with a white beard, had mysteriously cautioned them against venturing here. Yet the more he spoke, the more it piqued Lu Wei's curiosity about what lay hidden within. Aware that all three of Lu Wei's heads held a disdain for Dumbledore, his course of action was naturally to cater to their whims. However, to be candid, Dumbledore exhibited a remarkable lack of generosity. He had extracted Lu Wei from the Forbidden Forest to serve as a guard, yet he was parsimonious even with provisions. It was likely that, had the disparity in strength not been so immense, and had Hagrid not been present to provide reassurance, Lu Wei would have long since broken free from his chains and fled this desolate place. After all, relying on a mere chain to restrain a three-headed canine was akin to expecting a cook to maintain the original appearance of food after preparation. Upon hearing Leggett's desire to explore beneath the trapdoor, Lu Wei's three heads fell into an unusual silence. Beyond their compliance with Hagrid's request, they were gripped by a fear of Dumbledore, although they vocally expressed their dissatisfaction. The display of Dumbledore's formidable prowess during his visit to the Forbidden Forest left an indelible mark on Lu Wei's fragile heart. 10 pork chops. I will bring you food when I can, Leggett proposed, observing Lu Wei's rare silence. Thankfully, Dumbledore's lack of fairness provided him with an advantage, for otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to manage Lu Wei. The middle and left heads exclaimed, deal, while the right head protested, no way. The middle and left heads insisted, silence. It has been decided. After hearing Leggett's terms of exchange, Lu Wei's three heads responded with differing opinions. The left and middle heads understood clearly that since Leggett was Hagrid's friend, he could not be considered an enemy. Moreover, he had promised to bring them food when possible. Given their existing displeasure with Dumbledore, these two conditions were sufficient for them to choose compromise. Meanwhile, the right head harbored greater concerns. If Dumbledore were to discover someone descending below, it could result in Hagrid facing repercussions. However, with the other two heads agreeing, it refrained from offering further objections. After all, they had previously established a principle of fairness. Once 2 votes were in favor of a decision, it was deemed final. Very well, it is settled then. After retrieving 10 pork chops from his ring, Leggett placed them aside. Observing this, Lu Wei rose to clear the way, fully revealing the trapdoor beneath him. Be cautious. That old man likely has further arrangements down there. The left head cautioned as Leggett and his companion prepared to descend through the trapdoor. It harbors a fondness for the diminutive creature, yet one must take heed not to be ensnared by that white-bearded elder within. Very well, let us descend. After bestowing a broad smile upon the left brain, Leggett grasped Sakura Matu's hand and leapt into the opening. At least from the current analysis, it seems the large head on the left has been effectively bribed. After all, who could resist the charm of a fluffy and comical dog? Of course, provided the canine refrains from wreaking havoc, lest it lead to hypertension in due time. Let us relocate the items for consumption, ensuring this matter remains concealed. Observing Leggett and Sakura as figures vanish into the aperture, the right head offered a prudent suggestion. Since permission has been granted for the two to descend, it is indeed necessary to provide appropriate cover. As the most rational and astute among the three heads, it wished to avoid any post-factum revelations to Dumbledore regarding any irregularities. Otherwise, not only would it suffer, but perhaps Hagrid would too. Well then, let us proceed. Meanwhile, as Rose shifted his form, Leggett and Sakura had already reached the cave's bottom. Chapter 72. Sakura Matu discovers the blind spot. Unaware of the circumstances within, it would be folly for the two to leap recklessly downward. Utilizing a floating charm for a gradual descent, Leggett produced an oversized head-mounted spotlight. The fluorescent glow required one to awkwardly raise their arm while continuously channeling magical energy. This device, when donned upon the head, would provide sufficient illumination for both individuals, thus simplifying their task considerably. As for the so-called narrative foresight, please, this is a realm of tangible existence. Unlike the conventional narratives of novels, everything here is subject to change. Should Professor Sprout not have laid down the devil's snare within, or perhaps opted for alternative flora, then choosing to land abruptly could lead not only to potential injury, but also encounter unforeseen perils. As fate would have it, Leggett's predictions were accurate. Perhaps the Savior's training game had yet to commence, or perhaps Harry had not yet discovered this location. Beneath the trapdoor lay not the devil's snare, but the infamous bloodthirsty vine. This plant, once it ensnares its prey, tightly binds it and extracts blood through its piercing thorns. It only discards the remains once its catch has become a lifeless husk. Halt! Upon seeing the bloodthirsty vine swiftly approaching, Leggett decisively issued a command. Thanks to the gifts bestowed by his awakened bloodline, he could temporarily command certain plants to obey his will. While incinerating the bloodthirsty vine would be a definitive solution, it would inevitably create a commotion. In such a case, whether it attracted Voldemort or Dumbledore, it would jeopardize his efforts to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, an object that holds the promise of immortality. Though it possesses certain imperfections, it remains a commendable subject for research. After all, the concept of immortality ultimately converges on a singular path. Gazing at the blood-sucking vine that stood innocently before them, Matu Sakura turned to her companion, Leggett. While this creature might pose a threat to an ordinary first-year wizard, any young sorcerer adept in the freezing or fire spells could likely navigate past it unscathed, provided they did not misplace their wand or allow themselves to be ensnared too quickly. The blood-sucking vine, despite its aversion to fire and ice, retains considerable resilience under normal circumstances. It is not merely the inexperienced young wizards who would struggle. Even seasoned wizards might find themselves ensnared by its bindings. Moreover, the thorns that adorn its tendrils would pierce deeply into the skin, further complicating the endeavor of escape. Clear the way. After the blood-sucking vine relinquished its hold on the path, Leggett took Matu Sakura's hand, guiding her further into the corridor. Perhaps it was due to his confidence in Cerberus, as this three-headed beast is no trivial adversary. At this moment, Leggett was quite curious about a particular matter. Given that the second trial had undergone changes, would the subsequent challenges unfold as they originally had? Indeed, subduing a three-headed dog proved to be a formidable task. Reflecting on the scant descriptions of Cerberus found in books, a fleeting thought of capturing the beast crossed Matu Sakura's mind. If this formidable creature could be persuaded to guard their home, the safety of both herself and Leggett would be significantly enhanced. As long as they could devise a means to address Cerberus's remaining vulnerability, it would undoubtedly become the most exceptional guardian of Black Manor. One should not underestimate the collection of the Black family. Even for the exceedingly rare three-headed dog, they possessed a dedicated tome. Thus, Matu Sakura was well aware of Cerberus's susceptibility to lullabies. As for why she had not prepared a harp or music box beforehand, it was due to ignorance of the presence of the three-headed dog behind the door, compounded by time constraints. After all, Cerberus was not one to remain stationary, obediently listening to music until slumber overtook him. Leggett, it seems there is some movement ahead. In such an environment, posing a threat to adversaries was complicated by the presence of numerous magical creatures in proximity, excluding the shadowy bats suited to dim conditions. There are also groups akin to the stinger beaks. Ah, that must be the room. After casting a disillusionment charm over them, Leggett pointed towards a nearby room glowing with light. Let us quietly approach and ascertain the situation before devising strategy. The thrill of opening a mystery box lies in those few seconds prior, where the intersection of the unknown and anticipation brings forth exhilaration. Coupled with the divergence from the established path in the first trial, Leggett refrained from disclosing what might lurk within, instead embracing the role of an intrepid explorer. This approach allowed him to remain ever vigilant while sharing the joy of adventure with Matu Sakura. One action, double joy. What could be more delightful? Very well. I shall follow your lead. After quietly bestowing a concealed aura buff upon the two of them, Matu Sakura stealthily approached the room alongside Leggett. Upon reaching the entrance, she immediately discerned the objects soaring above, although the rapid movement and reflections made it somewhat difficult to see clearly. A careful observation revealed that a multitude of keys was darting through the air. With the sole exit in sight not far away, she swiftly comprehended the room's purpose. Yet, the more she pondered, the greater her confusion grew. Unlike the encounters with the two obstacles presented by Rue, these challenges bore an inexplicable resemblance to a child's play. What are you thinking? Noticing Matu Sakura's momentary distraction, Leggett reached out to gently pinch her cheek, questioning whether she had perceived something amiss. Yes, it feels as though this is merely a game designed to amuse children. Experiencing the warmth of his touch on her cheek, Matu Sakura voiced her doubts, expressing that if the intention was to prevent dark wizards from entering, these obstacles were utterly ineffective. It could be argued that anyone capable of becoming a dark wizard had no clean hands. Compared to the traps set by those dark wizards, these defensive barriers, to put it bluntly, resembled nothing more than a children's play area in an amusement park. Chapter 73. The Dark Lord Who Killed Hundreds. Are you familiar with the tale of Harry Potter? Observing the confusion and bewilderment on Matu Sakura's face, Leggett decided to reveal a few details. Knowing certain facts in advance could prepare her mind for what lay ahead. Moreover, considering the passage of time, it seemed the right moment to share some information with Matu Sakura. Yes, I have heard a few things. Upon hearing Leggett's sudden inquiry about Harry, Matu Sakura recalled the recent materials she had organized, which mentioned that he had defeated Voldemort in his childhood, restoring peace to the chaotic wizarding world. However, defeating Voldemort should have. Just as she began to articulate her thoughts, Matu Sakura suddenly grasped Leggett's implication. So, this place is essentially a playground established for Harry Potter by Professor Dumbledore? If one interprets it from this perspective, many matters start to clarify. Why are the so-called forbidden barriers so simplistic? Why did Dumbledore deliberately mention this location? First, Harry's abilities are limited. Overly complex obstacles could easily overwhelm him. Second, as a member of Gryffindor House, Harry is characterized by a penchant for adventure, or to put it less delicately, a tendency to wander. Knowing the inherent dangers here would likely only heighten Harry's curiosity. As for why Dumbledore would orchestrate this, there seems to be but a single reason. After piecing together these clues in her mind, Matu Sakura looked seriously at Leggett and said, Leggett, Voldemort may not be dead. Harry is regarded as the savior of the wizarding world, and Dumbledore's current actions clearly indicate his intention to nurture him. The only adversary that has been defeated, or rather vanquished, by Harry is Voldemort. By connecting these clues one by one, the truth begins to emerge. Dumbledore aims to cultivate Harry here, preparing him to confront the possibly still-living Voldemort. I share this sentiment. Meeting Sakura Matu's exceptionally serious expression, Leggett chuckled and gestured towards the wooden door nearby. If Voldemort truly has not perished, this place might very well be a trap designed specifically for him. Moreover, if Voldemort is indeed alive, his current condition must be dire. The circumstances that could compel such a Voldemort to reveal himself would likely stem from two possibilities. Aside from Harry, his nemesis who has previously defeated him, it could be a magical artifact capable of remedying his unfortunate state. Thus, it is no wonder that Headmaster Dumbledore deliberately mentioned the particular dangers present at the opening ceremony, likely to attract the attention of any potential Voldemort. Gazing at the somewhat rudimentary obstacle before them, a flicker of understanding passed through Sakura's eyes. The subsequent challenges were primarily designed to nurture Harry Potter. The ability to intercept the potentially lurking Voldemort would largely depend on the first challenge, the Rubius. However, Harry Potter shares a strong bond with Hagrid, and perhaps he could glean insights into Rubius's weaknesses from him. Consequently, even if Harry Potter were to prove inept, he might still navigate these trials with relative ease. But what could the bait be? Despite having contemplated all possible scenarios, Sakura found herself deep in thought regarding the bait that would entice Voldemort. After all, whatever could compel a possibly gravely injured Voldemort to take notice would surely not be something easily found in the marketplace. As for the question of whether Voldemort still lives, Sakura felt no anxiety. After all, he is merely Voldemort, not worthy of her concern. When it comes to true ruthlessness and brutality, ordinary individuals can be far more savage than this Dark Lord. A review of historical records in the wizarding world reveals that he has claimed the lives of merely a few hundred. In contrast, A single battle or skirmish in the Muggle realm can result in casualties that far exceed such numbers. Furthermore, if one lacks strength, truth can be a powerful ally. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Leggett, she would be determined to drag them down with her. Shall we go in and see? After gently smoothing the frown on Sakura's forehead, Leggett took her hand and led her to the wooden door. However, to his surprise, the unlocking charm failed to open the door's lock. It seems there are certain restrictions in place to prevent Harry from outsmarting the challenge. Allow me, Sakura said, removing the hairpin from her head. Using an explosive charm might create too much noise. Since they were aware that this was a venue specifically arranged by Dumbledore, it was prudent to leave as few traces as possible. Otherwise, if any clues are left behind, it could lead to troublesome consequences if the other party comes after her later. Furthermore, the necessity of lockpicking can be traced back to that perilous encounter. Since that fateful incident with her sister, Sakura Matu clandestinely honed her lockpicking skills. Little did she anticipate that her inaugural attempt would occur in such a setting. After meticulously adjusting the shape of a hairpin, Sakura deftly inserted it into the keyhole. With a crisp click, the door before her swung open effortlessly. "Who would have thought you possessed such a skill, Sakura?" remarked Leggett, as he helped her lift the door lock from the ground. "It's just a tiny bit," she replied modestly. However, a glimmer of profound amusement flickered in her eyes if one were to observe closely. When one frequently engages in a particular activity, their proficiency naturally increases. Previously, unlocking without a spell might have taken her 2.5 minutes, but now it required merely 2.5 seconds. Yet, one must commend the quality of the door at the Blake estate. Despite being surreptitiously forced open almost every night a few years back, it still functioned normally today. "Perhaps you could teach me next time. One never knows when such skills might come in handy," Leggett suggested as he and Sakura stepped through the wooden door. Mastering an additional skill provides another layer of advantage. Although lockpicking may seem trivial, in the case of a door imbued with magical resistance, only mundane techniques could suffice. Of course, an explosion charm could work as well. Yet, if one wishes to escape discreetly when the odds are heavily stacked against them, using an explosion charm would unambiguously signal their intent to break out. "Not that I need to force my door open," she added. During the teaching process, some physical contact was inevitable, leading to the potential for minor interactions. At that moment, Sakura's mind conjured up about 10 scenarios that could unfold while instructing Leggett, not to mention the amusing anecdotes that might arise. Just as they crossed into the room, a figure emerged within. Observing the key, still swirling in the air, he shook his head in resignation. The lockpicking methods of the Muggle world were indeed quite unexpected. Chapter 74. The Loophole in the Rules. "Is this wizard's chess?" Sakura raised an eyebrow in mild surprise at the sight of the enormous chessboard in the new room, noting the absence of several pieces. It seemed she would need to employ transfiguration. Compared to the previous challenges, this one appeared somewhat more intriguing, based on the information she had previously gathered for storytelling. Harry seemed unfamiliar with such games. However, judging by the current state of the chessboard, it appeared that anyone with even a modicum of intelligence could succeed. The only issue at hand was the missing chess pieces. It seemed that only after replenishing these pieces could the chess game be properly initiated. No. "You are overestimating Harry and his friends," Leggett remarked, uncertain whether to scoff after hearing Sakura's keen observations. Perhaps Professor McGonagall's original intention aligned with the young girl's thoughts, aiming to train Harry's transfiguration skills through this challenge. After all, an individual's potential is often heightened in extreme circumstances compared to normal situations. However, a certain individual suggested allowing participants to ascend the chessboard, substituting human pawns for the transfiguration assessment. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's foresight in her design, it is likely that everyone would have ended up dining at the Weasley household afterward. "Sakura, enjoy yourself." After suppressing her desire to partake in the feast, Leggett retrieved several stones from his ring. Upon casting these stones onto the designated spots on the chessboard, he employed transfiguration to transform them into the corresponding chess pieces. Thanks to Professor McGonagall's earlier notes and the occasional consultations he made, Leggett's proficiency in transfiguration had significantly improved. While he could not compare to the seasoned Professor McGonagall, his skills were more than adequate to contend with ordinary young wizards or complacent aurors. "All right, give me 2 minutes." After offering Leggett a sweet smile, Sakura gracefully approached the position of the chess player. She regarded this novice chess game with little regard. The only aspect that piqued her interest was the chess pieces themselves. Although transfiguration was not her primary focus, she quickly recognized the intricacies of these pieces after studying Professor McGonagall's notes. If her assumptions were correct, this must be the handiwork of Professor McGonagall. It is noteworthy that pieces capable of following commands are not a feat achievable by mere transfiguration. Thus, the earlier conjectures about the room gained a more compelling basis. After all, which professor would dedicate their time to designing such trivial amusements for children without Dumbledore's prompting? 1 minute and 30 seconds later, as the White Queen was cleaved into fragments by the night, the magical chessboard before them transformed. As for the White Queen's surrender, apologies, but that term does not exist in Sakura's lexicon. For her own safety, as well as Leggett's, let the White Queen journey below. White Queen, you lack honor. So simple, akin to children playing house. Observing the utterly vanquished White Queen, Sakura quickly approached Leggett. Let us go, Leggett. Although the girl said nothing, her face radiated an expression of praise. Sakura is wonderful. Upon realizing Sakura's sentiments, Leggett playfully ruffled her hair and replied, All right, let us see what the next challenge entails. Given the level of defense presented, it was indeed fair to describe this as a game for children. After all, anyone with a modicum of power and a lack of fear of causing a commotion could easily push through the remaining challenges, barring the somewhat troublesome encounter with Louis. It seemed likely that the next challenge had been designed by either Professor Quirrell or Professor Snape. Feeling the warm sensation emanating from her forehead, Sakura Matu instinctively narrowed her eyes in delight. The preceding challenges encompassed herbs, spells, and transfiguration, subjects primarily encountered by first-year wizards. Beyond these, the only remaining core disciplines were defense against the dark arts and potions. Indeed, I suspect this particular trial may have been devised by Professor Quirrell. Shortly after entering the wooden door, Leggett was met with an overpowering stench. Alongside the foul odor came the ominous growls of a beast. Is that the scent of a troll? At that moment, Sakura, who also detected the noxious aroma, instinctively furrowed her brow. Although she had previously assisted Snape in dealing with trolls, the familiar scent still elicited a sense of unease. Covering her mouth and nose, she assured herself that it would soon be over. Meanwhile, Leggett retrieved several stones from his ring and opened the door to the chamber. Roar! As the door swung open, the famished troll immediately entered a frenzied charge. Despite being bound by chains, nothing could deter its insatiable hunger. Moreover, for creatures devoid of intellect and easily provoked into rage, the natural sun buff that Leggett possessed held little sway. Truly, these beings are remarkably simple-minded. Observing the troll barreling toward him, Leggett promptly hurled the stones in his hand. Simultaneously, he manipulated them with a spell. Empowered by his magical energy and the characteristics of the incantation, the stones soared rapidly toward the troll's cranium. Although this creature possessed a degree of magical resistance, enabling it to withstand many minor spells, its diminutive brain became a critical vulnerability. A sufficiently forceful blow would render it momentarily unconscious. Thud! The sounds of stones colliding with bone echoed through the chamber. The once menacing troll staggered before collapsing to the ground. Had Leggett not carefully moderated the force of his stones, it would likely have sustained a considerable injury. Professor Quirrell certainly has an unusual taste. Observing the troll sprawled on the ground, unconscious, Sakura swiftly drew her wand from her sleeve. With a flick of her wrist, she propelled the creature several meters away before hastily leading Leggett towards the exit. The stench was utterly unbearable, while it was still tolerable. Who among the good-hearted would choose to linger in a lavatory all day? Except for those currently occupied. This is reasonable idleness, a paid relief. This must be the final challenge. Gazing at the swirling black flames before her, Sakura swiftly scanned the surrounding scene. Upon spotting several potion vials arranged on the table, a faint smile graced her lips. Leggett, perhaps we can bypass this trial altogether. Leggett, huh? Chapter 75. Indeed, there is something amiss. After consuming the potion bestowed by Matu Sakura, Leggett extended his hand to touch the black flames before him. If his conjecture was correct, these flames should possess an effect akin to a fiery shield. The flames emitted by the protective fire shield, reminiscent of the fire of the mind, have the ability to discern any treachery harbored by others towards the user. Should any ill intent arise in one's heart, they would be utterly consumed by the black inferno. This is not Amaterasu with its zero-kill record. This phenomenon has indeed claimed quite a number of lives. As for the solution to the riddle laid out on the table, please, it has been over a decade. How could Leggett possibly remember? It is akin to someone suddenly inquiring what you had to eat on this very day 10 years ago. Only a fool would recall such trivial matters. Coincidentally, Professor Snape had previously suggested that they study together. Adhering to a philosophy of practical education, Snape's nightly potion lessons predominantly involved Matu Sakura concocting various potions. Furthermore, Having once glimpsed the potion bottles on Snape's desk, Sakura was able to piece together the crucial elements needed to solve this challenge. However, it must be noted that aside from the initial stage of Ru Wei's challenge, this particular trial posed a modicum of difficulty. After all, for those lacking logical reasoning or the appropriate potions, traversing the black flames unscathed was nearly impossible, unless one possessed a protective fire shield of equivalent caliber. Even survival would come at cost. Is this a stone? Upon crossing the fiery barrier into the room, Matu Sakura immediately spotted a crimson stone resting on the wooden table. Apart from that, the entire chamber appeared starkly empty, devoid of any other objects. Indeed, it appeared so at first glance. As Leggett approached the magical stone, he reached out to grasp it. Simultaneously, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for clearing the Savior's new mobile game park and acquiring a magical stone. Task reward: draw chances X1. Listening to the system's announcement coupled with the persistent life force emanating from the stone, a flicker of suspicion crossed Leggett's eyes. It was now almost certain that this stone before him was, in fact, the genuine magical stone. Yet, it was conspicuously placed in the center of the room, which felt exceedingly off in every regard. As to why Leggett could perceive the life force, it was primarily due to the bloodline of the blue ghost grass within him. As a plant spirit, it possessed a keen sensitivity to the essence of life. Consequently, Leggett, having absorbed its abilities, inherited this perceptive quality, albeit in a diminished form. Yet, given close proximity and sustained contact, he could still glean some insights from the interaction. Did you notice anything amiss? Observing Leggett's contemplative demeanor, Matu Sakura couldn't help but blink her eyes in curiosity. In her eyes, this stone, despite its vibrant colors, appeared to be utterly unremarkable. Yet, the mere fact that Dumbledore would use it as bait suggested that it could not merely be a simple stone. Not having discerned anything amiss, she suggested, Sakura, why don't you take a look? As she handed the stone to Matu Sakura, Leggett swiftly scanned their surroundings with the corner of his eye. All right, I'll give it a try. As Sakura grasped the magical stone, she immediately sensed something was amiss. This sensation, as a being with a maximum aptitude for gem magic, she almost instantaneously recognized the unique energy within the stone. After all, magical stones are not vastly different from gems. Both serve as extraordinary vessels for magic. Although Sakura could not finally perceive magical energy, she readily identified the familiar and peculiar energy contained within. After examining the stone closely, she quickly turned and handed it back to Leggett. Leggett, could this be the legendary magical stone? Though the members of the Black family had largely perished, their magical tomes had not been lost. Sakura recalled having seen descriptions of magical stones in an alchemical journal. Its surface was deep red, infused with life magic. Furthermore, as someone with a maximum aptitude for dark magic, especially with her green abilities maxed out, Sakura was almost certain that the endless vitality she sensed was indeed emanating from the stone. After all, if she could reach the pinnacle of her green abilities, she would certainly recognize such a phenomenon. Indeed, Miss Machiri, what you hold in your hand is undoubtedly the legendary magical stone. Just as Leggett was about to speak, a rather abrupt voice echoed from the shadows. Turning towards the sound, they saw Dumbledore, wearing a knowing smile, slowly emerge from the darkness. Night wandering is hardly a commendable habit, Leggett, and you as well, Miss Machiri. As expected, it's not so simple, Leggett thought, his earlier confusion now resolved upon seeing Dumbledore emerge from the shadows. It was no wonder he had not seen the mirror of Ariste in the room. The old man had been here all along. If one were to consider the safest place for the magical stone at Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly be in Dumbledore's pocket. This realization was precisely why Leggett had refrained from disclosing the stone's existence earlier. Though we may not be Gryffindors, we can still possess a spirit of adventure, can't we? As Dumbledore stepped further into the light, Leggett weighed the stone in his hand. However, since you, Headmaster Dumbledore, have arrived, I believe it is best that the magical stone returns to its rightful owner. With those words, he tossed the stone towards Dumbledore's head. Yet, with the old bee now present, their plans to take the magical stone were inevitably dashed. After all, this is the realm of reality. Had Leggett possessed sufficient strength, he would certainly have pocketed it without a second thought. Unfortunately, his fists are not as formidable as his opponents, and he is left with no choice but to resort to a retreating bee plan. Leggett, your actions are rather perilous for an old man like me. As Dumbledore hurriedly caught the magic stone tossed by Leggett, he placed it in his right pocket, thinking that upon recognizing its nature, Leggett might hesitate to return it to this old fellow. He was entirely convinced that Leggett's recent actions were a form of revenge. After all, Which good Samaritan would return something by hurling it at another's head? Had he not honed his hand-to-hand combat skills with Grindelwald years ago, he might have suffered a significant injury by now. Chapter 76. The transaction indeed, I did not wish to return it, for it is the legendary magic stone. Meeting Dumbledore's profound gaze, Leggett shrugged nonchalantly, yet I am not so arrogant as to believe I could seize the magic stone from you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Ha ha ha, Leggett. You're a clever child. Observing the unmistakable displeasure on Leggett's face, Dumbledore chuckled and stroked his beard. Pray, forgive an old man's curiosity. What do you intend to do with the magic stone once you have acquired it? Travel the world, though I suppose you wouldn't believe that. Would you? As he spoke, Leggett took the hand of Sakura, Matu beside him, preparing to depart. Engaging in conversation with Dumbledore often leads one into treacherous pitfalls, and some of them could be fatal. Since the magic stone is now unattainable and the stance has been made clear, leaving this place has become the most prudent choice. Wait. Dumbledore retrieved a dark red stone from his left pocket and tossed it towards Leggett. Curse that old bee. This is undoubtedly an act of retribution. Just as the stone was about to strike Leggett's head, he swiftly reached out and grasped it in his hand. This is your reward for passing the trial. A semi-finished magic stone crafted by Nick. Seeing Leggett hold the semi-finished magic stone, a flicker of regret passed through Dumbledore's eyes. However, in exchange, he requested the two to keep tonight's events confidential, especially regarding Rui, as he relied on it to guard the entrance diligently. Moreover, the semi-finished magic stone differs from its completed counterpart. Its internal energy is highly unstable. Thus, items crafted from it will inherently possess a degree of instability. It is best regarded as a collectible rather than used carelessly. While he was uncertain how Leggett and the others had navigated Rui's trial, it was clear that the fewer who knew the method, the better, at least for now. Additionally, offering the semi-finished magic stone could be seen as Dumbledore's attempt to foster a bond. Based on Leggett's various displays thus far, he is fully capable of becoming Harry's protector. By strengthening their relationship through this semi-finished magic stone, it may well facilitate his transformation into Harry's steadfast ally in the future. As for the conflict with Ron Weasley, a seemingly inconsequential Weasley could easily be replaced by another of his kin. According to Dumbledore's knowledge, the Weasley twins from the second year share a rather amicable relationship with Leggett. At such a time, they could certainly be called upon to assist Harry. One can imagine that with their cleverness, those two little rascals would provide substantial support to Harry. It can only be said that due to the prophecy, Dumbledore has become utterly bewitched. Every action he undertakes is aimed at ensuring that Harry, this so-called savior, grows up unimpeded. After casting the incomplete Philosopher's Stone into the ring, Leggett met Dumbledore's significant gaze, implying that should Harry encounter troubles, he would be willing to lend a hand. Having received the benefits, one must also maintain a certain demeanor. As for whether he would truly offer assistance in the future, that remains to be seen. After all, extending a spoon to Harry when he finds himself without one can be seen as alleviating a minor inconvenience. It is merely a game of words. Who cannot play such a game? Furthermore, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Dumbledore's gifts certainly serve a purpose. If all proceeds without incident, it would be to ensure his support for Harry Potter. Rather than facing Dumbledore's probing time and again, it would be more prudent to speak plainly. A degree of concealment may serve to obscure one's intentions, but if one hides too deeply, they risk appearing foolish. This child has indeed caught on to the nuances. Although such thoughts flitted through his mind, Dumbledore's aged face maintained a genial expression. Leggett, why do you suddenly mention Mr. Potter? A wise man need not speak in circles. Gazing into Dumbledore's profound eyes, Leggett promptly connected several apparent clues. The Philosopher's Stone, seemingly childlike defenses, and Harry as the savior. Once these 3 points converge, the truth of the matter becomes quite evident, does it not? Yet, there remains one aspect I do not comprehend. Might you enlighten me? Indeed, a clever child, rivaling even Hermione. No, he should be deemed more exceptional. After hearing Leggett's analysis, Dumbledore had resolutely made up his mind. Even if it meant expelling Ron Weasley, he would ensure that Leggett and Harry became genuine friends. However, this matter could not be rushed. It required careful deliberation. After all, only pure friendship can endure. Leggett, you are indeed very astute. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, Dumbledore's face once again radiated a warm smile. Speak. What is it you wish to know? My inquiries are quite simple. Throughout history, deep affections have proven ephemeral. Only strategies capture hearts. A measured revelation of the truth can attract attention. Yet, should one solidify uncertain matters, therein may lie complications. Thus, intertwining truths with fabrications to achieve a delicate balance of reality and illusion is the most authentic portrayal. Leggett was indeed aware that Voldemort had not perished. Yet, Dumbledore remained oblivious to Leggett's knowledge. Consequently, by employing this method of seeking the truth, he could significantly alleviate his own suspicions. After all, to outsiders, his two uncles appeared to be loyal henchmen of Voldemort. To prevent Old B from continuing his incessant probing, Leggett felt it was time to establish his stance. Perhaps. Who knows? Gazing at the earnest expression on Leggett's face, Dumbledore casually remarked, "Yet, do not people generally refer to him as the Dark Lord? Are you not afraid of his retribution?" A single statement, yet imbued with dual meanings. On the surface, it expressed curiosity about Leggett's perspective, while simultaneously seeking to discern his attitude towards Voldemort. Were it not for the gem protecting Leggett's heart, Dumbledore would have considered employing the memory charm right then. Nevertheless, having lived for so long, he had encountered situations where the memory charm proved ineffective. Thus, at this moment, Dumbledore concentrated all his attention on the depths of Leggett's eyes. As the adage goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. As a centenarian, Dumbledore possessed considerable experience in discerning truth from deception through one's gaze. Chapter 77. For a greater future, just a delusional madman. Why should I fear him? Leggett mused. Had the Black family not fallen from grace, he would not have endured such a wretched existence in recent years. Were it not for the adult soul residing within me, perhaps I would not have survived to this day. After all, relying on a house elf, devoid of any parenting experience and prone to bashing its head against walnuts. To raise a child is hardly viable. Thus, the words Leggett spoke were imbued with sincerity, devoid of any semblance of performance. Ha! Dumbledore erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Leggett audaciously liken Voldemort to livestock. Had the circumstances been more appropriate, he might have pondered whether Leggett was indeed the fabled chosen one. How many years had it been? Dumbledore had long lost count. Since Voldemort's downfall, this was the first time he encountered someone who spoke of him in such a manner. Leggett, what are your thoughts on muggles, or rather, ordinary people? Following his laughter, Dumbledore posed another question. In Leggett, he saw the shadow of an individual who had profoundly influenced his life. They are astute, possessing technologies that we lack. Observing Dumbledore's sudden shift to seriousness, Leggett candidly shared his thoughts. The amalgamation of magic and technology might well be the future of the wizarding world. The archaic protective regulations, under the guise of safeguarding, merely serve to hinder the advancement of wizards, do they not? Given the power the Black family wielded within the magical realm, one might surmise that this process could be rendered relatively straightforward. As someone aware of Dumbledore's history, how could he not fathom the reason behind Dumbledore's inquiry? It all stems from his former lover, Grindelwald, and his once fervent desire for annihilation. However, I am not Grindelwald and cannot engage in such wholesale slaughter. If that city harbors my enemies, and its inhabitants would rather protect one another, then it is best left unspoken. Wildfires may burn away, but spring winds will always bring forth new growth. It is wiser to eliminate those who harbor animosity towards me sooner rather than later. After a prolonged silence, during which he gazed intently into Leggett's eyes, Dumbledore finally spoke with a smile. Remember to keep tonight's events confidential. It must not be disclosed to a third party. Understood. Headmaster, we shall take our leave now. As he spoke, Leggett swiftly took Sakura's hand and turned to exit. Though the journey had its twists and turns, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Gerald, you are indeed unlike him. Watching the two hastily depart, Dumbledore casually discarded the Philosopher's Stone onto the table. To others, it might be an invaluable treasure, but for one who has perpetually faced loss, its allure pales in comparison to a colossal heap of cockroaches. Once he has nurtured Harry Potter, the prophesied child, he intends to retreat to New Mongard to spend his remaining days. As for whether he would be welcomed, given the passage of so many years, one would hope that the anger has subsided. Only after closing the bedroom door and casting no fewer than a dozen protective charms did Sakura truly exhale in relief. In the chamber, she had sensed a fleeting, murderous intent from Dumbledore directed at Leggett. Had Leggett not swiftly pressed down on her arm, she would have unleashed the oversized firework from her ring. After all, the two of them were still woefully inadequate to confront Dumbledore directly. Only through unexpected displays of overwhelming force could they hope to elevate their nearly non-existent chances of success. This recent encounter has reignited Sakura's fervent desire for strength. Reaching a new pinnacle, let's rest for a moment. That old man is unlikely to pursue us here. After gently guiding Sakura onto the sofa, Leggett handed her a glass of warm water. Drink some water and take a breather. In truth, when Dumbledore inquired about his thoughts on ordinary people, Leggett had already sensed that fleeting aura of malice. After all, one Grindelwald had nearly dragged the entire wizarding world into chaos. should another youth arise with similar ambitions. Dumbledore would undoubtedly crush him in his cradle. As for those who harbor ideals akin to Voldemort's, it is akin to comparing an adult wielding a gun to a child playing house. Though Voldemort is referred to as the Second Dark Lord, his actions are a disgrace to that title. It is worth noting that Grindelwald, with a mere flick of his wrist, had slaughtered those whom he had painstakingly pursued for half his life. Fortunately, Leggett has never entertained such extreme notions as Grindelwald. Creating a world inhabited solely by wizards may initially seem enchanting. However, upon considering the realities of life, one realizes that such a vision is utterly unattainable. Setting aside the issue of the population ratio between wizards and ordinary people, the potential for silence among wizards themselves presents a formidable challenge. Would one expect parents to execute their own children? Perhaps for a time, no one would voice opposition. Yet, as time inexorably progresses, chaos is destined to reign once more. Leggett, perhaps we should consider transferring schools. After grasping Leggett's arms, Matu Sakura offered a prudent suggestion. Dumbledore is far too perilous. We could easily transfer to Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. For the young girl, nothing in this world is more paramount than the safety of Leggett himself. Rest assured, Sakura, you need not worry about me. Sensing the anxiety and unease in Matu Sakura's words, Leggett rose and enveloped her in an embrace. As long as Dumbledore remains intent on nurturing Harry, he will not engage in actions beyond the boundaries of established rules. If it were the younger version of Dumbledore, Leggett would undoubtedly transfer without hesitation. It is worth noting that the youthful Dumbledore mingled with Grindelwald, and even the notion of pursuing a greater good originated from him. However, the current Dumbledore has become somewhat unhinged, with all his behavioral principles centered around the cultivation of Harry. This Dumbledore possesses a weakness. As long as Harry remains alive, he will refrain from actively disrupting the current state of affairs. For only by holding the title of headmaster of Hogwarts can he ensure the successful execution of the Savior cultivation plan. Moreover, with Voldemort lurking in the shadows, Dumbledore will not risk taking action against a pure-blood heir, as he must consider Harry's welfare above all else. This is precisely why Leggett, fully aware of the risks, still speaks in such a manner. Ultimately, having acquired this weakness in Harry, Dumbledore's thought process is no longer unpredictable. Feeling the warmth and essence unique to Leggett, Matu Sakura pursed her lips, wishing to express further thoughts. Knowing Leggett's character, she understood he would not engage in meaningless actions. Therefore, if he wished to remain at Hogwarts, it must be for some profoundly significant reason. I understand, but you must promise me one thing. After momentarily suppressing her worries, Matu Sakura gently cupped Leggett's face. You must not meet Dumbledore alone. No matter what happens, you must tell me, understood? Since Leggett had made up his mind, she naturally intended to stand by him. Even if they cannot confront Dumbledore at present, they must prepare for any eventuality. Next, they need to get in touch with Kreacher, ensuring he is ready at a moment's notice. Although wizards within the confines of Hogwarts are unable to apparate, this limitation loses its efficacy when faced with house elves. As long as they can endure until Kreacher arrives, they will be able to flee Hogwarts without delay. As for the final point, should Dumbledore truly take action against them, she intends to let him experience the bitterness of loss. At that moment, it would not merely be Harry. She would obliterate the entire Hogwarts. Unfortunately, this would mean that Draco would have to suffer, and she could only hope his luck would allow him to survive. Foolish girl, I promise you, Leggett said as he cupped Sakura Matu's face in his hands, resting his forehead against hers. You must promise me not to engage in dangerous endeavors, all right? Considering her disposition, he felt compelled to take precautions. Otherwise, what if that night, as Sakura drifted into slumber, she impulsively unleashed her full power against Dumbledore in a reckless gamble? If she agreed to this request, most of the potential dangers could be mitigated, for Sakura would dutifully adhere to any promise made with him. However, for safety's sake, Leggett had also arrived at the same conclusion as her, except for the step of not sending Draco into the skies. They had reached a consensus on nearly all other matters. Overconfidence in one's fleeting judgments can lead to dire consequences. After all, humans are inherently capricious. Who knows when that old coot Dumbledore might suddenly turn against him as the third Dark Lord. Upon hearing Leggett's request, Sakura's expression briefly stiffened. Yet, upon meeting his earnest gaze so close to her own, she nodded earnestly in agreement. All right, I promise you. After uttering these words, she raised her right hand, suggesting, shall we make a pinky promise? Certainly. After intertwining their pinky fingers, Leggett softly proclaimed alongside Sakura, pinky promise, 100 years without change, no deceit. Thus, the contract was established, and she must honor her word. Following the completion of their pinky promise, Sakura earnestly stated, "Otherwise, I shall be quite upset. As for the specific scenes of her ire, we shall not elaborate here." "Very well, I will adhere to our agreement," she assured him. As they spoke, Leggett retrieved the half-finished Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, eager to show her what he had toiled over all night. What better way to divert attention than with something that piques her interest? Faced with Sakura's unexpectedly tsundere demeanor, Leggett swiftly disrupted the process. After all, while a yandere is acceptable, a tsundere is utterly intolerable. Sakura, abruptly interrupted from her tsundere spellcasting, did not feel anger. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Leggett's. He preferred her without the tsundere attitude. Thus, the tsundere Michelle posed a threat of at least 90% less to him. "You, silly girl." After a somewhat helpless gesture of affection, Leggett placed the so-called semi-finished magic stone between the two of them. At first glance, there seemed to be no discernible difference. Observing the stone in Leggett's hand, which was indistinguishable from an authentic magic stone, Sakura Matu felt a hint of confusion as she grasped it. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a genuine magic stone, both radiating a dazzling red hue that was unmistakably vibrant. Reflecting on the legends surrounding magic stones, she gently waved her hand over the cup before her. In the next moment, the metallic cup began to be enveloped in a layer of golden sheen. The transmutation of stone into gold was indeed realized. As she beheld the resplendent golden cup before her, Leggett reached out to pick it up. After confirming that the cup had truly transformed into gold, he turned to Sakura and nodded, affirming its golden composition. "Splendid. This means we." However, just as Sakura was about to articulate her thoughts, the golden hue of the cup in Leggett's hand began to fade rapidly. Were it not for the fact that Leggett still held it, they might have believed it was merely a dream. Although the semi-finished and finished products appeared similar externally, a deeper examination revealed that the energy contained within was highly unstable. At times, it quivered violently, as if after intense exertion, while at others, it trembled feebly like a spent entity. Compared to the stable internal energy of a true magic stone, this one exhibited significant uncertainty. In simpler terms, it resembled the distinction between a constant electric current and lightning. The former can reliably power various electrical devices, while the latter, although theoretically capable of doing the same, possesses a wild nature that could obliterate all electronics in an instant. "Leggett, have you discerned any reasons?" While Sakura also possessed a keen perception of magical energy, she did not share Leggett's unique abilities. After all, her ability to sense the fluctuations of magical energy within the stone stemmed from the black bloodline coursing through her veins. Chapter 79, The Appointment with Chilo. "Well, I have a rough understanding of the cause," Leggett replied. "This chaotic magical energy affects both the duration and efficacy of the spellcasting. If we can find a way to stabilize it, it might be able to possess the same capabilities as a genuine magic stone." Alchemy. Upon hearing Leggett's explanation, Sakura immediately thought of Fred and George. Both she and Leggett had not invested much time or effort into the study of alchemy, while the Weasley twins possessed a natural talent, or rather a specialty, in that field. However, since they had yet to ascertain the twins' trustworthiness, Sakura was contemplating another matter. If she were to employ the soul-binding curse combined with human hypnosis, what would be the likelihood of brainwashing the twins into becoming completely loyal to Leggett? After all, despite being merely a semi-finished magic stone, it undeniably bore the name of a magic stone. "We shall keep this stone for now." Observing Matu Sakura's contemplative demeanor, Leggett casually seized a beetle from within the room. After extracting water infused with magical stone and administering it to the creature, he meticulously monitored its reaction. The previously tranquil beetle began to exhibit signs of agitation, scuttling about with increasing fervor after consuming the drop of water. This state persisted for nearly a minute, after which the beetle's body commenced a rapid expansion and contraction. As its corporeal limits reached a critical threshold, it ultimately disintegrated into a pulpy mass, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Indeed, it could not withstand the strain. Witnessing the beetle's immediate obliteration, Leggett presented the semi-finished magical stone to Matu Sakura, suggesting she might experiment with it at her leisure to ascertain whether a similarly effective yet stable potion could be synthesized. Although the duration of the transformation was brief, lasting less than 2 seconds, Leggett discerned subtle changes in the beetle's anatomy under intense scrutiny. Prior to its explosive demise, the creature had undergone minor enhancements, or perhaps mutations would be a more fitting term. Its once unremarkable mandibles had expanded significantly in an instant, exuding a faint metallic sheen. The instability of the energy within the semi-finished magical stone had inadvertently engendered an unexpected peculiar trait. However, one enhancement extended life, while the other conferred physical augmentation. The cost of gaining such enhancements remains uncertain, only to be unveiled through continuous experimentation. Very well, I shall devise a method for comparative analysis, he resolved. After stowing the magical stone within his ring, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Matu Sakura's eyes. Experiments necessitate subjects, and to avoid alarming the innocent Leggett, she had diligently restrained her impulses in daily life. It is not uncommon for experimental subjects to meet untimely ends during trials, is it? There is no need to rush. Let fate guide the experiments. Disposing of the remaining half-cup of water, Leggett cast the cup into the trash bin, deeming it prudent to avoid any lingering residues of the magical stone. All right, I shall freshen up, he announced. Yes, go ahead, she replied. As she walked toward the washroom, she suddenly recalled and reminded him, Oh, Leggett, don't forget to drink the sleep-inducing potion in the cabinet. I will indeed, he assured her. With a smile at Matu Sakura's adorably naive expression, Leggett rose and approached the cabinet. After consuming the potion in one gulp, he continued, I shall freshen up as well. All right, that girl. Once Matu Sakura's silhouette vanished down the corridor, Leggett once again grasped the potion set aside, pondering why he still preferred using the older formulas despite Snape's notes on newer concoctions. If I were to continue drinking, should I perhaps elucidate the matter of drug resistance? Sometimes, certain matters hinge upon mutual consent, do they not? Time flies, and soon it was Saturday. Since that evening meeting, Dumbledore had not reappeared before the two, as if everything had been settled. Yet, despite the apparent tranquility, Sakura Matu had left contingencies in various corners of Hogwarts. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. With the lives of all the young wizards at Hogwarts at stake, Dumbledore would likely think twice before acting rashly. However, what occupied Sakura's mind more than Dumbledore was Leggett, who had promised to meet with Quirrell. To preclude any unforeseen circumstances, she had already positioned herself outside Quirrell's office. Should any signs of conflict arise within, she would be ready to provide immediate support to Leggett. Inside Quirrell's office, he welcomed, Welcome to my office, Mr. Black. Observing Leggett approach slowly from the doorway, Quirrell waved his wand to pull out a chair, saying, Do not feel any tension. I'm not your professor at this moment, nor are you my student. Thank you, Professor. After taking a seat, Leggett smiled and nodded. I have heard that you are an exceptional graduate of Ravenclaw and possess profound knowledge of ancient magic. Given Quirrell's current demeanor and eloquence, Leggett felt he would be utterly captivated if he were not wary of Voldemort's influence. Yet, the identity of the individual was of little consequence to Leggett. What mattered was what he could glean from him. The term ancient magic is quite broad, encompassing numerous branches, including the likes of runes and soul magic. Indeed, Quirrell affirmed, I am indeed a graduate of Ravenclaw. A knowing smile crossed Quirrell's face as he noted the insatiable curiosity etched upon Leggett's countenance. However, Mr. Black, ancient magic is merely a collective term. It can be further subdivided into systems such as the runic system, the soul system, and the alchemical branch, among others. Which aspect are you interested in? Fishing cannot be rushed. One must deepen the bait repeatedly. Since Leggett showed interest in ancient magic, Quirrell decided to share a little each time. With the passage of time and subtle insinuations, winning over the young wizard would merely be a matter of time. As he pondered the wealth contained within the Black estate, a glint of greed flashed in Voldemort's eyes. Once he lacked for nothing, yet now he could scarcely produce a single galleon. The resurrection using the Philosopher's Stone would ultimately have its drawbacks. If he could leverage the cherished materials within the Black family, he would soon regain his former glory. Once restored to his peak, a mere Dumbledore would not warrant his hiding. Upon perceiving Voldemort's deliberate ostentation and intentions, Leggett could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. It was indeed true that like attracts like, as Voldemort, who was ushered into Hogwarts by Dumbledore, exhibited certain similarities in temperament with the latter. Had it not been for his loss of intellect during the creation of Horcruxes, the magical realm might have truly succumbed to his dominion. After all, the early Voldemort had employed considerable cunning to orchestrate his comeback, exemplified by the act of eliminating his own biological father. Were it not for the extensive groundwork laid with his intellect, he would have long been apprehended and confined in Azkaban, despite the multitude of contemplations swirling in his mind. Leggett maintained a composed smile on his visage. To be candid, Professor, I am quite eager to understand the matters you just mentioned, particularly regarding ancient runes. I have always struggled to swiftly harness their arcane energies. As the saying goes, too much clarity leaves no fish. Too much inferiority leaves no foe. Since I've already ventured into this endeavor, what harm is there in being a tad audacious? Today, I am determined to extract every ounce of Voldemort's knowledge, regardless of the consequences. Very well. Let us commence with the study of runes, Voldemort replied, seemingly unfazed by Leggett's brazen overture. After all, as long as he refrained from engaging directly, Leggett's antics were of no concern to him. Though he had lost a significant portion of his intellect, he mused, had I known, I would have brought Harry along. Observing Voldemort's lack of reaction, Leggett inwardly lamented. Of course, the thought of bringing Harry was merely a fleeting notion. There is a saying that rings true. Enemies become particularly fierce upon confrontation. Who could predict whether Voldemort might suddenly unleash his wrath upon Harry in such an isolated meeting? Should Harry meet his demise, Leggett would find himself in dire straits, as Harry's death would likely drive Snape to madness and provoke an uncontrollable fury from Dumbledore. In the face of two unhinged titans of the wizarding world, Leggett reckoned his chances of survival would be slim, perhaps a mere 1 in 19, a scenario where he might be vanquished 9 times within a minute. In any case, it was akin to a child attempting to spar with an adult. Even with a powerful weapon in hand, the child could easily be overpowered. After ruminating on the situation, Leggett articulated his predicament. I must trouble you, Professor. Currently, every time I utilize ancient runes, I find myself compelled to chant them. Is there any method to expedite this process? You are truly remarkable, Mr. Leggett, to wield ancient runes at such a young age. As a form of ancient magic, the utilization of runes necessitates corresponding incantations. Only upon the completion of the entire chant can one harness the power of the runes to enact the corresponding spell. However, this method presents a significant drawback. The lengthy incantation period renders it vulnerable to swift attacks from formidable adversaries. Before the wizarding world closed its borders, ancient court wizards possessed their own knightly orders. These knights would safeguard the wizards during their incantations, vanquishing any intruders who dare to disrupt the magical process. However, as the wizarding realm evolved, the duration of spells was significantly reduced, eventually leading to the emergence of a form of expedited magic akin to modern practices. This evolution subtly implies that only through relentless competition and struggle can one truly progress. Had the first ambitious scholar not emerged, we might still be entangled in the lengthy and cumbersome archaic language of magic, known as archaic Niven. Upon the completion of an incantation or the fusion of magical energies, one could harness archaic Niven to unleash corresponding spells. Due to the lineage coursing through his veins, he could intuitively perceive this process. Naturally, there exists a considerable disparity between what one perceives before and after awakening. If we liken his pre-awakening state to that of a nearsighted individual with a prescription exceeding 800 degrees, then post-awakening, he would possess vision akin to that of someone with a clarity of 52. Indeed, this encapsulates the essence of incantation. Why is it that reciting a spell allows the internal magical energy to merge with that of the natural world? The first question is not particularly challenging. Any young wizard from a family with a magical heritage would be aware of it, barring those who do not engage in study. Ron Weasley, it seems someone is speaking of me. The second question, however, transcends mere written text and necessitates a different perspective on archaic Niven. Furthermore, where there is one, there must be two, and so on. As long as Leggett is led step by step into the trap, he need not fear losing control over the situation later. After all, knowledgeable and powerful individuals are often readily supported, are they not? The challenge posed by Voldemort regarding the fusion of two types of magical energies is indeed quite intricate, plunging Leggett into profound contemplation. Although the Black family's library is extensive, its members have all passed away. Even with numerous portraits remaining, they do not provide first-hand knowledge. Additionally, since Leggett was merely an ordinary individual in his previous life, rather than a reincarnated extraordinary sorcerer, he has often found himself stymied in his magical studies. Wait, at this moment, Voldemort's inquiry acts as a key to unlock Pandora's box. Upon careful reflection, it leads Leggett to a crucial realization. Chapter 81. The Soul. The soul is the force that guides resonance. Recalling the unique sensation experienced during each recitation of archaic Niven, Leggett now clarifies the answer that resides within him. The incantation merely activates the formula. It is the inner soul that holds the true significance. The soul drives the body, while the body channels magical energy. In other words, if one can facilitate the rapid functioning of the soul, it would directly shorten the time required to utilize archaic Niven. Indeed, it is the soul. Gazing at the elated Leggett across from him, Chilo's eyes briefly sparkled with a knowing smile. By embedding the sequence of the runic language into one's soul, the previously articulated goal could indeed be realized. Should the need arise, I could attempt to assist you in this endeavor. Cursed be it. This fellow is indeed cut from the same cloth as old B. After uttering this remark, he deliberately rubbed his temples, feeling an odd dizziness wash over him. One must concede that although Voldemort has shed his corporeal form, his knack for seizing opportunities remains as sharp as ever. Utilizing the soul snare at the pinnacle of one's excitement is a masterstroke, were it not for the protective gem hanging around his neck. The outcome of this encounter could have been quite different. Even if he had not been ensnared by the soul snare, his psyche would undoubtedly suffer some degree of damage. As for the matter of the gem not glowing, it is indeed correct that it should not emit light. Previously, Leggett had intentionally embellished it with effects to deter Dumbledore. Naturally, for an object capable of absorbing damage, it is best to remain inconspicuous. It seems that a bit more effort is required. No issue. You are always welcome to visit at your convenience. Sensing that his soul snare had not succeeded, Voldemort displayed no signs of disappointment. Perhaps it was due to sitting for an extended period that his body was experiencing a touch of low blood sugar. Chilo's form was indeed too frail. Had he been in his former body, he would have dispatched Leggett with a mere incantation long ago. Yet, the current circumstances dictated otherwise, even if he felt perturbed. He could only bide his time for another opportunity. Furthermore, the most crucial point remained. Repeatedly employing the soul snare within a short time frame would leave marks upon an individual. Perhaps it would be best for me to take my leave for now. With a smile and a nod towards Chilo, Leggett prepared to turn away. Although he had not unraveled all the mysteries, merely shortening the casting time of the runic language had rendered his visit worthwhile. Moreover, Voldemort had already resorted to underhanded tactics once. One could only wonder what other trickery awaited. Hence, for the sake of prudence, retreating temporarily seemed the wisest course. However, Leggett was vehemently opposed to the idea of embedding the runic language within the soul. After all, the strength of one's soul varies greatly. Some may withstand numerous injuries. Just as Voldemort had not been significantly affected during his initial attempts at creating Horcruxes, he could not have deceived Mrs. Grey into handing over the diadem otherwise. Yet, from Voldemort's recent words, one could glean a significant truth. The Death Eaters possess the ability to fly, likely due to tampering with their own souls. The Dark Mark serves as an embedded symbol, directly inscribing the runic language into the souls of its bearers. This is also the primary reason why, upon Voldemort's command, all holders of the Dark Mark can feel his presence. The majority of Death Eaters, perpetually teetering on the brink of madness, are likely influenced by this very phenomenon. After all, the soul is indeed the most essential component of humanity. Once the soul suffers an unbearable injury, a drastic change in temperament becomes inevitable. Should there be any confusion, feel free to seek my counsel at any time. As he spoke, Chilo retrieved a book with an indecipherable title from his drawer, which might prove beneficial to you. Given Leggett's obsession with various forms of magic, it is only natural that he would choose the remedy that suits him best. Ancient magic encompasses a vast array of practices, including the realm of curses. Should Leggett develop an interest in such magic, he may easily descend into boundless darkness. Indeed, whether ancient or modern, dark magic has a propensity to evoke and amplify negative emotions. Very well, esteemed professor, I shall take my leave for now, Leggett stated, turning to exit Chilo's office with a book in hand. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the tome provided by Voldemort, the occasional waft of malevolence emanating from it suggested it was of a similar ilk to dark magic texts. Leggett could only dismiss it as utterly weak. This book was pathetically inferior, to be honest. Even a random selection from Sakuramatu's bookshelf would exude a far more potent aura of dark magic. Of course, it was also possible that Chilo had no prior collection of dark magic books, and this particular volume was hastily procured from some obscure corner. Alternatively, it might have been authored by Voldemort himself. With such thoughts, Leggett felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the book's contents. If it indeed contained spells known to Voldemort, it would be a significant windfall. After all, despite a slight dilution of his identity, Voldemort remained the Dark Lord. How poor could the dark magic recorded by someone of his stature possibly be? My master, my body can barely endure any longer. Chilo lamented as he regained control of his body the moment Leggett exited the office. Feeling his nearly collapsing form, he nearly knelt down in a plea for mercy. Just days prior, he had barely managed to restore his near-shattered body with stolen unicorn blood. However, after such tumult, it felt as if his earlier efforts had been in vain. I will venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight, and this time, I shall assist you, Voldemort declared, observing Chilo's pitiful demeanor. After all, the curse of blood-drinking fell upon Chilo, and any toll taken would also diminish his lifespan. A promise made without any cost. What difference would it make if it were given? He, Tom Riddle, excelled in weaving illusions. Such a good master, Chilo thought, and seeing Voldemort's demeanor, he dared not voice any further objections. After all, if the Dark Lord were to become enraged, he would have to endure another bout of having his head smashed against a walnut. Thus, this encounter ultimately yielded the desired answers for both Voldemort and Leggett, while our poor Professor Chilo bore the burden in silence. Chilo, please feed me peanuts. Chapter 82. Fear not, I shall be gentle a mere 10 minutes later, in the Slytherin head of House's common room. Ah, how surprising it is to discover that our Professor Quirrell possesses a considerable stock of knowledge. Gazing at the tome of magic entrusted to him by Voldemort, Leggett couldn't help but remark on the wisdom that comes with age. Indeed, provided one is not a fool, longevity bestows a wealth of invaluable treasures. These treasures encompass not only tangible wealth in the form of money, but also a vast repository of knowledge residing within one's mind. Though the spells within the book predominantly pertain to curses, many of them are long lost to the world. Even the illustrious Black family, known for their extensive compendium of spells, has omitted certain incantations. Take, for instance, the puppet curse. As Sakura pointed to the latest page's content, she remarked on the cursed scarecrow, of which she was familiar. However, the cursed scarecrow poses only a minor threat to ordinary individuals. Once engulfed in flames, it is rendered utterly lifeless. Conversely, the puppet curse transforms a wizard into a conscious marionette, retaining all the magical prowess they possessed in life. Should this process be executed en masse, it would yield a formidable fighting force. As long as a person lives and retains consciousness, they instinctively harbor a fear of death. Yet, as mere puppets devoid of emotion, their minds are singularly focused on the annihilation of their adversaries. Furthermore, even if a puppet is missing limbs, it remains unaffected. Unless its core magical energy is destroyed, it will execute the commands of its master, even if only a head remains. Indeed, it is a most pragmatic utilization of what would otherwise be deemed as waste. After temporarily closing the magical tome, Leggett turned to the young lady beside him. We shall discuss this matter further at another time. Sakura, prepare yourself. I now require your assistance with a task of utmost importance. As the saying goes, one must sacrifice to gain. While the puppet possesses remarkable abilities, the conditions for a creation are exceedingly stringent. Not only must the materials be in a living state during the crafting process, but they must also endure the agony of having their souls altered. Should the individual succumb to mental collapse during this transformation, even if a puppet is formed, it will be incapable of wielding the magic it once knew. This morally reprehensible practice has led the entire wizarding community to seek its containment and destruction. After all, who would wish to confront the horror of a loved one turned into a puppet? Very well. Observing Leggett's sudden seriousness, a hint of color flushed Sakura's cheeks. In this moment, in this location, with this tone and demeanor, it resembled a declaration of intent made by a domineering CEO in a popular romance tale, seeking to advance his relationship with the heroine. Noticing the rapid blush spreading across Sakura's face, Leggett curiously placed the back of his hand against her forehead. Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? No, it's nothing. I just feel a bit warm. Taking hold of Leggett's arm, Sakura spoke earnestly. I am ready. You may instruct me as you wish. Very well then, let us commence. As Leggett prepared to remove the outer wizarding robe, a thought struck him. It was broad daylight, and he intended to set up a barrier. Just as Sakura Matu was about to rise and establish the silence barrier, Leggett interjected, Sakura, could you kindly attempt to use gem magic to create a one-way connection between my soul and the gem? The rings they currently wielded were somewhat reflective of this concept. Even if an outsider were to acquire the ring, they would be unable to extract anything from within. Moreover, to negate the risk of someone destroying the gem to obtain its contents, Leggett had added a stipulation during Sakura's crafting process. If the gem were to be destroyed externally, everything within would be annihilated as well. Even if all of his treasures vanished, Leggett would not resort to using them as resources for his adversaries. Naturally, being a prudent individual, he would not place all his eggs in one basket. Based on this principle, if he could connect the gem with his soul, he could attempt to inscribe the runes of Junyi upon the gem. Indeed, Leggett was contemplating whether he could exploit a loophole, utilizing the gem to replace his soul as the primary vessel to endure the dissipating energy of the Junyi runes. This approach would not only safeguard his soul, but also enable the soul connected to the gem to activate the Junyi runes. Should this hypothesis prove successful, he would forge a path entirely distinct from that of Voldemort. Sakura. After several moments without a response from Sakura Matu, Leggett, having set his uniform aside on the couch, turned his head in confusion. However, upon witnessing the scene behind him, he found himself frozen in place. Though Sakura wore a smile, an indescribable aura seemed to emanate from her being. Gulping down a difficult swallow, Leggett managed a forced smile and suggested, "Perhaps we should try again later?" Though he was unaware of the circumstances, his sixth sense warned him that it might be best to avoid discussing the experiment with Sakura. "No need for that. Let's get started promptly." Approaching Leggett, Sakura wrapped her arms around his neck and spoke softly, "Don't worry, Leggett, I will be very gentle." Despite the warmth of her breath against his neck, Leggett felt an inexplicable chill. A few minutes later, Leggett could only express that Sakura Matu's most endearing trait was her paradox of being both tender and assertive. When she claimed to be gentle, she truly embodied gentleness. Chapter 83. I am Harry Potter. Not Harry Potter. A few days later, in the stands of the Quidditch pitch, Leggett found himself diverted from his original plan to go to the Black Lake. After being cornered by Draco at the entrance and subjected to a series of dramatic antics, he decided to shift his focus to the Quidditch field. After all, his primary objective today was to inscribe the Junyi runes upon the gem, and there was no imperative to be by the Black Lake. Indeed, although there had been some disturbances along the way, on that particular evening, with the diligent assistance of Matu Sakura, Leggett embarked on a series of uncomplicated experiments. By inscribing the necessary runes upon the gem in advance and establishing a peculiar connection with the soul, he discovered that he could manipulate the gem's runes through sheer thought. This innovation significantly abbreviated the incantation phase, achieving an effect akin to instantaneous activation. However, due to the temporary nature of the tools employed for the rune engraving, the gem, as its vessel, soon became utterly ineffective after a few uses. While it could still be purified by Matu Sakura, the limitation on its usage posed a critical issue. After all, one could hardly pause mid-duel to recharge a ring. To avert such an exasperating scenario, Leggett hastily summoned Cleash to retrieve an item from the treasury, a carving knife crafted from the leg bone of a Chelan, meticulously fashioned by elves at great expense. This tool, made from such exceptional material, would facilitate the gem's communication with external magical energies, by later inscribing additional runes for charging and storing. He could resolve the awkward predicament of running out of power mid-use. Furthermore, runes etched from Chelan bone would wield greater power than those created from ordinary materials. At last, the engraving was complete. Holding the gem, now adorned with a successfully inscribed rune, a smile crept across Leggett's face. Imitation is not the challenge. The true difficulty lies in capturing the essence. Much like the mystical incantations of the East, the art of engraving requires both talent and proficiency. Leggett, look! Draco has gone to seek his little darling again, Matu Sakura quipped, gesturing playfully towards the center of the pitch upon noticing that Leggett had finished the rune engraving. The two teams embroiled in dispute had evidently resolved their contest, with the Slytherin team, backed by Professor Snape's endorsement, indisputably claiming the pitch. Meanwhile, Draco and Harry were gazing at each other with profound affection. It seemed prudent to find a way to subtly remind the uncle and aunt about the prospect of a second child. Observing the two who appeared poised to share a romantic moment, Leggett couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. He could hardly impede his cousin's affections. Such interference would surely provoke Draco's ire. Recalling Lucius's occasional glances filled with anticipation for his child's growth, a wry smile tugged at the corners of Matu Sakura's lips. Just envisioning that scene was exhilarating. No worries, a trip to Thailand would suffice, she mused, knowing full well the local delicacies were quite renowned. Ahem, let us keep it discreet, Sakura. Meanwhile, at the center of the Quidditch pitch, Draco, with a hint of embarrassment, bit his lip as he faced Harry, who wore an expression of mild exasperation. Speaking of underhanded dealings in the presence of someone he cared about felt undeniably uncomfortable. In order to preserve his relationship with Harry, Draco deliberately sought out a scapegoat. Indeed, this unfortunate individual was none other than our dear Leggett. The suggestion he offered to help Draco join the team not only failed to yield any benefits, but also resulted in him being dragged out as the designated scapegoat for this incident. Fear not, Draco, this is not your fault. Observing Draco's face etched with remorse, Harry quickly waved his hand with a smile, and moreover, this situation would provide an opportunity to conclude the unfinished competition from their last flying lesson. Wouldn't it? Their previous contest had yet to reach its conclusion. With the upcoming Quidditch match on the horizon, they could finally settle the score. Of course, this was merely Harry's pretext to shift the topic. After all, friends should not dwell too much on trivial matters. As Draco met Harry's sincere gaze, he felt a tremor of emotion. Harry, let us be on our way. However, just as he was about to articulate further thoughts, an irksome voice resonated from a distance. Looking in that direction, he spotted Ron Weasley hastily approaching, his expression brimming with urgency. One could easily mistake him for someone on the verge of a frantic chase. "Draco, I must take my leave," Harry said, instinctively sensing the impending unease as Ron drew near. "Train well, and I shall see you on the pitch." After all, he had yet to inform Ron about his burgeoning friendship with Draco. Given Ron's previous antics, one could only speculate what mischief he might conjure up next. One was his first peer in the wizarding world, while the other resonated deeply with him as a friend. Therefore, if possible, Harry wished to avoid any unpleasantness between them. Yet he was acutely aware that Ron would not adhere to his expectations. To preemptively evade the inevitable conflict, Harry resolved to discreetly depart. After all, the pitch was currently under Slytherin's jurisdiction, and remaining there held little significance. "Very well, then, let us meet on the field." Upon perceiving Harry's intentions, Draco chose not to say much. There was ample time ahead, and he need not rush. Moreover, drawing from the lessons learned from Sakramatu, he understood that by retreating, he might naturally cultivate Harry's disdain for Ron's brutish demeanor. "Well then, I shall. Malfoy, you underhanded scoundrel, prepare to be humiliated by Harry." Yet, unfortunately, before Harry could finish his thought, the hasty Ron had already reached them, launching a barrage of confrontational remarks without a second thought. "If you're so capable, why don't you join in?" However, recalling the wisdom gleaned from Sakura, Draco adopted a somewhat sorrowful expression. Harry, at the sight of Draco's pained demeanor and tone, Harry instinctively shivered. Upon realizing Draco's interest in his flower, he instinctively took a few steps back. After all, he was Harry Potter, not a mere imitation. Chapter 84. The Development of the Communication Gem. Fred. "Mr. Leggett, we hope you don't mind our intrusion for a few moments." "George, indeed. It won't interfere with your rendezvous with the missus. What brings you two here?" Shifting his gaze from the central court where a dramatic scene unfolded, Leggett turned to the mischievous Weasley twins nearby, noting that their younger brother seemed to be causing a ruckus again. "Are you elder brothers not concerned about him?" Though the distance rendered Draco's words inaudible, Leggett, having studied lip reading, felt as though he were witnessing a silent film. In any case, Draco was currently playing the role of a pitiable green tea, inciting a heated dispute between Harry and Ron, likely revolving around the cliched exchanges of betrayal. No, that is his prerogative. As they slowly approached the seats behind the two, Fred donned a look of helplessness. "You know our family dynamics. Ron does not appreciate our guidance. If we were to intervene, he'd likely resent us even more." Observing Ron's quarrel at the center of the court, a hint of resignation flickered in George's eyes, though he quickly concealed it, addressing Leggett. "Moreover, rather than admonishing our brother, we have more pressing matters to discuss with you, sir." Despite the challenges at home, neither he nor his siblings bore grievances towards their family. Even Percy, the most loyal to authority, constantly held his family in his thoughts. Ron, however, stood as an anomaly among them. Perhaps it was due to his sister Ginny's presence, or the fact that Fred and George were twins, that he consistently blamed others for his predicaments, blaming his family for not aiding him, and accusing his brothers of favoritism towards his sister. It was precisely this reason that led Fred and George to assist him in the shadows. After all, when Ron faced hostility from the Gryffindors, they and Percy had discreetly come to his aid. Without such support, how could he thrive in such turbulent waters? In the most volatile Gryffindor environment, even a single disparaging remark could push him to the brink of despair. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, Leggett tucked away the gem and chisel in his hands. If all went as anticipated, their visit likely pertained to complications in the creation of the communication gem. Leggett was quite invested in this pivotal lever that could potentially upend the archaic laws of the magical realm. After all, a frog boiled slowly in warm water does not realize its fate. Once the first Muggle item underwent magical modification, the emergence of a second and third would surely follow. Humans, by their very nature, possess an innate inclination towards idleness, and their relentless pursuit of competition is often merely to enable a more leisurely existence. With the advent of more convenient and expedient tools, it is only natural that the wizards would wish to experiment with them. As Leggett commenced the serious discourse, Fred succinctly interjected, stating that the magical storage gems previously provided were insufficient, and they desired to acquire more. Furthermore, this time, in addition to the smaller gems, they sought a larger one. Leggett, without hesitation, produced a bag of gems from his ring and tossed it to the Weasley twins before inquiring about the current status of their project. Having invested a considerable sum, he felt entitled to an update on their progress. After such an extensive period of research, it was only reasonable to expect some tangible results. They had successfully established communication between the gems. However, several issues pertaining to the transfer of magical energy through the intermediary gems remained unresolved. as Fred grasped the weighty bag. A flicker of joy danced in his eyes. Despite the transactional nature of their relationship with Leggett, the latter's promptness in providing funds was a source of great satisfaction. This, after all, subtly indicated Leggett's trust in them. While it is gratifying to be trusted by foolish allies, it often demands a doubled effort both physically and emotionally. In contrast, the trust of astute individuals requires no such burdens. The previously supplied gems were too diminutive to accommodate the necessary magical energy transfer. As they spoke, George retrieved 3 gems from his enchanted pouch. These were experimental prototypes with significant flaws in both communication range and material integrity. Additionally, the small capacity of the intermediary gems rendered them susceptible to shattering under excessive magical pressure. It is noteworthy that the more the Ministry of Magic resisted their endeavors, the more alluring their projects became. With the enchanted pouch provided by Leggett, their ability to discreetly market their wares in class had vastly improved. Leggett, observing the 3 gems resting in George's hand, envisioned a promising future. The fact that the Weasley brothers could develop a communication function in such a short span of time affirmed his discernment in choosing them. The estimated maximum communication range was approximately 1,000 meters. As George handed the gems to Fred and Leggett, a spark of excitement illuminated his face. Shall we experience it firsthand? You are our inaugural user. Creating such a groundbreaking device was a source of immense pride for them. Not only could it potentially transform the future of the wizarding world, but it also held the promise of alleviating their family's current dire circumstances. After all, if their sales did not yield profits, who would continue to sell? Moreover, machines must eventually be updated, as the surrounding populace began to utilize the second-generation communication gems. There would inevitably be those who, for the sake of reputation, would be inclined to purchase the newer model. Although the profit margins were divided, with a ratio of 70 to 30, the Weasley twins felt a profound sense of fulfillment in being able to secure such returns solely through their research and development efforts. Ultimately, the most crucial lesson for humanity is to learn the virtue of contentment, is it not? Very well, allow me to give it a try. Upon reaching for the gemstone that George had handed over, Leggett shifted his gaze towards Fred, ready to conduct the test at the maximum distance. The purpose of crafting a device with capabilities akin to a mobile phone was indeed to facilitate long-distance communication. All right, I shall set off immediately. As he spoke, Fred retrieved his ancient broomstick from the depths of his enchanted pouch. Though it was an antiquated model, a mere 1,000 meters was a distance he could traverse swiftly. Approximately 30 seconds later, Fred arrived at the opposite side of the Quidditch pitch, precisely 1,000 meters away from Leggett's position. Chapter 85. How to Resolve Transmission Issues. Hello. Can you hear me? Listening to Fred's somewhat distorted voice emanating from the gemstone, Leggett promptly issued a command. If the quality of communication remained consistent across all distances, the potential improvements needed for this product would be vast. All right, please hold on a moment. Following Leggett's instructions, Fred immediately maneuvered his broom back towards the original direction. Upon reaching the designated area, he picked up the gemstone and continued, I have arrived at the specified location. If I am not mistaken, you must wish to test the call quality, right? I have already conducted experiments regarding this with George. When the 2 communications, beep, observing as the communication gemstone in his hand succumbed to a wave of static before falling silent, Leggett turned his gaze towards the gemstone in George's possession. The once luminous, magical gemstone was now riddled with cracks. A closer inspection would reveal that its internal structure had been utterly compromised. In other words, this gemstone was now rendered useless, incapable of storing magical energy, and devoid of even the most basic aesthetic value. This is the primary reason we sought you out for another gemstone. When the distance or duration exceeds certain limits, it easily leads to internal magical turbulence, resulting in the gemstone shattering. Furthermore, this phenomenon causes the signal to degrade with increasing distance. At this moment, Fred, having landed back beside the group, added, hence, we intend to experiment with larger magical gemstones to see if this can resolve the issue. Any delightful contraption must undergo rigorous testing and refinement. Even though the communication gemstone is not merely a novelty, Fred and George maintain the same commitment to quality. After crafting the initial version of the communication gemstone, the 2 conducted several rounds of straightforward tests. It is precisely this reason that has led to a significant reduction in the number of gemstones they possess. Aside from the initial few that were rendered unusable, the remaining ones were casualties of their testing endeavors. However, despite the many gemstones that met their demise, the 2 were not left empty-handed. At the very least, we have come to understand the primary reason why communication signals deteriorate with increasing distance. If we liken the small gemstone to a mid-range processor, How could one possibly engage with a high-spec game using only a low-end version of that processor? However, have you both considered a critical issue? Observing the earnest expressions on the faces of the Weasley twins. Leggett posed a significant question. If the number of users increases in the future, the large gemstone will encounter the same issues as the small gemstone. Surely, you cannot expect me to find you an oversized gemstone, can you? Moreover, even if one could indeed be located, who can guarantee that it would not face overloading at some point? Regardless of the size of the gemstone, its capacity ultimately has its limits. Even if replacing the gemstone could temporarily resolve the current challenges, once the number of users increases, the situation would revert to what is now. Upon hearing Leggett's query, both George and Fred fell into deep contemplation. Previously, they had been so engrossed in enhancing communication quality that they overlooked the fact that even the most potent magical gemstones have a storage limit. Yet, this oversight is not entirely their fault. After all, the communication gemstones they are currently crafting are fundamentally derived from the template of the Flow network. It is well known that the operational mode employed by the Flow network is a single-line mode, one per person at a time. This model inherently limits the complexity of the communication network and does not generate overly intricate interactions. It is precisely due to the simplicity of these interactions that the two inadvertently neglected the complexity of communication. Of course, since I have raised this issue, there must be corresponding solutions. Observing the Weasley twins lost in thought, Leggett articulated his idea. Information exchange must inevitably pass through the intermediary magical gemstones. However, a single gemstone does not have to suffice as the sole conduit. As he spoke, Leggett produced 2 gemstones, one large and one small, from his ring, proposing that the larger gemstone serve as the primary conduit, while the smaller ones would act as supportive elements. Once communication enters the main, large gemstone, it will be allocated to the connected, smaller gemstones. Consequently, by continuously deploying smaller gemstones in various locations, we can significantly enhance the distance and quality of the communication. In simpler terms, this is akin to the relationship between a main base station and various signal towers in later times. The main base station receives signal transmission requests from all directions, which are then relayed by the regional signal towers to specific recipients. This approach not only prevents the main base station from being overloaded, but also resolves the issues of communication distance and signal clarity. Fred, gemstone link energy transfer. George, this method is indeed feasible, but we first need to address the prioritization of the central gemstone. Fred, let us utilize the mic interconnection mode, just like Dad's car. Upon hearing Fred's suggestion, George immediately reached for the 2 gemstones in Leggett's hand, exclaiming, "Boss, we'll take these 2 as well. We're about to get very busy and may not have much time. Indeed, we shall seek you out when there are advancements." As he spoke, Fred immediately seized George, and they ascended upon the enchanted broomstick. Inspiration surged forth like an underground spring that suddenly swells, even if one is caught off guard and splashed in the face. It remains a torrent. Leggett, it appears this investment is quite secure. Observing the retreating figures of the Weasley twins commandeering the broomstick, Sakura Matu couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy. Should the duo truly succeed in creating the communication gem, Leggett's name would resonate throughout the wizarding world. Nothing brings greater delight to Matu than witnessing the success and acclaim of others. Indeed, there are reliable individuals within the Weasley clan. After affectionately ruffling Matu's hair, Leggett shifted his gaze towards the center of the pitch. Following a series of dramatic and exaggerated scenes, the 3 individuals, still locked in a heartfelt gaze at the center of the field, were poised to conclude their final performance. Chapter 86. The Raiders all right, Ron? Perhaps you should speak a little less. Amidst Ron's incessant complaints and Draco's theatrics, Harry's taut nerves finally snapped in an instant. He had reached his limit. Of course, it was primarily Ron's behavior that had unsettled him. This inexplicable provocation of animosity was utterly distasteful, especially since, strictly speaking, his cousin Dudley was much the same. "Harry, you're being fierce with me." Upon hearing Harry's sudden outburst, Ron stood frozen for several seconds, his face registering disbelief. "I didn't," as Harry beheld Ron's astonished and hurt expression. His previously tumultuous thoughts began to settle. In that fleeting moment, he had conflated Ron with Dudley, causing his emotions to spiral out of control. As clarity returned, the inherently kind-hearted Harry found himself enveloped by a wave of regret. "You all conspire against me." He couldn't comprehend why Harry, as a friend, would not come to his aid. Without the presence of the latter, it was inconceivable that Harry would scold him for Draco's sake. "Ron." Watching Ron hastily retreat from the pitch, Harry sighed in resignation. Were it not for the fact that Ron was his first peer friend and they shared a dormitory, he might have felt differently. "Harry, you should go check on him." Just as Harry prepared to apologize to Draco, the latter suddenly interjected, "I'm fine. You need not worry about me." This, of course, was under the premise of his comparison with a rather dim-witted individual who incessantly babbled. Humanity's greatest fear lies in comparison. One is understanding, while the other is unreasonable. The disparity is evident upon examination. Draco. Indeed, the reality unfolded as Draco had anticipated. Observing the empathetic Draco before him, Harry's dissatisfaction with Ron only deepened. Look at him. What constitutes a friend? This is the essence of true friendship. Reflecting upon Ron, he is either stirring up trouble or engaged in various antics along the way. Harry merely yearns to gaze at the stars from a 45-degree angle, wishing to conceal his tears from prying eyes. Draco, good luck in the match. After hastily uttering this to Draco, he swiftly turned and ran towards the exit of the Quidditch pitch. At this moment, his departure was no longer about Ron's antics. It was purely a matter of self-preservation. Indeed, Harry Potter is a gentleman, but not entirely so. It is perplexing. Observing Harry, who appeared to be fleeing in disarray, Draco curiously stroked his chin, pondering what went awry, sensing that something was amiss with Harry. In a whisper, Draco's eyes widened in realization. "Malfoy, you have deceived me once again." Even with a delayed reaction, he finally grasped the peculiar situation. He, Draco Malfoy, the esteemed heir of the Malfoy lineage. Could it be that his reputation is on the verge of ruin? Just as he mustered the courage to confront Sakura for an explanation, he abruptly discovered that the stands were devoid of spectators. The gentle breeze and rustling leaves only heightened the sense of desolation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, within the Forbidden Forest, Lord Leggett, here are the items we have recently gathered. After laying out the prepared materials before Leggett, Heracles dutifully stepped aside. Why is there such a significant shortage? Observing the materials, which were nearly 2/3 less than before, Leggett cast a puzzled glance at Heracles. Has something occurred in the Forbidden Forest? The forest is characterized by a ruthless survival of the fittest, where numerous magical creatures perish for various bizarre reasons. For instance, a goat venturing out for food might find itself ensnared in a tree, only to be taken away by a bald giant with a penchant for cackling. Logically, even if the Forbidden Forest has entered a peaceful period, conflicts among magical creatures are rare. Therefore, the collection of materials from previously deceased magical beings should far exceed what is currently presented. After eliminating all improbable scenarios, the sole remaining possibility points to the collector. The Acromantula, either Aragog, that old fiend, harbors ill intentions, or they are unable to gather materials for some reason. In human terms, we have been robbed. As Leggett inquired about the cargo, Heracles excitedly waved his forelimbs. Though I have never encountered that creature, I have heard from surviving kin that it too is a spider-type magical being. It is known to chatter incessantly during robberies, as if its intellect is somewhat lacking. However, rest assured, Lord Leggett, we shall collect more resources next time. After consuming the potion provided by Leggett, Aragog's vitality has notably improved, albeit at the risk of bodily harm. However, due to Aragog's imposing presence, many predators are now reluctant to provoke the 8-legged giant spider. After all, minor skirmishes are commonplace among different factions, occurring daily. Yet, should a confrontation escalate to direct hostility, it signals the potential onset of war between two groups. This particular cohort of 8-legged giant spiders is indeed coveted by various magical creatures residing within the Forbidden Forest. Therefore, it is imperative that Aragog remains steadfast, at least until a new ruler emerges. Otherwise, the entire population of 8-legged giant spiders risks being erased from the map of the Forbidden Forest once more. As for why this would be a second occurrence, I trust you can infer the implications. Based on the recent descriptions provided, the more one contemplates, the more one cannot help but perceive the marauder as resembling Ryoja Kisei. Chapter 87. The Honest Spider, Heracles in the Forbidden Forest, aside from centaurs. The other magical creatures find little utility in these beings. Even a mere 2.5-minute performance of a singing and dancing chicken holds greater allure than these materials. Furthermore, the incessant chatter and the physical form of spider-like magical creatures suggest that the mysterious entity robbing the 8-legged giant spiders is undoubtedly reminiscent of the loquacious and whimsical Ryoja Kisei. Lord Leggett, observing that Leggett had not responded for quite some time, Heracles initially presumed that the latter was displeased. Thus, after calming himself, he relayed Aragog's earlier remarks. I acknowledge that this shipment did not meet your expectations. Therefore, to rectify our error, you may consider a reduction in your payment. For the spiders, the meat is not of paramount importance. After all, aside from select few magical creatures, Most of the inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest are prey for the eight-legged giant spiders. The crux of the matter lies in the 2 vials of potions that can enhance vitality. With these 2 fixed potions, Aragog can continue to intimidate surrounding intruders. Hence, as long as he acquires these potions, the loss of meat is inconsequential. Listening to Heraclos's somewhat sycophantic tone, Leggett retrieved the prepared goods from his ring, 1 vial of potion and 1/3 of the supplies. If the next shipment fails to meet expectations, I shall have to contemplate seeking a different partner. Although Hagrid assists in gathering materials in this region, the 8-legged giant spiders, being spider-like magical creatures, can access numerous peculiar locales. Thus, unless that old rascal Aragog stirs up trouble, Leggett is unlikely to sever ties with the 8-legged giant spiders. However, it is necessary to establish appropriate terms and warnings. As a being inclined towards the darker aspects of magic, the 8-legged giant spiders do not possess the docility of ordinary magical creatures. Without exercising caution, one might find oneself consumed entirely. In any case, Leggett had initially sought an opportunity to assert himself, and with Ryoja Kisei's antics providing the perfect pretext, he is now in a position to conclude matters efficiently. Though it may seem peculiar that a subordinate has pilfered the goods, the outcome is, at least, satisfactory. Having something is undoubtedly better than having nothing. After all, a single vial suffices for Aragog's survival. By the way, Heracross, this is for you. A warning is not merely a verbal admonition. If fortune does not favor Heracross, let this serve as a caution for Aragog's lack of diligence. Aragog, are you being polite? Gulp. As the distinctive aroma wafted from the bottle, Heracross eagerly opened and closed its mouth parts several times. Is this truly for me, Lord Leggett? At that moment, Heracross seriously doubted its wakefulness. How could such a fortuitous opportunity have fallen so directly into its lap? The 6th sense, gifted by the magical creatures, incessantly urged it to drink the potion before it, promising a transformation unlike anything it had ever experienced. Of course, this is merely a reward for your arduous efforts in this transport. While speaking, Leggett raised the potion high, adding, if you do not desire it, I shall simply pour it out. The transformation potion, extracted from a semi-finished magic stone by Sakura Matu, possesses an almost lethal allure for magical creatures. Yet behind this fatal attraction lies a nearly brutal truth. To date, less than 1% of the magical creatures that have ingested this potion have survived. Although 1% of magical creatures have managed to endure after taking the potion, it does not imply that the survival rate is indeed 1%. After all, there are only a little over 100 materials currently in Snape's office participating in the experiment. Should that number increase, the survival rate may very well decline further. I'll drink it. As Leggett was about to pour the potion onto the ground, Heracross swiftly and cautiously accepted it with its forelimbs. At that moment, thoughts of Aragog vanished. All that occupied its mind was the desire to consume the potion before it. Gulp gulp. As the vial was consumed, a semblance of satisfaction appeared on Heracross's arachnid visage. But in the next instant, Heracross, which had been reveling in the moment, suddenly began to writhe and convulse uncontrollably. A surge of excruciating pain erupted from within, causing it to flail its spider legs erratically. As time passed, Heracross's struggles gradually weakened until it succumbed to complete stillness. Is this truly futile? Observing Heracross, with its eyes clouded and frothing at the mouth, seemingly devoid of life, Leggett shook his head in resignation and prepared to store its body within a ring. After all, in comparison to mere toads or fairies, the formidable Heracross, as an 8-eyed giant spider, surpasses them in both size and physical prowess. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Leggett was about to take action, a somewhat abrupt sound halted all his movements. Following the direction from which the sound emanated, he beheld a fissure appearing on the grayish-white exoskeleton of Heracross. Accompanied by the increasingly loud sound of tearing, the exoskeleton began to shatter like paper. With a roar, once the old shell was completely shattered, a creature unlike any traditional 8-eyed giant spider emerged before Leggett. While the conventional 8-eyed giant spider is cloaked in dense black fur, this one displayed a grayish hue. Moreover, its robust legs starkly contrasted with the previously slender form. Yet, the most striking aspect was its dramatically enlarged size. If the prior Heracross was roughly the size of a yak, after consuming the potion, it now loomed in the realm of a colossal moose. Thank you, Lord Leggett. After venting his emotions into the air for a time, Heracross crawled before Leggett, expressing gratitude for the new life bestowed upon him. From this moment forth, I vow to serve you loyally. The surge of peculiar magical energy coursing through him, coupled with the sensations from his body, filled him with extraordinary excitement. Most importantly, after consuming the elixir, he could distinctly feel himself liberated from the control of Aragog. As the ancestral patriarch and tyrant of the entire clan, Aragog exerted dominion over the minds of all his descendants through blood ties. This was one of the key reasons why, despite his advanced age and frailty, no eight-eyed giant spider dared to challenge him. Otherwise, given the bloodthirsty and brutal nature of the eight-eyed giant spider, they would care little for any oversight over their kin. Observing the obedient Heracross before him, Leggett found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In all his years, he had never encountered such a docile creature. To be candid, he felt somewhat ill at ease in this situation. Chapter 88. Ozone Grass, quite pleasant indeed, Rise. After restraining his emotions, Leggett addressed Heracross, inquiring, apart from the physical transformation, are there any other changes? Since this obedient spider had proven to be so compliant, Leggett resolved to continue leveraging this advantage. Moreover, the current situation was quite favorable. Gaining the allegiance of an XXXXX level magical creature for free was akin to acquiring a formidable combat asset. When it came to the loyalty of the eight-eyed giant spider, aside from Haig, the capable dual-role warrior, the fates of the others were rather bleak. As far as Leggett knew, one individual's grave was likely overgrown with grass measuring several meters in height. I feel a surge of unknown magical energy within me. As he spoke, Heracross shot a strand of silk towards a nearby tree. Upon contact with the tree's surface, the silk began to emit a thick plume of white smoke. In less than a minute, a tree that required the embrace of two individuals withered completely. As you can observe, this magical force allows even spider silk to be infused with my venom. Gazing at the tree that had succumbed not far away, Heracross spoke with a hint of excitement. Moreover, by concentrating magical energy at a specific point, the physical form can attain a certain degree of enhancement. Enchantment combined with physical fortification. After listening to Heracross's explanation, Leggett grasped the essence of the situation. Having endured the side effects of the transformation potion, Heracross not only experienced physical augmentation, but also possessed a unique energy within. If I am not mistaken, this energy should be that of the semi-finished magical stone. With this thought in mind, Leggett immediately addressed Heracross. I require some of your blood, venom, and spider silk. Since the other could withstand the potion's adverse effects, it is reasonable to assume that these substances within him had undergone some form of mutation. If handed over to Matu Sakura for research, it might lead to the development of an improved version of the potion. With an enhanced army of magical creatures at his disposal, Leggett could act at will. Alas, age and strength remain Leggett's current vulnerabilities. Very well, Lord Leggett. Upon hearing Leggett's request for these items, Heracross wasted no time in proceeding. Despite its considerable size, its agility remained unimpeded. In less than half a minute, it had meticulously placed everything into corresponding glass vials. Lord Leggett, everything is prepared. With a respectful demeanor, Heracross presented the items to Leggett and continued, if there is anything else you require, feel free to ask. I shall provide it if I possess it. Given that Leggett could readily offer such a valuable potion, it was plausible that he kept even more remarkable treasures hidden away. Although the process of transformation was exceedingly painful, for the bloodthirsty, eight-eyed giant spider, nothing was more intoxicating than the acquisition of power. Extend your head over here. Observing the sycophantic expression on Heracross's face, Leggett retrieved a gem from his ring and instructed, consume this. Yes. Without hesitation, Heracross accepted, feeling the magical essence contained within the gem. Although the power was not as alluring as that of the potion, even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Furthermore, anything received from Leggett had always proven to be of quality. Indeed, I have been too trusting. Watching Heracross swallow the gem with ease, a knowing smile crept upon Leggett's lips. Throughout history, deep affection has proven fleeting. Only cunning strategies capture the heart. In dealing with a naturally malevolent race, such as the eight-eyed giant spider, one must always remain vigilant, lest they fall into folly. Hagrid is an exception. His sincerity is unwavering. After all, even in his prime, Aragog would likely have been struck into existential doubt by Hagrid's might. A few minutes later, as Leggett watched the retreating figure of Heracles, he turned and settled beneath a grand tree. Although it required considerable effort, he had ultimately managed to gain complete control. Indeed, within the gemstone he had just produced lay an ancient contract magic passed down through the Black family. Now, Heracles' very life was firmly in Leggett's grasp. Under the influence of the contract magic, Even Heracles' thoughts and attitudes would gradually align themselves to favor Leggett. However, the prerequisites for such a contract were quite stringent. It required that the other party consume the gemstone, followed by a specific incantation to bind their soul. Should the consumer exhibit any resistance during this process, the contract would fail, potentially even harming the caster. Fortunately, Heracles' current desire to cling to Leggett's leg inadvertently fulfilled the initial conditions for the spell. How slow that Yuki is. After waiting several minutes beneath the tree, Leggett, feeling a bit restless, retrieved the old actors from his ring. Humans, it seems, cannot remain idle. Idleness breeds the urge to find something to occupy oneself, which inevitably leads to thoughts of the earlier acquisition attempts. A tenfold draw was simply out of the question, never to be realized in this lifetime. Without a legendary guaranteed prize, he had no choice but to rely on sheer luck for single draws. O Merlin, great celestial being, and all the newcomers, please lend me your strength. After positioning the newly crafted statues in prime spots, Leggett inserted 3 incense sticks into the censer, hoping to trade this grand tree with the system. Adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, he decided to initiate a single draw as a preliminary test. After all, he had 2 opportunities. Even if the first draw resulted in a failure, he could enhance his chances with the second attempt. If he could exchange the tree for an original sprite, he could live a life of leisure. Beep, the equivalent exchange draw is commencing. Please hold on for a moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for an ozone grass from the world of gourmet hunters. This processed food item can significantly enhance physical vitality, granting the consumer strength surpassing tenfold of their normal capabilities. Its effects are comparable to that of 100 oysters. Not only does it serve as an energy boost for men, but it is also a skincare remedy for women. It has been placed in the system's warehouse. Please consume it promptly, or if only one person consumes it, it will transform into a pile of exceedingly foul-smelling decayed leaves. By the heavens! Upon seeing the plump and soft ozone grass in the system's warehouse, a joyful expression spread across Leggett's face. This was indeed a stroke of fortune, as if he had struck gold with a single draw, though it inexplicably reminded him of Gandalf. He cast aside any odd feelings at the thought of the many benefits the ozone grass could provide. Meanwhile, in the world of gourmet hunters, when the world is happening, after spitting out the tree debris, Alu stared in bewilderment at the dead tree stump before him. This situation felt decidedly off. It was perplexing how, just a moment ago, they stood before the ozone grass, only for it to inexplicably transform into a stump in the blink of an eye. I am at a loss, as there are no records of such an occurrence in any book. After extracting the splinter from his mouth, Komatsu blinked in confusion, mirroring the bewilderment of his companion. While both remained in a state of astonishment, a figure suddenly approached a nearby branch. Chapter 89. The stolen goods of the young leaf princess let us momentarily set aside the antics of Komatsu and Alu, who were preparing to engage in some bird-related fun. At this instant, within the realm of Harry Potter, Leggett suppressed his joy and continued to issue commands to the system. With enthusiasm ignited, he resolved to press on. Even if the King of Heaven himself intervened, he was determined to seize every remaining opportunity. Beep, the non-equivalent exchange extraction has commenced. Please hold on. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for a double yolk egg from the Chinibu world, now stored in the system's repository. Please verify your receipt. Observing the familiar object in the repository, Leggett could not help but smirk wryly. He then shifted his gaze to the various statues nearby. Meanwhile, within a vibrant establishment in the Chinibu world, the corpulent chicken, preparing for a pre-match warm-up, was suddenly struck by an intense pain. This unexpected sharp sensation compelled him to instinctively clench his right hand. In the next moment, a lump of flesh appeared in his palm. Instantly, a scream, more piercing than the last, echoed throughout the modest space. A little while later, beneath a grand tree within the forbidden forest, young leaf princess shook her head in confusion at the chaotic scene surrounding Leggett. "Boss, I'm here," she exclaimed. "Did you engage in a brawl? The area appeared quite lovely when I scouted it yesterday." The current disarray, resembling the aftermath of a dog's chewing, surely indicated some unknown calamity had unfolded. "Nothing much, just encountered some troublesome matters," Leggett replied, while urging the surrounding vegetation to restore the damaged ground. "By the way, did you summon me for a particular reason?" It could be said that an extroverted personality can thrive anywhere. Remarkably, despite having entered the forbidden forest not long ago, young leaf princess had already gathered a few subordinates. Leggett was made aware of her wish to see him through one of her newly acquired followers. It seems one of them was inadvertently spotted by Professor Snape during their departure, who then cast a spell and took him away, she explained. "What can one do?" Who would expect a normal recruit to attract the attention of such a dangerous creature as the murder hornet? Though rated merely at XXX level, it was still capable of poisoning wizards. Of course, in a direct confrontation, a swarm of murder hornets would hardly pose a threat to a wizard. After all, apart from the venomous stinger capable of launching, this creature bears no distinction from an ordinary bee. Could it be that this is your newfound ability, my esteemed leader? As she observed the various plants diligently covering the pit, Rui Jihong's eyes sparkled with numerous little stars, reminiscent of a druid who can command flora with a mere wave of the hand. Ahem. Facing the starry-eyed Rui Jihong, Leggett felt his gloom dissipate somewhat. Very well. You summoned me for a purpose, did you not? Although he had already surmised a few details. Whether they aligned with his thoughts remained to be seen based on Rui Jihong's subsequent actions. Yes, let us discuss the matter at hand. Noticing Leggett's mood improve, Rui Jihong promptly retrieved items from her ring. During this process, she reverted to her familiar loquacious mode. My esteemed leader, let me tell you, these items are all. Through Rui Jihong's elaborate description, Leggett gradually grasped what had transpired. To put it simply, while hunting to level up, Rui Jihong had caught the attention of a few rather dim-witted, eight-eyed giant spiders. Adhering to the principle of spiders not preying upon spiders, she had no intention of hunting these creatures, who could barely be considered kin. However, to the eight-eyed giant spiders, Rui Jihong was merely an intruder encroaching upon their hunting grounds. Furthermore, the disparities in their linguistic systems led to a lengthy exchange of misunderstandings before both parties resorted to physical confrontation. Although the eight-eyed giant spiders possessed a significant size advantage, for Rui Jihong, who excelled in guerrilla tactics and possessed a plethora of skills, they were little more than cumbersome targets. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the eight-eyed giant spider met its end. Yet, as the saying goes, strike the small, and the larger will come. Subsequently, Rui Jihong found herself relentlessly pursued by the eight-eyed giant spiders, encountering numerous perilous situations that nearly led to her demise. However, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. High risks often accompany high rewards. Under the continuous pursuit of the eight-eyed giant spider horde, Rui Jihong's level had ascended to that of a small venomous spider creature. Although her size had not changed drastically, her attributes and acquired skills had transformed entirely from those of the previous lesser spider creature. It could be said that if she were to face Zelenot again now, Rui Jihong would undoubtedly leave him questioning his very existence. My esteemed leader, these are the items collected by those foul beings. Since the eight-eyed giant spiders dared to pursue me, they must face the consequences. Although she was uncertain of their intentions behind collecting these items, Rui Jihong had seen such things in Sakura Matu's possession more than once. Gazing at the spoils before her, which far exceeded the supplies brought by her across, Leggett found himself at a loss for words. Should he pity the eight-eyed giant spiders for provoking the wrong lady, or commend Rui Jihong for her industriousness? My esteemed leader, what troubles you? Upon noticing the somewhat intricate expression on Leggett's face, Yukino High-Race, puzzled, scratched her head with a spider leg. Could these items truly be of no use? Chapter 90, Yukino High-Race. I want to become the Demon King. No, these treasures hold significance for me. After waving her hand to store the loot into her ring, Leggett half-squatted before Yukino High-Race. However, refrain from robbing those individuals again. Their ancestors are not fools. Moreover, I've already taught them a lesson. If you persist in your plundering, they may set traps specifically for you. Having survived in the Forbidden Forest for so many years, Aragog's wisdom far surpasses that of an ordinary eight-eyed giant spider. This time, having reduced the potion rewards provided to them, they will undoubtedly devise ways to deal with Yukino High-Race. Therefore, to avert unforeseen circumstances, Leggett felt it necessary to offer a cautionary reminder. Upon hearing Leggett's words, Yukino High-Race momentarily fell into a state of shock. It took several seconds before she finally regained her composure and weakly inquired, "Are you saying that the items collected by those wretched creatures were originally meant for you, boss? If this is indeed the case, does it not mean that we have inadvertently taken from our own?" "Yes, I have a transaction with their leader. Now that their rate of advancement has slowed, remaining in the wild serves little purpose. Besides, Aragog is lurking behind them." "No way, boss. I still wish to stay in the Forbidden Forest." After uttering these words, Yukino instinctively turned her gaze towards a nearby thicket. However, before she could act, Leggett firmly pressed her head down. "Do not concern yourself with that. I happen to need it for an experiment. It is merely a small eight-eyed giant spider, not worth the trouble of a major confrontation. Intelligent beings behave this way. Once they experience the sensation of life force gradually ebbing away, they develop an insatiable desire to survive. The object in Leggett's possession is, in fact, the key to ensuring Aragog's continued existence. Therefore, as long as it wishes to prolong its life, Aragog will have to endure minor inconveniences. All right, boss. I shall follow your arrangements. Upon hearing Leggett's plans, Yukino relinquished her desire to take action. After all, even if she were to slay a small, 8-eyed giant spider, it would hardly provide her with significant benefits. Her primary focus now lay in the deeper regions of the Forbidden Forest, targeting the formidable magical creatures there. Eliminating them would undoubtedly elevate her strength and level considerably. Very well, I shall. At that moment, as Leggett prepared to bid farewell to Yukino, the sound of approaching hooves rapidly drew near. Simultaneously, after escaping the attack range of Leggett and his companion, the small 8-eyed giant spider swiftly followed the scent to locate her across. The assailants who attacked us earlier were in cahoots with that human. Recalling the recent exchange between Leggett and Yabuki, the small 8-eyed giant spider raised its claws in fury. This cunning human would undoubtedly pay for his treachery. As a creature aligned with chaos and slaughter, the influence of Leggett's buff as a child of nature was minimal, especially when provoked by anger. The buff would diminish to nothing. Had it not been for the awareness of its own inferiority compared to Leggett and Yabuki, it would have launched a surprise attack on the moments ago. Who else knows about this besides you? Heracross inquired, observing the righteous indignation of his kin, despite the question being of little consequence. Just me, let us hurry. Before the small 8-eyed giant spider could finish its sentence, Heracross pierced its head with his sharp fangs. Why? As it felt its life force ebbing away, the small 8-eyed giant spider exhibited a look of unwillingness. It never anticipated that Heracross, a member of its own kind, would turn against it at such a moment. Although instances of cannibalism among their kind could occur, they were typically reserved for times of dire food scarcity when hunting was impossible. The fact that Heracross attacked now clearly indicated reasons beyond mere hunger. The only remaining explanation was betrayal against their king. Any entity that poses a threat to my master is one I must eliminate. Witnessing the unwillingness and shock in its kin's eyes, Heracross tightened his grip. With a resounding snap, the head of the small 8-eyed giant spider fell to the ground. You can only blame yourself for witnessing what you should not have. After devouring the remnants of the small 8-eyed giant spider, Heracross continued onward towards the lair. It seems the pact left by the ancestor is indeed quite effective. A smile crept upon Leggett's lips as he perceived Heracross's recent actions through his soul connection. In this way, he had effectively placed a traitor within the ranks of the 8-eyed giant spider tribe. Should any irregularities arise, he would receive information promptly. Boss, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Reining in his emotions, Leggett turned to face the centaur ahead, who was gazing at the moon. By the way, how do you know the centaur tribe? The centaurs are a humanoid magical species residing in the Forbidden Forest, possessing characteristics of both horses and humans. Apart from their proficiency in various weaponry, stargazing is another innate talent of their race. Typically, the centaur tribe prefers to remain secluded, avoiding involvement in the tumult of the outside world. During a previous hunting expedition, I saved a centaur, which gradually led to an acquaintance between us. Reflecting on that perilous hunting scene, I involuntarily shuddered. Had it not been for my nimble movements, I might have found myself buried beneath a foot of grass by now. However, it was precisely the perilous nature of that encounter that allowed me to forge a friendship with one of the centaurs. Despite our linguistic differences, the camaraderie we developed while battling monsters transcended our species divide, though of course, not in the sense of a true divide, merely the barrier of adversarial relations. It seems your recent experiences have been rather eventful, remarked Leggett, observing the lingering look of trepidation on my face. You resemble a slime, evolving clumsily in the early stages, only to transform into a demon lord in the later narrative arcs. Recalling the ultimate boss form of the slime from my previous life, a fierce light ignited in my eyes. I shall become a demon lord. As a spider infused with human memories, I truly embody the essence of myself. Naturally, the memories from my reclusive days have been wholly inherited by this little spider. To my surprise, you even comprehend the language of spiders. As I bounced excitedly, the centaur leading the way, Ferenz, turned and remarked, had it not been for your ability to write, we would have struggled to communicate with her. The exchanges between us had merely sounded like the roars of magical arachnids to his ears, igniting his curiosity, perhaps even anticipation, towards Leggett, especially given the recent encounter with a seductive fox spirit. However, Leggett had spoken in a language exclusive to the foxkin, a rarity even among the centaurs, who rarely encounter beings fluent in multiple tongues. Meeting Feren's inquisitive gaze, Leggett smiled and inquired about the purpose of their visit. Ferenz had mentioned needing to speak with him, and had it not been for my connection to him, Leggett would have been inclined to dismiss the centaur altogether. The centaur tribe, if described favorably, is peaceful and non-contentious, but a less flattering interpretation would reveal their tendency to remain insular. This disposition inevitably limits their potential for growth and assistance in the future. Our chieftain wishes to meet you. In response to Leggett's straightforward question, Ferenz embraced the centaur tradition perfectly. After gazing skyward with an expression of profound contemplation, he adopted an enigmatic demeanor, proclaiming that the stars guide us, revealing that a significant upheaval is imminent in this world. Heeding the keywords in Ferenz's words, a flicker of deep contemplation crossed Leggett's eyes. If Ferenza refers to his endeavor of transforming the magical realm through technology, it indeed marks a significant upheaval in the world. Yet, that elusive sixth sense whispers to him that matters may not be as straightforward as they appear. You and I shall uncover the truth upon our arrival at the tribe. Observing Leggett lost in contemplation, Ferenza reined in his enigmatic expression. Soon, the esteemed chieftain will unveil everything. Though he, too, is an exceptionally skilled master of astrology, there exists a disparity among the centaurs, rendering his prowess rather inconsequential compared to that of the chieftain. Well, I suppose it is best for you to continue leading the way. Rather than indulging in chaotic musings here, it would be wiser to directly inquire with the tribe's leader upon our arrival. Moreover, he is quite curious about the nature of this so-called upheaval. Please follow me. We shall reach our destination shortly. As he spoke, Ferenza quickened his pace. Along the journey, he discovered that Leggett, who appeared to be a frail human colt, actually possessed stamina and speed comparable to his own, were it not for the fact that the latter had merely 2 legs. He might have mistaken Leggett for one of his own little ponies that had strayed. Yoko, do keep up. Observing Ferenza's accelerated pace, Leggett silently matched his speed. Thanks to the complete awakening of his black lineage, his physical capabilities could no longer be deemed ordinary for a human. If paralleled with similar magical creatures, he might rank alongside a juvenile thunderbird, capable of both resilience and agility. Of course, should he consume the ozone grass present in this realm, his physical attributes would ascend to yet another level. Oh, rest assured, boss. Meanwhile, as Ferenza and Leggett hastened, Yoko Himiko activated her speed skill. She would not concede victory in this contest. Although using the speed skill consumes a fair amount of mana, she had already leveled up to a small poison spider creature, allowing her to offset consumption with recovery. Thus, as long as she did not tire, Yoko Himiko could run indefinitely. Watching Yoko Himiko enter an inexplicable fervor, Leggett could only muse that art indeed springs from life. Many seemingly nonsensical iconic scenes from anime in his previous life were, after all, genuine occurrences surrounding the author. After a brief span of minutes, they arrived. Upon traversing a pitch-black tunnel, Ferenza gradually slowed his pace. What a magnificent spectacle it is. Looking toward the direction indicated by Ferenza, Leggett involuntarily gasped in genuine awe. Before them lay an expansive basin that gently sloped downward, surrounded by verdant slopes adorned with lush grass and a variety of blooming flowers. At the heart of the basin meandered a long, winding brook. As the night falls, illuminated by a myriad of luminescent insects, it resembles a resplendent river of stars coursing through the entire plain. Isn't it beautiful here? With a glance at Raget's slightly dazed expression, Rui-Jisa couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. I must tell you, the centaur tribe raises a species of insect. Even during the night, if they so desire, they can transform the tribe into daylight. When I first arrived here, I was utterly astonished for quite some time. Now that I finally have the chance to show off, I can't let this opportunity slip away. It must be the millet tear insect. Raget instantly thought of a type of insect recorded in his family's archives after hearing Rui-Jisa's description. Due to its unique anatomical structure, it was often captured by wizards to be crafted into goods for sale. However, as time passed and its habitat dwindled, this insect gradually vanished from the outside world. Now, one can only occasionally glimpse them in the remote depths of the forest. Indeed, it is the millet tear insect. At that moment, Falun's approached the two. Decades ago, the influx of outsiders into the forbidden forest significantly encroached upon their habitat. To ensure this creature does not vanish from the forbidden forest, we provided it with a refuge. Though the centaurs mostly remain aloof, occasionally guided by the stars, they may take action. Yet, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, akin to a healthy person drinking from the Ganges and not needing to spend a month in the hospital. Chapter 92. The centaur tribe, it must be the eight-eyed giant spider. Upon hearing Falun's description, Leggett instantly recalled the formidable creatures within the forest, thus piecing together the clues. The reason for the migration of the millet-tier insect became evidently clear. One cannot deny that Hagrid is indeed formidable. His sheer presence has drastically altered the previously stable ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest. In essence, the current state of the Forbidden Forest resembles a large-scale breeding ground for magical creatures. Only those endowed with great strength or special abilities can survive in this seemingly tranquil forest. As for the ordinary magical creatures, they naturally become mere sustenance for Hagrid's delightful companions. After all, whether it be Aragog or Lu Wei, their danger levels are all classified as extremely perilous. The latter is manageable, yet the former is a collective type. One can only imagine the amount of food a large family consumes daily. Merely contemplating it brings discomfort to the creatures dwelling in the Forbidden Forest. Magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest, please lend me your voice. After a resigned shake of his head, Falun continued his journey toward the underground plane. They cannot confront Hagrid, nor does he harbor malice. Therefore, the most prudent solution is to disregard Hagrid altogether, opting for a strategy of out of sight, out of mind. Why do I feel like I am the least cultured among us? As they observed the swiftly departing Firenze and Leggett, Yeji-Sei seemed somewhat troubled, scratching her head. Initially, she had hoped to seize this opportunity to show off, but somehow the conversation had veered off course. From that moment onward, this unassuming little spider resolved to document every book in the world. A few minutes later, before a towering wooden gate, Firenze waved cheerfully at the female centaur standing atop the wooden railing. Renowned as one of the most beautiful in her tribe, many sought to win her affection. After assessing Firenze and his companions, Gaia turned and signaled the centaurs on either side to raise the gate. Though most centaur tribes were once composed of only a few families, the threat posed by the increasingly powerful eight-eyed giant spider compelled them to band together for mutual protection. With a creaking sound, the once-closed wooden door swung open from within. Firenze, the chief is awaiting you in the central tent, Gaia announced. Indeed, the centaur who had been rescued by Yeji-Sei was none other than Gaia herself. This was one of the reasons why Yeji-Sei, despite being a spider-like beast, was so well received in the centaur tribe. After all, who among the tribe's eligible bachelors did not wish to spend their lives with Gaia? Can't breathe. Feeling the increasingly thin air in her nostrils, Yeji-Sei struggled to break free from Gaia's embrace. If only I had known, I would have insisted on a more modest figure. Human nature, it seems, always yearns for what it lacks. In her past life, as the tranquil Princess Yeji, she had harbored a hint of envy towards those humble beings. Ah, Yeji, you're shy again. Watching Yeji's hasty retreat into the depths of the tribe, Gaia couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. The food isn't the usual spot. I must stay on guard, so I won't accompany you. Please, allow me to express myself. All right, Firenze, you should hurry inside as well. Aside from her interactions with Yeji, she usually maintained a stoic demeanor. Very well, I shall lead the way. As he spoke, Firenze guided Leggett into the heart of the centaur tribe. Is this what they call adoration? Observing Firenze's expression, which bore a rather peculiar smile, Leggett couldn't help but think of the sycophants. However, if someone with a penchant for beastly maidens were present, they would likely kneel in gratitude. After all, Gaia was not only modest but also strikingly beautiful. He recalled a series from his previous life featuring a centaur as the main character. That series had certainly garnered attention when it aired. Indeed, the hospitals had been quite busy at that time. They meant no harm. It was simply their first encounter with a human entering their tribe. Observing Leggett's continuous scrutiny of the surroundings, Firenze felt compelled to provide an explanation. After all, ever since they entered the tribe, the equine inhabitants had emerged from their abodes. Under the influence of the horsemen, the minuscule, luminescent creatures known as Millet-tier had transformed the previously dimly lit tribe into a beacon of light. Viewed from above, one might discern that the horseman tribe now resembled an enormous light bulb illuminating the night. While the Millet-tier illuminated the entire tribe, they also cast light across a significant portion of the plains and canyons. It was natural for curiosity to arise with the arrival of strangers. Although the horsemen possessed many extraordinary talents absent in other creatures, they squandered their wisdom and capabilities throughout their lives. Regardless, attempting something new bore no harm. Success would yield joy for all, while failure would merely waste a few words. This was one of the reasons, alongside a curiosity for the so-called changes, that Leggett consented to accompany Firenze to this place. However, the execution of this plan hinged upon the forthcoming meeting. As they spoke, Firenze opened a large wooden door for Leggett, instructing him to enter for the chieftain awaited within. Under normal circumstances, he would have joined Leggett inside. But the chieftain had previously decreed that only Leggett was to enter the tent that evening. Observing the wooden structure adorned with twinkling lights, Leggett discreetly retrieved a small toy, ever mindful of the necessity for caution, although the current circumstances suggested that the horsemen bore him no ill will. The true mystery lay in their unwavering desire to meet him. Chapter 93. The prophecy: guard the vicinity of the dwelling and ensure that the tribesmen maintain a distance of at least 100 meters. As Leggett stepped slowly into the wooden structure, Firenze turned to address the hidden horsemen, declaring that any violators would face the tribe's penalties. While unaware of the chieftain's reasons for meeting a human, they were resolute in fulfilling the tasks guided by the stars. As Firenze cleared the area, Leggett found himself face to face with the so-called leader of the horseman tribe. Surprised by my appearance? After gesturing for Leggett to take a seat, the chieftain, Ophelia, smiled and continued. Did you expect the leader of the horseman tribe to be an elderly woman? Indeed, Leggett was somewhat taken aback, observing the strikingly beautiful, golden-haired woman before him. He approached the seat, recalling that the small horseman tribes he had encountered were typically led by elders. Although surprised by her youth, he harbored no further thoughts on the matter, for he was not one to entertain peculiar notions about a horsewoman capable of delivering a fatal kick. The selection of our chieftain is not based on age, but rather on one's sensitivity to the celestial signs. After offering Leggett a cup of warm tea, Ophelia continued, "Now, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Ophelia, and I am the chieftain of the Valentic tribe." Leggett Black, setting aside the tea handed to him, fixed his intense gaze upon Ophelia's eyes. Having completed his self-introduction, he harbored no thoughts of women. His focus was unwavering. With no inclination for flirtation with the beastly maiden, he preferred a more direct approach. After a light chuckle and a shake of his head, he continued, "Are you familiar with Chiron from human legend?" Indeed, Chiron is a centaur from Greek mythology. It is said that most centaurs are inherently savage and barbaric, yet Chiron stands as a remarkable exception. Renowned for his kindness and wisdom, he served as a mentor to several Greek heroes, including Theseus, Achilles, Jason, and Heracles. Observing the gentle and refined smile upon Ophelia's face, Leggett raised an eyebrow and added, "Yet, tragically, the one destined for immortality had to relinquish his life due to the treacherous arrow of his own disciple. To be precise, it was Chiron who willingly forsook his immortality." As he spoke, Ophelia subtly lifted her gaze toward the distant constellation of Sagittarius, recalling that he had exchanged his eternal life for the freedom of Prometheus, who was condemned for stealing the fire of the gods. This very act led to his ascension into the heavens, transforming into the constellation we recognize today. Indeed, such a tale exists, she acknowledged. Leggett, observing Ophelia gazing skyward, smirked slightly and quipped, "Let me hazard a guess. Your mention of Chiron does not imply that you consider yourself as descendant, does it? The so-called mythological narratives are merely the echoes of ancient exaggerations. In a time when information was scarce and undeveloped, individuals with extraordinary abilities were often deified. Thus, Leggett had never taken such matters seriously, regarding them as mere fables. You are astute. We indeed descend from Chiron." Ophelia's response to Leggett's half-jesting remark was devoid of anger. The majority of centaurs were synonymous with ferocity, making them frequent participants in battles. Over the ages, most of the ancient centaur lineage had been extinguished, and those who remain today are, to some extent, linked to Chiron. Their less combative nature can be traced back to their ancestor. However, while centaurs may prefer a leisurely existence, one cannot dismiss their prowess, at least in a one-on-one confrontation. A creature of the rank of an 8-eyed giant spider would find itself at a distinct disadvantage. So, what is it that you truly wish to convey? Leggett inquired, a frown creasing his brow at Ophelia's continued circumlocution. His aversion to dealings with centaurs stemmed primarily from their penchant for enigma in all their endeavors, a behavior he found equally vexing as that of the drunken oracle. "I understand your urgency, but please do not rush." As she spoke, Ophelia clasped her hands before her. Gazing at the radiant light emanating from half the screen, Leggett furrowed his brow and prepared to rise and depart. He had no interest in pursuing interspecies romance, nor did he wish to engage in further idle chatter. After all, whether the world changed or remained stagnant mattered little to him. The world was destined to transform under the influence of others. "Mr. Blake, please take a look at this first." With that, Ophelia removed the necklace hanging from her neck and approached Leggett. Due to the naturally towering stature of centaurs, her presence not only halted Leggett's departure, but also obstructed the doorway of the room entirely. The scene evoked an impression reminiscent of an ancient general standing resolutely against an army. This is, as Leggett beheld, the necklace Ophelia presented. A flicker of astonishment crossed his features. Even without reaching out to touch it, he could sense a unique magical aura emanating from the piece. Most importantly, it was the distinctive shape of the gemstone at its center that captivated him. Unlike the glimmering gems typically favored by Sakuramatu, this stone shimmered with a profound, unadorned blackness. It possessed an allure that ensnared one's attention at first glance, and its overall form bore an uncanny resemblance to a complete human eyeball. This is the right eye of our ancestor Chiron. Observing the slight surprise on Leggett's face, Ophelia began to elucidate the gemstone's origins. Before taking on the punishment of Prometheus, Chiron had received a prophecy from the stars. The profound darkness shall ultimately engulf the world, and only the silver wolf can restore light to mankind. The silver wolf is an apostle of nature, endowed with the extraordinary ability to communicate with all beings. Under the gathering and summoning of the great wolf, all entities would confront the encroaching darkness in a final showdown. As she reached this point, Ophelia half-crouched before Leggett. After receiving the prophecy from stars, Chiron had dug out his own right eye, hoping it would aid the silver wolf in achieving ultimate victory at a crucial moment. Thus, Leggett Black, or rather, the legendary Silver Wolf. Chapter 94. Creatures of Darkness. As the most accomplished astrologer of the Valenic tribe, Ophelia had taken note of Leggett the moment he fully awakened the bloodline of the Blake family. It was then that she realized the mission her lineage had borne for generations might finally reach its conclusion in her time. Darkness. You are not merely a reward from the depths of Digas Gatangier. After listening to Ophelia's cryptic prophecy, Leggett took the necklace from her hand. I do not believe in fate. I believe only in myself. To be honest, hearing Chiron's prophecy left him somewhat shaken, as it implied a significant alteration in the course of reality. Perhaps this world has ceased to be the simple realm of Harry Potter, now intermingled with a peculiar amalgamation of oddities. Yet, this fleeting shock was soon cast aside. My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by fate. Even if the world has transformed, what difference does it make? Leggett Black harbors no fear. After all, this life was acquired through the use of resurrection coins. Should I perish, it would merely signify the expiration of an experience card. Thus, regarding the profound darkness that Ophelia spoke of, Leggett felt no undue panic or confusion. Perhaps there lingers a slight phobia of inadequacy. Leggett, you are indeed a most intriguing human. As Ophelia met his confident gaze, she instinctively reached out to embrace him. However, before her intentions could materialize, Leggett deftly maneuvered past her, declaring that he would take his leave and instructing her to have Rui notify him if any matters arose. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Aware of the potential lurking behind this world, perhaps a mutated version of the Gatangier, he recognized the necessity for certain developmental adjustments. The previously peaceful coexistence of magic and technology must endure, but advancements in weaponry and tactical defenses must be prioritized. What a fascinating little colt he is. Observing Leggett's retreating figure, Ophelia's face flickered with a mysterious smile. Ancestors, I shall not forget the mission of the centaur kin. At this moment, within the daunting halls of a somewhat sinister ancient castle nestled in the Moslar Mountains, a frustrated vampire, his features delicately androgynous, overturned the stone table before him. Damn it! Why has the blood ritual been interrupted? He gazed at the high-quality offerings wasted upon the altar, bewildered by the turn of events. They had been on the verge of pinpointing the location. Unlike the centaurs, who excelled in celestial observations, they were somewhat delayed in receiving crucial information. Upon learning that their master's nemesis had emerged among mortals, this cadre of dark beings sought to eradicate him entirely. To accurately locate their target, they required an ancient blood curse passed down through the ages. By utilizing the blood of 1,000 boys and girls born under a sinister moon in a cursed hour, combined with specific sacrificial incantations and altars, they could discern the whereabouts of their desired prey amidst the vast throngs of humanity. Although this effect would only endure for a month, such a duration sufficed for their needs. Yet, just as they neared success, the blood curse unexpectedly faltered, rendering their hard-earned offerings utterly ineffective. Under this extreme dual blow, Count Milto Xylisur Chris, the vampire, felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. My lord, someone has severed all ties of the silver giant wolf, a trembling vampire whispered, casting a wary glance at the dimming black source not far from the altar. It is precisely for this reason that we are unable to locate him through the blood ritual. This black source, upon sensing the presence of the silver giant wolf, would continually emit black waters from the well. Now that the waters have vanished, there are but two possible explanations. Firstly, the silver giant wolf has fallen, and secondly, the opponent has concealed their presence through some means. However, as an entity capable of becoming the master's adversary, the likelihood of the latter is considerably greater. Bang! After shattering the skull of this vampire minion with a single punch, Milto's Irascible Chris roared furiously at his surroundings. Incompetence. All of you are incompetent. Only when the entire world is shrouded in darkness can these creatures of the night attain true freedom. Thus, locating and eliminating the prophesied silver giant wolf has become their paramount objective. Upon hearing this, the remaining vampire minions discreetly retreated. As for the lifeless body of their former comrade, there was no need for them to attend to it. Once a vampire perishes, they turn to ashes. After Milto's Irascible Chris departed, a simple sweep with a broom would suffice for cleanup. Simultaneously, within the fortresses of numerous dark creatures across the world, similar events were unfolding. If they could rid their master of a lifelong foe, they would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Consequently, nearly all dark beings sought to find and slay the fabled silver giant wolf. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, in the Slytherin common room, Leggett presented a new dish developed by the house elves. Is this the new recipe from the house elves? Sakura Matu inquired, her face illuminated by curiosity as she gazed upon the plump and tender ozone grass before her. For reasons unknown, the sight of this food ignited an irresistible impulse within her, as if every cell in her body yearned to consume it entirely. It is food I obtained through effort. Finishing it will bring unexpected delights, Leggett remarked, ruffling Sakura's hair. He decided to withhold the specific effects of the ozone grass for now, believing that life should occasionally be sprinkled with surprises beyond the mundane necessities. Allowing Sakura to discover the grass's properties herself could also serve as a delightful revelation. After all, as for the matter of the prophecy, he naturally refrained from informing her. After all, when challenges arise, one must confront them, rather than letting Sakura feel unnecessary anxiety. It would be wiser to contemplate how to enhance one's own strength. Upon hearing Leggett's words, however, Sakura shook her head earnestly. Then you should eat it, Leggett. A food that promises surprises must possess some extraordinary qualities. Rather than diluting its effects by consuming it myself, it would be better for you to enjoy it entirely. After all, Leggett's safety surpasses all else in importance. Foolish girl, this food must be consumed by two for its full effect, Leggett said, pinching her cheek with a hint of exasperation, contemplating the implications of consuming it alone. Not only is it ineffective, but it will also turn into a heap of rotten vegetable leaves. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? As they spoke, Leggett led Sakura Matu to stand before the ozone grass. I'll count to 3, and then we'll bite together, understood? Since the ozone grass requires the cooperation of 2 individuals for its consumption, both must partake simultaneously. Otherwise, not only will they fail to reap the benefits it offers, but one will also inevitably become a pile of decayed leaves. Well, seeing that Leggett had already stated this, Sakura Matu refrained from uttering any further objections. Setting aside the fact that Leggett would never deceive her, the prospect of savoring delicacies alongside him brought her immense joy and happiness. Chapter 95, Muscular Neza 1, 2, 3. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Leggett and Sakura Matu simultaneously opened their mouths and bit into the ozone grass. The moment the grass entered their mouths, a unique flavor enveloped their taste buds. This flavor resembled a harmonious blend of various vegetables, yet allowed them to distinctly savor the delightful nuances of each. Whether it was the crispness of the carrot or the juiciness of the tomato, each vegetable's essence paraded across their tongues in a culinary showcase. In the next instant, accompanied by the sound of fabric being torn, Leggett's muscles surged, multiplying in size dramatically. If he had previously embodied a feeble appearance, now he had undoubtedly attained the physique of a muscle-bound titan. Not only did he possess an exaggerated musculature, but his strength had also increased at least tenfold. To quantify this transformation, it was akin to evolving from the capacity to slay 2 bulls with a single punch to being able to vanquish at least 20 with the same effort. It seemed he would need a moment to acclimate to this sudden surge of power. Gazing at his exaggerated muscles, reminiscent of a demigod, Leggett's mind briefly conjured the image of the sword saint Gandalf. Surely, he could now be considered an apprentice sword saint, with a wand in one hand and Gryffindor's sword in the other, should that wretched Voldemort dare to approach. He would ensure the dark wizard experienced the true meaning of mastery in both magic and martial prowess, while Leggett indulged in fantasies of dispatching Voldemort with a mere kick. A somewhat restrained voice suddenly interjected from beside him. Leggett, don't turn around. Huh. It is well known that when one is lost in thought and hears a voice, one instinctively turns to look in the direction of the sound. Thus, upon hearing the voice, Leggett instinctively attempted to glance over. However, before he could fully turn his head, a subtle pain pricked at the nape of his neck. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of drowsiness washed over him. Has Sakura finally changed the formula? With this final thought flickering in his mind, Leggett closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. In a fleeting moment before succumbing to a profound unconsciousness, he seemingly beheld a muscular, divine version of Neza. Time eluded him, and before long, more than half a month had passed in silence. At this juncture, before the door of Severus Snape's office, Leggett remarked, "Well then, I shall proceed inside." Reluctantly releasing Leggett's arm, Sakura Matu turned to make her way towards Snape's office. Although she yearned to remain in Leggett's company, the harrowing incident involving Dumbledore's threat had made her acutely aware of her inadequate abilities. Thus, engaging in the art of potion-making under Snape's tutelage presented itself as a unique opportunity to enhance her prowess. After all, many sought the favor of a master potion maker, and once the word spread, it was inevitable that reckless individuals would come forth. One could refer to a certain individual renowned for hurling shurikens from 800 miles away as an example. Moreover, numerous colorless and odorless potions could serve the purpose of controlling or even eliminating others. When the time came, employing these special potions to manipulate a cadre of dark wizards might prove pivotal in critical moments. Indeed, in Sakura Matu's eyes, apart from Leggett, all others in this world were mere pawns to be utilized and discarded at will. It appeared that the foolish girl had fully grasped the surge of newfound power. Observing the door handle, still intact after Sakura entered the office, Leggett couldn't help but recall Snape's recent expression, which was rife with resentment. After all, facing the daily deformation of his door handle would frustrate anyone. Up until now, he remained uncertain whether it was an illusion or reality. To restrain his suddenly explosive strength had taken him nearly an entire day. When he awakened to see Sakura's appearance, there had been no discernible change. Aside from her abruptly enhanced strength, it seemed as though nothing else had transpired in the girl. Of course, had Sakura been aware of Leggett's thoughts, she would have merely retorted with a spell, exclaiming, "Cursed magic is eternal." It was likely that throughout history, only Sakura Matu would dare to recklessly employ cursed magic for her own aesthetic purposes. Indeed, the reason Sakura appeared unchanged from her usual self was that she had utilized the unique principles of cursed magic. Depending on the severity of the curse, the caster must pay a corresponding price. The price Sakura chose to pay, naturally, was her exaggerated muscular physique. After all, while possessing the appearance of a muscular Neza might ensure safety, it did not align with Sakura's personal aesthetic standards. Furthermore, should Leggett catch sight of such an image, it would undoubtedly obliterate her impression in his eyes. As for those unfortunate souls who had been cursed, they were undoubtedly individuals who had previously clashed with Leggett or had grievances with the Black family. The minor misfortunes involved broken arms, while the greater ones led to dire consequences. For instance, a certain loquacious Weasley met with disaster when he accidentally fell into a toilet. As he contemplated rising once more, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Ever since that moment, a legend had circulated within Gryffindor. A ghost who had perished from hunger is said to roam the desolate nights, frantically searching for sustenance in the lavatory. Let us shift our perspective to the present. Surely, I must have been mistaken. Chuckling softly at the closed door, Leggett turned and headed towards the Black Lake. The library, bustling with activity, offered little convenience. The Black Lake, in contrast, provided a serene atmosphere, ideal for indulging in whimsical pursuits. Chapter 96. The Many Paths to Strength. Minutes later, beneath a grand tree by the Black Lake, the notion of inscribing runes upon ammunition seemed feasible. Since learning of the so-called prophecy from Ophelia, he had been devising methods to enhance his own abilities. Though the nature of this ominous darkness remained a mystery, the aura it exuded, reminiscent of Gitanger, instilled in Leggett a sense of acute awareness. After all, although the resurrection card was randomly generated, none would wish to perish in obscurity. Regarding the Eye of Sharon, gifted by Ophelia, it was indeed beautiful, yet had yet to reveal any remarkable attributes. With his development currently hindered by age, the modification of small gadgets became a temporary means of advancement. After more than half a month of sporadic research and development, Leggett began experimenting with the substitution of magical energy for bullets. However, due to the limitations of the materials used in his toys, he had yet to achieve compatibility with magic. At most, He could fire a few magical projectiles before they would explode from the strain. Conversely, inscribing runes upon ammunition could somewhat augment its power. Yet, akin to the challenges faced with magical projectiles, the core of his toys would still face the risk of destruction after several consecutive shots. Nonetheless, an old adage rings true: where there is resolve, there are more solutions than obstacles. Since the energy enhancement from the runes proved too potent for the toys, he would inscribe them on more powerful shells. After all, once they detonated, durability would be of no concern. As for inscribing them on smaller ammunition, it was not unfeasible, but rather unnecessary. After all, a single powerful shell could incapacitate a multitude. As for how to activate these runes, it was not an overly daunting task. One must understand that the initial step from nothing to something is often the most challenging. By connecting the main gem with his gadgets, he could independently control the activation state of the runes. He wondered, too, about the items he had requested Klitschit to prepare. Recently, Voldemort's movements had become increasingly pronounced, and the offerings had grown more generous. As long as the knowledge pertained to dark magic, it was met with a semi-open attitude. Provided Leggett expressed interest and a desire to learn, all that was known would be divulged. After all, at this rate, any ordinary young wizard would eventually find themselves spiraling into madness. At that moment, with just a slight verbal temptation, one could easily bring it under complete control. However, what Voldemort did not anticipate was that Leggett, having been exposed to dark magic since the tender age of 2.5, was no ordinary individual. The green BUBU spells he refrained from using did not imply he was incapable of wielding them. It could be asserted that his proficiency surpassed that of Sakura Matu in terms of such spells. As for the items prepared by Creature, they were merely small toy accessories crafted from pure magical materials. With the advantage of financial resources, gathering some pure magical materials was not an insurmountable task. After all, if bribery failed, coercion remained an option. Just as Leggett was about to delve into the secrets of advanced dark magic, a voice filled with surprise interrupted him, prompting him to halt his actions. "Leggett, I knew you would be here," Hermione exclaimed cheerfully, waving at him as she leaned against a large tree. Has Sakura gone to find Professor Snape again? Due to certain circumstances, she had spent several days at Snape's office. This was also how Hermione learned that Sakura had become Snape's apprentice. To claim she wasn't envious would be a lie. After all, Snape was the most renowned potions master in the wizarding world, undoubtedly possessing knowledge that many were unaware of. Yet for Hermione, it was merely envy. Not only because Sakura was her friend, but also because she believed she too would reach great heights in the future. I suppose she will be out shortly. This book seemed innocuous to him and Sakura, but for a child like Hermione, it might very well induce nightmares of calling for her father at night. After all, the cover of this book appeared as a grotesque representation of tormented human faces to the untrained eye. I see. Sakura would never willingly part from you under normal circumstances. After jesting lightly, Hermione settled down beside Leggett. "What's wrong? You look rather discontent." Noticing Hermione's unusual demeanor, Leggett turned to inquire. After all, as his investment, it was only fitting to show occasional concern. Indeed, nothing escaped your notice. Upon hearing Leggett's question, Hermione slightly lifted her gaze towards the treetops. "Leggett, do you think ordinary wizards can truly survive in the wizarding world after graduation?" The wizarding realm, in comparison to the mundane world, was undeniably more ruthless and archaic. Ordinary wizards could only aspire to occupy the lowest rungs of society, forever serving the so-called pure-blood aristocrats. Even the Ministry of Magic, responsible for maintaining the balance of the wizarding world, was merely a private force under the command of these pure-blood elites. Particularly after hearing a piece of news a couple of days ago, young Hermione felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. A muggle-born witch, long subjected to her husband's domestic abuse, merely yearns for a divorce. Yet, the fate that awaits her is a confinement in Azkaban, a place meant solely for dark wizards. For her so-called transgression of tarnishing the honor of a fallen pure-blood family. The absurdity of such a judgment is palpable, as it suffocates her under the weight of an oppressive legal system. Despite Hermione's maturity surpassing that of her peers, she finds herself engulfed in an unprecedented haze of confusion. As a witch of Muggle descent, does she truly possess the chance to rise above her circumstances? Presently, Hermione feels akin to a child studying alone in a foreign land. Despite her relentless efforts and the sacrifices of her time, she ultimately realizes that no matter how hard she strives, she may forever remain an ordinary individual. Meanwhile, those around her, those who contribute nothing yet seek to embellish their status, seem to soar above her. Such is the reality of the wizarding world. though her thoughts remain unspoken. The essence of her feelings is abundantly clear. As one of her few friends, Leggett, Hermione initially refrained from divulging too much. However, when the moment of truth arrived, she could no longer suppress her emotions. After all, excessive pressure can indeed drive one to madness. Once a space for venting such pressures is found, individuals instinctively seek to release the burdens that weigh heavily upon their hearts.